My name is Li Ming, a reincarnator currently in Xiuqing City, Dong Country, about to undergo the awakening ceremony that will determine my life's path. This is an era of universal awakening. Before the summer vacation of senior high school, everyone undergoes a ceremony to awaken their own magical artifact, ranging from swords and gourds to hoes, all sorts of oddities, and they are classified into 6 levels: A, B, C, upper, and lower, with A upper being the best. The ritual commenced, and a surge of mystical energy flooded into his body. After the light faded, a blank book materialized in my hand. The principal announced, magical artifact, blank book, rating, C-. Mockery immediately followed, with people saying I'd awakened a useless magical artifact. I paid no attention, barely able to contain my excitement. The moment I touched the blank book, I understood its power. Whatever is written or drawn within becomes reality. Simply put, anything I write or sketch can materialize, and I'm certain this won't be my only magical artifact in the future. This gives me a tremendous advantage in a world where most people awaken only one magical tool. Returning home, I locked the door behind me and summoned the blank book. I tried writing with various pens, but none left marks. Moreover, though the book was thick, only a single page could be opened now. Finally, I steeled myself, picked up the kitchen knife to make a cut on my hand, and pressed it against the page. A powerful suction force began devouring my blood. Pale from blood loss, I calmly pondered, if the book isn't meant for drawing but for writing, would it work to inscribe spells and incantations? The moment the thought occurred, the character heaven appeared on the page. Then, the writing continuously revealed the incantation of the Golden Light Mantra, the profound origin of heaven and earth, the root of all energy. Cultivate through countless calamities, to prove my divine power. Within and beyond the 3 realms, only the Tao stands supreme. The body radiates golden light, covering and illuminating my form. As the final sentence was completed, the words on the page condensed into a pearl and vanished into my forehead. A powerful invisible energy erupted, and I immediately passed out. At the same time, the director of the Xiuqing City Spiritual Energy Bureau sensed this fluctuation and muttered to himself, probably a Class A or higher artifact. It seems Xiuqing is finally about to produce a genius. I was woken by hunger and went downstairs to find something to eat. Before he had gone far, he heard a frantic shout, "Make way! My magical artifact is out of control! Get out of the way!" A delicate young girl, being dragged along by a porcelain bottle in her hand, was rushing toward me. Almost instantly, a faint golden light enveloped my body. Bang! The girl was knocked to the ground by the recoil, rubbing her head, while I took a few steps back and quickly left the scene. Returning home, I lifted my clothes and discovered a palm-sized red mark on my chest, its shape identical to that of the girl's porcelain vase. I couldn't help but marvel inwardly, the defensive power of this golden light mantra is truly beyond ridiculous. I sat cross-legged with closed eyes, cultivating until dawn, having already reached the 9th rank's 4th stage. Those who awaken magical artifacts are called spirit masters, divided into 9 grades with 9 tiers each. I discovered that the Golden Light Mantra not only provides defense but also accelerates cultivation speed and strengthens as one's power increases. At this moment, my sister Li Yueming's call came through. She is a top student at Moda University who awakened the inferior grade Red Dust Sword. She asked about my future plans, and I answered without hesitation, just take the college entrance exam as usual. You're the only family I have left, who else would I go looking for if not you? She set her mind at ease, saying she would arrange everything properly. I secretly resolved not only to go to Modu but also to get admitted to Moda University where she was studying. To test the practical compatibility of the Golden Light Mantra, I arrived at the Starlight Trial Hall. Entering the room, I shouted that I was ready. The deep male voice rang out, signaling the start of the trial. An iron cage rose in the center of the room, containing a green-furred monkey wearing a blue collar. It was a minor spirit creature, with strength barely ranking among the lowest tier, swift but weak. The cage opened, and the green monkey lunged at me. I silently recited, "My body shines with golden light, enveloping and protecting me." A golden glow shimmered as I stood motionless, letting it crash into me. Bang! The green monkey seemed to have crashed into an iron wall, staggering backward dizzily. I didn't move an inch. I clenched my fist, deciding to test my attack strength. My figure charged toward the green monkey, a golden glowing fist landing directly on its head. Like a watermelon hit by a cannonball, the green monkey's head exploded into fragments in an instant, with the splatter blocked by the golden light. I discovered that the Golden Light Mantra not only enhances defense but also boosts strength. The administrator asked if I wanted to continue, and I chose to proceed. This time, a forest wolf emerged, with strength at the 9th rank, 3rd tier. Similarly fast but low in power, it had green vines growing on its back, a special ability acquired after reaching a certain rank. The cage wasn't fully open when the vines rushed toward my face. I reached out and grabbed them, feeling only a slight numbness in my palm. The force was weak. The forest wolf tried to use the vines to pull me down but couldn't budge me at all. With a swift tug, I yanked it straight toward me. I thrust my clenched fist forward, sending the forest wolf flying once more. After repeating this several times, I heard another sound like a watermelon splitting open. Chapter 3, Trivial Matters. At that moment, inside a small room, the man stared blankly as the light signifying the trial's completion illuminated. He then pulled up the information of the trial participant in that room. Li Ming? 18 years old, awakened yesterday? Why don't I recall this name among those who awoke offensive magical artifacts? Though puzzled, he carried out his duties as required, addressing the microphone before him. The trial has concluded. Do you require rest? Or shall you continue the trials? Over here, Li Ming lowered his head upon hearing no immediate response like last time. Observing the golden light on his arm, now noticeably dimmer than before, he directly declared the trial concluded. His goal had merely been to test the capabilities of the golden light incantation. This wasn't the college entrance exam, after all. There was no need to exhaust himself. Li Ming walked back to his original spot, gathered his belongings, and left the room. Standing outside the trial hall, Li Ming was pondering where to grab lunch when he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw it was the same woman who had staged an accident last night. Her beautiful face was close to his. Li Ming's gaze drifted downward. The patchwork short-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of comfortable denim shorts made her look vibrant and energetic. The exposed skin was so snow-white it seemed to reflect light. Suddenly, Li Ming realized he had seen this person before, not just last night, but much earlier. Hey! It really is you. Classmate, are you okay? Last night was my fault. I don't know how I lost control like that. Did I hurt you? As she spoke, she reached out and touched Li Ming's chest. She remembered bumping into that area. Li Ming immediately took 2 steps back, creating distance between them. So she's moved on from staged accidents to scams now? But why is this woman always pestering me? Do I look like I'm loaded or something? Then, the woman's cheeks flushed red, as if she suddenly realized the double meaning in her actions and words. Classmate, what's your name? I haven't seen you on the red list before. The red name list was a ranking released by the school the day after the awakening ceremony, based on the level achieved during artifact awakening. Those listed were generally considered promising prospects, hence the name Red List. The girl before Li Ming was Xin Xiayue, ranked second on the Red List. Her artifact was the pure moon vase, rated at grade B lower. She had also come today to test her artifact's combat capabilities, but hadn't expected to encounter Li Ming right away. Xin Xiayue searched her memory once more, yet she still couldn't match this face to any name on the Red List. My name is Li Ming. I'm not on the Red List. Li Ming knew what the red name list was, but he didn't care about such things and hadn't bothered to look. You're not on the red list? That's impossible. Shen Xiaoyue frowned. Through her unique cultivation method, she had reached the 9th rank, 3rd tier, just last night. Though she hadn't struck with full force, it wasn't something just anyone could block. As if sensing Shen Xiaoyue's confusion, Li Ming calmly explained. My artifact is a book, a low-grade C rank item with no combat capabilities whatsoever. With that, Li Ming turned away and buried his head in his phone. A book with no combat capabilities? Xin Xiaoyue stood rooted to the spot, her gaze toward Li Ming suddenly growing complex, a mix of regret and pity. In this world, some extreme individuals believed any magical artifact lacking combat capabilities was worthless. The reason was simple: the war between humans and spirits. Approximately 500 years ago, magical artifacts emerged, and with them came the spirits. They crossed through spatial rifts, their primary purpose being to devour humans. At that time, the development of magical artifacts was incomplete, and humanity suffered defeat after defeat, losing vast territories. It was only after humans gradually mastered the power of these artifacts that they slowly reclaimed their lands from the creatures. And then, the war began. But back to the point. Xin Xiaoyue guessed that Li Ming was most likely pursuing the path of physical cultivation, but she couldn't think of any words of comfort to offer at that moment. Li Ming couldn't be bothered to respond, turning to leave. But before he could take half a step, another hand pressed down on his shoulder. Hey kid, didn't you see someone trying to talk to you? In such a rush to leave? Running off to be reincarnated? Hearing the rude remark at his ear and feeling the force on his shoulder that clearly wasn't a casual touch, Li Ming frowned. Not your business, buddy. What's it to you? Suddenly, the pressure on his shoulder intensified, as if the man intended to crush Li Ming's bones. Li Ming's pupils contracted slightly. A flash of golden light erupted from his shoulder, and with a single jerk, he shook the hand off. Lin Chang's heart skipped a beat. He made to advance again, but then heard Xin Xiaoyue's cry. Lin Chang, what are you doing? Xin Xiaoyue stepped forward, positioning herself directly between Li Ming and Lin Chang. Her beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she glared at him. Standing behind Xin Xiaoyue, Li Ming also recognized their relationship upon hearing his name. Lin Chang, the notorious stalker of Shoucheng First High's campus beauty, Xin Xiaoyue. After nearly 3 years of unrequited pursuit, he still clung to her relentlessly. The identity of this woman was now obvious. Lin Chang, I've told you countless times I don't like you. Please stop bothering me. Xin Xiaoyue's words were cold and unyielding, but Lin Chang seemed oblivious, his expression unchanged as he replied. Yeah, you misunderstand. I just saw this guy upsetting you and wanted to teach him a lesson. His expression hardened as he turned to Li Ming, his voice thick with venom. "Kid, if you've got the guts, stop hiding behind that woman. Come out here and let's have a proper talk." Hearing this, Li Ming merely waved him off and turned to leave. The ride he'd called was almost there. Seeing Li Ming's expression, Lin Chang's anger flared instantly. He stepped around Xin Xiaoyue and grabbed his shoulder again. Ugh. Li Ming sighed inwardly, then gathered a faint golden glow around his fist. For someone like Lin Chang, fists were the only language he understood. But before Li Ming could make a move, a streak of pure white light shot forward, knocking Lin Chang's arm aside. "Lin Chang, he's a body temperer. You've gone too far." Body temperers, as the name suggests, referred to those who followed the path of physical cultivation. However, due to their limited prospects, their status in this world was only marginally better than that of the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Hearing this, Lin Chang's attack froze mid-motion. His artifact was a broadsword, possessing formidable combat power. For someone wielding such a treasure to bully a body temperer would surely earn him scornful whispers if word got out. "What did you say about body temperers?" Immediately, a woman's voice rang out, causing Li Ming's entire body to tremble. Chapter 4, Li Yueming. The words had barely left his mouth when Li Ming frantically scanned his surroundings, searching for the source of the voice. But in the next instant, a slender hand emerged from an angle Li Ming couldn't see and grabbed his ear. From Xin Xiaoyue's perspective, Li Ming's previously unruffled expression abruptly shifted, transforming into a fawning look. "Oh my dear sister. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I could have come to greet you myself." Following the slender hand that had seized Li Ming's ear upward, Xin Xiaoyue instantly felt a pang of self-consciousness. At the same time, she recognized the owner of that slender hand. Li Yueming had been the undisputed school beauty since entering Xiuqing First High School, holding the title for 3 consecutive years. It wasn't until Li Yueming graduated and left that the title of school beauty finally fell to her. "Don't pretend." Li Yueming gave Li Ming a dismissive glance before releasing his ear. She then turned her gaze to Xin Xiaoyue and asked, "What's wrong with physical cultivators?" Before Xin Xiaoyue could answer, Lin Chang stepped forward, blocking her and shouting at Li Yueming. "What? Can't we even talk about physical cultivation now? If a loser wants to take the loser's path to become a total failure, you can't stop people from talking about it, can you?" Hearing this, Li Yueming said nothing further. She merely extended a slender jade-like finger and pressed it downward slightly in Lin Chang's direction. The gesture instantly overwhelmed Lin Chang with crushing pressure, as if a mountain had been forced onto his back. He collapsed to his knees. "Apologize." Li Yueming's words carried not a shred of warmth, mirroring her demeanor. "You're right to call the path of physical cultivation a wasteful one. But I cannot forgive you for trying to crush his shoulder just now, nor for later even attempting to strike him. If you refuse to apologize, I shall sever your left arm. If you seek medical attention promptly, it may still be reattached." Having said this, Li Yueming formed a sword-like gesture with his right middle and index fingers. Seeing Lin Chang stubbornly refuse to speak, his fingers swept downward in a light stroke. Before the blade could fully descend, Li Ming, who had been idly standing by Li Yueming all along, suddenly stepped forward and grasped Li Yueming's sword finger. "Enough. I know him. No need to get so bloody." Li Yueming didn't withdraw his fingers. Instead, he stared blankly at Li Ming's palm gripping his hand. "Let's go. The car I called has been waiting a while. We still need to buy groceries. There's nothing left to eat at home." Li Yueming remained silent, allowing Li Ming to pull him away. With Li Yueming's hand now held, the pressure on Lin Chang naturally vanished. He braced himself against the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted from Lin Chang's hand, revealing a broadsword. "Bitch! Stinking! Who the hell gave you the right to lecture me?" Lin Chang roared, head lowered, face contorted in fury, eyes bloodshot. Gripping the blade with both hands, he charged forward, swinging it toward Li Mingyue. Clang! A powerful recoil shot up the blade. Lin Chang's grip slipped as if he'd struck steel plate. Beneath the slash, Li Ming seized the blade with one hand, a flash of savagery flickering in his eyes. The next moment, a fist glowing with golden light slammed into Lin Chang's face. He didn't care what others said about him, he never paid it any mind. But Li Mingyue was different. She was like an untouchable taboo in Li Ming's heart. Punch after punch landed squarely on Lin Chang's mouth until several teeth, streaked with blood, flew out. Only when Lin Chang's eyes glazed over and he lost consciousness did Li Ming finally stop. Wiping imaginary blood from his fist, Li Ming ignored the unconscious Lin Chang on the ground. He turned, took Li Yueming's hand, and prepared to leave. But as he took his first step, a voice called out beside him. "Hey! Li! Wait a minute!" Li Ming turned his head, impatience already evident in his expression. However, upon seeing the person wearing the Starlight Trial Hall uniform, Li Ming didn't immediately walk away. "Student! This is your trial card. You forgot to take it." The staff member panted as they spoke, and Li Ming couldn't help but admire their diligent work ethic. Trial cards came in 4 tiers: silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. These tiers were determined by the trial hall's assessment of a participant's talent and issued by the local hall master. Those who passed trials of varying difficulty earned cards of corresponding grades. Each grade granted different privileges within the facility, such as priority queuing or personal training partners. However, as this was Li Ming's first visit to the trial hall, he was unaware of these intricacies and naturally hadn't applied for one. Li Yueming reached out to take it, then examined it closely. It was a gold grade trial card, indicating that their assessment of Li Ming's talent was quite high. Even she had started with a platinum grade card before advancing to diamond grade. When did you start physical cultivation? What realm are you currently at? Though the path of physical cultivation was relatively short, it still had distinct stages: muscle and bone refinement, blood refinement, ding lifting refinement, and square inch refinement. Receiving a gold grade trial card meant Li Ming had already progressed significantly along this path, at minimum reaching the lifting the tripod realm. Yet in his memory, Li Ming hadn't begun physical cultivation before he left. Could it be that my younger brother had long known I would awaken a magical artifact incapable of combat? Had he then worked tirelessly over the past half-year, striving to forge a new height in this path of physical cultivation? What? What physical cultivation? When did I ever say I wanted to cultivate my body? Li Ming looked at his sister, his eyes filled with confusion. From the very beginning, everyone kept talking about physical cultivation, pinning it on him. Others could be forgiven, but why was even his own sister jumping on the bandwagon? You didn't cultivate your physique? Then how did you block his sword strike? Li Yueming flipped open Li Ming's palm. There was not a single mark on it. Li Ming glanced around at the dense crowd, then gently dug his fingernail into Li Yueming's palm. Leaning close, he whispered into her ear. This is the power of my artifact. I'll explain it to you in detail when we get back. With that, Li Ming finally pulled Li Yueming away. At the spot where they had stood, Xin Xiaoyue looked down at Lin Chang, who lay unconscious on the ground. Out of kindness, she dialed 120 for him before turning and entering the trial hall herself. Back home, Li Yueming plopped down on the sofa first, then tilted her head up at Li Ming, signaling him to begin explaining. In response, Li Ming adjusted his breathing, summoning all his spiritual energy to activate the golden light incantation. Instantly, a golden light surged from Li Ming's body like flames, enveloping him completely. Yet Li Yueming felt not a hint of scorching heat. Li Ming looked down as well. This was his first time channeling it at full power, and it seemed quite potent. Li Yueming approached, extending a finger and slowly bringing it closer to the golden flames. Chapter 5, Retest. The distance between her finger and the flame gradually shrank until contact was made. Yet Li Yueming detected not a hint of heat within it, only a distinct resistance. Li Yueming narrowed his eyes. A sword-like glow flared from his fingertip as he thrust forward. It barely penetrated a joint's depth before her finger could advance no further. Curiosity piqued, Li Yueming wanted to test just how strong this flame's defensive capabilities truly were. She extended her sword finger again, its blade flickering with light, and swiftly slashed at the flame. The effect was noticeable, it merely tore through the clothing Li Ming wore. Beneath the fabric, however, not even a white mark appeared on the skin. Ah! It hurts! Li Ming cried out, but the golden light torn by the sword finger instantly restored itself. Li Yueming shot him a look. What was he pretending for? She hadn't even used much force. Hand over that book for me to see. At her words, Li Ming withdrew the golden light and summoned the wordless book. But he quickly caught himself and asked. Wait, I never told you what my artifact was. How did you know it was a book? Li Yueming took the book from Li Ming's hands and examined it closely, saying as she did so. I'm your sister. How could I not pay attention to you? After a thorough inspection, the wordless book remained open to a single page in her hands. To Li Ming's surprise, a golden bead appeared on the previously blank first page. Since the text has no physical form, did it condense directly into a bead? Li Ming wondered inwardly. But Li Yueming stared at the bead depicted in the book, puzzled, surmising that this must be the source of the golden light. As a top student at Magic Capital University, she naturally possessed a broader knowledge base. Even so, she couldn't connect this book to any type of book-based magical artifact she knew of. A scripture? Doesn't seem like it. Could it be a Buddhist sutra? But I haven't heard any chanting from those monks either. Forget it. This must be the only magical artifact of its kind in the world. Li Ming reached out and took the wordless book, then plucked the bead directly from its page. He continued. This is my artifact, the book without words. Simply put, its function is to grant me access to more artifacts. Take this bead you see here, it's also one of my artifacts. The moment Li Ming revealed its function, Li Yueming sprang to her feet, pressing her hand over his mouth though she couldn't stop him from speaking. Li Yueming then addressed Li Ming sternly. Enough. You don't need to explain any further details to me. I don't want to hear them, and I can't. And from now on, you absolutely must never reveal the function of your magical treasures again, not even if I ask. Li Ming understood Li Yueming's sternness, but he couldn't help asking. Aren't magical artifacts bound to individuals? Why fear others knowing? Li Mingyue gave him a deep look before speaking. In this world, those with true intent can even forcibly seize another's magical artifact for their own use. The price they pay? Nothing more than a single bottle of pills. Then, Li Yueming turned to Li Ming and asked, "How powerful is your artifact? I mean, the one you created." Upon hearing this, a golden glow flickered in Li Ming's hand as he recalled the details of his recent battle with the spirit creature. Defensively, a 9th grade, 3rd tier spirit creature couldn't break through my defenses. Offensively, it's not very effective yet. Currently, it can only enhance my strength a little. As he spoke, Li Ming's gaze fixed intently on the golden light in his hand. Under his intense gaze, the golden light slowly shifted shape, gradually forming the faint outline of a sword. My cultivation is too weak now to fully harness this golden light's power. Once my cultivation advances, it should be sufficient. Li Yueming responded with nothing but a roll of her eyes. Such a backhanded compliment could probably only come from Li Ming. If anyone else had awakened a treasure like the golden light pearl, they'd likely be walking around with their tail in the air. This orb can probably reach the edge of the Jiao realm. For now, focus on that. From now on, if anyone asks, just say you're a twin treasure spirit master. This bead appeared after your awakening ceremony, and your visit to the trial hall this morning was to test its abilities. Every world has its share of prodigies. While spirit masters who awaken top-tier artifacts certainly qualify, there are also those whose artifacts may be of ordinary grade, yet who possess talents beyond compare. Take the twin treasures Li Yueming mentioned, for instance. There are also inherited artifacts, companion artifacts, and so on. Before Li Ming could wait for Li Yueming's explanation, she grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the door. "Wait, we haven't even eaten yet. Where are we going now?" "To the trial hall. I need to see where your limits lie before I can plan your training regimen." After the two hastily settled their lunch outside, Li Ming returned to the Starlight Training Hall. Skipping the queue, Li Yueming pulled Li Ming straight inside. They found an empty room and swiped their cards to enter. "Welcome, esteemed Diamond Tier trainee. How may I assist you?" It was the same deep male voice, though slightly more gentle than before. "Ability trial. Certainly, preparing for you now." The moment the words left his mouth, the center of the room split open once more, revealing a wooden doll and 2 plates carried on a tray. Li Yueming stepped forward, placing her palms successively on each plate. Each time her hands withdrew, Li Ming felt a peculiar, almost magical fluctuation. As if sensing Li Ming's confusion, Li Yueming explained. "These are array discs, a type of spirit artifact. Their functions are to deploy an invisible, inaudible force field to the outside world." Li Ming had encountered the term spirit artifact in books before. However, since the texts offered no detailed descriptions and the subject never appeared on exams, he hadn't delved deeper into it. After her explanation, Li Yueming stepped back a few paces and pointed at the wooden effigy. "Come on, strike this dummy with all your strength." Hearing this, Li Ming crouched slightly, a flame-like golden light enveloping the fist clenched at his waist. Whoosh! In the next instant, Li Ming's figure surged forward, his fist striking the dummy with a solid thud. Yet the dummy seemed merely brushed by a gust of wind, not budging an inch. Li Yueming watched, muttering under his breath. "Full enhancement, huh? Looks like I underestimated the armor." He stepped closer to examine the wooden doll, then explained to the puzzled Li Ming. "This is a specially crafted doll. Without at least a 7th grade cultivation level and a unique magical artifact, it's nearly impossible to leave a mark on it. But don't be discouraged. Your punch probably packs the force of a 7th grade, 7th or 8th tier strike." With that, a long sword appeared in Li Yueming's hand, pointing toward Li Ming. Next up is the defense test. Chapter 6, Cultivation Methods. The Artifact Compendium, the most comprehensive official compendium on magical artifacts. It catalogs every magical artifact ever discovered and serves as the primary source for artifact grading. According to the Treasure Compendium, the Red Dust Sword, named for the character's red dust engraved upon its blade, possesses the unique ability enveloping red dust. When striking an opponent, it can manipulate their 7 emotions and 6 desires to some extent. Unless direct contact is avoided, the effect cannot be negated. I'll suppress my power to the 9th rank, 5th tier, then gradually increase it. Call me when you can't hold on any longer," Li Yueming said. No sooner had the words left her mouth than her figure suddenly materialized before Li Ming, her long sword thrusting straight toward his brow. Seeing this, Li Ming jerked his head back and scrambled backward, desperately trying to evade the strike. But the sword seemed to cling to him like a flesh-eating disease. No matter how he dodged, it steadily closed in. The next instant, a brilliant golden light flared. Gritting his teeth, Li Ming's head, now enveloped in golden light, slammed directly into the sword. Clang! Li Yueming drew his sword and spun around, his voice carrying as he declared. "Next strike, 9th grade, 7th tier." Another thrust followed immediately. Knowing evasion was impossible, Li Ming channeled all the golden light into his fist and countered with a punch. Clang! The clash of fist and sword lasted but a breath. Li Ming stumbled back several steps before collapsing to the ground. Li Yueming merely gave his sword a slight shake before declaring. "You have 5 minutes to rest. The next strike will be 9th grade, 9th tier." Upon hearing this, Li Ming immediately began regulating his breath and circulating his cultivation technique. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Li Yueming flicked his finger against the sword blade, producing a resonant ring, signaling Li Ming to prepare. Li Ming rose, assuming a horse stance with his right fist clenched at his waist, his aura drawn inward. After a moment, a golden light slowly emerged on Li Ming's fist. It did not form a flame-like shape but instead continuously collapsed, becoming denser and more solid until it vaguely took the form of a fist guard. Next, Li Ming fixed his gaze forward and slowly thrust the fist clenched at his waist forward. Instantly, Li Yueming's long sword materialized before the fist, meeting the strike head-on. As a faint curve appeared on the blade, Li Yueming flickered her wrist, sending Li Ming flying once more. Before Li Yueming could speak, Li Ming hurriedly interjected. Enough, enough! I can't fight anymore. I'm only at the 4th stage of the 9th rank. I've truly exhausted all my spiritual energy. Li Yueming halted in her tracks upon hearing this, immediately sensing Li Ming's aura. It was indeed 9th rank, 4th tier, no mistake. She had always assumed that since Li Ming had obtained a gold grade trial card, he would be at least 9th rank, 6th tier or higher. Wait, he only awakened his abilities yesterday, didn't he? You reached 9th rank, 4th tier in just one night? Li Yueming's face clouded with doubt before she pressed further. What kind of spiritual energy cultivation method are you practicing? Lying on the ground, Li Ming raised his hand to examine the tiny speck of crimson on his middle finger, answering with a hint of irritation. What cultivation method? It's just the one we all learn at school. What other method could I possibly have? Hearing this, Li Yueming's eyebrows shot up in apparent shock. At the 9th rank of Spirit Master, the cultivation speed at this level largely depended on the cultivation method and related resources. Among those from prestigious families, individuals consumed vast quantities of rare treasures from birth while studying advanced cultivation methods. Reaching the 4th or 5th realm of the 9th rank within a day of awakening was commonplace. But Li Ming was different. Having grown up alongside him, Li Yueming knew Li Ming had never even tasted decent nourishment, let alone rare treasures. This meant Li Ming had relied solely on his innate talent to catch up with the prodigies from prestigious families, all while using the most basic cultivation methods taught uniformly across the school. Li Yueming then walked over and sat beside Li Ming. She pulled a book titled The Great Tuning Cultivation Method from the ring on her finger and handed it to him, saying, "The school's method is useless, and its ceiling is only 8th grade. Use this for now, and we'll upgrade to something better later." Li Ming didn't take it, didn't even glance at it. He simply closed his eyes and said, "I'm too weak to read. You read it to me." Li Yueming didn't get angry. She opened the book and began reading softly. Li Ming closed his eyes as well, letting her voice lull him. After about an hour or two, Li Ming's body trembled violently. He opened his eyes, he had broken through. Lifting his arm, the golden light shone more intensely than before, and the time required for transformation had significantly shortened. "Are you rested?" Li Yueming asked. Seeing Li Ming nod, she rose and walked toward the wooden puppet. A flash of cold light erupted, instantly slicing the puppet into fragments. She then reached out and deactivated the 2 array discs. Li Ming stared at the puppet's fragments, a chill creeping over him. Sis, what realm are you at now?" Li Yueming walked over to the wall, pressed the button to end the trial, and then replied. 7th grade, 8th tier. Stepping out of the trial hall, dusk was already settling in. Li Ming's stomach growled like clockwork, signaling hunger. He pulled out his phone to hail a cab. While waiting, he ran into an acquaintance. "Li Ming." The gritted teeth voice rang in his ear. Li Ming looked up to see Lin Chang, the man he had knocked unconscious earlier that morning. Lin Chang stood on the street not far away, a broadsword clenched in his hand, striding toward them in a rage. However, upon spotting Li Yueming standing beside him, his momentum abruptly halted. After being knocked unconscious and sent to the hospital that morning, his family had rushed over and spent a fortune to hire a 7th-rank spirit tamer with healing abilities. Within an hour, his injuries had completely healed, even his teeth had been restored. Meanwhile, by reviewing nearby surveillance footage and conducting their own investigation, the family members also uncovered some information about the 2 individuals before them. They naturally learned that Li Ming's companion, Li Yueming, was a 7th-rank spirit tamer with formidable combat prowess. But Lin Chang quickly realized that the incident this morning where he had been knocked unconscious by Li Ming in broad daylight had already been spread by those with ulterior motives. In the group chat comprised of those on the red name list, some had begun mocking him with cold sarcasm, and others even sought to challenge him to a duel. Thus, the killing intent in Lin Chang's heart solidified once more. "Li Ming!" Lin Chang shouted again. "Stop shouting. I can hear you. Don't keep yelling like that. It's embarrassing." Li Ming dug his little finger into his ear, then retreated behind Li Yueming, shooting her a look that said, "This is yours." Li Yueming, however, ignored her brother's hint, her gaze shifting to the space behind Lin Chang. From the shadows behind Lin Chang, the figure of an elderly man slowly emerged. "Are you sure?" Seeing this, Li Ming leaned close to Li Yueming's ear, gazing at her snow-white, translucent earlobe as he whispered the question. "Just entered the 6th rank. 1 hour. Can kill." Chapter 7. Li Yueming's icy voice and flat tone sent a chill through Lin Chang like plunging into a frozen spring. At that moment, the elderly man stepped forward, placing a hand on Lin Cheng's shoulder as he said, "Miss Li, if you truly intend to act, you will face not just me, but the entire Lin family." Hearing this, Li Yueming merely shook her head, her grip tightening on the red dust sword. She had never been one for words. The old man glanced at the characters red dust engraved on the blade, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. At that moment, Li Ming grabbed Li Yueming's arm and pulled her behind him, saying, "It's unnecessary. Trading their lives for ours is too costly." Then, Li Ming turned to Lin Cheng and demanded, "Speak, Lin Cheng. What do you want?" Lin Cheng's eyes were filled with a sinister glint, yet deep down he knew he could never bring himself to kill the man who had brought him such profound humiliation. Earlier, summoning the sword had been an uncontrollable surge of his own murderous intent. Same as her demand. "I want you to kneel. Then apologize to me." Poof. Li Ming chuckled lightly, then stepped in front of Lin Cheng. Grasping his wrist, he forced the hangdao blade against his own throat and declared, "Since you're spouting such foolish words, why not just go ahead and do something foolish? Foolish Lin, I'll give you a chance. Strike down." Lin Cheng's face turned deathly pale. Though his inner self was screaming wildly, urging him to strike, his reason told him he couldn't. He couldn't bear the consequences of that single stroke. With that, Lin Cheng forcefully wrenched Li Ming's arm free and released the blade from his grasp. "I'll be waiting for you at the official ranking tournament after the semester starts. The loser will destroy their artifact and kowtow in apology." With that, Lin Cheng turned and walked back into the trial hall with the old man. Li Ming, meanwhile, wore a peculiar expression. Is he always this bold? Li Ming's question went unanswered. Li Yueming stood silently, staring at the red dust sword in his hand, saying nothing. After taking a bus back to Ideal Garden, they casually ordered some food at a nearby barbecue stall and found an empty spot to sit. During the meal, Li Yueming spoke up. "First, practice using the cultivation method I taught you. Then, over the next few days, I'll take you outside the city. I want you to experience the feeling of fighting wild spirits head-on. It'll be beneficial for your future. Once you start school, I'll be leaving too. You have remarkable talent if you persevere. Getting into Beijing University or Tsinghua Academy shouldn't be difficult. Compared to them, Magic City University isn't your best option." Li Ming listened quietly, accepting his sister's arrangements without objection. But when he heard her final sentence, his hand holding the chopstick paused. "Li Yueming, this is the first time. So I can pretend I didn't hear that last bit." With that, Li Ming flicked the empty chopstick he was holding onto the leg of someone who had just walked over and was about to strike up a conversation, causing him to yelp in pain. "I mean, no offense. You have better options, and there's no need to keep following me around." The man who had tried to chat him up retreated. Seeing this, another burly man sitting at the same table approached, leaning one hand on their table as he spoke. "Hey, kid, what's your problem?" Li Ming remained silent, pondering what Li Yueming was trying to convey. But to the burly man, Li Ming's silence was a sign of cowardice. He turned to Li Yueming and said, "Hey, beautiful, fancy grabbing a drink with us guys?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw a fist glinting with gold. The big guy, knocked out cold, crashed to the floor, sliding right up to their table. Li Ming sat back down, glaring at Li Yueming and said, "That's the second time, Li Yueming. Third time's the charm." Thud. A steel pipe smashed into Li Ming's head, then bent sharply as if it had struck not flesh but solid rock. Li Ming rose, slowly pulling his phone from his pocket. He dialed 120 on the call screen, then addressed Li Yueming. "I don't know what you've been through these past 6 months, but you're my sister, the only family I've ever acknowledged. You're not getting away." With that, Li Ming turned and beckoned to the 4 or 5 thugs. Within 10 minutes, Li Ming had dealt with the thugs and led the way back home. Li Yueming sighed, got up, packed some food, and followed him back. Back at home, Li Yueming stood before Li Ming's door and knocked, saying, "Come out and eat something. Leaving the city tomorrow will take a lot out of you." When no response came from inside, Li Yueming could only leave the takeout in the kitchen and return to her own room. The night passed without incident. The next morning, the moment Li Yueming approached the door, Li Ming opened it. After carefully sensing Li Ming's aura, he discovered it had already reached the 9th rank, 8th tier. Li Yueming was stunned once more. While advancing within the 9th rank wasn't particularly difficult, each subsequent step grew progressively harder. Even for the sons of prominent families, it typically took at least 10 days to a fortnight to fully master a new stage. Yet Li Ming had reached the very edge of this realm in just 2 short days. "Would you like some breakfast?" Seeing Li Ming nod, Li Yueming turned and headed back toward the kitchen. After a quick breakfast, the two hailed a cab to the city gates. Only after the city guards inspected their credentials did they finally exit the city. The city was nestled amidst towering mountains, offering a pleasant climate but also harboring numerous dangers. For instance, the spirits lurking within the forests. Since these spirits were of low rank, they provided valuable training for newly minted spirit masters while also allowing them to gain a thorough understanding of what spirits truly were. Consequently, the authorities did not dispatch elite forces to exterminate them. Walking through the woods, all manner of shrieks echoed in their ears. Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air. Li Ming caught it in his hand, a stone, polished to a sharp edge. He looked closely and saw a green monkey had thrown it. Seems a bit different? Li Ming murmured to himself, feeling the force transmitted through the stone. The spirits within the trial hall have all been tamed to some degree. Plus, the environment therein also limits how much of their power they can unleash. So their displayed combat strength isn't really a reliable indicator. Li Yueming explained, then added. Your first task today is to hunt 10 green monkeys. Hearing this, golden light flared from Li Ming's hand as he hurled the pebble back in its original direction even faster than before. As expected, the pebble struck the green monkey squarely in the head, sending it tumbling straight down from the tree. Li Ming, however, merely pursed his lips, seemingly dissatisfied with the strike's effectiveness. Chapter 8, The Bear. As Li Ming stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow, several more pebbles flew toward him at breakneck speed. Clang! 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 Li Ming turned his head, a golden glow emanating from his body. I forgot most monkeys live in groups. First, he smashed the head of the dazed monkey with a punch. After roughly pinpointing the range of the monkeys that had ambushed him, Li Ming bent down to search the ground for something. He picked up several sizable stones and used the same tactic to knock the remaining monkeys down one by one. After all, he couldn't match their agility in climbing trees. Just as Li Ming was strolling over to finish off the enemy, a whistling sound suddenly pierced his ears. He spun and threw a punch, knocking the rapidly approaching object away. A tingling sensation shot through Li Ming's fist. He stared in surprise. The flying object was a spear. The spearhead was a sharp stone, roughly bound to the shaft with a few vines. There were no signs of polishing on the head, as if it had been found in this very state. The shaft itself was a deep brown, covered in a pattern resembling fish scales. Before Li Ming could ponder further, a green figure leapt from a nearby tree, catching the spear midair before landing steadily on another branch. Its gaze locked onto him. Green Monkey Chief, this should be a decent practice target for you. Li Yueming spoke, then offered further explanation. Its strength is generally around the 9th rank, 5th tier. Combined with that spear, its actual combat power rivals that of 9th rank, 7th tier spirits. Plus, that spear is excellent material for crafting spirit tools. Be careful not to damage it later. Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement, mentally calculating the height difference between himself and the ape. In the next instant, Li Ming hurled the remaining pebbles in his hand, then leapt from the spot. He landed directly before the Green Monkey Chieftain and swung his fist at it. The Green Monkey leader was blocking the incoming stones with his spear when the sudden fist appeared before him, startling him into quickly parrying with his weapon. The spear bent into an exaggerated arc, yet somehow held firm. Then, with no foothold in midair, Li Ming plummeted toward the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. His aerial combat skills could use some work. Li Ming thought to himself, simultaneously strategizing how to deal with it. Wait, I remember the Golden Light Mantra has shape-shifting abilities, right? Li Ming stared at the golden light in his hand, suddenly recalling something. His eyes narrowed as the golden light retracted inward, then slowly split into several strands, coalescing into rope-like strands. Seeing this, Li Ming's heart leapt with joy. He directed the golden light ropes to charge once more toward the Green Monkey leader. Just then, Li Yueming, who had been about to intervene to assist Li Ming, hesitated and withdrew the red dust sword from his grasp. The Green Monkey leader swung his spear to block the rapidly approaching golden cords, but the force of the attack sent a numbing shock through his arm. Squeak! The Green Monkey leader let out a strange cry, leaping from the tree with his spear in hand, bounding toward Li Ming. Before he could close the distance, however, the golden ropes whipped back around, binding him tightly like a stuffed rice dumpling before he crashed to the ground. Li Ming approached, snatched the spear from the Green Monkey's grasp, and examined it closely. With a casual flick of his wrist, he severed the leader's head from its body. Turning back, he handed the spear to Li Yueming and asked, "I've retrieved it. What exactly is this spirit artifact you mentioned? I don't know much about them." Li Yueming didn't answer. She took the spear, collected the Green Monkey's corpse, and turned to leave. Li Ming thought he heard her snort in response. Li Ming knew she was angry at his attitude, but clearly she was the one who had been in the wrong. Yet somehow, it felt as if he were the one who had done something wrong. But what could he do? She was his sister. Just as Li Ming was about to say something, Li Yueming's voice reached him. Spirit artifacts are imitations created based on magical treasures. Aside from being costly to produce and lacking the growth potential, uniqueness, and peak combat power of true treasures, they are nearly indistinguishable from most magical treasures. For some spirit masters who will never reach the 8th rank in their lifetime, spirit artifacts are even more useful to them than true treasures. What does unable to reach the 8th rank in this lifetime mean? Are there additional requirements to reach the 8th rank? Li Ming followed behind Li Yueming, asking with confusion. Each time a spirit tamer advances in rank, they face a corresponding trial. Only by passing it can they ascend to the next tier. The test for advancing from 9th to 8th rank has only one requirement: understanding your artifact. For those who awaken weaker magical artifacts, this poses little challenge. But for those who awaken grade A or B artifacts, this becomes the greatest obstacle. Thus, this trial is also called the genius test, and it's known as the threshold. This is what you are about to face. As he spoke, Li Yueming halted his steps. Summoning the red dust sword, he commanded it to shoot straight into a cave ahead. As a bear's roar echoed, Li Yueming turned to Li Ming and declared, "This is an 8th grade, 3rd tier thick rock bear, your ultimate target on this journey. Considering the difference in cultivation levels, I've already gouged out its eyes. The rest is up to you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the thick rock bear burst from the cave, rampaging and destroying everything within its reach. The red dust sword flew back to her. Li Yueming first wiped the bear's blood from the blade onto Li Ming's body, then lowered the sword and stood upon it. She wore jeans today, so there was no risk of exposing herself. Li Ming offered no resistance, though the twitching at his mouth hinted at his inner turmoil. The red dust sword slowly lifted Li Yueming's body upward. The thick rock bear finally caught the familiar scent of blood and charged toward Li Ming. In the next instant, the massive bear paw slammed down viciously toward Li Ming's body. Li Ming raised his arm to block, but the immense force of the bear's paw sent him reeling backward, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the ground. Shaking his numb arm, Li Ming realized this was the first opponent besides Li Yueming who could inflict direct damage on him while under the golden light spell. Golden light gathered, slowly coalescing into a sword-like form. Judging by the bear's thick, muscular build, punches clearly wouldn't work. In an instant, Li Ming's body surged forward. Seizing the moment the thick-skinned bear swung its paw, he darted beneath it and swung his blade with all his might at its back. Instead of blood splattering, Li Ming felt as though he had struck solid rock, not flesh. His strike failed. Li Ming quickly retreated to evade the thick rock bear's claw swipe, frantically recalling all he knew about the creature. Simultaneously, a spear plummeted from the sky, plunging directly into the ground beside Li Ming. Channeling spirit energy into it should be enough to handle it. Chapter 9, Mutation. Like ordinary bears, the thick rock bear possessed immense strength. Its unique ability lay in its capacity to condense a rock-like substance on its body, granting it extraordinary hardness. However, this comes at the cost of significantly reduced speed and agility compared to other bears. The recommended countermeasure was singular: ambush it and strike decisively before it could react. Recalling the relevant records from the book, Li Ming drew his spear and slowly enveloped it in golden light, channeling a portion of his spiritual energy into it. In the next instant, the spearhead, enveloped in golden light, emitted a faint blue glow. Now at the 9th rank, 8th tier, he couldn't waste his spiritual energy recklessly, but he could still manage to multitask for a short while. Then, Li Ming's figure charged forward once more. This time, he didn't evade the thick rock bear's attack. Instead, he swept his blade horizontally against the bear's swiping paw. Boom! The spear was knocked away, but it remained firmly in his grasp. Using the momentum from the bear's strike, Li Ming twisted his waist and delivered a counter thrust straight into the thick rock bear's chest. It still felt like striking rock, but this time it pierced through the thick rock bear's defenses, the spearhead sinking deep into its body. Damn, off-center. Li Ming grimaced, immediately yanking the spear free and retreating. Though he'd aimed for its throat, the beast's tough hide and thick subcutaneous fat had slightly deflected the blow, preventing it from achieving the desired effect. This life-or-death crisis completely shattered the thick rock bear's sanity. It reared up, its massive paws pounding relentlessly against its chest while bellowing furiously. With each strike, an earth-toned, rock-like substance began to emerge from its body. Li Ming, of course, waited foolishly for its transformation to complete. Clenching his spear, he charged forward once more. The interplay of blue and gold light on the spear left several wounds of varying depths on the thick-skinned bear's body, none of them fatal. It wasn't that Li Ming held back intentionally. With each thud of its paws, the thick rock bear's body grew harder and harder. By the end, Li Ming began to doubt whether he was fighting a bear or a solid rock. Only when the entire thick rock bear was completely covered in this substance did it cease its movements. Damn it, can't beat me so you resort to this? Li Ming muttered under his breath, his movements not slowing in the slightest. He dodged the thick rock bear's attacks while relentlessly targeting the wounds he'd already inflicted. Boom! Perhaps the prolonged struggle had taken its toll. In a moment of inattention, Li Ming was sent flying by a single swipe from the thick rock bear. After rolling twice on the ground, Li Ming got up and shook his head. Apart from a vivid red palm print on his chest where he'd taken the blow, the rest of him seemed fine. It really sucks when you can't break through their defenses. Li Ming thought to himself. Up in the sky, Li Yueming watched the struggle below with a complex expression. Within the same tier, spirit beasts generally outclass spirit tamers. Even among those who routinely fought opponents several tiers above their own rank, few geniuses could single-handedly handle a spirit beast of comparable combat prowess. Those capable of battling spirit beasts several tiers above their own rank were even rarer. This is especially pronounced when a spirit tamer's rank is low. To her knowledge, almost no one at the 9th rank could directly confront an 8th rank spirit creature, especially the thick rock bear, renowned among 8th ranks for its defense and strength. Her original plan had been simply to let Li Ming engage in a real fight with wild spirits, using the experience to temper his spirit something beneficial for his upcoming college entrance exams. But when Li Ming effortlessly dealt with the Green Monkey Troop's harassment, things started to go awry. According to her plan, the Green Monkey leader was supposed to be the final boss of this expedition. She had even prepared tents, 3 days' worth of food, and extra clothes specifically for this purpose, intending to camp outside the city. Little did she expect that the boss she had meticulously planned for would prove so utterly helpless against Li Ming, practically dispatched with a flick of the wrist. Sigh. Li Yueming sighed softly, perhaps troubled by this turn of events, while her gaze locked onto the enraged thick rock bear, ready to strike at any moment and take its life. After all, Li Ming had always been like this since childhood, more world-weary than even Grandpa Dean himself. He approached most things with a slow, deliberate pace, as if nothing truly mattered. It wasn't until she later found an opportunity to teach him a lesson and force him to call her sister that this situation began to improve. The perspective shifted back to the ground. Li Ming reigned in the golden light emanating from his body, preparing to take a big gamble. The golden light spell's offensive power was still too weak, not because it was inadequate, but because his cultivation level prevented him from fully unleashing its potential. Therefore, Li Ming placed his hopes on the spear in his hand. Judging by its effectiveness in the previous attack, the spear far surpassed the golden light incantation in offensive power. Thus, Li Ming resolved to channel all his spiritual energy into the spear, testing whether it could breach the thick-skinned bear's defenses. After all, Li Yueming was there to back him up. Without hesitation, Li Ming abruptly retreated, leaning backward as he reversed his grip on the spear. As spiritual energy surged into it, the azure glow at the spearhead intensified. Even the fish scale patterns along the shaft seemed to come alive, enveloping the entire weapon in an eerie aura. Li Yueming, meanwhile, gripped the red dust sword in his hand as he floated in the sky. His astonishment deepened. It was one thing for Yuepin to be entangled with spirits and monsters, but how could his reserve of spiritual energy also far exceed that of ordinary people? Earlier, seeing him retreat, he had assumed Li Yueming had exhausted his spiritual energy and was signaling him to intervene. But the outcome was much the same. This should be the final strike. As his spiritual energy depleted, the azure glow on the spear flared intensely before retreating entirely, leaving it appearing utterly ordinary. Immediately after, the massive rock bear charged forward. Its rock-like palms clapped together, slamming down fiercely toward Li Ming's position. But Li Ming was faster. Before those palms could land, the spear tip pierced the thick rock bear's chest. Simultaneously, Li Ming felt as though a page had turned in his book of no words. On that page, the shape of the spear slowly materialized. Boom! The sound echoed like rock shattering into fragments. Without the golden light shielding him this time, Li Ming was inevitably drenched in a shower of blood. The thick rock bear before him remained standing, only its 2 feet intact, while the rest of its body exploded apart. Oh, wait, there was also that set of bear paws that had flown past his ear, preserved rather well. The next moment, Li Ming saw the spear in his hand enveloped by a mysterious energy, then violently retreat into his body. Li Ming's entire body trembled. He could distinctly feel that he had broken through, and his cultivation was still surging upward, charging straight toward the 8th rank. Chapter 10, The Promotion Trial. Xiu City First Middle School, located in Fenglian County of Xiu City, earned its name as the city's premier secondary institution. The aroma of tea wafted through the principal's office. Principal Wei reluctantly rose from his seat and poured a cup of tea for the man seated casually before him. Taking a sip, the man asked casually, as if chatting. Principal Wei, how many years has it been since our city produced a grade A talent? Upon hearing this, Principal Wei sat back down at his desk. After a moment of thought, he replied. Aside from that girl who awakened the red dust sword last year, it's been nearly a decade, hasn't it? But you know, Instructor Feng, a treasure like the red dust sword is an exception. The man addressed as Instructor Feng nodded and continued. That long, huh? But if such promising talent emerges, I think we should send them to the provincial center for proper training. Don't you agree? Principal Wei gave a sheepish chuckle, finally understanding why the provincial center had suddenly dispatched these instructors. Damn it, you're poaching talent right from under my nose. Don't even think about it. Even if I had someone, I'd never hand them over to you. Wei Changqing thought to himself, but aloud he said. Of course. Our city schools can't compare to the provincial center. If we had such talent, we'd send them there immediately. We wouldn't want to hold back their future, right? Feng Tianyang nodded again, saying nothing more. The same scene played out in other middle schools across Xiu City. The scene shifted back to the outskirts of the city. The instant the spear pierced Li Ming's body, Li Yueming appeared beside him. She gently pressed her hand against his chest, carefully monitoring his condition. How could it be so fast? Li Yueming withdrew her hand, her beautiful brows furrowing. Although others couldn't participate in the advancement trial itself, they could still exchange insights and learn from each other's experiences. This was precisely what Li Yueming had intended to discuss with Li Ming once he broke through to the 9th rank, 9th tier. She hadn't anticipated that breaking through the 9th grade realm would be as effortless for Li Ming as eating or drinking. Paying no heed to the filth covering the ground, Li Yueming sat cross-legged, the red dust sword resting horizontally across her knees. A faint aura of 7th grade, 8th tier spiritual energy pressure emanated from her. At that moment, Li Ming slowly opened his eyes. But what met his gaze was not the familiar scene, but utter darkness. This place must be some sort of spiritual realm. Being a reincarnated individual, Li Ming didn't panic. He quickly grasped his situation. So this is what they call the advancement trial? No sooner had the words left his lips than a blindingly bright light flared before his eyes. Then, like receding tides, the surrounding darkness faded away. Before him appeared a room so pure white it held no trace of color, not even a shadow discernible. Simultaneously, a blank book appeared, suspended in midair at the room's center. Instead of reaching for the book, Li Ming sat cross-legged on the floor, elbows resting on his knees, palms supporting his head. His fingers idly tapped his cheek now and then. According to Li Ming, understanding one's own magical artifact was the test's question. But how exactly did one understand it? What exactly needed to be understood? And to what degree? All of that remained unknown. Damn it, why did they schedule all the treasure-related courses in our senior year? Don't they realize how inconvenient this is for people like us? Li Ming cursed inwardly, his mind racing to recall profound sayings about books. Time slowly passed and Li Ming watched as the receding darkness surged back in from every corner. Damn it, there's even a time limit. Li Ming thought, then tentatively spoke up. Books are the ladder of human progress? The light on the wordless book flickered faintly, then fell silent. Good news, there was a reaction. Bad news, only a faint one. Books are immense power. Books are the only things that never die. These maxims flowed from Li Ming's lips, yet the light on the blank book flickered like an old, broken light bulb flickering dimly, never quite reaching full brightness. About half an hour passed. Li Ming's mouth grew dry, and the tide of darkness slowly rose to the height of his chest. As Li Ming rose, the darkness followed suit, steadily devouring his body step by step. He reached up to take the blank book and casually flipped through a few pages. Now he could turn the pages, but the book seemed endless. No matter how many pages he flipped, there was always another one waiting. Finally, Li Ming flipped back to the first page. He could faintly sense that he might escape this place through the golden orbs that automatically formed on the pages or the newly appeared spear. Li Ming could guess that when the golden orbs and the spear appeared on the pages, they had truly become his magical treasures. And since he had created them himself, he naturally understood them best. This meant that by choosing either of these two treasures, he could pass this so-called advancement trial and smoothly reach the 8th rank. But if I choose one of them, the other along with you will vanish, won't they? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the blank book flickered with light. This confirmed Li Ming's earlier suspicion, the book possessed sentience. But that made perfect sense, it suited the aura of such an incredibly powerful artifact. The darkness continued to rise, forcing Li Ming to tilt his head back. He held the wordless book high in his hands while struggling to keep his mouth above the rising darkness. If I were to speak for myself, books no matter how you look at them are nothing but useful stepping stones. But you're no ordinary book, you're a blank book. So I suppose your true purpose lies in recording. Or rather, to pass on knowledge. Suddenly, the pages of the wordless book began to turn without a breath of wind. With each turn, the light emanating from it grew more dazzling, until it became impossible to look upon. In the real world, as a surge of energy signifying the 8th rank, first tear erupted from Li Ming's body, he slowly opened his eyes. The moon shone brightly overhead, dotted with countless stars across the night sky. Yet to Li Ming, none of this compared to the sight of Li Ming standing not far away, sword in hand. Are you okay? Seeing Li Ming awake, Li Ming casually sheathed the red dust sword and approached him. Her brows were furrowed with concern, her delicate hands still searching up and down Li Ming's body. Li Ming quickly sat up, brushing away her hands as he said, I'm fine. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. Hey sis, can I take a look at your red dust sword? Chapter 11, Transformation. Li Ming didn't think twice, summoning the red dust sword and handing it over. Li Ming knew full well that magical artifacts, things that could mean life or death for a spirit tamer, shouldn't be handed to just anyone. But he didn't feel there was anything wrong with his actions, and neither did Li Ming. Li Ming took it, gripping it in his left hand while his right hand gently traced the blade. The touch wasn't the coldness of iron, but a warmth like jade. Seeing this, Li Ming suddenly flinched, turning his head away uncomfortably. Alright, are you done yet? At the sound of her voice, Li Ming snapped back to reality, noticing his spiritual energy slowly infusing into the sword. Under normal circumstances, due to the uniqueness of magical artifacts, another person's spiritual energy would trigger a severe rejection reaction. In extreme cases, it could cause the artifact to go out of control or even explode. But this came at a price. Forcibly injecting spiritual energy also inflicted severe backlash upon the caster's own artifact. Just as Li Ming was about to speak up to stop him, he suddenly felt a strange, warm current flowing back from his red dust sword, accompanied by an odd sensation. At that moment, within Li Ming's body, the wordless book silently opened. On one of its pages, the shape of the red dust sword slowly took form. This was the Book of No Words' new ability. Essentially, it could record any artifact it came into full contact with. Moreover, by infusing it with spiritual energy, one could summon a spectral image of the corresponding artifact. Simultaneously, as his cultivation realm broke through, a brand new page appeared in the Book of No Words. This page, like the one where he had inscribed the golden light incantation, was a page he could freely create. Suppressing that peculiar sensation in his heart, Li Yueming had just taken hold of his red dust sword when he saw Li Ming raise his other hand, summoning a phantom image of the red dust sword. Though merely a phantom, Li Yueming sensed that the aura emanating from the sword in Li Ming's hand felt more profound and mysterious than his own, more like the red dust sword itself. To put it simply, it was like Li Guei encountering Li Kuei, and indescribable strangeness permeated the air. What is this? Li Yueming stepped forward, lightly touching the blade of the red dust sword with his fingertip. In an instant, the light in Li Yueming's eyes faded. Before Li Ming could react, Li Yueming took another step back, bursting into a chuckle that soon escalated into a hearty laugh utterly unlike her usual aloof demeanor. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes. Ha 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 ha. Li Ming stared blankly at Li Yueming's radiant laughter, a sight he hadn't witnessed in ages. After awakening, Li Yueming had gradually transformed into a different person, cold, distant, and taciturn, a stark contrast to her childhood self, the undisputed queen bee of the orphanage. Though Li Ming still sensed her special regard for him and didn't dislike her aloof demeanor, it still felt a bit awkward deep down. Are you okay? This time, it was Li Ming's turn to show concern for her. Li Yueming shook her head, tilted her chin, spread her arms wide, and asked, "How about a hug?" This was one of Li Yueming's favorite ways to tease Li Ming back in the day, and one of the few things that could actually get under his skin. At this, Li Ming's face flushed red. He neither refused nor accepted. A faint smile touched Li Yueming's lips as she wrapped her arms around him, her warm breath tickling his ear as it circled playfully. "Thank you, Li Ming. I'm glad I came back." Li Ming was utterly baffled by Li Yueming's cryptic remark, yet he felt that long-lost sensation return through the embrace. "So, welcome back? Isn't that a bit late to say?" Li Ming muttered under his breath, just as his stomach growled loudly and inappropriately. "Ha!" Li Yueming laughed again, taking Li Ming's hand and leading him toward the city gate. It was nearly midnight, yet the city gates remained brightly lit. While the sentry was checking his credentials, Li Ming spotted his school principal leaving the city with a man who looked young but seemed to hold considerable status. After a brief nod of greeting, Li Ming watched as the man swept his arm, conjuring a swirling green current that enveloped them both and carried them away. "Your documents." The guard returned Li Ming's documents, which he took before walking back into the city. Shortly after, Feng Tianyang and Wei Changqing landed gently in a dense forest. According to the coordinates sent by the Spirit Energy Bureau, this should be the location. "It seems we're a bit late, though." Feng Tianyang surveyed the surroundings. "And I'm certain the awakening ceremony for the school nearby has already concluded. There's no way any students remain unawakened." Wei Changqing shook his head and countered. "What if it's not a student? You mean those aristocratic offspring? That's even less likely. Why would any of them abandon their family's fully prepared awakening ceremony to come awaken in some godforsaken corner outside the city?" Wei Changqing shook his head again, sighed, and continued. "Instructor Feng, you've been in the provincial capital too long. You seem to have forgotten that many people still can't even afford to go to school." Feng Tianyang was momentarily speechless. As if shifting the topic, he asked Wei Changqing, "Could it be the boy who greeted you? Or the girl beside him?" Wei Changqing shook his head again and explained. "Definitely not. That boy is Li Ming. He awakened during the ceremony a few days ago, a book of Class C, lower tier." "And the girl?" "Definitely not her. She's the one who awakened the red dust sword last year." Hearing this, Feng Tianyang reacted as if struck by an unbelievable revelation, exclaiming, "Her? The red dust sword? Are you sure you didn't mistake her? You've dealt with that family before. Every single one of them who awakened the red dust sword wears a perpetual icy expression. Don't joke around. Even if their own mother died, they wouldn't show a shred of grief, let alone be like that girl." Wei Changqing shook his head again, but this time he remained silent, for he too was baffled by the situation. "Wei Xiaoyao, let me tell you this, geniuses from common backgrounds like her are exactly the kind of talent the authorities desperately need right now. Keep a close eye on her, don't let some aristocratic family snatch her away midway. The current situation is different from before. Many old foxes are struggling to keep their tails hidden. The authorities desperately need someone with minimal connections to break the deadlock. Otherwise, why do you think we went through all this trouble to come down here? It's just a class A rank, the military has plenty of those." Meanwhile, Li Ming watched as Li Yueming returned home, kicked off her shoes, curled up on the sofa, and started watching TV. He asked, "Sis, if I could create another artifact, what do you think I should make?" Chapter 12, The Cleaving Blade. "You can do it again?" Li Yueming glanced at Li Ming before returning her attention to the television. "I can't really say. After all, my thoughts are bound to be incomplete. If something goes wrong later, I'll blame myself even if you don't say anything." Hearing this, Li Ming didn't press further. He sat beside Li Yueming, lost in thought. He actually formed a rough idea the moment he saw Li Yueming soaring through the sky atop the red dust sword. Flying through the skies, it was an innate pursuit in the bones of countless men, let alone the even cooler feat of sword riding flight. However, he had already documented Li Yueming's red dust sword. What he truly lacked now was a means of offensive combat. As these thoughts swirled, Li Ming recalled the very thing that had triggered his sudden breakthrough: the spear. He raised his hand, and the spear materialized. Its form remained simple, yet the spearhead seemed sharper and more menacing, while the patterns along its shaft grew more ancient and majestic, as if it had evolved. "Is that the spear?" Li Yueming asked. She had also witnessed the spear undergoing some sort of transformation while she was in the heavens. However, at the time, it had been enveloped by a mysterious force, and her full attention had been on Li Ming, so she hadn't probed further. Li Ming nodded, then summoned the book without words again, flipping to the page detailing the spear. Dragon Scale Spear, forged from dragon-blooded ancient wood and golden rock, it excels in combat. Rating, B grade. Though a grade B artifact may not be ideal for you, it's still adequate for your current stage. Moreover, it can conceal your true combat strength. You should use it more often against enemies in the future. After Li Ming flipped open the book, Li Yueming leaned in to read the description on the page. And after school starts, try not to reveal your true strength. Showing about 60 or 70% of your power should be sufficient. Why? Li Ming stowed away the dragon scale spear, leaving only the blank book on the table. Shouldn't I be showcasing my talent to attract attention and secure more resources? Li Yueming didn't answer directly. Instead, he extended his hand, revealing the ring on his right index finger. This is called a storage ring. You can probably guess its function, but do you know how it's made? Li Wenshi, one of the few spirit masters who awaken spatial abilities, created a treasure that functions as a storage bag capable of holding thousands of times its own volume. He had no background or abilities. Later, during an outing, he vanished. Not long after, the Zhao family, located not far from where he disappeared, unveiled a revolutionary artifact: the storage ring. When he was finally found again, it was in a slum. By then, he was already out of his mind, his cultivation base shattered beyond repair. He could never cultivate again in this lifetime. No one knows what transpired during the year he vanished, nor does anyone care. Perhaps some could guess, but no one would pursue it. Li Ming, you may unleash your full potential, but only if you possess the strength to withstand the covetous eyes lurking in the shadows. As she spoke, Li Yueming gently rested her head against Li Ming's shoulder and continued. You know, I don't really care about the grade of the artifact you awaken. Even if you never awaken one, I'll protect you and take care of you for the rest of my life. But now I'm afraid. I'm afraid that one day you'll vanish too, that one day you'll disappear from this world. Promise me before the college entrance exams, hide yourself as much as possible. Li Ming remained silent, but within him, the pursuit of power burned with unprecedented intensity. At this moment, he craved a strength so immense it could defy everything. Alright, I promise. Before the college entrance exams, I won't reveal my abilities unless my life is in danger. Li Ming's head gently bumped against Li Yueming's. In his mind, he had a clearer picture of the kind of magical artifact he needed. The two remained embraced until Li Yueming's breathing gradually steadied. Only then did Li Ming carry her back to her room, taking the blank book with him to his own quarters. Opening the blank page, Li Ming summoned the dragon scale spear. He drew a faint line across his palm with it, then pressed the blade against the wound. Moments later, Li Ming's face turned pale as intricate lines slowly emerged on the page. I want a blade that can sever all blades. As Li Ming conceived the image in his mind, the lines on the page slowly traced the form of a Tang-style broadsword. Since his breakthrough, his memory had been flooded with information about the functions of the wordless book. The most crucial piece of information was the conditions required to create a magical artifact: the introduction. Due to the limited space on the pages, the description could not be too lengthy, but it absolutely could not be absent. Simplicity was preferable to contradictions or errors. As for the shape, there were no particular requirements. Take the Golden Light Mantra, for instance. He had written it entirely in text, yet it had automatically coalesced into a bead. Li Ming's description for this blade contained only one character: slashing. Though just one character, Li Ming distinctly felt that writing it demanded far more blood and energy than crafting the Golden Light Mantra had. Fortunately, before losing consciousness, Li Ming witnessed that streak of light flying from the page and entering his brow. He knew it had succeeded. When Li Ming opened his eyes again, he saw the ceiling of his room. Turning his head, he saw bright sunlight streaming through the window. On the bedside table sat two small porcelain bottles, one of which bore a sticky note. The left one is a pill to restore vitality, the right one to replenish spiritual energy. I have to step out today. Food is in the fridge. Li Ming rose, reached out, and poured one pill from each bottle. He tilted his head back and swallowed them both. Instantly, Li Ming felt two warm currents coursing through his body, one sinking into his dantian, the other gradually permeating his limbs and bones. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Li Ming raised his hand, summoning his long blade and the wordless book. Sword edge, cleaving all things. The book's description was brief and contained no grade classification. Li Ming examined the blade of severance in his hand. After putting away the wordless book, he swung it at the corner of the bedside table. In the next instant, the severed corner landed on the floor. Li Ming examined the cut surface. It was perfectly smooth. Correspondingly, the instant the blade severed the wood, Li Ming felt an imperceptibly minute portion of his own spiritual energy being drawn away by the blade. Thus, Li Ming understood the blade's unique ability. As long as he could offer sufficient sacrifice, it could sever anything. What about intangible things? Can it sever those too? As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Ming felt a powerful suction emanating from the blade. Yes, but Li Ming did not resist. As the spiritual energy within him drained away, Li Ming glimpsed a whole new world. But in the next instant, he fainted once more. Chapter 13, First Glimpse of Sharpness. Hey, still asleep? A warm palm tapped lightly on his cheek. Li Ming forced his eyes open, meeting the sight of Li Yueming's pretty face. What time is it? It's almost dinner time. Li Yueming replied, tossing a letter to Li Ming. I'll go warm up the food. Come out once you're done reading. Li Ming picked it up. The envelope bore the words to Li Ming and the handwriting was unmistakably Li Yueming's. Ignoring Li Ming's puzzled gaze, Li Yueming turned and walked out of the room. Opening the envelope, he found the letter read. Li Ming, to prevent certain unforeseen events, I've used a special method to erase your memories related to that wordless book, your magical artifact from the past few days. But don't worry, this won't affect me. I also left myself a letter explaining everything, so there won't be any memory confusion. Additionally, you may now publicly state that your magical artifact, the wordless book, functions similarly to the SSS-grade artifact, the Sunluo mirror. It can temporarily replicate others' magical artifacts for your own use. Many new magical artifacts have emerged in recent years, so you needn't worry about that aspect either. And this way, you can openly wield my red dust sword. But remember, don't flaunt your supernatural abilities too much. At the very earliest, wait until the college entrance exams. By then, high-ranking officials will oversee the exams. They place great importance on prodigies like you who come from ordinary backgrounds. As long as you catch their attention, you won't easily face a situation like Li Wenshi's. Read and destroy. Folding the letter, Li Ming walked to the kitchen and placed it on the gas stove. Only after watching the rising flames reduce it to ashes did he return to the living room to sit down and begin eating. I'll be heading back to school in a few days. You focus on your cultivation for now. I'll return a few days before your college entrance exams. Li Yueming said. Li Ming nodded without asking why, but Li Yueming explained on her own. Honestly, it's mostly because you put too much pressure on me. If I don't train seriously, I'll probably be overtaken by you in less than 2 years. Oh, and to keep you grounded, let me remind you, don't measure other cultivation levels by your own speed at the 9th rank. Take me, for example. It took me only a month to progress from awakening to the 9th grade 8th stage assessment. But advancing from the 8th grade 1st stage to the 7th stage took nearly a year. And that was still relatively fast compared to most people. But once you enter university and gain access to more resources, your progress will gradually accelerate. Seeing Li Ming nod, Li Yueming felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her younger brother was perfect in every way except for being too smart. This sometimes left her feeling utterly unaccomplished. What was worse, the little devil was surprisingly unintelligent in certain other areas. After finishing their meal, the two returned to their respective rooms to resume their cultivation. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when Li Ming stepped out of his room, he realized Li Yueming had left at some point. After carefully assessing his physical condition, Li Ming found that the exhaustion from creating the slash blade had fully recovered. He immediately decided to visit the trial hall. Just like the last time Li Yueming had brought him, Li Ming swiped his card to enter the room. But the moment his identity appeared on the administrator's screen, the attendant grabbed a nearby walkie-talkie and shouted, Brother Chun, the kid you're watching is here. Come quick, come quick. Within a minute, the man called Brother Chun pushed open the door. The administrator promptly stepped aside, showing good sense. Welcome, esteemed gold-tier trialist. How may I assist you? The familiar voice rang out. Li Ming looked up and shouted at him. Begin the trial. May I ask if the trial challenge is activated? Trial challenge? What is that? The trial challenge is the latest challenge introduced by the trial hall, open exclusively to newly awakened individuals. The challenge consists of 10 tiers. The first tier features low-tier spirits as trial subjects. As players advance through the tiers, the strength and cultivation levels of the spirits increase, capping at the 9th rank and 9th tier. Rankings are determined by the number of levels cleared and the time taken. The top 3 winners receive 100,000, 60,000, and 20,000 credits respectively. The next 7 participants each receive 10,000 credits, while the remainder receive consolation prizes. After hearing the administrator's explanation, Li Ming's expression turned peculiar. With his own strength at the 8th rank, 1st tier, facing trials that only reached the 9th rank, 9th tier at most, it felt like he was being bullied. But 10,000 yuan was 10,000 yuan. Only a fool would turn down money, and his family wasn't exactly wealthy. Alright, begin the trial challenge. First layer trial commencing. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cage rose from the center of the room. Out crawled a spotted snake nearly 1.6 meters long, thick as a wrist, its body covered in mottled patterns. Before the cage could fully sink into the ground, Li Ming's figure appeared before the spotted snake. His hand swung, blade meeting flesh, blood spattered. Li Ming felt the depletion of his spiritual energy. Judging by this level of consumption, he estimated that slaying around 10,000 of these creatures would drain his reserves to near exhaustion. Seems this method isn't suited for clearing out the stragglers after all. The second trial begins. The administrator's voice rang out, and the floor, which hadn't yet closed, opened once more. This time, a white fox emerged from the cage. Poor thing, just as it was sizing up the human before it, Li Ming slit its throat with a single stroke. The third trial begins. The fourth trial begins. The 10th trial begins. With casual ease, Li Ming sliced through the trials one by one, advancing all the way to the final layer. The cage rose, though this one appeared remarkably compact compared to the previous ones. Even the steel bars were so densely packed that not even a finger could fit through. Buzz. A streak of green light shot out from the half-open cage. Li Ming couldn't dodge in time, and a small cut appeared on his cheek. Turning to investigate, Li Ming realized the green light wasn't an attack from a spirit creature, it was the creature itself. The Linglong Chui, a bird resembling a kingfisher in size, possessed remarkable speed and formidable attacking power. The next moment, Li Ming tilted his head, and waves of golden light rippled across his body. Come again. Buzz. Bang. Two successive sounds echoed as Li Ming spun around again. He watched the Linglong green, knocked aside by the golden light emanating from his body, land elsewhere. He brushed imaginary dust off his clothes. Is that all you've got? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the green beam shot toward him once more. This time, however, it wasn't repelled. Instead, Li Ming caught it directly in his hand. With his strength enhanced, Li Ming's golden light spell had grown more powerful. Now, a faint white glow could be discerned within the golden radiance. He tossed the stunned Linglong Chui upward, swung his blade, and heard the familiar voice again. 10th trial passed. Time, 6 minutes. Chapter 14, The Hall Master. Inside the control room, the man known as Brother Chun was drenched in sweat. The reason was simple, Li Ming's performance was terrifyingly fast. By normal standards, most people didn't start clearing trials until several months after awakening, around winter break. Chungu had only suggested the trials after witnessing Li Ming defeat a 9th grade, 3rd-tier forest wolf last time. Little did he know Li Ming would prove so ferocious. Even the most gifted talents took over a month to clear the trials, with the fastest completion times exceeding half an hour. There was absolutely no way it could be done in 6 minutes. Not to mention that part of those 6 minutes was spent on the cage rising and descending. I really want to see how he managed to clear it. Ji Chun murmured. The administrator standing nearby immediately addressed him. Brother Ji Chun, that's not possible. This is the bottom line for running the trial hall. Ji Chun shot him a look. Of course he knew it was against the rules, he was just venting. Then, Ji Chun placed his mouth close to the microphone. Does the challenger wish to disclose their name? If not, they may use a code name instead. Inside the room, Li Ming paused for a moment before replying. Use a code name. Call me Ming Xie. Understood. Your results have been recorded. Please wait in the lobby for a moment, we will send someone to escort you. Upon hearing this, Li Ming gathered his belongings and turned to leave. As he stood in the trial hall waiting for someone to come find him, he turned his head and caught sight of Xin Xiayue's back. Before Li Ming could take a step back and slip behind the crowd, Xin Xiayue seemed to sense his presence. She turned her gaze in his direction. Hey! Li Ming! Today, Xin Xiayue wore a form-fitting light blue dress, adorned with a teardrop-shaped sapphire necklace at her chest. It was common knowledge at Xiu City First High that wherever Xin Xiayue went except the women's restroom, Lin Chang would follow. So unsurprisingly, an extremely furious voice soon rang out. Lin Chang! Li Ming rolled his eyes in slight exasperation, silently praying for the special person mentioned by the administrator to appear quickly. Having promised Li Yueming to keep himself hidden until after the college entrance exams, he would see it through. Still, he hoped Lin Chang would know better than to push his luck. If he really got on his nerves, Li Ming wouldn't hesitate to slap him down, he'd just make sure to keep it discreet. Then, the chatter of Xin Xiayue and Lin Chang filled the air, though Lin Chang did most of the talking. After enduring over 10 minutes of this, the so-called specialist finally arrived. Mr. Li Ming, I sincerely apologize for the delay. Please follow me. At that moment, Xin Xiayue looked at the trial hall staff with a puzzled expression, while Lin Chang wore a thoughtful look. He surmised that the staff member had come to issue Li Ming his trial card. While trial cards were officially issued by the local hallmaster based on a candidate's talent level, a silver grade card could still be purchased with money. And the benefactor, naturally, was none other than Li Ming's sister, Li Yueming. At this realization, Lin Chang let out a soft chuckle, his expression brimming with disdain for such underhanded tactics. After a series of twists and turns, Li Ming followed the staff member to a lounge area. Upon opening the door, Ji Chun, who had been seated on the lounge sofa, quickly rose and walked over to grasp Li Ming's hand. My, Mr. Li, you're quite the handsome young man. May I ask who your mentor is? Li Ming possessed a remarkably delicate and handsome appearance. No wonder people joked he could make a living off his looks. "Sir, may I ask your name?" The man sported a scruffy beard and greasy hair. No matter how closely Li Ming observed him, he couldn't discern any sign of status or authority, prompting him to ask. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ji Chun, the owner of this Starlight Trial Hall." Hearing this, Li Ming promptly greeted him in return. "Now then, Mr. Li, you haven't answered my question. Who is your master?" In this world, beyond the official institutions and noble families, there existed other powerful groups. They founded their own schools and sects based on ancient traditions. Their nature was not vastly different from the aristocratic families, though they rarely engaged with the world and placed less emphasis on bloodlines. Instead, they valued individual talent and that elusive concept known as destiny. As a key focus of Ji Chun's attention, Li Ming's background had undoubtedly been thoroughly investigated. Born in the Sunshine Welfare Home, he had no formal connections to official circles. His artifact was a book without words, bearing no relation to any artifact currently used by the established clans. Yet he possessed astonishing talent and artifact prowess. Putting all these factors together, the only explanation Ji Chun could muster was that those prestigious sects had approached Li Ming when he was very young, and through some karmic connection, he had become their disciple. But Li Ming's next words shattered that notion. "What lineage? I never formally apprenticed under anyone," Li Ming stated, then silently withdrew his hand from Ji Chun's grasp. Two grown men holding hands felt oddly out of place. Shock washed over Ji Chun's face before quickly fading. He tentatively asked. "Then, Mr. Li, would you be willing to share what cultivation method you practice now?" Li Ming pondered for a moment. Judging by Li Yueming's casual attitude, it probably wasn't anything valuable. He decided to just come out and say it. "My sister gave it to me. I think it's called the Grand Tune cultivation method." As the head of the academy, Ji Chun was naturally well-read and knowledgeable. It didn't take him long to recall the relevant information. It was a cultivation method capable of reaching the 6th rank, not low, but certainly not rare or valuable. For Li Yueming, it was indeed something she could casually hand over. Having investigated Li Yueming naturally wouldn't be overlooked either. Like Li Ming, she was from the Sunshine Welfare Home, but her background seemed unusual, apparently the lost legitimate heir of some prominent family. But none of this mattered to Li Ming. His treasure wasn't the red dust sword. Even if given truly valuable items, he wouldn't be able to use them. So this kid achieved such power solely through his own cultivation. Ji Chun was deeply shocked by this realization, while simultaneously scheming in his mind. A talent like this, coupled with a clean background, whatever price he could fetch by selling this information would be substantial. Too bad I'm such a good guy. "Mr. Li, would you be interested in making a deal with me, or rather, with us?" At that moment, Li Ming also sensed the flaw in his own words, his right hand hanging at his side, clenching slightly. The next moment, Ji Chun's gaze drifted downward to Li Ming's clenched fist, and he chuckled softly. "There's no need for that. I have no ill will toward you, nor will I ever." Chapter 15, Past Events. Ji Chun's tone was calm, and Li Ming detected no hint of threat in it. So Li Ming followed his lead and sat down beside him. It was a distance perfectly suited for a sneak attack. "I suppose you're just lucky, Mr. Li." Ji Chun paid no heed to this, continuing uninterrupted. "Our Starlight Trial Hall was established with direct government funding. Not a single aristocratic family has any involvement in it. Therefore, you won't encounter any underhanded dealings here. Whatever happens during your trials will remain unknown to others. Beyond knowing you came here, participated in certain trials, and achieved specific results, we know nothing else. Moreover, aside from the headmaster, no unauthorized personnel have access to these records. Regardless of your status, that's how the law is written. Now, back to the matter at hand. Do you have any interest in collaborating with us?" Li Ming pondered. From his words, it was clear this trial facility had official backing. If it had official backing, then everything else would be manageable. "I need to know what exactly this cooperation entails." Seeing Li Ming speak up, Ji Chun's expression brightened. Given his official position, if Li Ming truly refused to cooperate, he had no recourse and couldn't resort to extreme measures. Otherwise, how would he be any different from those aristocratic families? Ji Chun retrieved 2 array discs from the ring on his finger. After activating them, he tossed them aside casually and stated, "Our demands are straightforward. Under non-essential circumstances, you must not join any aristocratic families or other organizations. Beyond your own vital interests, prioritize official interests above all else. In return, you'll receive certain official privileges behind the scenes and won't have to worry about underhanded tactics from other factions." Li Ming nodded. Before he could speak, Ji Chun continued, "No need to rush your answer. There are additional terms I haven't covered yet. First, you cannot refuse any official assignments that do not conflict with your personal interests, provided they fall within your capabilities. Second, for certain other reasons, you must temporarily maintain the public appearance of being an independent agent. Third, you must pass an assessment. Should you fail multiple times, we will need to make certain modifications to your memory. As Li Ming nodded again, Ji Chun began his explanation. Most aspects of this world closely resembled those of his previous life on Blue Star, except for the emergence of magical artifacts, which granted certain individuals extraordinary powers. 500 years ago, ancestors from powerful clans contributed their strength and in some cases, their lives to combat the calamity of supernatural creatures. At the time, regardless of the rewards offered, the authorities found it difficult to intervene in their normal development. Compounded by the widespread devastation across the land, the authorities lacked the capacity to intervene in their rapid growth. This led to the current complex landscape of numerous clans and sects. Now, bound by those historical obligations, the government naturally cannot directly confront these clans and sects. Thus, an organization known as the Unknown was born. Their primary purpose is to operate in situations where the government cannot directly intervene, aiming to slow the growth of these clans and curb their increasingly arrogant behavior. Or, to put it plainly, to carry out actions the government desires but cannot undertake itself. Having said that, Li Ming inquired, "When is the assessment scheduled?" Ji Chun waved his hand dismissively, then retrieved a parchment-like sheet from his ring and said, "No rush. Sign this contract first." Li Ming scanned it briefly. Seeing it was just the usual confidentiality agreement, he promptly signed his name. "The next one is in half a month, but the minimum requirement is an 8th rank cultivation level. You're not quite there yet. Your main task is the assessment before the new year." Ji Chun explained, based on his own preconceived notions. Li Ming had likely passed the trial using the unknown, powerful abilities from his wordless book. His cultivation level was at most around 7th or 8th rank of the 9th tier, barely reaching the 9th tier. As for reaching the 8th rank? That was beyond his wildest dreams. "I'm already at the 8th rank." The moment Li Ming's words fell, the entire rest area fell deathly silent. Ji Chun pulled out his phone in disbelief to check the time. After confirming he hadn't misread it, he stammered out, "For 4 days, 8th rank?" Li Ming gave a nod. Technically, it had only been 3 days, but that detail didn't matter. Ji Chun took several deep breaths to process the news before replying. "Alright, I'll make the arrangements. Just come find me when the time comes. Here's my number, 133. Li Ming nodded, jotted down Ji Chun's number, and stood up to leave. But Ji Chun called him back. "Hold on. This is what I meant to give you today." Saying this, Ji Chun handed over a trial card, a diamond grade 1, judging by its design. "Your identity information has been synced to this card. You can discard the old one. Oh, and while your talent is undeniably exceptional, I should give you a heads up. The assessment can be retaken, which means each time, many who failed last time will reappear, and these individuals are no slouches. From what I understand, among those who failed last time, there was even an 8th rank 7th tier individual." Li Ming took the card, nodded to indicate he understood, then turned and walked away immediately. Shortly after Li Ming departed, Ji Chun suddenly leaped up from the sofa, his face radiating uncontrollable excitement. He kept muttering about monsters and pressure. Stepping out of the lounge, he didn't spot Shin Xiaoyue or her sycophant this time, though lunchtime was fast approaching. After grabbing a quick lunch nearby, Li Ming stood by the roadside hailing a cab home when an expensive luxury sedan pulled up in front of him. The door opened, and a man dressed like a wealthy playboy waved him over. Li Ming ignored him, staring down at his phone until the young man spoke, causing his expression to shift. "My name is Yun Xiuran, Yun Yueming, the younger brother of Li Yueming." Ding ding ding. His phone rang. It was Li Yueming calling. As soon as he answered, Li Yueming's voice came through, sounding impatient. "Li Ming." After the greeting, silence fell. It seemed Li Yueming didn't know how to begin either. "They're already here," Li Ming replied, then slid his finger to the hang-up button, turning off the phone as he did so before stepping into the car. Inside the car, Yun Xiuran gave a soft hum before raising his hand to signal the driver ahead to start moving. Chapter 16, The Gap. 5 million in cash plus helping you advance to the 6th rank in exchange for you vanishing from her world. Inside the car, Yun Xiuran held a glass of champagne, speaking to Li Ming in a calm tone. "As the most beautiful and gifted member of our family, she is the ideal candidate for both strategic alliances and restoring our family's glory. And you? You're merely a stain on her. As compensation for the childhood she lost, we've chosen to give you one final chance to negotiate terms with us. We hope you don't prove ungrateful." Li Ming met Yun Xiuran's gaze, which was filled with contempt. Though he'd suspected what was coming when he got into the car, it still infuriated him to have it happen to him. "What realm are you at?" Li Ming asked, though he hadn't yet learned how to gauge another's cultivation level. "Me? 9th rank, 7th tier," Yun Xiuran declared, tilting his head back. "Now, do you understand the gap between ordinary people like you and us?" Yun Xiuran's expression turned supremely proud as he spoke. Born into the Yun family, he had access to the finest resources and cultivation methods from the moment he awoke. Within 5 days, he had advanced 6 ranks apace that would place him among the fastest even in the demon capital. Li Ming nodded. The next instant, the blade was pressed against Yun Xiuran's throat. Yet Yun Xiuran, with the blade pressed against his throat, merely chuckled, his eyes brimming with mockery. You still don't understand the gap between you and us. Then, a surge of white light erupted from the bracelet on Yun Xiaoran's wrist as he spoke. Now, you can try to see if you can. Immediately, a crisp, melodious sound of shattering jade echoed. Yun Xiaoran's voice trailed off abruptly as the blade sliced open the skin on his neck. Blood trickled from his neck as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes filled with terror. He couldn't fathom how this spirit artifact, capable of withstanding attacks from a 7th-rank spirit tamer, had suddenly failed. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, as if forced off the road by another vehicle. Yet Li Ming's blade remained in intimate contact with Yun Xiaoran's neck. At that moment, Li Ming heard Ji Chun's voice outside the car door. Well, isn't this young Master Yun? What brings you to our little place for a visit? Hey, Li, what are you doing here? I thought your family wasn't from around here. Hearing this, Li Ming lowered his blade, pushed open the door, and stepped out. Yun Xiaoran hurriedly exited from the other side and quickly positioned himself behind the driver, who had also gotten out. Ji Chun glanced at the blade in Li Ming's hand, and an inexplicable sense of danger welled up within him. Li, you still wield twin magical artifacts? What grade is this blade? Li Ming shook his head. The blade vanished from his hand, replaced by the familiar ethereal form of the red dust sword that Yun Xiaoran recognized instantly. I only possess one artifact. Since he had already drawn the authorities' attention, Li Ming saw no point in revealing part of his innate talent. Now, Yun Xiaoran stared at the red dust sword in Li Ming's hand. The fear that had filled his eyes earlier was now completely replaced by jealousy. It was true he was born into the Yun family and was indeed Li Yueming's younger brother, but the treasure he had awakened was not the red dust sword. This meant he could never truly join the core circle of the Yun family. Uncle Luo, kill him! Kill him! Yun Xiaoran screamed at the driver, his eyes bulging with rage. Ji Chun stepped forward, placing himself in front of Li Ming and said, Hey, young Master Yun. I'm standing right here, you know. Maybe you should discuss this sort of thing behind someone's back? Besides, even if I weren't here, this kind of illegal activity isn't exactly advisable, is it? Yun Xiaoran remained silent, but the driver beside him spoke up. Director Ji, this is the Yun family's private matter. It has nothing to do with you. Ji Chun chuckled at this and continued. Judging by how that young master addressed you, your surname is Luo, correct? How did you become part of the Yun family? As he spoke, Ji Chun watched a streak of green wind streak across the sky. He took a step back and added. Right, none of my business. Then you should talk to the relevant people. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a powerful gust of wind swept in. Within it, Feng Tianyang and Wei Changqing descended slowly to the ground. Alright, they're here. As an uninvolved party, I'll be taking my leave. Young Master Yun, might you care to explain what private business you have with my student? And why does it involve a life? Wei Changqing spoke, shielding Li Ming behind him. Were it not for the pink apron still wrapped around his waist, he would have exuded the full aura of a master. But what could he do? He'd been happily cooking at home when Ji Chun called, saying some promising student at his school, one who'd awakened a top-tier artifact, was about to be killed. Who wouldn't panic in that situation? Coincidentally, Feng Tianyang was also dining at his place and overheard the call. He grabbed Wei and smashed through a window to rush over. At that moment, Feng Tianyang stepped forward, hung up his consultant sign with practiced ease, and remarked with a flippant tone. The Yun family has really grown powerful now. Even broad daylight can't restrain them from breaking the law. Knowing he was in the wrong, Yun Xiaoran discreetly tugged at driver Luo's sleeve. He shot Li Ming a furious glance before getting into the car and driving away. Once the car vanished from sight, Feng Tianyang tucked away his instructor sign and turned to Li Ming. So, Li, may I ask what your artifact is? Li Ming's gaze shifted between Feng Tianyang and Wei Changqing before he summoned the wordless book and replied. This is my artifact. Its ability is similar to the Sun Luo mirror. It can temporarily replicate others' artifacts for my own use. Hearing this, Feng Tianyang discreetly kicked Wei Changqing under the table before asking again. Would you mind letting me take a look, Li? No pressure. If you don't want to, I won't push it. Li Ming nodded and handed over the Book of No Words. The Book of No Words normally displayed nothing on its surface. Only when Li Ming channeled spiritual energy into it would it reveal the treasures recorded within and those he had created. Thus, Li Ming felt no concern that Feng Tianyang might detect anything unusual. Feng Tianyang gently took the blank book and began flipping through its pages with care. 2 pages happened to display the Tang-style broadsword he'd glimpsed from afar and the red dust sword Li Ming had just stowed away. This was entirely under Li Ming's control. So, Li, are there any restrictions on replicating others' magical artifacts? Like power level, artifact type, or quantity? Li Ming's eye twitched. How could he possibly know? He simply went along with Feng Tianyang's question and made up a lie on the spot. Power level no higher than my 3rd rank, type unrestricted, maximum quantity of 3. As soon as Li Ming finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of moisture welling up in Feng Tianyang's eyes. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. With that, he delivered a hard kick to Wei Changqing. Chapter 17, The Unknown. After declining Wei Changqing's invitation to lunch, Li Ming hailed a cab and left. Only after he was out of earshot did Feng Tianyang's expression darken. Oof. These aristocratic families, the way they play with life and death like this, they probably stopped caring about the government's so-called laws long ago. Wei Changqing said nothing, only sighing and shaking his head. Seeing his reaction, Feng Tianyang's anger flared, and he kicked him again. As a longtime friend, he'd known Wei like this since they first met. Whenever trouble arose, regardless of whether it could be resolved, he'd just shake his head first. You still have the nerve to shake your head? You let such promising talent slip through your fingers without even realizing it. If it weren't for that call from Director G, that kid might have ended up a corpse in the wilderness by now. Wei Changqing sidestepped the kick and retorted. Enough already. 1 kick, 2 kicks, how many more do you plan to deliver? Even if we hadn't intervened, that kid wouldn't have been in any real danger. Besides, don't you know better than anyone else? Running the Starlight Trial Hall isn't some cushy job. He's got powerful connections backing him. He just doesn't want those so-called noble families finding any dirt on him. With that, Wei Changqing kicked back and continued. Hurry up and get him back here. After dinner, I still need to update that kid's info. I suspect his artifact is newly emerged, so I'll have to report it after the update. God knows what's going on lately. After 500 years, so many new artifacts keep popping up. It's giving me a headache. The scene shifts back to Li Ming. Li Ming pushed open his door and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the room unchanged from before. Returning to his room, Li Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and began his cultivation. Nearly half of the spiritual energy within him had been depleted when his blade sliced through the white light enveloping Yun Shiran. Judging by Yun Shiran's reaction, that white light must have been some kind of life-saving measure. Moreover, its defensive capabilities must have been quite formidable, otherwise he wouldn't have displayed such confidence. The question remained, just how high a level of attack could that thing actually defend against? It was impossible to gauge the true strength of the slash blade based on this alone. Huff. Li Ming exhaled slowly, his mind gradually settling into stillness. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day of the unknown assessment had arrived. He picked up his phone and dialed Ji-chun. After receiving confirmation that he'd be picked up shortly, Li Ming tidied up his somewhat messy room. For the past fortnight, Li Ming had done nothing but cultivate. When hungry, he ordered takeout. He'd exchanged a few calls with Li Yueming, but they hadn't said much. His cultivation level had now reached the 3rd stage of the 8th rank. Although Li Yueming had warned him that the cultivation pace of 9th grade practitioners was incomparable, advancing only 2 tiers in half a month felt painfully slow by Li Ming's standards. What he didn't realize was that advancing 2 tiers in half a month was an achievement most people couldn't accomplish in their entire lifetimes. Ding! The doorbell rang. Li Ming opened the door and followed Ji-chun downstairs. Sitting in Ji-chun's car, he handed Li Ming an eye mask and said, "Even though I'm confident in you, we still have to follow the rules. Until you're officially part of the unknown, you can't know everything." Li Ming took it, slipped it over his eyes, and leaned back. After another 2 or 3 hours, Ji-chun reminded Li Ming to remove the blindfold. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a space resembling an elevator. Then, Ji-chun reached into his ring, pulled out a black robe, tossed it toward Li Ming, and said, "The identity of every unknown must remain confidential. No one else can know except your superior. Since I brought you in, I am your superior." Li Ming caught the cloak and slipped it on, discovering its material was no ordinary fabric. Beyond its silky smooth texture, it was exceptionally durable. Ordinary cold weapons couldn't cut through it. Ji-chun also donned a black robe of the same style, though it appeared more luxurious, adorned with intricate embroidered patterns. Once both were dressed, Ji-chun led Li Ming out of the vehicle. His palm, glowing faintly, pressed against an electronic screen embedded in the sidewall. His eyes then focused on a camera mounted on the wall. Fingerprint and iris scan cleared. Psionic verification passed. Vital signs normal. "Welcome aboard, Chun." A cold mechanical voice echoed, followed by Ji-chun's words. "Chun is my code name. We generally use code names here. You can choose yours after you pass the test." Li Ming nodded, pondered for a moment, then addressed him. "Ming CA. My code name is Ming CA." Ji-chun didn't dislike Li Ming's confidence. Nodding, he reached out and pushed open the massive doors before them. A blinding white light flared, revealing a vast space spanning tens of thousands of square meters. Within it, countless figures clad in black robes, some wearing masks, others revealing their true faces, moved about. Ji-chun led Li Ming through the crowd, stopping before a counter. The woman behind the counter, wearing a fox mask, glanced at them and smiled. Well, if it isn't my spring brother. Where did you find such promising talent that you want to mentor personally?" As she spoke, she retrieved a medal from beneath the counter and slid it toward them. She handled many tasks here, assigning missions, accepting bounties, and such. But most people brought here by the unknown at this hour were here to take the assessment. The medal was roughly circular, engraved with a closed eye, a knife, and a sword crossed over it. "Oh, and a word of warning for you, young man, this trial seems rather challenging." Ji-chun ignored the warning, snatched the medal, tossed it to Li Ming, then led him to a secluded spot to sit down. He began his explanation. Anyone with a clean background can join the unknown, but this cleanliness isn't something we can fully verify. Numerous factions use bribes or cultivation to recruit individuals with clean backgrounds into the unknown. That's why, after you officially join the unknown, you'll all be collectively referred to as knives. Only those whose backgrounds are fully verified and untied to any factions can be recommended by someone to advance from blade to blade master. Only those who become blade masters can truly be considered members of the unknown. Originally, with my recommendation, you could have become a blade master directly. However, due to your family circumstances, even with my guarantee, you can only start as a blade. Li Ming nodded, unconcerned by this arrangement. After a long pause, a deep, resonant male voice echoed through the air. The assessment is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves in teams of 10. Chapter 18, The Test. Not far away, numerous elevators slid open. Many robed figures rose and, following the 10-person team rule, stepped inside. Once most of the examinees had departed, 2 large electronic screens slowly descended from the ceiling. One screen meticulously tracked the real-time scores of each participant, with their designations naturally corresponding to their superiors' codenames. Inside the elevators, the specific rules of the assessment were announced to everyone. The assessment was divided into 3 conventional stages: intellect, strength, and comprehensive evaluation, weighted at 20%, 30%, and 50% respectively. Each stage was scored out of 100 points, with final rankings determined by total scores. The top 10 performers would pass the assessment. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the elevator doors slowly opened, and the group filed out one after another. Before them lay a long corridor flanked by rooms corresponding to the number of participants. Pushing open the door, Li Ming saw a small platform with a pitch-black lid resting on it. The door closed automatically as the deep male voice sounded once more. Gentlemen, before you lies the test for your first trial. Opening the lid marks the commencement of your assessment. Without hesitation, Li Ming lifted the lid. Beneath it lay an object he recognized instantly. The Luban lock, also known as the Bagua lock or Kongming lock. As mentioned earlier, most aspects of this world resembled his previous life, including the existence of certain small trinkets. Now, Li Ming stared at the Luban lock before him, the most challenging 18-pin variant, forcing back his urge to complain as he reached out. Since it was already assembled, the challenge was naturally to unlock it. Fortunately, he had watched related videos out of curiosity before and still had some recollection of the contraption. After nearly 10 minutes, Li Ming finally managed to unlock the Luban lock. He placed the disassembled lock back in its original position, and the small platform slowly descended. Then, steel plates slowly extended from the walls and ceiling, encasing the room like an iron box. Simultaneously, a wooden doll rose from the spot where the small platform had descended. It was precisely the same special puppet Li Ming had seen in the trial hall. At the same time, the electronic screen in the original resting area began to display changes. Among them, a trial participant whose rank was spring scored first, achieving a perfect 20 points. This elicited gasps from the crowd. It hasn't even been half an hour yet? Already passed? Must have gotten the questions leaked. The other black-robed figure standing beside the speaker scoffed dismissively. Leaked questions? Do you know how many questions are in the first stage? A full 3,000. Even if they were leaked to you, could you possibly remember them all? The speaker merely chuckled without rebuttal. Suddenly, another wave of commotion erupted as the situation on the large screen changed once more, and it was Li Ming again. At that moment, the woman wearing the fox mask quietly appeared beside Ji Chun. She nudged him gently with her elbow and asked, "Chun, that kid can't be some relic from the previous dynasty, can he? If he really is a youngster who aced the second stage in just 3 minutes, that'd be unprecedented in history." Though the black robes concealed most details, posture and physique couldn't be hidden. It was precisely through observing these details that the woman concluded Li Ming was still a young man. Ji Chun didn't respond to her question not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't know how to answer. He knew the kid possessed an absurdly high cultivation talent, but he had no idea his actual combat prowess was equally extraordinary. He was merely an 8th rank, first-tier spirit tamer. What methods had he used to pass in 3 minutes and achieve a perfect score? That was a special grade puppet capable of withstanding a direct assault from a 7th rank spirit tamer. Finally, unable to endure the woman's persistent questioning any longer, Ji Chun forced out 2 words, "No." The scene shifted back to Li Ming. Li Ming gripped his blade, staring in astonishment at the puppet split cleanly in 2 before him. Moments earlier, he'd summoned his blade on a whim and swung it at the puppet, testing his own limits. And he hadn't been disappointed in his conclusion. Breaking through roughly 7th grade defenses consumed about half his spiritual energy, while cleaving something cleanly in 2 demanded nearly all of it. The door slid open automatically, but Li Ming didn't step out immediately. Instead, he settled down to recuperate on the spot. Facing the most heavily weighted comprehensive exam, it was best to keep himself in peak condition. After another several tens of minutes, Li Ming finally stood up and walked toward the door. In the corridor, other black-robed figures stood waiting for the next command from that deep, resonant voice. But even after the last robed figure emerged from the room, the deep voice remained silent. Instead, the elevator doors in the corridor surveillance feed opened once more. The group exchanged glances before finally deciding to enter the elevator. Once everyone was inside, the elevator doors slammed shut, followed by a sudden, intense sensation of weightlessness. Just as they prepared to react, another thunderous crash echoed. They seemed to have landed. The elevator doors opened to reveal a massive cavern, one that appeared to be naturally formed. At that moment, the deep, resonant male voice finally spoke. The comprehensive trial begins. The sole purpose of this assessment is survival by any means necessary. The trial concludes when only 10 participants remain. However, there is no need for concern. Should you find yourself in imminent danger, you may shout for help. Assistance will be provided, but this will also mean your elimination from the trial. The trial commences in 10 minutes. Combat is strictly prohibited during this period. Prepare yourselves accordingly. As the voice faded, while several participants were still in confusion, one of them suddenly spoke up. Why don't we form an alliance? The rules state only 10 can remain, and we happen to be a group of 10. I'd wager this final trial tests teamwork. The others nodded in agreement as soon as he finished speaking. Seeing this, the speaker continued. In that case, the strongest among us should lead. Everyone, state your cultivation level. Since I proposed it, I'll go first. I'm at the 6th tier of the 8th rank. With someone taking the lead, others naturally followed suit. The rest declared their cultivation levels, most hovering around the 4th or 5th tier of the 8th rank. Only 2 matched the man's 8th rank, 6th tier. Finally, all eyes turned to Li Ming, who had remained silent throughout. Faced with this, Li Ming had no choice but to speak up. 8th rank, 3rd tier. Chapter 19, Ambush and Assassination. The man nodded, then turned to the 2 others at the same level as him and said, "We share the same cultivation level, but I was the first to emerge from the room. Therefore, I shall serve as the leader. Is that acceptable?" Though phrased as a question, it carried an implicit tone that brooked no refusal. Seeing no objection from the others, the leader began exercising his authority. Then let's start by introducing ourselves. 1 word each will suffice, it'll make addressing each other easier. I'll go first. You can call me Shi. After a brief exchange, the group learned each other's names. Then, she addressed Li Ming. Ming, your cultivation is the weakest, so you'll handle flanking duties. Ka and Jiao will cover the front and rear respectively, while the rest of you stand with me in the center. Ka and Jiao were the names of the 2 8th rank 6th tier cultivators. The group quickly formed their formation and waited silently for the trial to begin. The trial officially begins. A male voice announced, and the group slowly moved toward the direction she had indicated. But before a moment had passed, a loud laugh echoed through the air. Look what I found. A bunch of cowards. Following the words, a silvery hammer's shadow streaked through the air. The hammer struck the center of the formation, sending dust flying and followed by a thunderous explosion. In that single exchange, 3 members in the center of the group lost consciousness. As the dust settled, a pair of gauntlets suddenly appeared on Shi's hands. Realizing the situation was dire, Ka and Jiao immediately rushed over. The next instant, a dark figure lunged forward, seizing the hammer while simultaneously darting toward Ka. The hammer swung swiftly toward his jaw. Thud! A smaller explosion echoed compared to the previous one. Ka's body flew backward from the impact, his head jerking back violently before crashing heavily to the ground, instantly knocking him unconscious. Just as the assailant prepared to deliver a follow-up strike, a fist slammed straight into his jaw. The figure instantly shifted his target, swinging the hammer at the incoming fist. Bang! She staggered back several steps, while the figure remained unmoved. Seeing this, he chuckled lightly and remarked, "Is this the best you've got? You actually think you're qualified for the assessment?" Then, the figure swung the hammer again, this time toward the 3 who hadn't yet grasped the situation, as if intent on wiping them out completely. Wait a moment, why 3 people? Where was the 4th? Before the figure could ponder further, she saw the hammer slip from its grasp and immediately closed in with a flurry of punches. Meanwhile, Kyo, who had just snapped out of his daze, summoned his magical artifact and followed suit. By then, Li Ming had already sprinted hundreds of meters away, his mind replaying Ji Chun's instructions from their journey here. While I can't technically give you the answers, I can tell you what to watch out for. Take the guy who failed the assessment last time. He's probably at least at the 7th tier of the 8th rank now. His artifact is a bright silver hammer with the special ability of energy accumulating explosive strikes. It's considered a top-tier offensive artifact in the B-grade category. And because he was ambushed last time, he's been holding a grudge. If you actually run into him, you'd better run fast. As Li Ming pondered this, a sharp arrow shot out from the side, streaking toward him at incredible speed. A flash of golden light erupted as the arrow struck Li Ming's thigh, instantly dissolving into scattered sparks of light. Judging by the arrow's speed and impact point, the archer seemed to have merely intended to delay Li Ming. Immediately, Li Ming realized he seemed to be surrounded. 8 figures emerged from different directions, positioning themselves around him. Judging by their numbers, these individuals did not appear to be organized as a squad, suggesting they had other motives. One man, who appeared to be their leader, stepped forward and addressed Li Ming. "Brother, we mean you no harm. We merely wish to examine your magical artifact." Li Ming frowned. The situation was unfavorable for him, so instead of outright refusal, he replied, "You're all spirit masters yourselves. You should know these things aren't meant to be shown casually." "I need to know why." The man didn't refuse outright, replying directly, "Nothing much, really. We're just fulfilling a request. We've taken on a commission. Our employer wants us to assassinate someone wielding a book without words and a Tang-style broadsword. That's all." Li Ming's heart skipped a beat, though his expression remained largely unchanged as he asked, "Assassinate? Aren't you afraid he'll call for help? Or that hidden cameras might catch you? No need for you to worry about that, brother." As he spoke, he raised his right hand. Behind him, a woman drew her longbow taut to full draw. An arrow formed from converging light now pointed faintly toward Li Ming's forehead. "Now, may we see it?" Li Ming exhaled deeply, flipping his palm outward. A golden orb shot from his hand, hovering above his palm. Seeing this, the man shook his head in disappointment, signaling the woman behind him to lower her bow. He then clasped his hands in a fist salute toward Li Ming. "My apologies for the intrusion, friend." With that, the man turned and led the others away. Watching their retreating figures, Li Ming nodded. He surmised that the personnel responsible for protecting their lives must have been bribed as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so openly mentioned the word assassination. While both situations were crises, Li Ming felt little emotion toward Hammer Guy's actions. After all, within the rules, elimination simply meant one's own inadequacy. But this was different. This was clearly targeted at him personally, and that was beyond what Li Ming could tolerate. Only one faction possessed such power and harbored such deep hatred toward him. Li Ming was curious, though, how did the Yun family know he was coming to take the unknown assessment? And how did they know he'd be participating in this particular round? Still, Li Ming didn't suspect Ji Chun. If it were him, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Besides, if not for Ji Chun last time, he'd probably have vanished from the face of the earth by now. "The Yun family, you nearly scared the hell out of me there." Li Ming lowered his head, murmuring to himself. "Li Ming, I can barely hold back anymore. Besides, I think you've got it all wrong. As long as I eliminate everyone who witnessed my special ability, no one will ever know about it, right?" From an unseen angle, a crimson glint flashed briefly in Li Ming's eyes. "He who kills shall be killed." He murmured softly, channeling golden light beneath his black cloak as a blade materialized in his hand. He sprinted toward the direction they had fled, shouting, "Excuse me, everyone. Is this the Tang Hangdao sword you're looking for?" The group turned at the sound, but the next moment, Li Ming appeared before them, his expression utterly impassive. Chapter 20, Crushing. A cold gleam flashed, and 2 columns of blood shot skyward in the next instant. Next, the dragon scale spear appeared in Li Ming's hand. Like a javelin, he gathered a bit of force before hurling it toward the woman who had been holding the bow. Before she could react, the spear pierced straight through her body, impaling her into the ground. Within moments, she was lifeless. "Scatter!" The leader roared, a book appearing in his hand. His voice was hoarse and strained, as if he had witnessed something utterly terrifying. Within their squad, both men were 8th rank, 5th-tier spirit masters. Yet they had met such a ridiculous end at Li Ming's hands. Though he had resorted to the underhanded tactic of ambush, it was also a testament to Li Ming's formidable strength. In an instant, the remaining 5 summoned their magical artifacts. Several beams of light blossomed in the area, creating a rather spectacular sight. "Shut up, you're making too much noise. Besides, this is nothing yet." With that, Li Ming vanished once more. Instead of retrieving the dragon scale spear, he gripped the slash blade in his right hand and summoned the red dust sword in his left, charging once more toward the remaining 5. Since the previous 2 opponents had been unprepared, the spiritual energy expended by the Zanren was relatively minimal. Li Ming's figure silently materialized behind one who hadn't yet summoned his artifact. His left hand wielding the red dust sword swiftly slashed toward the man's throat. Clang! Yet the man seemed to have anticipated Li Ming's target all along. Just as the red dust sword was about to cleave his throat clean, a shield suddenly swept across, repelling the blow. Perhaps due to the shield artifact's unique ability, Li Ming's mind suddenly reeled with dizziness, causing his feet to stumble. Still, he managed to turn and force the blade into the man's body. Do not forget the red dust sword targets the 7 emotions and 6 desires within a person, that is, their very spirit. The man struck by the sword of worldly dust, now mentally deranged, was naturally unable to react to Li Ming's attack. The leader seized this opening instantly. The book in his hand flared with light as he chanted incantations. "I command, bind." Instantly, 4 or 5 pitch-black chains shot out from the book, darting toward Li Ming and binding his limbs tightly. Those who had come together to ambush Li Ming were no novices. Seeing such a golden opportunity, they unleashed their most powerful attacks upon him simultaneously. A flurry of flashy attacks descended, kicking up clouds of dust. But in the next instant, the leader suddenly took a step back, his eyes darting wildly as if searching for something. Then, gritting his teeth, he pressed his palm against the book before him and shouted once more. I command, banish. The words barely left his lips when a ring-shaped light erupted from the book, rapidly expanding outward. Almost immediately, a figure less than 10 meters from the leader touched the ring, its body violently flung backward by the force. Simultaneously, the smoke and dust were dispersed by the ring's shockwave, revealing the shield-bearing man lying unconscious on the ground. The slow dissipation of the shield in his hand signaled that he too had lost his life. All that remained on the pockmarked ground near him, battered by countless attacks, was a few scraps of torn cloth. The four watched the figure being swept away by the ring, none other than Li Ming, who had been tightly bound by chains moments before. He doesn't seem injured. One of them stared at Li Ming's body, faintly glowing with a golden light beneath his black robe, momentarily lost in thought. As companions to the leader, they had sparred with him before and knew how utterly helpless one became when bound by those chains. This meant that even their combined full-power strike, aimed squarely at a target, had barely managed to tear through his clothes. The remaining three men began to entertain thoughts of retreat. They saw no chance of victory, not even the slightest glimmer of hope. Brother Fong, maybe we should retreat. One of them suggested to the leader. But Fong Tai merely shook his head, his voice low and resolute. It's not about whether we want to retreat now. It's about whether they'll let us. The ring flew a short distance before dissolving into a burst of light. Seeing the four figures go still, Li Ming sheathed his blade and strolled over to the woman's corpse. He pulled his dragon scale spear from the ground beside her. The barrage of attacks earlier, though fully blocked by his golden light incantation, had drained his spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Therefore, Li Ming was now deliberately stalling for time, his great adjustment cultivation method raging within him, relentlessly replenishing his spiritual energy. After a moment of standoff, Li Ming once again gripped the dragon scale spear like a javelin, took a quick aim, and hurled it toward the group. The four scattered like birds and beasts at the sight of a formidable enemy, completely oblivious to the fact that the dragon scale spear carried not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Their gazes were naturally drawn to the spear, leaving them oblivious to Li Ming's disappearance from the spot until another column of blood erupted. Huddle up! Huddle up! Fong De roared. By now, he had guessed Li Ming's likely objective to scatter them and then pick them off one by one. The remaining three huddled together, and Li Ming's figure halted. This situation made it rather difficult for him to strike. Brother, let's talk. We won't pursue the matter of you killing my comrades, nor will we reveal your situation to others. In exchange, we only ask that you spare our lives. Besides, I doubt you have much spiritual energy left. If it comes down to a fight, you won't fare well either. Li Ming remained silent. It wasn't that he hadn't heard Fong Tai's words. From the moment he had revealed his full capabilities, their deaths had become inevitable. Stowing away the slashing blade and the red dust sword, Li Ming gripped the dragon scale spear. Golden light surged unabashedly from his body as he chose the fighting style he mastered best, the one that conserved spiritual energy most efficiently. Seeing this, Fong Tai pressed his hand back onto his book, his face twisted in agony as his spiritual energy drained away. I command destruction. A pale gray streak of light shot forth from the book, followed closely by two more streaks of light, equally formidable yet differing in hue. Li Ming neither dodged nor retreated, colliding head-on with the three streaks of light. Yet the flame-like golden radiance enveloping his body merely flickered slightly. What kind of monster is this? Muttered the man standing to Fong Tai's right. The next instant, Li Ming charged forward, impaling the man with his dragon scale spear as he flew through the air, piercing his throat. Watching the remaining two flee, Li Ming roughly assessed the spiritual energy within his body. The dragon scale spear flickered with azure light before being hurled once more. His body moved with the spear. As the dragon scale spear pierced through the other man and drove him into the ground, Li Ming's hand pressed firmly onto Fong Tai's shoulder. Chapter 21, Phase 2. Fong Tai's expression turned panicked. The instant Li Ming's hand touched his shoulder, he spun around and dropped to his knees, banging his head repeatedly against the ground. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was just following orders. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Listening to his pleas, Li Ming crouched down and said, Show me your magical artifact. At this command, Fong Tai promptly summoned his artifact, bowing his head as he presented it with both hands. It was no wonder he was so submissive. In this situation, anyone else would likely have reacted no differently. An 8-man squad where even the weakest member was an 8th grade, 4th tier cultivator, while the strongest, himself, had reached 8th grade, 7th tier. Moreover, every artifact in the squad was of Class B quality. Such a team could practically walk all over this assessment as long as they didn't encounter a high-tier 7th grade spirit master. This was precisely why they dared to stop and inspect others' artifacts with such confidence. Moreover, according to the mission details, this individual was merely a student who had only awakened this year, possessing a grade A lower artifact, with a cultivation level not exceeding grade 8, tier 3. True, they were trained by the Yun family, but that didn't mean they could casually throw their lives away. Yes, in his eyes, accepting this mission was now synonymous with suicide. Taking the book he offered, Li Ming slowly infused his spiritual energy into it. He had personally experienced the book's mystical power. Had those attacks not severed the chains binding him, escaping so swiftly would have been no simple feat. As Li Ming's spiritual energy flowed into the book, Bong Tai, who had been secretly observing, flashed a look of puzzlement. He couldn't understand Li Ming's actions at that moment. But moments later, it dawned on him. Li Ming likely saw the artifact's comprehensive functions and wanted to test whether he could claim it for himself. Yet, being merely a student, he lacked deep understanding. He mistakenly believed that infusing his own spiritual energy would allow him to wield another's artifact, unaware that such an act would inevitably bring backlash upon himself. Before the smile could fully form on his lips, however, it froze abruptly. For he saw another book appear in Li Ming's right hand, a blank book. Upon its pages, the shape of his own artifact was slowly taking form. Moments later, the outline was complete. Beneath the artifact's pattern, a line of description appeared. Book of Verbal Magic, pays a certain price to ensure one's words hold true. Grade, lower class A. Seeing this, Bong Tai's eyes widened with even greater shock. Although its function was identical to his own artifact, its power far surpassed his. Moreover, according to the artifact encyclopedia, his artifact was only rated at grade B+. But in the very next moment, he felt as though the world suddenly spun violently around him. And when had a headless corpse appeared beside him? Oh, that was his own. Thud. The head fell to the ground. Under normal circumstances, the death of a spirit tamer would cause both the tamer and their artifact to vanish, just like the man whose shield artifact had disappeared earlier. But this time felt different. The book of spell words in Bong Tai's hand didn't vanish instantly upon his death. Instead, a beam of light shot out from it, piercing the blank book before gradually dissipating. Boom! Li Ming sensed his cultivation breakthrough, reaching the 4th tier of the 8th rank. Could the feedback from absorbing a magical artifact actually enhance one's power? But why hadn't the red dust sword done the same? Pushing these thoughts aside, Li Ming rose and walked over to the shield-wielding man. He stripped off the black robe that remained relatively intact. Just as he was about to find a place to lie low and rest, that deep, resonant male voice sounded. The first phase of the comprehensive assessment has concluded. Remaining candidates, please proceed in the indicated direction. No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Ming saw a red signal flare rapidly rise to the right of him. Seeing this, Li Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. This rudimentary notification method indirectly confirmed that there were likely no hidden cameras here. Li Ming casually delivered a finishing blow to each of the 8 remaining candidates before heading toward the signal flare. After a short while, he arrived at an open clearing. In the center of the clearing, a burly man sat with his eyes closed, resting. Judging by the signal pistol holstered at his waist, he was likely the examiner for this assessment. The remaining 9 candidates were scattered around the perimeter, some standing, others seated. Li Ming had deliberately slowed his pace on the way over to conserve his spiritual energy, making him the last to arrive. Everyone present? The man's deep voice echoed as he opened his eyes and surveyed the area before continuing. Then the second phase of the assessment begins. Please step forward. The man retrieved a box from the ring on his finger and explained. The order doesn't matter. Each of you will draw a small ball from the box. The number on the ball will be your ranking. After all, luck is part of strength. But this isn't absolute. If any of you dispute your placement, you may directly challenge whoever holds the rank you desire. Refusal is not permitted. Points will be awarded based on ranking, full points for first place, 90 for second, and so on. Now, draw. After the man finished speaking, Li Ming followed a group of black-robed figures forward. Only one black-robed figure, seated cross-legged to the side, remained behind. When it was Li Ming's turn, he reached into the box and pulled out a small ball bearing the number 1. Li Ming took a deep breath and stepped aside. Only after everyone except that robed figure had drawn did he rise, a gleaming silver hammer appearing in his hand. He declared, "Come on, who's number 1?" No one spoke. Instead, the examiner retrieved his own ball from the box and tossed it to Li Ming, declaring, "Your ranking is 3rd. You may now begin the challenge. Oh, and remember, no lethal blows. Everything else is fair game." The ball struck Hammer Guy before bouncing to the ground. Li Ming raised his hand, and the dragon scale spear materialized, while a golden glow began to emanate from his body. Those standing beside Li Ming instinctively made space for them. Instantly, a hammer shadow flew toward him. Li Ming parried it with his spear, but the explosive force sent him staggering back several steps. Immediately after, Hammer Guy's figure lunged forward. Grabbing the hammer mid-air, he swung it toward Li Ming once more. Facing this powerful, heavy blow, Li Ming chose to block with his spear held horizontally. Yet, the sheer force still sent him flying several meters away. Shaking his slightly numb palm, Li Ming dismissed the dragon scale spear. His right hand formed a loose fist, and the red dust sword materialized within it. At that moment, upon seeing the character's red dust etched upon the blade, a figure cloaked in black furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself, "Why is someone from the Yun family here for the assessment? Will I be recognized later?" And why does his red dust sword seem slightly different from the one I've seen before? Chapter 22, The Reward. As he spoke, Li Ming beckoned to Ji Chun, who stood motionless in place. Come to think of it, you're the first person I've ever invited into my family home. Hearing this, Ji Chun smiled again and replied. Guess I should feel honored then. Before, it was because of his talent, but now, Ji Chun genuinely found himself growing fond of this eccentric young man. Stepping into the room, Ji Chun plopped down on the sofa with a flourish, then pulled the red stone from his ring and began tossing it back and forth in his hand. But even if you say so, I still can't give you this thing. Not because it's valuable, but because you genuinely have no use for it. This is called a relic of a fallen artifact master. When a spirit master of 5th rank or higher dies, there's a chance this will appear. Its function is to enhance the power of artifacts, but only for artifacts of the same elemental attribute. The absorption effect is strongest when used on an identical artifact. Additionally, this stone may contain fragments of the creator's memories. The creator decides before death whether to leave them behind, but I doubt that trash would bother. I recall your artifact has nothing to do with fire, right? Li Ming nodded at the remark. Just then, Ji Chun's phone alert sounded. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen, his gaze immediately freezing. It's about me, right? Seeing his expression, Li Ming inquired. Ji Chun looked up, his eyes filled with confusion as he met Li Ming's gaze. He placed the phone on the table. The screen displayed a mission interface with the following information. Jiangbei Province, unknown assessment. All 4 Yun family reservists wiped out. Nearby blade ghosts, investigate immediately. 8? Li Ming nodded. Just you? Li Ming nodded again. Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? There are plenty of people who want your information right now. This time, Li Ming shook his head and countered. Why would you sell me out? Ji Chun licked his dry lips and smiled again. True. Who would be foolish enough to sell off something that might be their own valuable asset? Can I learn how you did it? Li Ming pondered for a moment, then stood up, his right hand forming a loose fist as the blade materialized within it. He decided to take a gamble on Ji Chun. I possess dual magical treasures. This is my second treasure, the slash blade. You've seen it before. Ji Chun looked at the broadsword. He still remembered this blade that had once made him feel uneasy. However, he had assumed it was a spirit artifact Li Yueming had given him for self-preservation. Since Li Ming had denied the existence of twin treasures at the time, Ji Chun hadn't paid it much mind. As if remembering something, Ji Chun asked again. Did you use this in the second stage too? Li Ming did not deny it. Then, Ji Chun began searching his memories, but found no related information. Another newly emerged artifact? What's this artifact's ability? What grade do you estimate it to be? The moment the words left his mouth, Li Ming's expression suddenly turned peculiar as he replied. I can't judge the grade, but as for its ability, Brother Chun, you should try it yourself. Try? How? I can't use your artifact. Ji Chun was puzzled. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, Li Ming continued. Stretch out your hand. Use all your strength to defend yourself, then I'll strike you with my blade. Hearing this, Ji Chun's interest was piqued. He rolled up his sleeves and extended his arm. He'd already been curious about Li Ming's hidden strength, the kind that made him feel a hint of danger, and now that he had a chance, he was eager to test it. Li Ming stepped back a safe distance and asked again what realm Ji Chun had reached. But he received no answer. Ji Chun simply told him to swing freely. Gripping his blade with both hands, Li Ming took a deep breath, slowly raised the cutting edge, and then swung it down swiftly. Even before the blade descended, a powerful sense of danger surged within Ji Chun. This instantly shattered his casual demeanor, forcing him to adopt a full defensive stance. Instantly, a crystalline sheen glowed upon Ji Chun's skin. Simultaneously, Li Ming felt a powerful resistance in the air, as if something was blocking his blade's descent. In the end, Li Ming's blade still struck, leaving a shallow white mark on Ji Chun's arm. Exhausted from depleting his psychic energy, he collapsed onto the sofa. After barely managing to explain his ability, he passed out. Cutting through all things, truly, cutting through all things. Hearing Li Ming's final words, Ji Chun stared blankly at the white mark on his arm. Had he not felt that distinct pang of pain moments ago, he would never have believed an 8th rank, 4th tier spirit tamer could possibly harm him. Ji Chun then retrieved a small porcelain vial from his ring, pouring its contents into Li Ming's mouth. Frequent spiritual energy depletion inevitably took a toll on one's foundational cultivation. This potion, renowned as the priceless Qianqiu elixir, possessed the ability to repair such foundations. Yet in his eyes, there was no trace of regret. Placing his hand on Li Ming's chest, Ji Chun withdrew it once he sensed no major internal issues. He then picked up the phone on the table and made a call. Hello, who is this? Ji Chun. Ha? How come you suddenly have time to call me, Director? Aren't you swamped with work? Ignoring the teasing tone on the other end, Ji Chun continued. Lock down all files related to Ming Xia, that is, Li Ming, and elevate their security classification to the highest level. Sensing the gravity in Ji Chun's tone, the other party first agreed, then asked. Understood. But I need to know why. Why is he worth risking exposure of your connection to the authorities? At this, Ji-chun glanced at the vanished white mark on his arm and said, "Ever heard of the shadow-severing sword? Of course. It's the most powerful offensive artifact now. Did he awaken that? Wasn't his artifact a blank book? Twin blades? That still doesn't justify it." Ji-chun sneered contemptuously. "Ha! Strongest? It's not even worthy of tying its shoelaces." With that, Ji-chun hurried to catch up with the person on the other end of the call he hung up on earlier. He then picked up his phone to order takeout, waiting quietly for Li Ming to wake up. It wasn't until the sun dipped below the horizon that Li Ming slowly stirred. Opening his eyes, he saw Ji-chun intently typing away at the takeout on the table. Seeing him awake, Ji-chun picked up a takeout box and handed it over. Li Ming hadn't eaten much either, so he accepted it and began eating. Before he could speak, Ji-chun said, "Barring any surprises, the Yun family should lay low for a while. Still, expect some minor obstacles along the way. Also, someone will come looking for you in a few days. It's standard procedure, but I wanted to give you a heads up. Oh, and according to your records, your artifact is called the Illusion Book. Its ability is replication." Li Ming nodded and continued eating. "One more thing, do you have any plans to join the military?" Chapter 23, Requirements. Stepping out of the elevator, Li Ming returned to the original bar counter where Ji-chun was waiting for him. Seeing Li Ming approach, Ji-chun waved him over before heading toward their parked vehicle. On the way back, Li Ming told him about the Yun family's assassination attempt after he left the squad. However, he reduced the number of attackers from 8 to 3. After hearing his account, the veins on Ji-chun's palm gripping the steering wheel visibly bulged. He then spoke slowly. Unknown's official background is something most clans and factions know full well. They just haven't been able to get their hands on crucial evidence, so they haven't made any moves in the open. But for their own interests, underhanded maneuvers behind the scenes are inevitable. As a legitimate organization, we have no reason to refuse so-called talented individuals and righteous heroes who wish to join us. It's precisely because these so-called talented individuals and righteous heroes serve as our informants that certain matters can't be concealed simply because we wish to hide them. Take my identity, for instance. It's likely been exposed to the higher-ups of some clans and sects long ago. They just haven't found concrete evidence of my connection to the authorities yet, so they haven't made their move. I suspect this is also why the Yun family anticipated your joining the unknown and employed some underhanded tactics during the assessment. But they misjudged your strength. They didn't send many people. As far as I know, they plan to plant a full 8 spies in this batch. But I truly didn't foresee this. It was my oversight. As compensation, you may make one reasonable request within my capabilities, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Fortunately, you're now officially part of the unknown. If anyone resorts to underhanded tactics, someone will step in to stop them. That's my promise to you." Li Ming nodded, then turned his gaze to the rapidly receding scenery outside the car window. In the Magic City, a private garden spanning nearly 100 acres housed a mansion whose value defied monetary estimation. Inside, Yun Shiran sat stiffly at an expensive rosewood table, his posture solemn and upright, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogant demeanor. 8. The man seated at the head of the table spoke calmly, then asked, "What gives you the right to mobilize those men? And what makes you think you can bear the consequences of failure?" The man's tone was icy cold. Without careful listening, one would never detect the anger lurking beneath his words. Yun Shiran trembled uncontrollably as he listened. "Go receive your punishment." After a moment, the man addressed Yun Shiran before rising and leaving the room. It took Yun Shiran a long while before he slowly pushed himself up from the table, hands braced against the surface. At that moment, the driver surnamed Luo stepped forward to steady his arm. "Li Ming, you're quite something. 8 8th rank practitioners couldn't handle you, but I'm still curious to see what tricks you'll pull when facing a 4th rank spirit tamer." Yun Shiran murmured. The car pulled up at the entrance of Ideal Garden. Only after watching Li Ming ascend the stairs did Ji-chun exit the vehicle. He walked over to a beggar sitting beside the gate and crouched down beside him. Pulling a cigarette from his pocket, he offered it to the man. As they watched the street bustle with traffic, Ji-chun spoke. "Brother, didn't you check the intel before taking the job? Or did they not give you any?" The beggar took the cigarette, flicked his fingers, and a small flame appeared at his fingertips. He placed the lit cigarette in his mouth, took a deep drag, and said, "Unknown, codename Spring. Weapon unknown, suspected to be a blade ghost. Current highest achievement, single-handedly killed a 5th grade, 3rd tier monster overseas. Estimated cultivation level around 4th grade, 5th tier." Upon hearing this, Ji-chun nodded and mimicked his tone. Dark Pavilion ranked 51st in the Earth Scale, artifact, Mystic Fire Gourd, cultivation level, 4th grade, 3rd tier. "I'm curious, how could you be so confident coming here when your cultivation base is inferior to mine, and you only have a fragmentary understanding of my information?" The beggar chuckled and explained. "I admit I couldn't guarantee victory over you. But before you could kill me, turning this entire neighborhood into a sea of flames would be child's play. At that point, faced with so many lives lost, you might not be so eager to kill me after all. Listening, Ji-chun clicked his tongue, seeming slightly troubled by this. Then, tilting his head, he asked, "Then what makes you think you could even pull out your artifact in front of me?" The words had barely left his mouth when the beggar realized Ji-chun's hand had landed on his shoulder. When he tried to shake off the arm, he found his body rigidly restrained, unable to move an inch. The pressure from the hand on his shoulder steadily intensified, and the beggar's expression grew increasingly grim. Just as he was about to speak, Ji-chun asked again, "As a rat in the sewers, a notorious fugitive, do you have any last words?" The next moment, the beggar's eyes went blank as he stared at Ji-chun. Then, a blazing inferno suddenly erupted from his body. Ji-chun stepped back, using the rising flames to light the cigarette in his hand. He watched slowly as the beggar's body gradually charred under the searing heat. Only when it had turned to ashes did Ji-chun reach out, snapping off a thick branch from the neighborhood greenery. He began sifting through the pile of ashes. Finally, he did indeed uncover a red stone with flame-like patterns and a ring. Without hesitation, Ji-chun tucked both items away and headed toward Li Ming's residence. After knocking, he didn't wait long before Li Ming opened the door and immediately held out his hand. Ji-chun's eye twitched slightly as he placed the ring into his hand. "How did you know I was bringing something?" Li Ming gestured toward his living room balcony and said, "I'm not blind. I can still see things from this short distance downstairs." Taking the ring, Li Ming didn't rush to infuse it with spiritual energy. Instead, he asked Ji-chun, "What else?" He was certain he'd seen another small red stone. "You mean that one? You can't use it, so I'm not giving it to you." Then Ji-chun suddenly snapped out of it and retorted, "Wait, why are you suddenly demanding things from me? That's not like you at all." Hearing this, Li Ming rolled his eyes, turning to walk back inside as he said, "I'm too weak. But you're one of the few people I can reach who can actually benefit me without any ill intent. Who else would I turn to? Of course, I won't take your things for nothing. In return, you can make one reasonable request, nothing beyond my capabilities, and I'll do my best to fulfill it." Ji-chun watched Li Ming's confident expression and smiled. "Well, that sounds familiar." Chapter 24, Relics of the Divine Artifact. As he spoke, Li Ming waved at Ji-chun, who stood frozen in place. "Come to think of it, you're actually the first person I've ever invited into my home." Hearing this, Ji-chun smiled again and replied, "Guess I should feel honored then." Before, it was because of his talent, but now, Ji-chun genuinely found himself growing fond of this eccentric young man. Stepping into the room, Ji-chun plopped down on the sofa with a flourish, then pulled the red stone from his ring and began tossing it back and forth in his hand. "But even if you say so, I still can't give you this thing. Not because it's valuable, but because you genuinely have no use for it. This is called a magic artifact residue. It has a chance to appear when a spirit tamer of 5th rank or higher dies. Its function is to enhance the power of magic artifacts, but only for artifacts of the same elemental attribute. The absorption effect is strongest when used on an identical artifact. Additionally, this stone may contain fragments of the creator's memories. The creator decides before death whether to leave them behind, but I doubt that trash would bother. I recall your artifact has absolutely nothing to do with fire, right?" Li Ming nodded at the remark. Just then, Ji-chun's phone alert sounded. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen, his gaze immediately freezing. "It's about me, right?" Seeing his expression, Li Ming inquired. Ji-chun looked up, his eyes filled with confusion as he met Li Ming's gaze. He placed the phone on the table. The screen displayed a mission interface with the following information. Jiangbei Province, unknown assessment. All 8 Yun family reservists wiped out. Nearby blade ghosts, investigate immediately. 8? Li Ming nodded. "Just you?" Li Ming nodded again. "Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? There are plenty of people who want your information now." This time, Li Ming shook his head and countered. "Why would you sell me out?" Ji-chun licked his dry lips and smiled again. "True. Who would be foolish enough to sell off something that might be their own valuable asset? Can I learn how you did it?" Li Ming pondered for a moment, then stood up, his right hand forming a loose fist as the blade materialized within it. He decided to take a gamble on Ji-chun. "I possess twin magical treasures. This is my second treasure, the slash blade. You've seen it before." Ji-chun looked at the broadsword. He still remembered this blade that had once made him feel uneasy. However, he had assumed it was a spirit artifact Liu Ming had given him for self-preservation. Since Li Ming had denied the existence of twin treasures at the time, Ji-chun hadn't paid it much mind. As if remembering something, Ji-chun asked again. "Did you use this in the second stage too?" Li Ming did not deny it. Then, Ji-chun began searching his memories, but found no related information. "Another newly emerged artifact? What's this artifact's ability? What grade do you estimate it to be?" The moment the words left his mouth, Li Ming's expression suddenly turned peculiar as he replied. "I can't judge the grade, but as for its ability, Brother Chun, you should try it yourself." "Try? How? I can't use your artifact." Ji-chun was puzzled. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, Li Ming continued. Stretch out your hand. Use all your strength to defend yourself, then I'll strike you with my blade. Hearing this, Ji Chun's interest was piqued. He rolled up his sleeves and extended his arm. He'd already been curious about Li Ming's hidden strength, the kind that made him feel a hint of danger, and now that he had a chance, he was eager to test it. Li Ming stepped back a safe distance and asked again what realm Ji Chun had reached. But he received no answer. Ji Chun simply told him to swing freely. Gripping his blade with both hands, Li Ming took a deep breath, slowly raised the cutting edge, and then swung it down swiftly. Even before the blade descended, a powerful sense of danger surged within Ji Chun. This instantly shattered his casual demeanor, forcing him to adopt a full defensive stance. Instantly, a crystalline sheen glowed upon Ji Chun's skin. Simultaneously, Li Ming felt a powerful resistance in the air, as if something was blocking his blade's descent. In the end, Li Ming's blade still struck, leaving a shallow white mark on Ji Chun's arm. Exhausted from depleting his psychic energy, he collapsed onto the sofa. After barely managing to explain his ability, he passed out. Cutting through all things. Well said, cutting through all things. Hearing Li Ming's final words, Ji Chun stared blankly at the white mark on his arm. Had he not felt that distinct pang of pain moments ago, he would never have believed an 8th rank, 4th tier spirit tamer could possibly harm him. Ji Chun then retrieved a small porcelain vial from his ring, pouring its contents into Li Ming's mouth. Frequent spiritual energy depletion inevitably took a toll on one's foundational cultivation. This potion, renowned as the priceless Qianqiu elixir, possessed the ability to repair such foundations. Yet in his eyes, there was no trace of regret. Placing his hand on Li Ming's chest, Ji Chun withdrew it once he confirmed no major internal injuries. He then picked up the phone on the table and made a call. Hello, who is this? Ji Chun. How come the esteemed curator suddenly has time to call me? Aren't you swamped with affairs of state? Ignoring the teasing tone on the other end, Ji Chun continued. Lock down all files related to Ming Xie, that is, Li Ming, and elevate their security classification to the highest level. Sensing the gravity in Ji Chun's tone, the other party first agreed, then asked. Understood. But I need to know why. Why is he worth risking exposure of your connection to the authorities? At this, Ji Chun glanced at the vanished white mark on his arm and said. Ever heard of the shadow-severing sword? Of course. It's the most powerful offensive artifact now. Did he awaken that? Wasn't his artifact a blank book? Twin blades? That still doesn't justify it. Ji Chun sneered contemptuously. Poof. Most powerful? It's not even worthy of tying its shoelaces. With that, Ji Chun hurried to catch up with the person on the other end of the call he'd hung up on earlier. He then picked up his phone to order takeout, quietly waiting for Li Ming to wake up. It wasn't until the sun dipped below the horizon that Li Ming slowly stirred. Opening his eyes, he saw Ji Chun intently typing away at the takeout order on the table. Seeing him awake, Ji Chun picked up a takeout box and handed it over. Li Ming hadn't eaten much either, so he accepted it and began eating. Before he could speak, Ji Chun said. Barring any surprises, the Yun family should lay low for a while. Still, expect some minor obstacles along the way. Also, someone will come looking for you in a few days. It's standard procedure, but I wanted to give you a heads up. Oh, and according to your records, your artifact is called the Illusionary Book. Its ability is replication. Li Ming nodded and continued eating. One more thing, do you have any plans to join the military? Chapter 25, Spirits and Monsters. Li Ming glanced at him, not outright refusing but asking why. The unknown can't be openly discussed. We can't stop their overt schemes. As long as you're out there, those old foxes in the aristocratic families will find ways to make you disappear legitimately. But if you join the military, it's different. They can protect you until you grow strong enough. Plus, you won't have to worry about your safety at all. It's like a coward? Li Ming's sudden question froze Ji Chun. He didn't know how to answer it. Indeed, in the eyes of many, this move could be euphemistically called retreating when faced with difficulty, but bluntly put, wasn't it just tucking your tail between your legs and scurrying off to hide somewhere? Li Ming shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. Seeing this, Ji Chun didn't press the matter. Instead, he continued. Now that you've become part of the unknown, there are certain requirements you must follow. Hand over your medal. Ji Chun took Li Ming's medal, then pulled out his phone, opened the browser, typed in a URL, and entered a string of numbers into a pop-up field on the webpage. This number is on the back of the medal. It's a mandatory requirement to access the webpage. The page refreshed. Ji Chun tossed the phone back to Li Ming, gesturing for him to complete the registration interface that had popped up. After Li Ming entered his information, the screen split into two distinct sections, one labeled Tasks and the other Forum. Every unknown member must complete at least one task each month, either one they actively accept or one assigned by the platform. If you have any questions later, you can ask me directly or look for answers on the forum. With that, Ji Chun rattled off a string of numbers, his account's UID. After going over a few more points, Ji Chun stood up and left. Watching Ji Chun's car fade into the distance from the balcony, Li Ming sank back onto the sofa. In that moment, the room returned to its usual quiet. Opening the task page, Li Ming scanned the listings until he spotted one nearby that was still awaiting a team. Li Ming clicked further and discovered the mission location was in Xiuqing City. He tapped the apply button on the mission page. Ding! A notification sound rang out. It was from the team leader in the group list. Li Ming looked closely and saw it was indeed nearby, right at Ideal Garden. After agreeing on the exact meeting time and place, Li Ming got up and headed out. Click. Streetlights automatically illuminated at a set time. A trio stood beneath the lamppost, as if waiting for something. Why isn't he here yet? A man clad in leather jacket and pants addressed the red-haired man beside him. The redhead merely glanced at his phone and replied, "What's the rush? It's not even the agreed time yet." After another 10 minutes or so, a figure clad in a black cloak approached from a short distance away. "Hello, excuse me, which one of you is Red Hot?" Red Hot Fire was the captain's codename in the unknown. The three glanced at the metal pinned to his black robe. The red-haired man addressed him. "Are you Ming Xie?" The cloaked figure nodded. He was indeed Li Ming himself. Hearing the still somewhat immature voice coming from beneath the cloak, the two men behind the redhead exchanged a glance and whispered, "Wait, does he sound like he's still in school or something?" On that webpage, one could view personal information, including the number of missions completed. Li Ming's completion count was 0, a newbie as green as they come. Even so, they could accept that. What they feared was Li Ming being some prodigiously talented young master from a prominent family. If he refused orders mid-mission over the slightest inconvenience, they'd be in for a rough ride. But Lin Hong merely nodded and addressed Li Ming. "Hello, Ming Xie. I'm Red Hot. My real name is Lin Hong. You can call me Brother Hong. These are my teammates, Z and Xiaomo." Though puzzled by their decision to reveal personal details, Li Ming didn't press the matter. Instead, he greeted each of them in turn. Then, Lin Hong began explaining the mission. "This job comes from a household. They say they've been hearing a woman crying upstairs or downstairs in the middle of the night for nearly 5 days now. But according to our investigation, the homeowner is just an elderly woman living on the 5th floor. This building has one household per floor, and neither the upstairs nor downstairs neighbors have been home recently. Based on the task poster's description, we're likely facing a spirit of around the 8th rank. If your magical artifact has exorcism properties, it shouldn't pose much threat to you. Still, be cautious. Don't let the spirit attack you before you can summon your artifact. We only have healers for physical injuries. We're helpless against mental damage inflicted by spirits." After listening, Li Ming turned to Lin Hong and asked, What exactly is a spirit? I've only heard of spirits and monsters." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ming noticed Lin Hong's expression darken slightly. He then heard him explain. "Spirits and monsters are general terms for creatures from other realms. Among them, demons and ghosts are spirits, while birds, beasts, plants, and trees are monsters. Most of what we encounter in the wild are monsters. Spirits are extremely rare, and their abilities are profoundly bizarre." Li Ming nodded, then a faint golden glow appeared at his fingertips. Seeing this, Lin Hong felt a slight sense of reassurance. At least he didn't have to worry about the young master's safety anymore. Lin Hong then waved to the two men behind him and headed toward one of the buildings in Ideal Garden. They split into 2 teams for the operation, one heading upstairs and the other downstairs toward their target. Li Ming and Lin Hong formed one team, while Xiao Mo and Az formed the other. The moon gradually rose, and the woman's sobs arrived as expected. Lin Hong scanned his surroundings, then glanced at the alarm in his hand, which showed no reaction. He silently thought, "This doesn't look good. That spirit must have already fled into that household." Lin Hong led Li Ming up the stairs, where they encountered Xiao Mo and Az rushing down the same way. After a nod of acknowledgement, they all headed toward the homeowner's residence. The closer they got, the louder and more piercing the sobs became. They knocked on the door, but there was no response. Lin Hong took a few steps back, his right hand tightening on his waist. He instantly decided to force entry. A flash of crimson light erupted from Lin Hong's fist. In the next instant, the high-end wooden door shattered into splinters under the impact. Next, Li Ming watched as Lin Hong pulled several bottles of holy water from his waist pouch and distributed them among them. "This is holy water. It has a special effect on essence. Just drink it straight. But it only lasts 3 minutes, so let's try to finish this quickly." Chapter 26, Essence. Seeing Xiao Mo and the others drink theirs without hesitation, Li Ming pulled the cap off his bottle and downed it too. Immediately, Lin Hong led the way, striding directly toward the homeowner's bedroom. As he followed closely behind, summoning his artifact, a small, jet-black, razor-sharp axe into his hand. Xiao Mo patted Li Ming's shoulder, signaling him to go first. Before Li Ming could take 2 steps, a piercing shriek rang in his ears, followed by a clatter of shattering glass. Hurrying over, Li Ming saw Lin Hong standing in the room, his gaze fixed intently on a fruit knife barely suspended in midair. The blade glowed with a cold, eerie light, as if imbued with some mysterious power. A gruesome wound was prominently displayed on Lin Hong's shoulder. Beside him, Aziz shielded the old woman with his left arm as she leaned against the wall, his right hand gripping an axe as he scanned the surroundings warily. Suddenly, a bandage shot out from behind Li Ming, wrapping itself tightly around Lin Hong's shoulder and emitting waves of greenish light. This must be Xiaomo's magical artifact. Seeing everyone had gathered, Lin Hong shouted, "Everyone, be careful! This is a high-grade 8th rank spirit. It possesses formidable object manipulation abilities and can even enhance the strength of objects it controls. Don't try to block it with your bodies." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a wooden stool nearby suddenly flew toward Aziz. Aziz, seeing the situation, immediately raised her axe and split it in two. But behind the stool, the gleaming fruit knife swiftly stabbed toward him. In the blink of an eye, a fist engulfed in flames struck the side of the fruit knife. Instead of knocking it away, it melted the blade into a pool of molten iron. Ming Xie cranked the golden light up to full power. Lin Hong panted slightly as he addressed Li Ming, evidently drained by the immense power expended in his previous strike. Hearing this, Li Ming slowly raised one finger. This time, instead of enveloping himself in the golden light, he spread it out as far as he could. In an instant, the entire interior of the room was completely enveloped in golden light. The next moment, the others caught a fleeting glimpse of a grey figure darting past, or more precisely, past the old woman Aziz was shielding. Little. Before Lin Hong could finish his warning, Li Ming saw the old woman's fingernails suddenly extend sharply. She thrust them toward Aziz's abdomen, then opened her mouth wide, aiming for Aziz's head. Blood spattered. Li Ming lunged forward in a single stride, raising his fist, now radiating brilliant golden light, and struck the old woman's face, forcing the grey mist pouring from her mouth back into her. Simultaneously, Li Ming seemed to hear a wail of agony. Lin Hong reacted in time, flames erupting from his fist as he delivered another direct blow to the old woman's body. A popping sound echoed. Li Ming watched as the old woman's body, mere inches away, shattered into pieces like the high-end wooden door moments before. Unavoidably, streaks of bright red blood stained his black robe. Before Li Ming could speak, Lin Hong's voice rang out again. "Retreat! We misjudged this. It's a 7th grade spirit with possession abilities. We lack the means to directly harm it. This is beyond our capabilities. It hasn't possessed a target yet. We might still escape while its power is severely weakened. Ming Xie, keep that golden light steady." Lin Hong's gaze darted warily around the room as his body slowly moved toward the doorway, his voice carrying to the others. Earlier, Li Ming had withdrawn the golden light to anchor it to his fist. Without its guidance, Lin Hong had no clue where the spirit currently lurked. But Lin Hong suddenly realized Li Ming seemed frozen in place, unmoving, as if he hadn't heard a word. A sense of unease washed over him. He suspected this might be the first time the young master had witnessed such a bloody scene, leaving him too shaken to move. Just as he was about to step forward to pull Li Ming back, he saw Li Ming move. "Golden light envelopes my form, shielding my being." A chant echoed beneath the black robes, audible only to Li Ming and Lin Hong, who stood in close proximity. The next moment, golden light twisted and danced like fireworks across Li Ming's body. Immediately, Li Ming took another step forward, swiftly reaching out to grasp a spot ahead. Then, he saw Li Ming swing a powerful punch at the air. Just as Lin Hong wondered what Li Ming was doing, a familiar, piercing scream rang out beside him. "He can directly hit a 7th grade spirit?" Xiao Mo asked Lin Hong, deliberately emphasizing the word directly in his typing. Under normal circumstances, a 7th grade spirit no longer feared conventional physical attacks, entering a state invisible to mortal eyes and impervious to mortal weapons. This was precisely why Lin Hong had mentioned earlier that they lack means to directly harm it. "I don't know. This looks like some Taoist technique. Maybe it's an emissary sent by that sect," Lin Hong explained, appearing to know quite a bit about the matter. Li Ming also heard Lin Hong's words, but confusion filled his mind. He seems familiar with Taoist practices, but why couldn't he recognize the Golden Light Mantra? There was no time for deep thought. Li Ming focused entirely on dealing with the spirit before him. The Golden Light Mantra was inherently potent against such demons and spirits. Combined with the spirit's significantly weakened power after losing its host, dealing with it proved remarkably straightforward. Thus, for the next stretch, it was essentially a one-sided beating as Li Ming dominated the spirit. Despite its diminished power, the spirit could still employ some basic techniques. However, the objects it summoned to attack were intercepted by the combined efforts of Aziz and Lin Hong. Its own attacks couldn't penetrate the faint golden light surrounding Li Ming. In fact, upon contact, it felt an intense burning sensation on the surface. Piercing wails echoed repeatedly, each weaker than the last, until a final, high-pitched shriek rang out like a deathbed gasp. Then, Li Ming saw a flicker of relief pass through what appeared to be its hazy, vague eyes. Its voice dissolved into scattered starlight and vanished. In its place appeared a fist-sized, transparent crystal stone. Seeing this object appear, the three figures behind Li Ming showed signs of delight, though none made a move. "What is this thing?" Li Ming picked up the crystal stone and turned to ask Lin Hong. Lin Hong raised an eyebrow at the question and countered. "You don't know?" Seeing Li Ming nod, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Hong's eyes before he spoke. "This is a divine repelling stone. It's extremely valuable. Keep it safe. Chapter 27, The Divine Repelling Stone. Upon hearing this, Li Ming stored the stone inside his ring. This confirmed to Lin Hong and the others that Li Ming was likely the young master of some prominent family, though not particularly well-read or knowledgeable. Surveying the devastated room, Lin Hong picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Spirit Bureau? A concerned citizen reports supernatural disturbances on the 6th floor of Building 9, Ideal Garden. Please dispatch personnel immediately. After hanging up, Lin Hong motioned for the others to leave. Just as they stepped outside, Lin Hong turned to Li Ming and said, "Friendly reminder, if you don't want to be taken away for questioning by the Spirit Bureau, you'd better take off that black robe. Otherwise, you'd better leave quickly." The Spiritual Energy Bureau's duties were roughly equivalent to those of a police department in his previous life. As one of the illegal organizations, the unknown naturally fell within their scope of apprehension. Li Ming nodded and headed toward the stairwell. Seeing this, the other three opted for the elevator. Li Ming practically leapt down the stairs. He dashed back to the public restroom where he changed earlier, shed his black robe, and headed home. Nearly half an hour later, back at home, Li Ming closed the windows and began searching the forum on that webpage for information about the god-repelling stone. The most eye-catching post was the one pinned at the top. Massive purchase of god-repelling stones, priced by weight, 5,000 per gram. Li Ming gave it a little shake. This piece was at least 10 grams. So this unassuming stone could fetch 50,000 yuan? And it was in such high demand? This only fueled Li Ming's curiosity further. Finally, among the pile of purchase requests, Li Ming found a post detailing the relevant information. Divine repelling stones have a chance to spawn from high-grade resources of grade 7 or above. Their quality correlates with the resource's grade, but the spawn rate remains consistent at around 3%. Its function, to enhance the user's spiritual power to a certain extent. Mental power, yet another term Li Ming had never encountered. After typing spiritual power into the search bar, Li Ming clicked on a post that looked reliable at first glance. Mental power, an essential element for driving magical artifacts, alongside spiritual energy. Both the 6th to 5th rank advancement and subsequent promotion assessments require a certain level of mental power strength. Mental power is innate, varying in initial strength, and can be cultivated later through relevant techniques. Both posts were brief, yet packed with substantial content. Still, it seemed irrelevant to his current status as an 8th grade cultivator. Li Ming decided to save them for later, thinking he'd ask Li Yueming if she wanted them when she returned. After resolving the dinner issue, Li Ming sat cross-legged on the bed once more. This month's task quotas had been fulfilled, meaning he was free from obligations for the remainder of the month and could focus entirely on cultivation. But before he could begin his breathing exercises, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Li Ming was puzzled. He hadn't ordered any takeout. He stepped out of his room and peered through the peephole. 5 individuals stood outside, dressed in identical uniforms. Badges on their chests bore the characters Spiritual Energy Bureau in large characters, with their names listed below. Seeing this, Li Ming opened the door slightly and asked, "May I ask what brings you here?" One of the women stepped forward and said, "Hello, student. There was an incident nearby where a spirit creature attacked a human. Our surveillance footage shows you pass through the affected floor during the time frame of the incident. Could you please open the door and assist us with our investigation?" Hearing this, Li Ming opened the door and stepped out, replying, "Ask away." Li Ming didn't say much else. He rarely went out and wasn't familiar with the surrounding area. In this situation, the more he said, the more likely he was to slip up. "All right. Did you hear any unusual sounds while passing through the affected floor?" Li Ming nodded and replied, "Yes, I did. It sounded like a woman screaming. But people's tastes are so strange these days. I figured it was just some kinky game going on in that apartment, so I didn't pay much attention." The woman's eye twitched slightly before she continued. "One more question. According to our investigation, another suspect entered the public restroom after you. Do you recall that?" Of course he remembered. How could he not? He had considered this possibility at the time, deliberately slipping out through a blind spot in the surveillance cameras while wearing a black cloak, then re-entering the restroom under the camera's watchful eye. "I don't recall. I've had an upset stomach these past few days and was focused on using the restroom. I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings." Before the woman could respond, a man behind her, his name tag reading Lin Junai, stepped forward and said impatiently, "Student, this case involves a human life. We request your full cooperation with our investigation. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to escort you to the Spiritual Energy Bureau for questioning." Hearing this, Li Ming promptly adopted a look of shocked fear, then bowed his head as if struggling to recall. "No, I really don't remember. Honestly, I don't recall anything." Li Ming lifted his head, his eyes glistening as if he might cry at any moment. The woman glared at Lin Junai before turning back to Li Ming and saying, "Thank you for your cooperation. If you recall anything, contact us immediately, just call the Spiritual Energy Bureau." With that, the group turned and left. Li Ming returned to his room, standing on the balcony until the bureau's vehicle disappeared into the distance before retreating to his bedroom. He pondered whether there were any flaws in the story he had just told. Only after a moment did he begin his cultivation practice. Meanwhile, in the vehicle, the enforcement officer named Lin Junei glanced down at her phone before turning to the captain driving. "Captain Zhang, the kid's file is in. His name is Li Ming, just turned 18. He awakened his abilities recently. His artifact was initially recorded as a lower grade C-class blank book, but it's been updated to a newly discovered artifact called a phantom book, rated lower grade A. Beyond that, I don't have clearance to access further details." Hearing this, Zhang Xinro furrowed her brows slightly. A formal Spirit Energy Bureau investigator lacking access to a student's file? How could that be possible? "Captain Zhang, I told you that kid was off. I suspect he's lying. Should we head back and arrest him immediately? I just don't believe he can keep spouting lies once he's in the station." Zhang Yi drove with one hand while reaching out to Lin Junei with the other, saying, "Evidence. As an investigator for the Psychic Bureau, you should know everything requires proof. He is indeed suspicious, but we lack concrete evidence. All we can do now is maintain a stance of suspicion toward him. If we arrest someone based solely on suspicion, what makes us any different from bandits and thugs?" Lin Junei reluctantly nodded, then fell silent. Chapter 28, Phantom Serpent. Dark clouds blanketed the sky, and the frenzied wind ruffled Li Ming's long hair, which hadn't been trimmed in ages. Though it was midday, it felt like night had fallen. It felt like rain was coming. Li Ming thought to himself, regretting his decision to leave the city today. He should have waited for better weather. Another half-month had passed. Li Ming had accepted a quest to exterminate supernatural creatures outside the city, intending to focus on cultivation and await the start of the new semester after completing it. After all, he had nothing else to do. During this time, Li Yueming sent him a text message explaining that due to her secluded cultivation, she wouldn't be in contact with the outside world for quite some time. After half a month of secluded cultivation, Li Ming's cultivation level had indeed risen but only by 1 rank. This left him deeply frustrated. Seems like to advance quickly, I'll have to start collecting some magical artifacts. But who would just hand over their magical artifact to someone else? Li Ming mused. After receiving the relevant credentials handed back by the city guard, Li Ming walked a short distance outside the city gates before ducking into some bushes. He retrieved a set of black robes from his storage ring and slipped them on. His target for this mission was an 8th grade, 8th tier shadow serpent, often lurking deep within the forests outside the city. Following the route marked on the map, he soon found himself caught in a downpour. Beads of rain the size of beans pelted down, sliding slowly off the water-repellent layer of his cloak. Only then did Li Ming realize this cloak could double as a raincoat. After nearly 4 hours of walking, the rain finally ceased. Li Ming had finally reached his destination, a cave entrance bearing distinct traces of serpentine passage. Had the rain-soaked ground not been so treacherously muddy, he might have reached it even sooner. The dragon scale spear materialized in his hand, and a golden glow began to emanate from Li Ming's body. He then retrieved half a pig he had prepared earlier from his ring, tossing it before the tire-sized hole ahead. He sprinkled several portions of pig's blood around it. Standing atop the hole, Li Ming gripped the dragon scale spear in reverse, waiting silently for the target of this mission to appear. Another half-hour passed before a forked, crimson tongue appeared within Li Ming's field of vision. The downpour had washed away the various scents lingering in the forest. This unfamiliar environment filled the shadow serpent with heightened vigilance. This was also why it had waited so long after detecting the scent of blood in the air before emerging. The snake's head slowly emerged from the hole. Seeing its body as wide as a bowl, Li Ming's eye twitched. Although the mission had provided photos, seeing the real thing still took a moment to sink in. Yet despite his astonishment, his hand moved without a moment's hesitation. A blue glow erupted from the dragon scale spear as the shaft shot toward the snake's exposed head with lightning speed. As expected, the strike from its blind spot was beyond its ability to react. Yet immediately afterward, Li Ming watched as the body of the shadow snake, its head pierced by the dragon scale spear, convulsed violently before dissolving into a cloud of black mist. Witnessing this, Li Ming let out a soft click of his tongue, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He had underestimated the creature's caution. The mission briefing had made it clear this snake's special ability allowed it to create a duplicate of itself after each molt, one possessing the same level of power as it had at the time of shedding. The one he had just pierced was naturally one of the shadow snake's duplicates. Leaping down into the cave, Li Ming withdrew the golden light spell from his palm and lightly drew the dragon scale spear across his hand. Instantly, an extremely faint yet more potent scent of blood than before drifted slowly toward the cave entrance. The unmasked intent to kill humans, the desire to devour them whole, these were instincts etched deep into the souls of spirits. However, highly intelligent or high-grade spirits could suppress these impulses to some extent, preventing them from losing their reason. This 8th grade, 8th tier shadow serpent, however, did not seem to belong to that category. 4 pairs of crimson vertical pupils appeared in the darkness of the cave entrance, though 3 of them lacked any trace of sentience. Hiss. The successive clicks of forked tongues sent a chill down Li Ming's spine. But the information he sensed next made Li Ming grip his dragon scale spear even tighter. Ji Chun had mentioned someone would come looking for him in a few days, but Li Ming waited a long time without any sign. He eventually called Ji Chun to discuss it. Taking advantage of the call, Li Ming also asked Ji Chun for a method to discern others' cultivation levels. This was precisely why Li Ming felt as if facing a formidable enemy. His perception now revealed that the 4 shadow serpents weren't of varying levels, they were all 8th grade, 8th tier. False intelligence is deadly. Li Ming cursed inwardly, yet his hands moved without hesitation. He hurled the dragon scale spear like a javelin once more. His voice faded away with the crisp splash of water as he vanished from the spot. The red dust sword materialized in his hand. Seizing the moment when the snakes scattered in fright from the dragon scale spear, a flash of cold steel pierced the vital point of the more intelligent shadow snake. Instantly, the more intelligent shadow snake dissipated into a cloud of black mist. Meanwhile, Li Ming was sent flying by the tail strike of another shadow snake, crashing into an ancient tree so massive it would take at least 3 or 4 people to encircle it before coming to a halt. Lifting the hem of his black robe, Li Ming saw the palm-wide crimson mark on his struck abdomen and was secretly shocked. The combat prowess of this spirit creature truly defied conventional measures of cultivation realm. A heavy strike from Hammer Guy, whose cultivation level was comparable, had merely caused the golden light surrounding him to flicker. Yet this creature's seemingly simple tail strike had inflicted direct damage. The shadow serpent, too, was puzzled. Its intelligence was no lowly thing. Though it couldn't suppress the desire etched deep within its soul, maintaining clarity during battle was hardly a challenge. In the past, countless humans and spirits of higher cultivation had fallen to this very strike. Why, then, could this human before it whose cultivation fell plainly lowered directly withstand its attack? And seemingly unscathed. And why did that weapon, clearly incapable of posing any real threat to it, send a wave of dread through its heart, even stirring a faint sense of submission? A flicker of intelligence passed through its eyes, a fleeting glimpse that unwittingly revealed its true form. In the next instant, Li Ming used the ancient tree behind him as a springboard, his blade materializing in his hand. The blade traced a slightly curved white line as Li Ming's body moved. Li Ming steadied himself as the serpent-like shadow behind him split cleanly in two. Several more strikes followed as Li Ming swung his blade, reducing the remaining duplicates to black mist, eliminating any chance of further threats. After securing the target's remains, Li Ming walked over to the dragon scale spear, pulled it from the ground, and gripped it firmly. The golden light enveloping his body and the blade in his hand remained undimmed. "Come out. Your thick aura of murderous intent is so strong even a fool could sense it." Chapter 29, Pursuit. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several figures clad in black robes emerged from the surrounding shadows. Li Ming glanced at them. These weren't the standard black robes issued by the unknown. Could it be the Yun family again? What the hell is Ji Chun doing? Li Ming pondered inwardly, silently cursing Ji Chun under his breath. Meanwhile, in the director's office of the Starlight Trial Hall, Ji Chun watched the woman sitting with her elbows on the desk, hands cradling her head, chain-smoking incessantly. "What did they give you? Is it worth this?" The woman remained silent, only gazing at Ji Chun silently, like a lovesick maiden staring at her beloved. "Aren't you afraid I might completely disregard your life, or knock you unconscious and leave you behind?" She still didn't speak, merely tilting her head and raising an arm to expose her smooth, fair neck. The implication was clear, she held no fear of Ji Chun's threats. "Who Shirua? Answer my question." Ji Chun shouted, unleashing the full weight of his spiritual energy upon Hu Shirua. He was unusually flustered. Under the pressure, Hu Shirua's face rapidly paled, yet her expression remained unchanged, still holding a faint smile. Finally, she spoke, her voice almost identical to the one Ji Chun remembered. "Chun, if you truly cared, you wouldn't just stand here threatening me with these feeble tactics." About 10 minutes earlier, Hu Shirua had entered the office and addressed Ji Chun with these opening words. "Don't leave for the next hour, or I'll kill myself." Hearing this, Ji Chun froze. But glancing at the message on his phone, he quickly pieced together what was happening. This ambush targeting Li Ming Hu Shirua was the key figure holding him back. Ji Chun's expression darkened like ink, yet he remained rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. He feared this woman, like her sister, was capable of actions beyond reason. "Half an hour, that's my absolute limit." With that, Ji Chun slumped back in his chair and closed his eyes. The perspective shifted back to Li Ming. He was sprinting through the dense forest, the thick foliage and relentless attacks forcing him to constantly change direction, leaving him disoriented and unsure of his exact location. Through his perception, he had just ascertained that 5 of the 6 assailants were at the 8th rank, 9th tier, while one had even reached the 7th rank. If this were a battle where they took turns attacking him, Li Ming was confident he could kill all but the 7th rank opponent. But reality offered him no such opportunity. Unlike the previous squad he'd encountered, this group worked together with seamless coordination, leaving Li Ming no chance to divide and conquer. Whoosh! A ring shot toward him, grazing his ear before embedding itself deep into an ancient tree nearby. This was the artifact wielded by one of the 5 8th rank 9th tier cultivators. Called the Shadow Splitting Ring, its power lay in endlessly generating rings of varying sizes and capabilities. The earlier throw was merely one manifestation of its capabilities. Suddenly, Li Ming stumbled beneath his feet, then twisted violently to dodge an attack launched from an unnerving angle. Li Ming did not use the golden light incantation to block it, not because he couldn't, but because he didn't want to. Truth be told, the rings posed no real threat to him. He simply refused to waste his spiritual energy on such pointless. Seizing this opening, a figure burst from the nearby bushes, wielding a pair of scissors aimed squarely at Li Ming. The artifact, named the Gold Severing Shears, possessed formidable power and could be used as dual blades. Perhaps due to its name, it was the only artifact among the 5 8th grade treasures capable of breaching his defenses. A flash of cold light sliced through the golden aura on Li Ming's thigh, cutting an opening that exposed the flesh beneath. But Li Ming had been waiting for precisely this moment. His earlier stumble had been deliberately staged to create an opening for close combat. Facing the barrage of blades that followed, Li Ming summoned his blade and met the attack head-on. As the spiritual energy within him was drained by the blade, the man stared in disbelief at the severed scissors in his hand. He then looked down at his own body, equally cleaved apart, lifeless. Boom! Before Li Ming could react, a tremendous force hurled him backward with a deafening crash. It was the 7th-rank spirit tamer who had struck. Truly, a 7th-rank spirit tamer's attack power was extraordinary. Li Ming thought this as he scrambled to his feet, spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, and turned to flee. The spirit tamer frowned, examining his own palm. He had expected Li Ming to be killed outright by that strike, or at the very least severely injured. Yet Li Ming had merely coughed up blood and appeared largely unharmed. Watch out! His artifact likely favors close combat. Mind your distance from him. Avoid getting into a one-on-one situation. The remaining 4 nodded. Aside from the man wielding the Shadow Split Ring artifact, none of them excelled at ranged attacks. They decided to simply cluster together, forming a protective circle around him. The pursuit continued. Finally, Li Ming found himself at the edge of a cliff, having run blindly without knowing his direction. He halted, turning to face the 3 still pursuing him. During the chase, he hadn't failed to consider the option of fighting to the death against the 7th-rank spirit tamer and then slowly wearing down the others. But that 7th-rank spirit tamer never gave him a chance to close in, only striking when he was entangled with the other 3. In the process, he had taken down 2 of them at the cost of a fractured left arm. Impressive, little beast. No wonder the clan values you so highly. They've even dug up their buried stakes to deal with you. The 7th-rank man stepped forward, wielding a crimson staff, his magical artifact. Though unassuming in appearance, its power was undeniably formidable. His golden light spell held out for less than 3 strikes under the staff's shadow before being brutally shattered. The 2 men behind him watched Li Ming with wary eyes, their gaze tinged with an unmistakable hint of fear. Li Ming chuckled softly, slowly retreating to the edge of the cliff. He said, "Care to wager? Bet on whether I'll die today." The 7th-rank man glanced at the cliff behind Li Ming and shook his head. "You young ones have no idea what happened here before. If you knew, you'd never dream of surviving a jump off this cliff. Just a reminder, 20 years ago, a 5th-rank spirit tamer jumped from here." Before everyone's eyes, he turned into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace of his body behind. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he saw a faint curve appear at the corner of Li Ming's mouth. Then, without hesitation, Li Ming turned and leaped off the cliff. Chapter 30, Blood Pool. A breeze swept by, sending a shiver down the tall, staff-wielding man's spine. It wasn't fear that Li Ming might climb back up from the cliff, but the intense killing intent emanating relentlessly from behind him. Trembling, he twisted his head and saw Ji Chun's face. Beside Ji Chun lay 2 figures clad in black robes, appearing to sleep peacefully. Before he could utter a word, the last sight he saw before his death was Ji Chun's hand reaching toward his head. He tossed the man aside like a piece of discarded cloth. Ji Chun walked to the cliff's edge, his body glowing with a crystalline light, then leaped down. Moments later, Ji Chun's figure shot upward as if propelled by some force, his body now marked by several wounds of varying depths. Hovering in midair, Ji Chun adjusted his breath before plunging downward once more, only to be propelled upward again. After repeating this several times, the crystalline glow on his skin gradually dimmed, finally returning to its original state. Even his clothes had been reduced to rags. As if unable to bear the sight of his own battered form, he sat down angrily at the cliff's edge, his eyes filled with guilt. After a long while, a crystalline glow began to radiate from his body once more. But instead of leaping off the cliff again, he pulled out his phone, made a call, and after exchanging a few words, flew straight off in a specific direction. Several days later, Ji Chun returned. He pulled a massive sack dripping with blood from his ring and dumped dozens of round, severed heads into the abyss below. Years later, crimson fireworks once again bloomed above the cliff. Drip, drip. Clear dew trickled slowly down the rock face, gathering at a protrusion before falling rhythmically. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Left arm and right leg broken, a few ribs cracked too. But thankfully I didn't land face first, no disfigurement. Li Ming's voice rang out as he appraised his injuries with peculiar interest, as if the injuries weren't his own. He then turned his head toward the dragon scale spear embedded in the ground beside him and asked, "So, it was you?" After hearing what the stick-wielding guy had said, Li Ming had already guessed there must be some kind of restriction beneath this cliff. That's why he summoned his blade as he turned to leap off the cliff, striking a slashing pose midair. The outcome unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. His spiritual energy was abruptly drained by the blade as he descended to a certain height. Fortunately, just before his spiritual energy was completely depleted, Li Ming faintly sensed that the slash blade seemed to have sliced open something. Then, he felt a surge of agitation emanating from the page of the wordless book within him that recorded the dragon scale spear. Without overthinking it, Li Ming seized the moment before the blade drained him completely, raising his hand to summon the dragon scale spear. Then, Li Ming realized the blade seemed to have stopped draining his spiritual energy. Immediately after came the rapid descent. Then, as he caught a glimpse of the ground ahead, he immediately summoned the last of his spiritual energy to activate the golden light incantation, driving his right foot down with all his might. Combined with the cushioning effect of the earlier barrier, this prevented him from being crushed into pulp. Still, he paid a price as he had mentioned earlier. Slowly crawling toward the dragon scale spear, Li Ming used it to struggle to his feet before carefully surveying his surroundings. The area around him seemed to form a channel narrow at both ends and wider in the middle, and he had landed right in the center of this passage. Then, Li Ming looked at the towering cliff walls on both sides. Feeling the excruciating pain in his right leg, he dismissed the idea of climbing up directly. Finally, his gaze settled on the massive, impossible to miss opening in the center of the cliff face. After much hesitation, he leaned against the cliff face and closed his eyes. He had ultimately decided to explore the cave, but only after his spiritual energy had fully recovered. After a long while, Li Ming opened his eyes again. Using the dragon scale spear as a crutch, he limped toward the cave's interior. Unlike the desolate chill outside, the cave interior carried a faint, humid warmth. The surrounding walls weren't the typical stone gray either, but a pinkish hue tinged with red, growing increasingly vivid the deeper he ventured. After an unknown duration, Li Ming spotted a wall ahead that resembled a doorway. Judging by what he could see now, this appeared to be an artificially excavated passageway. The reason he concluded it was man-made was the passage's perfectly uniform dimensions. From the cave entrance to this wall, the width and depth remained absolutely consistent, as if carved precisely according to blueprints. However, Li Ming had not seen a single human corpse along the way, nor even an animal carcass. As he drew nearer to the wall, the dragon scale spear supporting his body began to glow intermittently. Noticing a hollow in the wall, roughly matching the size of the spearhead, Li Ming first enveloped his body in golden light, clenched the blade between his teeth, and then tentatively thrust the dragon scale spear into the opening. A violent tremor shook him, sending Li Ming stumbling backward until he fell to the ground. Slowly, the wall slid apart, revealing the space beyond. At the same time, a thick, pungent smell of blood filled his nostrils. Still clutching the blade in his mouth, Li Ming picked up the fallen dragon scale spear and pressed deeper into the darkness. Staying outside meant certain death anyway. What could possibly be worse than death once he went in? As he walked, Li Ming discovered the source of the blood scent. Before him now lay a vast pool of blood. Directly above it, a roughly circular object dripped a steady stream of crimson liquid. Feeling the constant pulsing vibrations through the dragon scale spear in his hand, Li Ming walked to the edge of the blood pool. Gritting his teeth, he flung the spear straight into it. Splash, splash. In the next instant, Li Ming watched as the blood pool rapidly drained like a bathtub with its plug pulled out, the crimson liquid receding wildly and even forming a vortex. At the vortex's center, the very source of this chaos, lay the dragon scale spear he had just cast into the depths. Almost simultaneously, an excruciating pain erupted in Li Ming's mind. This sent his already unsteady body reeling, and before he could react, he stumbled and fell into the blood pool. The agony in his mind made it impossible for Li Ming to control his body, and he inevitably opened his mouth, gulping down several mouthfuls of the liquid from the pool. The next instant, a searing sensation shot up his throat, as if he had swallowed not liquid, but a ball of flame. Then, that fire spread relentlessly through his limbs and bones, as if intent on reducing his entire body to ashes. Amidst the excruciating agony, Li Ming failed to notice that his scorched body was rapidly regenerating, becoming even more resilient than before. Finally, unable to breathe in the blood pool, Li Ming lost consciousness. Chapter 31, Dragon. An unknown amount of time passed before a powerful arm rose from the pool of blood, gripping the edge. What followed was a man's body, sculpted with perfectly defined muscles, as flawless as if carved by divine hands. The face belonged to none other than Li Ming. Like someone rescued from drowning, Li Ming gasped for air, the blood-tinged scent now faint, before surveying his completely renewed body. Clenching his fist tightly, Li Ming could distinctly feel the terrifying power coursing through his veins. He sensed that with his current physical strength alone, he could take on some mid to low-tier 8th-grade monsters. It seemed the blood pool also possessed the ability to enhance physical strength. Li Ming thought this as he glanced toward the dragon scale spear standing deep within the center of the blood pool. The disturbance had vanished, and the pool now lay utterly still. Li Ming leapt into the pool and swam over to pull it out. The moment it touched his hand, a wave of intense heat washed over him. As he examined the spear, he noticed the patterns on its shaft had become more ancient and mystical. It felt less like he was holding a spear and more like he was grasping a lone, living creature. Summoning the wordless book with his left hand, he realized that the injuries he had sustained earlier had already healed within the blood pool. Even within the blood pool, the Book of No Words remained undisturbed, automatically turning to the page detailing the Dragon Scale Spear. Dragon Blood Spear, imbued with the power of dragon blood, capable of temporarily mutating the wielder's body. Rating, B+. A magical artifact can evolve? What exactly is this alteration? Li Ming muttered to himself before slowly channeling his spiritual energy into the weapon. Next, Li Ming felt a crimson energy spreading from his gun-gripping arm throughout his entire body. In the next instant, silvery white dragon scales slowly began to grow all over his body. His pupils transformed into distinctive vertical silver slits, and 2 ethereal horns sprouted from his forehead. Though startled by his transformation, his immediate priority was figuring out how to escape. He set the matter aside for now. As he holstered the dragon blood gun, the altered state faded from his body. Swimming back to the edge of the blood pool, Li Ming rose to survey his surroundings. Finally, near one wall, he spotted another door that appeared to be openable. Unlike the previous door, this one lacked a hole in its center. Instead, it bore a sunken imprint resembling the paw print of some animal. Embracing the might as well mentality, bolstered by his fully healed body, Li Ming raised his hand and pressed his palm against the imprint. A sharp sting shot through his arm. Withdrawing his hand, he saw a small cut had been pierced open in his palm. The wound healed quickly, but a trace of blood remained on the indentation. As the blood was slowly absorbed by the door, it began to open gradually. A golden glow emanated from his body as Li Ming cautiously stepped inside. Inside was a relatively short passageway, ending with a wooden door. Pushing open the door, Li Ming was instantly blinded by the dazzling array of treasures. After his eyes adjusted to the dazzling glare, Li Ming began exploring the chamber. Countless unknown medicinal herbs, gold and gems of every shape, and piles of spirit warding stones stacked as high as small mountains. But the most eye-catching items were undoubtedly the white crystal, resembling a shed skin, deliberately placed on a special altar, and behind it, another bone spear nearly identical in size to the dragon blood spear. The earlier blood pool, his own altered state, and this hoarding habit identical to legends. Even a fool could guess this was a dragon's lair. Only, its master seemed to be dead. Li Ming ascended the steps, gazing at the bone spear. A bone spear displayed with such reverence was clearly no ordinary weapon. It might even be forged from dragon bone. This was evident from the restless tremor emanating from the dragon blood spear in his own grasp. He tentatively tapped the bone spear with the tip of his dragon blood spear. In the next instant, the bone spear shattered into dust, turning into a cloud of grayish-white particles. Yet it did not scatter to the ground. Instead, it swirled through the air without a breeze, then settled onto the dragon blood spear. A familiar stabbing pain surged through his mind. This time, perhaps due to his enhanced physique, the intensity remained within Li Ming's tolerable limits. Before the mental ache could subside, Li Ming caught a fleeting glimpse of a serpentine shadow writhing within the silver-white crystal on the altar. The crystal then crashed to the ground. Like ordinary glassware, the crystal stone predictably shattered into fragments. Before losing consciousness, Li Ming caught a glimpse of a figure darting out from within the crystal stone and plunging into his brow. What kind of snake was that? It was clearly a dragon, shrunk down countless times. When Li Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself in the same space he had visited during the 9 Jin and 8 times. At the very center of the space, instead of the book without words, stood an enlarged version of the dragon he had glimpsed before fainting. Before Li Ming could react, the dragon opened its gaping maw and roared as it lunged toward him. Hum! A sound like the deep toll of a massive bell echoed. Golden light flared around Li Ming as he raised both hands to grasp the massive fangs in the dragon's jaws, preventing it from swallowing him whole. After a moment of stalemate, Li Ming's mind moved, and a slashing blade materialized before him. With a mighty thrust upward, he seized the blade while his body swiftly curled into a ball, leaving only the blade protruding outward. The dragon's jaws snapped shut, but the blade pierced through flesh and blood, appearing within its field of vision. As the blade traced a perfect arc through the air, the dragon's snout separated from its head, the former vanishing entirely from this space. Gripping the blade, Li Ming flashed backward. The crimson dust sword materialized in his other hand, while the book of spell words hovered beside him. Earlier, Li Ming hadn't been certain he could eliminate all his pursuers, nor was he in a life-threatening situation requiring immediate intervention. To conceal his special abilities, he hadn't summoned the book of spell words. But now, in this situation, he feared no one seeing it. Then, the dragon's silhouette dimmed slightly, and the severed dragon's snout regrew as if it had never been cut off. Though I don't know why it's a human, you seem different. The dragon's mouth opened slightly, and Li Ming realized he could understand its words. I've seen many humans, but never one with so many abilities like yours. Therefore, I offer you an opportunity, the chance to become the livestock of Lai Yan, the 57th Dragon King of the Spatial Dragon Clan. Li Ming's eye twitched. He'd heard the saying a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, but never imagined a dragon's mouth couldn't either. Lifting his blade toward Lai Yan, Li Ming's golden aura intensified as he retorted. You're nothing but a long dead worm. Your brain must be completely rotten. It seems you still haven't figured out whose turf this is. With that, Li Ming charged toward Lai Yan. Chapter 32, Mental Power. Facing Li Ming unleashing his full power, Lai Yan shed his earlier casual demeanor. Its body rapidly shrank to the thickness of an adult man's arm, becoming denser and more solid. Even its scales seemed to come alive. Simultaneously, its attack style grew more unpredictable. With a sudden lunge forward, it vanished from Li Ming's sight. Instantly, Li Ming felt immense force strike him from behind, sending him flying backward. Regaining his balance midair before landing, Li Ming turned to face Lai Yan, who had materialized behind him only to vanish again in the next instant. He took a moment to steady his breathing. Buzz. That familiar immense force struck again. This time, however, Li Ming was prepared and wasn't sent flying. The instant he sensed the force, he spun around. His slash blade and crimson dust sword struck down in succession, only to meet nothing but air. Lai Yan's form was elusive. Recalling its claim to be a dragon king of the spatial dragon clan, Li Ming realized this ability to vanish instantly must be linked to spatial manipulation. How does one counter spatial abilities? Li Ming racked his brain for countermeasures, channeling more spiritual energy into the Golden Light Mantra to defend against Lai Yan, who could strike from any direction at any moment. Time passed slowly. Under Lai Yan's relentless attacks, the golden light enveloping Li Ming grew increasingly dim, and his expression darkened. Naturally, Li Ming's changing expression did not escape Lai Yan's keen eyes. Witnessing this scene, its attacks grew faster and faster, its body even blurring into a faint silver beam. Once it shattered this troublesome golden light and devoured the human soul completely, it could take control of this human body. Afterward, it would replace the lowly human blood within this body with dragon blood in the blood pool. Then, as Lai Yan, it could live out a new life. Moreover, bolstered by this human's unique abilities, its future accomplishments would surely surpass its former self, potentially even breaking through to that legendary realm. Unfortunately, this human hadn't fallen for the trick earlier. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had to expend so much effort shattering his turtle shell. Fortunately, it had stockpiled ample divine repelling stones beforehand, so replenishing the expended spiritual energy posed no concern. Boom! The golden light shattered, yet Lai Yan saw not the expected panic on the human's face, but rather a resolute determination. Immediately after, Lai Yan witnessed Li Ming lunge toward him with one hand while reaching for the book of spell words that had been hovering beside him. His voice was soft as he spoke. I command, within 5 meters of me, space is forbidden. The words barely left his lips when Li Ming let out a muffled groan. His body seemed to grow slightly transparent. Fortunately, the book of spell words emitted a magical ripple that instantly enveloped the 5-meter radius around Li Ming. Lai Yan was right in the middle of it. Having realized he truly couldn't handle Lai Yan's abilities, Li Ming decided to take a gamble, betting that the book of spell spirits might deliver a surprise. At that moment, Lai Yan's dragon eyes were filled with panic. It could distinctly sense that it had seemingly lost its once proud spatial abilities. And Li Ming's hand had landed precisely upon its body. Though deprived of its spatial abilities, the physical strength of a dragon remained formidable. With a single twist, it wriggled free from Li Ming's grasp and swiftly soared into the distance. According to that human, the spatial restriction seemed to only extend 5 meters. As long as it could escape beyond that range, it would once again be invincible. Then it could slowly wear down this human. It couldn't possibly use such a powerful ability twice in a row. But Lai Yan didn't see that as it turned its back and flew away, the horizontal blade that had pierced its body moments before was once again gripped by Li Ming. Liaison's speed wasn't actually that fast, it was merely its spatial abilities that made it difficult to track. Therefore, for Li Ming, Lai Yan at such close range was no different from that special puppet earlier. Both were stationary targets, though the cost might be slightly higher this time. The blade fell, cleaving Li Yan's body in two. Several more strikes followed, slicing it into segments of varying sizes to prevent it from regenerating like before. Several chunks of Li Yan's body fell to the ground. Within one of them, the dragon's eye gradually lost its luster. In the end, only a thick layer of disbelief remained. This can't be. Though it was unclear how the shattered Lai Yan could still utter words, these were its final breaths. Turning to Li Ming, his form had now thinned to an extreme degree. Using the blade of severance and the book of word spirits exacted a price, and spiritual energy was one of the costs. However, having exhausted his spiritual energy to sustain the golden light incantation, the price Li Ming paid was not spiritual energy, but rather the mental energy he had previously studied. At the same time, mental energy was the key to sustaining his soul form. For those whose mental energy dries up, there are only two fates: either slip into unconsciousness and wait for it to recover, or die. As someone only at the 8th rank cultivation level, Li Ming naturally possessed no means to restore his mental energy. Thus, the only fate awaiting him was death. In the real world, after Li Ming collapsed, a blank book slowly materialized on his chest. It automatically opened to a page describing a spear, inscribed with the following. The formless spear, forged from the blood and bones of a spatial dragon, exists within its own realm. Its spear shadows are unpredictable, making it exceptionally adept at slaughter. Rating, grade A+. Then, as if sensing something, the wooden spear rose into the air without Li Ming's control and plunged straight into the pile of Pishan stones. The divine repelling stones shattered, their crystalline fragments sinking into the spear's body before being absorbed. Li Ming's breath, which had been nearly imperceptible, gradually returned to normal. The wordless book on his chest also dissipated once more. After a long while, Li Ming slowly opened his eyes. His first action was to clasp his head, which throbbed as if it might explode. Unlike the needle prick pain experienced during previous artifact evolutions, this ache felt more like swelling-induced throbbing, accompanied by a dizzying sensation much like when he had absorbed information from the wordless book before. Li Ming sat cross-legged, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he returned to that familiar space. The space was now filled with vast quantities of silver-gray gas. From what he had seen before losing consciousness, this gas seemed to be the bodily decomposition of the dragon after its death. With each breath, Li Ming discovered he could absorb this gas. His body grew denser as he took it in, and strange fragments of memory surfaced in his mind. Assuming a meditation posture, Li Ming instinctively absorbed the silver-gray gas. Time passed once more, and Li Ming came to understand that these strange fragments were likely the memories of that so-called Lai Yin. By observing these memories, Li Ming gained a wealth of understanding, such as his current location and his present circumstances. Chapter 33, Emerging from Seclusion. Lai Yin was among the first batch of spirit beasts to arrive in this world, though his cultivation level at the time was far from peak, nearly third grade, second tier. Humans, having paid a tremendous price, slew it here. As death approached, it activated a unique formation, enveloping its own body within it. The peculiarity of this formation lay in the fact that only spirits could pass through it. To prevent its revival, humans expended vast resources to construct another formation outside the original one, the barrier sensed earlier designed to block spirit creatures from entering. But how could Lai Yin be so generous as to simply hand over his possessions to some unknown person, all for a promise made on a whim? He had naturally prepared a contingency. While its soul remained intact, Lai Yin employed a method to preserve it within its shed skin. It then refined its bones into a single bone spear. Then, when a fortunate spirit creature arrived to absorb the remains, it could rush into its sea of consciousness, devour its soul, and achieve the goal of usurping its nest. Moreover, the bone spear was rigged with a trick. While the absorber battled it within their sea of consciousness, the spear could instantly turn to powder and infiltrate the absorber's body, posing a significant threat. Once it had seized control of the absorber's body, it could then use the blood pool formed from its own blood to perform a blood exchange. Finally, it, Lai Yin, would be reborn. What it hadn't anticipated was that the first intruder would be a human. It hadn't expected him to refuse absorbing its remains outright, nor that the bone spear meant as a threat would be shattered by the man's own spear. Even more unexpected was that the human could fight its soul form to a standstill, and even prevent it from using the spatial abilities it relied on for survival. It never imagined it would fail. Thus, the famed 57th Dragon King of the Spatial Dragon Clan, Lai Yin, met his complete demise. Exhaling deeply, Li Ming opened his eyes. Next, I must find a way out. Li Ming rose to his feet, gazing at the wooding spear. Its entire body had turned a silvery white, its sharpness now subdued. The intricate patterns along its shaft had grown even more profound and mysterious, rendering its former appearance completely unrecognizable. He grasped it firmly in his hand. With a flick of the spear, the scattered treasures flowed like water into the spatial pocket within the spear. This was the undetermined spear's innate ability of vast storage space. After stowing everything away, Li Ming turned toward the pool of blood, his gaze fixed on a hidden door that had appeared before him, concealed beneath the treasures. According to his memory, beyond the door lay trials set by Lai Yin to screen worthy absorbers. The true exit was the place he had entered earlier. The keys required were the blood of a spirit creature and a spear imbued with the power of a dragon. Emerging from the passageway, Li Ming gazed up at the towering cliff face and slowly channeled his spiritual energy into the wandering spear. Though it had evolved into the wooding spear, its mutated abilities remained intact. Moments later, Li Ming transformed back into the form of the little dragon man. In this state, his strength and speed were significantly enhanced, making him perfectly suited for rock climbing. Far away in the Demon City, within a secret chamber of the Garden Mansion, a formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted from the seated woman. Rising to push open the chamber door, Li Yueming ignored the maid waiting nearby for orders. She pulled her phone from her pocket and called Li Ming. There was no signal in the chamber, so she had to step outside to make the call. But even after waiting until the busy tone sounded, Li Ming still didn't answer. After several failed attempts, a hint of irritation began to rise within Li Yueming. Just then, Yun Xiuran happened to pass by and addressed Li Yueming. "Yu Ming, got some good news, wanna hear it?" Li Yueming gave him a cold glance and replied. "I'm not interested in your so-called good news. And one more thing, my name is Li Yueming. That's my name, and I have no intention of changing it." As if he hadn't heard, Yun Xiuran continued speaking on his own. "Just a month ago, we ambushed and eliminated an insignificant pest in Xiu City who had caused us immense losses. I believe his name was Ming something or other. As a resident of Xiu City, does that ring a bell?" Before he could finish, the crimson dust sword in Li Yueming's hand was already pressed against Yun Xiuran's throat. But before it could touch him, Li Yueming's body was suddenly knocked flying by a man surnamed Luo who had appeared behind Yun Xiaoran. Only then did Yun Xiaoran snap to attention. His body trembled violently as he raised a hand to shield his throat, the other pointing at Li Yueming as he shouted angrily. "You're nothing but a bastard. Just like that vermin. You're furious, aren't you? But fury won't do you any good. That vermin is dead. Dead as a doornail. Dead as a doornail. Do you understand?" Li Yueming stared at Yun Xiaoran, who seemed to have lost his mind. Wiping the blood that had spilled from the corner of his mouth due to the spiritual energy fluctuations within his body, he said, "Yun Xiaoran, you will be the first human to die by my sword." With that, Li Yueming turned and walked away. Yun Xiaoran, hearing this, wore an expression of utter disbelief. He whipped his head around and shouted at driver Luo. "Uncle Luo, did you hear that? She wants to kill me? That bastard wants to kill me? What gives her the right to kill me? Uncle Luo, kill her for me. Kill her for me." Uncle Luo remained silent, letting Yun Xiaoran vent his fury. As a guard of the Yun family, his duty was solely to ensure Yun Xiaoran's safety. Beyond that, he could do nothing and dared to do nothing. Descending the staircase, Li Yueming spotted a beautiful woman in a custom-made qipao striding toward her from a short distance away. This was her long-lost biological mother, Li Wanning. Li Wanling approached, reaching out to grasp Li Yueming's hand, only to see her clasp her own hands behind her back. Li Wanling gave an awkward smile, then noticed the trace of blood lingering at the corner of Li Yueming's mouth. "Yu Ming, what happened? Did your breakthrough fail?" Li Wanling took another step forward, reaching out to touch Li Yueming's head. This time, Li Wanling's tone was firm. Seeing the concern and resolve in her eyes, Li Yueming didn't pull away. "It's nothing, really. I have some top-quality healing pills. Wait here, I'll go get them for you." With that, Li Wanning took Li Yueming by the arm and turned toward her own quarters. As they walked, Li Yueming spoke up. "Mom, I want to ask you something." Hearing that crucial word, Li Wanling's footsteps halted abruptly. She turned, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Li Yueming, and said, "Ask anything you want. I'll explain it to you." Li Yueming lowered his head and asked, "I want to know what really happened in Xiucheng. How is Li Ming now?" Li Wanling's voice remained silent, and the luxurious corridor fell into a moment of quiet. Chapter 34, Reporting for Duty. "He took the unknown assessment, killed 8 of our operatives we were preparing to plant, then someone intervened. They ambushed him outside the city, forcing him to jump off a cliff. His fate is unknown." Li Wanning delivered the sequence of events concisely, her tone as flat as if recounting a trivial matter. Li Yueming clenched her fist so tightly her nails dug deep into her flesh, yet she held on without flinching, as if numb to the pain. As a top student at Demon City University, she knew full well the peril lurking below that cliff. She understood that Li Wanling's phrase "fate unknown" was merely a euphemism. Watching Li Yueming's palm slowly drip blood, Li Wanning's eyes filled with anguish as she explained. "We gave him a chance. He chose not to value it. And during the trial, he was the one who struck first. He has no one to blame but himself." Li Wanling knew Yun Xiaoran had sought out Li Ming earlier. Yet in Yun Xiaoran's account after returning, it was Li Ming who had shown insatiable greed first, ultimately resorting to threats of violence against her son. But as an outsider, she didn't know that during the unknown trial, it was her son who had signaled those 8 men to assassinate Li Ming. Therefore, based on her understanding, it was Li Ming who, enraged by the failed negotiations, had killed those 8 men. To preserve the family's honor, her own household had then dispatched men to kill Li Ming. Li Yueming lifted her head to look at the woman who was her mother in the biological sense. Her gaze toward him was usually filled with affection and guilt, pure and untainted. It was precisely because of this that he had gradually begun to accept this family. Yet in her heart, this so-called family held no value whatsoever compared to Li Ming. Li Yueming wrenched her wrist free from Li Wan's grasp and said, "You go ahead and head back. I suddenly had an epiphany and want to practice a little longer." Li Wanling accepted this without suspicion, though a faint pang of jealousy stirred within her. Those who awaken the red dust sword gradually grow emotionally detached during their 7th grade cultivation. The departure of important people in one's heart can also accelerate this process to some extent. Li Yueming's sudden insight was likely due to the same reason. But in her heart, was that boy named Li Ming truly that important? Li Wanling pondered this. In the Spirit Energy Bureau of downtown Shou City, a man with a bushy beard leisurely sipped coffee from a cup, savoring his afternoon break. Suddenly, a frantic-looking employee burst through the door, shouting urgently, "This is bad. This is bad." Hao Mo set down his coffee cup, pulled a tissue from the desk, and wiped the coffee stains from his clothes as he addressed the employee. "Xiao Fan, no need to panic when trouble arises. Whether it's big or small, rushing is the least helpful thing." Fan Chi paused, then began speaking in short, breathless bursts. "Director Hao, you really should go, take a look. That formation outside the city seems to have been broken." The words had barely left his mouth when a powerful gust of wind swept past Fan Chi's face. When he opened his eyes again, the figure in the director's chair had vanished without a trace. The weather was clear, with a gentle breeze blowing. Wang Er strolled through the forest outside the city walls, his backpack still holding the tools needed for this mission. As he walked, Wang Er suddenly stopped. He sensed someone watching him. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck and he lost consciousness. The attacker was none other than Li Ming, who had climbed out from the cliff. Below the cliff's edge, Li Ming had chosen the shorter side rather than the towering wall. Emerging from the climb, he found himself in the midst of a forest. After roughly determining the direction by the sun, Li Ming began sprinting toward a specific point. But as he ran, he realized his clothes had completely dissolved in the pool of blood. Though they already turned into a string of rags when he fell, they were still better than nothing. So Li Ming immediately decided to climb a tree and wait quietly for someone destined to come along. Wang Er happened to be that person. Minutes later, Li Ming emerged from the bushes wearing ill-fitting clothes. After dressing, he placed some of Wang Er's valuables beneath his body and slipped a precious gemstone into his pocket. Using Wang Er's fingerprint to unlock his phone, Li Ming learned that a full month had passed since his fall. Which meant today was the very first day of school. And the last day to register. He immediately called Ji Chun. Without much explanation, he simply told him to meet him at the city wall, then sprinted toward the city. Before he reached the ramparts, a streak of blue light shot out from the city, landing before him in a cloud of dust. It was Ji Chun. Holy, you can fly? Then why the hell did it take you so damn long to get here last time? Before Ji Chun could respond, Li Ming leapt onto his back and demanded. Hurry up, hurry up. Today's the last day to register. If we don't get there soon, I won't have a school to attend. Ji Chun's eye twitched, but he said nothing. Turning, he flew toward the school inside the city walls with Li Ming on his back. Since it was the last day of registration, the campus was nearly deserted. Li Ming's unconventional mode of transportation drew little attention. After asking Ji Chun for some cash and paying the fees at the office, Li Ming walked out of the school gates with his student ID in hand. Ji Chun was leaning against the school wall, smoking his cigarette. His melancholy eyes, stubbly beard, slightly open shirt collar, and cigarette dangling from his lips, combined with his inherently unconventional features, made him look like a heartbroken playboy. But Li Ming couldn't care less about that. He walked right up and kicked him squarely in the butt. He hadn't forgotten that Ji Chun hadn't come to his rescue last time. The force of the kick sent Ji Chun stumbling backward, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. When did this kid get so strong? Even most lifting realm cultivators don't pack this kind of punch. Ji Chun was puzzled, but what intrigued him more was how Li Ming had managed to survive. Stubbing out his cigarette, Ji Chun addressed Li Ming. Come on. Since you've managed to survive this ordeal, I'll treat you to a meal. Then we'll have a proper chat. Hearing this, Li Ming gave a cold laugh and replied. Fine. I'll pick the place. We do need to have a proper talk. He motioned for Ji Chun to hand over his phone, typed the address into the ride-hailing app, and handed it back. Li Ming could clearly see Ji Chun's face darken when he saw the destination, but he said nothing. Half an hour later, they arrived at the city's most luxurious restaurant, the Tino Grand Hotel. Chapter 35, The Engagement. Inside private room 888 at the Tino Grand Hotel, Li Ming and Ji Chun sat across from each other. Since the conversation would touch on personal matters, Ji Chun had specifically booked a private room. Once all the dishes had been served and the staff closed the door behind them, Ji Chun spoke up. Now, you can tell us how you survived, and about that incredible strength of yours. Li Ming picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth, speaking as he ate. First, explain to me why, with your incredible speed, you couldn't get here in time. This is crucial, it affects how much I trust you. In response to Li Ming's blunt words, Ji Chun silently lit a cigarette. His unfocused gaze seemed lost in memory as he began. About 10 years ago, a pair of twins fell for me. I liked them both, but in the end, I chose the older sister. The younger one didn't say much about it. Later, the older sister died for some reason, and then the younger sister started clinging to me. That day, I don't know what price the Yin family offered her, but she came to tie me down, demanding I not leave within a day or else she'd kill herself. She was the type who meant what she said. I feared she might actually kill herself if she snapped, so I agreed. But in the end, at my request, they shortened it to 1 hour. Still, I couldn't make it in time. Upon hearing this, Li Ming nodded and went back to eating. During that month beneath the cliff, he'd either been unconscious or on the verge of passing out. Fortunately, his blood pool-enhanced body could go without food for extended periods. Otherwise, even if Lai Yan hadn't killed him, starvation likely would have. Still, he hadn't eaten in a month. Faced with these delicacies, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, he couldn't resist the urge to dig in. Before Li Ming could speak, muffled voices arguing outside the door reached his ears. The next moment, the door burst open. Li Ming looked up to see none other than Lin Chang, whom he hadn't seen in ages. I thought it was some blind fool daring to occupy my Lin family's private room. Turns out it's just a vagrant and a starving ghost. Ji Chun took a drag on his cigarette, looked at Li Ming, and asked. You know him? Before Li Ming could answer, Lin Chang sneered again. Put. What kind of trash is he? Does he even deserve to know me? With that, Lin Chang pulled a bank card from his pocket and flung it toward Li Ming. "There's 20 grand in this card. No pin. Take it and get the hell out." Li Ming tilted his head toward Ji Chun, signaling him to handle it. Seeing Li Ming's gesture, Ji Chun shook his head. Who was he? He was the famed Spring Hei from Unknown. Personally handling such a minor issue would be a total loss of face, right? But to Lin Chang, it looked like Li Ming was asking the homeless guy if he was leaving, and the guy was complaining it wasn't enough and wanted more. So Lin Chang pulled another bank card from his pocket and said, "Fine. I'm in a generous mood today and can't be bothered with petty squabbles. This card is just like the other one, take it and get lost. If you delay my important business, you'll regret it." Li Ming still ignored him, instead pushing the dishes in front of Ji Chun over to himself and continuing to wolf down his food. Li Ming's attitude stirred up unpleasant memories for Lin Chang. Just as he was about to resort to some special methods, the door opened once more. Li Ming glanced up to see another familiar face. The moment Lin Hong entered, he saw Lin Chang about to act and frowned, scolding him. "You're about to get married. How can you still be so reckless? Can't you act more mature?" Then, turning to Li Ming and the others, he added, "Room 888 has always been reserved for our Lin family. This time, it was the new staff member's mistake for not knowing better, so they assigned you this room. But today is my younger brother's engagement ceremony. I ask you both to do me and the Lin family a favor and give us this room. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to show you both what the Lin family is capable of." As he spoke, Lin Hong braced his hands on the table, unleashing the oppressive aura of an 8th rank, 7th tier spirit energy. For some reason, however, the two men seemed completely unaffected, showing not the slightest flicker of reaction. Clatter. Li Ming set down his chopsticks and rose. Considering Lin Hong hadn't deceived him at the divine shattering stone, he decided to grant him this favor. As for the money? Free money is free money. Seeing Li Ming rise, Ji Chun followed suit, and together they headed toward the door. As they passed Lin Chang, Li Ming caught his contemptuous sneer. But an elephant pays no mind to an ant's mockery. As for Lin Chang, Li Ming couldn't be bothered to care. Stepping out of the room, he encountered yet another familiar face. "Li Ming, it's you." Xin Xiaoyue wore a form-fitting black evening gown, her face adorned with subtle makeup, and around her snow-white neck hung the familiar sapphire necklace. It seemed she was tonight's star of the engagement party. Did this mean Lin Chang had licked his way to the top and now had it all? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Chang momentarily failed to notice the rapid shift in Xin Xiaoyue's expression. Suddenly, Li Ming felt his arms sink into two soft mounds. The warm, velvety touch seemed to penetrate the thin fabric and reach straight into his heart. Before Li Ming could pull his arm away from Xin Xiaoyue's embrace, he heard her call out to the figures behind her, who appeared to be both sets of parents. "This is the man I love. We already have a child." Li Ming's eye twitched. Then he heard her whisper close to his ear. "Call your sister now, or none of us will be able to leave." At that moment, Shin's mother spoke up, her face flushed with embarrassment as she addressed Lin Chang's parents. "Oh, these in-laws. My daughter is still young and doesn't know any better. She's never stayed out all night since she was little. Where would she get a child? I suspect she just doesn't want to marry so young and made up this lie with someone random." Lin Hongtu chuckled lightly and replied, "Mother-in-law, we've weathered so many storms together over the years. We can easily see through such childish lies. We won't take it seriously. But it seems you haven't done a very good job of counseling her. Why not send her over to our place first for some talking? Otherwise, if something like this happens at their wedding, it won't look good at all." Mrs. Shin nodded apologetically, her expression almost groveling as if begging for a favor. Seeing their disbelief, Shin Xiaoyue acted on impulse. She cupped Li Ming's head with both hands, preparing to kiss him. But before her lips could touch his, a hand smacked across her face. "Spreading rumors is one thing, but I won't tolerate actual indecency." Li Ming pushed Shin Xiaoyue's head away with one hand, his eyes filled with exasperation. Why did he always get caught up in such melodramatic situations? Li Ming. And as luck would have it, this scene was witnessed by Lin Chang, who had just stepped out of the room. His eyes widened in fury as a horizontal blade materialized in his hand, poised to strike down at Li Ming. Chapter 36, The Merchant and His Father. Wrapping one arm around Xin Xiaoyue's slender waist, Li Ming spun around. His palm flashed with golden light as he caught the horizontal blade. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Chang's eyes as he held the blade. After 2 months of cultivation, his strength had reached the 2nd tier of the 8th rank. He had struck with full force, aiming to kill Li Ming outright. How could it be blocked so casually? But then Lin Chang saw Xin Xiaoyue press tightly against Li Ming, her face flushed with a coy blush. Once again, rage clouded his mind. "I'll kill you." Like a rabid wild dog, Lin Chang channeled all his spiritual energy into his horizontal blade. Golden light flared from the blade as he twisted his body and swung it horizontally at the two before him. Li Ming frowned. Facing an attack that seemed poised to cleave them both in two, he merely flicked his finger against the blade. With effortless ease, he sent Lin Chang flying backward, blade and all. Lin Chang stumbled backward, only to be caught by Lin Hong, who appeared just in time to steady him before he fell. Brother, that was a bit much, don't you think? Lin Hong supported Lin Chang as he addressed Li Ming. Noticing Lin Hong's gaze lingering on the arm he used to hold Shin Xiaoyue, Li Ming immediately released her and took a few steps back. Golden light flared from his fingertips as Li Ming declared. Lin Hong, I didn't want to get involved in your family's business today. But it was your brother's fiancé who provoked me first, and then your brother attacked me. I only pushed him back out of respect for you. Otherwise, with his half-baked skills, I wouldn't fear 10 of him. Lin Hong stared at the golden glow at Li Ming's fingertips, puzzled at how he knew his name. He hadn't mentioned it just now. Then, his eyes narrowed sharply as if recalling something. Holding back Lin Chang, who was seething with rage and ready to attack again, Lin Hong quickly stepped beside Lin Hongtu and whispered into his ear. After listening to Lin Hongtu's account, Lin Hongtu gave Li Ming a long, meaningful look before smiling. Oh, come now, what's this about saving face? You and my son Lin Hong are brothers. Today's incident was just another misunderstanding. Talking about it only hurts our feelings. How about this? If you two don't mind, why not stay and eat with us? That way, my brat can apologize properly. Lin Chang opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Hongtu shot him a stern look. He promptly lowered his head and murmured in a barely audible voice. I'm sorry. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to dwell on the volume of his voice, and turned to leave. But just then, Ji Chun, who had remained silent all along, spoke up. Miss, were you forced into this? Li Ming turned to look at Ji Chun, puzzled by his sudden interest in a matter that had nothing to do with him. Shen Xiaoyue stood alone. Ever since Li Ming had let go of her, she had remained there by herself, her parents not coming forward to support or comfort her. Her gaze swept back and forth over the group, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Over the past month, her family had suddenly fallen on hard times. Her parents had tried every possible solution, yet still couldn't reverse the decline. As a student, she couldn't offer much help either. But soon after, the Lin family extended an olive branch to her family, offering assistance in exchange for a marriage alliance. After days of heated arguments and disputes, her parents finally agreed to the match. Shin Xiaoyue couldn't find any valid reason to object. Deep down, she knew this sudden turn of events was nothing more than a carefully orchestrated play by the Lin family. But what the Lin family demanded bore no proportion to what they offered in return. This deal was a win for the Shin family. As for the earlier scene, it was her final act of defiance against her impending fate after seeing Li Ming. It seemed to have failed. A bitter smile touched Shin Xiaoyue's lips before she shook her head. After all these years as a Shin family daughter, enjoying so many privileges, it was indeed time for her to contribute to the family. She should accept it. Young lady, I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing? If you shake your head, this so-called arranged marriage is nothing but hot air. The moment those words left his mouth, the tension in the room thickened once more. Lin Hongtu's gaze grew increasingly menacing. Li Ming's eyes suddenly gleamed with amusement. Though he didn't understand why Ji Chun was interested in this matter, his impression of Shin Xiaoyue wasn't bad, and he knew Lin Chang was no suitable match. It was clear as day that Shin Xiaoyue was not consenting willingly. Clang! In the next instant, a broadsword materialized in Ji Chun's right arm, which he had been holding across his chest. He merely glanced at it before ignoring it. The broadsword was Lin Chang's magical artifact, and the wielder was naturally Lin Chang himself. Lin Chang's face was frozen in utter disbelief. He couldn't fathom that his strike had failed to leave even the slightest mark on Ji Chun, especially since he'd been caught completely off guard. Seeing this, Li Ming silently gave Lin Chang a mental thumbs up for his utter ignorance of his own limitations. That Shin Moon, you've been chasing the wrong person from the start. Even if I called my sister, she might not be able to take you away. But he can. I don't know if this identity carries enough weight, but I'll mention it anyway. This person is Ji Chun, the head of the Starlight Trial Hall. His strength is unfathomable. Li Ming added with a hint of schadenfreude, his mind already forming a theory about the death of the elder twin sister Ji Chun had favored. Before Shin Xiaoyue could speak, Lin Hong stepped forward and said, Senior, this is ultimately our family matter. As an outsider, isn't it a bit? Before Lin Hong could finish, he caught Ji Chun's gaze. That single glance sent a chill through him like plunging into an icy spring. His body trembled uncontrollably and his words trailed off. Suddenly, a warm current flowed over his back. Turning his head, he saw Lin Hongtu's hand resting there. Seeing Lin Hong recover, Lin Hongtu withdrew his hand and stepped forward, his 5th tier aura bearing down on Ji Chun. Director Ji, might your jurisdiction be a tad too broad? In response, Ji Chun merely raised a single finger. The next moment, Lin Hongtu let out a muffled groan as his body stiffened abruptly. Lin Chang, standing beside Ji Chun, was also sent flying by the shockwave. Shall I expose every underhanded tactic you've employed against the Shin family, Lin family head? Ji Chun spoke in a deep voice, and then an unremarkable figure approached. This man was none other than Shin Xiaoyue's father, Shin Tuliang. Shin Tuliang pulled a pack of cigarettes from his expensive suit, took one out, and offered it to Ji Chun, saying, I know you have my daughter's best interests at heart, but from a businessman's perspective, this deal isn't a loss for me. Therefore, please give me a reason that would allow me to refuse from a father's perspective. Chapter 37, The Story. She doesn't want to. Ji-chun took the cigarette and replied thus. Upon hearing this, Shintuliang lit his own cigarette, took a drag, and said, I'm a businessman, but I never deal with people whose intentions are unclear. I know the Lin family's motives, and I've discussed them with Xiaoyu. Yet she hasn't explicitly refused. But today, I intend to make an exception. After all, as a father, I ought to pay attention to my daughter's wishes. After speaking, Shintuliang turned back, bowed deeply to Lin Hongtu, and continued. Head of the Lin family, after careful consideration, I believe this marriage alliance is best not pursued. As for the matters concerning my family, I trust you will not trouble yourself further. Ji-chun's fingers had dropped unnoticed, and Lin Hongtu's face darkened upon hearing these words. Oomph. Shin family head, I hope you'll still be so defiant a month from now. With that parting shot, Lin Hongtu departed with Lin Hong, followed by Lin Chang, who trailed behind with a look of bitter resignation. Ji-chun lit the cigarette Shintuliang offered him and turned to Shin Xiaoyue, saying, Shun Xiaoyue. The artifact, the Tranquil Moon Vase, is rated B grade, with power at the second tier of the 8th rank. Not bad talent. Someone will come for you in a few days, a woman. Don't worry about anything else. A minor family like the Lins can't afford to cross her. Really? No sooner had Ji-chun finished than Li Ming leaned in, his voice thick with disbelief. After all, Ji-chun had told him the exact same thing last time. Ji-chun's eye twitched slightly before he added. The person picking you up is named Gong Yingting Gong from the Imperial Palace family in the capital. If anything goes wrong, call this number, 133. With that, he turned and walked away. Li Ming, after giving Shin Xiaoyue a reassuring glance, followed him out. Back at the entrance of Ideal Melody, they packed up some barbecue outside the gate before heading toward Li Ming's home. After all, Ji-chun hadn't eaten anything yet, and Li Ming still hadn't explained what had happened down at the cliff. Back home, when Ji-chun raised an eyebrow at him, Li Ming summoned his wandering spear and hurled it at him, saying, That thing tried to eat me, but I killed it instead. Ji-chun caught the wooding spear. The instant it left his hand, he sensed a faint spatial fluctuation emanating from it, and even the spear's aura grew exceptionally faint. Had he been caught off guard, he likely wouldn't have detected it until it closed within 10 meters. That's it? Ji-chun asked, running his hand along the spear. So what's the deal with this spear? What exactly are its abilities? Li Ming picked up a skewer, leaned back on the sofa, and said, If you want the details, you'll have to give me something equally detailed in return. Tell me about it, I'm kinda curious about your story with those twin sisters. Ji-chun's eye twitched again, instantly regretting not having made up some lie to brush it off back at the hotel. There's really not much to it. It's pretty much what you'd expect, just another rich girl falls for a poor boy story. But what if it's a rich girl and a poor guy with potential? Ji-chun shot him a withering look and snapped. Are you even listening? If you are, don't interrupt. Li Ming nodded immediately, adopting a focused expression. He didn't interrupt again for the rest of the story. About 13 years ago, Ji-chun met a pair of twins during a mission. The older sister was named Hu Lianfeng, and the younger sister was Hu Shiruo. Their mission was to explore the interior of a suddenly appearing spatial fissure. During the expedition, the three traveled together, and both sisters secretly developed feelings for Ji-chun. Just as Hu Lianfeng realized her sister also liked Ji-chun and was preparing to step back, Ji-chun confessed his feelings to her. Seeing this, Hu Shiruo gradually withdrew from their world. But good times never last. The Hu family was one of the prominent clans in the northern borderlands of Huaxia. As the eldest legitimate daughter of the Hu family, Hu Lianfeng naturally shouldered the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the Hu family's interests, leading to a marriage alliance with the equally prestigious Lu family. Ji-chun and Hu Lianfeng naturally resisted. Relying on their modest abilities and savings, they began a life of hiding their identities and fleeing. But predictably, they were discovered. After fierce resistance, Hu Lianfeng was brought back to the Hu family. Under the Hu family's threat to reveal Ji-chun's identity, she agreed to the arranged marriage and donned the red bridal attire. Then, on the very day of her wedding ceremony with the eldest son of the Lu family, Hu Lianfeng drew a dagger from her sleeve. Before the assembled representatives of numerous noble families, she took her own life. She left behind only the words, "Until we meet again in the next life." Ji-chun, however, was secretly rescued by Hu Shiruo, who had been secretly arranged by Hu Lianfeng. Later, with Hu Shishu's assistance, Ji-chun evaded multiple assassination attempts by the enraged Hu family. By a stroke of fate, he joined the organization Unknown, adopting the codename Spring. Later, faced with pressure from the Hu family, Unknown, who had come to understand the full truth, was also quite willing to take in this exceptionally gifted individual who stood in direct opposition to the aristocratic families, secretly protecting him. Thus, Ji-chun was promoted from a blade to a blade-wielding ghost. I know those two sisters' personalities well. Shiro truly could have killed herself the moment I stepped outside. In the farewell letter Lianfeng left me, she instructed me to take good care of her younger sister. This was her dying wish, I couldn't ignore it. So please understand what happened that day. Li Ming listened, remaining silent for a long while. His gaze drifted to the framed photograph of himself and Li Yueming hanging on the wall, his mind elsewhere. So his intervention today stemmed from his disgust toward forced marriages? As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Li Ming couldn't help but recall the words Yin Shiran had spoken that day. The ideal candidate for an arranged marriage. Li Ming took a bite of the skewered meat in his hand and asked Ji Chun, what kind of power would it take to change a prominent family's decision? Hearing this, Ji Chun followed his gaze and immediately understood what Li Ming was really asking. As for the Yun family, in terms of individual strength, causing trouble would require at least a fourth-rank cultivator as a baseline. To change their will through personal effort alone, you'd need a third-rank cultivator at the very least. After all, their second-rank patriarch is still alive, they wouldn't fear your interference. Of course, if your talent is truly terrifying and your future potential is limitless, they might just weigh the cost of offending you. But you must understand that limitless future hinges on you actually having a future. Li Ming nodded silently. Alright, now that I've laid all my cards on the table, shouldn't you explain in detail what exactly happened to you beneath the cliff? Li Ming snapped back to attention and gestured for Ji Chun to return the wooding spear. Taking the wooding spear, Li Ming slowly channeled his spiritual energy into it. His body began to transform accordingly. Chapter 38, Back to School. For a fleeting moment, Li Ming felt as though an overwhelmingly powerful pressure had enveloped him, accompanied by a palpable sense of impending doom. Not even when facing Lai Yan had he ever felt such pressure. Fortunately, this oppressive force lasted only an instant. Why are you overreacting like this? It's not like there aren't artifacts in this world that can alter physical abilities. Li Ming shouted at Ji Chun. With only the three of them in the room, the source of the pressure could only be him. Ji Chun gave an awkward chuckle before replying. It was a reflex. Besides, their mutations aren't as extreme or comprehensive as yours. The moment Li Ming's transformation completed, Ji Chun's vision filled with a humanoid dragon spirit, a creature with twin horns protruding from its forehead, its entire body covered in silvery white dragon scales, and its limbs transformed into dragon claws. Having battled countless spirits throughout his life, Ji Chun instinctively sought to eliminate this mortal enemy of humanity. Taking a few steps closer, Ji Chun curiously poked Li Ming's dragon scales with his finger. What abilities do you possess in this state? He asked, feeling the authentic texture under his fingertips. Typically, when a spirit tamer entered an altered state, they gained partial abilities from their altered target physical prowess and special powers, for instance. Probably whatever that dragon has, I have too? Li Ming replied uncertainly. After absorbing most of Lai Yan's memories, he had also learned how to use some of those abilities. But regarding certain secret arts unique to spirits, even though his body had been transformed by the blood pool, he wasn't sure if he could actually wield them. Does this state affect your mental clarity? Or cause any side effects? From what I know, the bloodthirsty necklace, a grade B artifact, causes the spirit tamer's body to crave blood intensely after it mutates. If there really are side effects, you'd be wise to use it sparingly. After all, with just that broadsword in that book, you've got more than enough to take you far. Seeing the worry in Ji Chun's eyes, Li Ming shook his head. He'd kept the mutation active throughout his rock climb, and even after scaling out, he hadn't experienced any chaotic thoughts or noticeable side effects. Ji Chun clicked his tongue, momentarily at a loss for words. Such extraordinary artifacts were rare even over 3 or 4 years, yet now they seemed to be appearing in clusters and all concentrated on a single person. Alright, if there are no side effects, then it doesn't matter. But lately, the Academy of Sciences seems to have a strange attitude toward artifacts with this kind of ability. You'd better be careful. The Academy of Sciences, an official organization dedicated to researching magical artifacts and spirits, had made tremendous contributions. Spiritual artifacts were one of the fruits of their research. Li Ming nodded, then began recounting his experience at the cliff's base at Ji Chun's prompting. Nothing much, really. After breaking through the formations with my blade, I followed the only path to that thing, Liaison's corpse. It dragged me into its sea of consciousness for a one-on-one duel. I killed its soul form, then hacked my way through the formations to escape. As for that spear? It was forged from the dragon's own flesh and bone. He intended to use it after reincarnating, but since he died, it became ownerless. I just picked it up. What about the rest? It couldn't have left just this spear behind, right? Li shot him a knowing look, then revealed the ring on his right ring finger. There were indeed many valuable things inside, but I had to be able to carry them, you know? Ji Chun nodded in understanding. He knew Li Ming had left much unsaid, but he didn't feel like prying further. After all, everyone had their secrets, didn't they? In any case, Ji Chun trusted Li Ming. I'll report this matter, but I'll withhold some of your details. After all, not everyone higher up is exactly squeaky clean. After devouring everything on the table in a whirlwind, Ji Chun departed. Collapsing onto the sofa, Li Ming gazed at the full moon through the balcony window, murmuring to himself. Third rank, huh? The next morning, Li Ming rose early. After updating his relevant credentials, he rushed straight to a phone store to buy a new device and dialed Li Yueming's number. But the call didn't go through. He figured her self-imposed seclusion hadn't ended yet. Putting away his phone, Li Ming turned and headed toward the school. Today was his first day of classes. He swiped his student ID to enter campus. According to the information on his card, he had been assigned to Class 1, the class composed of students with the highest-rated awakened artifacts. Entering the classroom, Shin Xiaoyue was also in Class 1. He found an empty seat by the window and sat down. To his surprise, the first person to approach him wasn't Shin Xiaoyue, but a boy he didn't recognize. "Hello, classmate. Nice to meet you. My name is Kai Yang. Li Ming. Li, were you also assigned to Class 1 due to an artifact rating error? I don't recall seeing your name on the red list." Li Ming nodded, indirectly confirming the reason for his placement in Class 1. Seeing his nod, Kai Yang continued. "May I ask what your artifact's approximate rating is?" "Mine is B+. Class A, Grade A." Li Ming replied succinctly, immediately sparking a gasp of astonishment. Grade A magical artifacts were extremely rare in the small town of Xiucheng, let alone a Grade A upper. "Hey, another Class A. Looks like Guzhuo might not necessarily be the top scholar of our school this year after all." "Hard to say. I vaguely remember this guy. I think the artifact he awakened was a book." "A book? How could a book be rated Class A?" "No idea, but I still think Guzhuo will be top scorer. This year's martial arts exam carries too much weight. A book probably won't get him that high a score." "Exactly. An 80% weighting is ridiculous. It leaves no room for us functional artifact users." Seeing Li Ming turn his gaze toward the window, Kai Yang sensibly walked away. Listening to the chatter buzzing around him, Li Ming felt deeply that attending school was still necessary. Regardless of how much he could learn, certain crucial information was only accessible to students firsthand. Tap tap tap. The rhythmic tapping of high heels on the floor silenced the chatter in the classroom. Li Ming turned his head, his eyes flashing with admiration as he watched the person walk in. Her jet-black hair was neatly pulled back into a ponytail, and she wore a pair of rimless glasses. Nothing else adorned her face. She wore a tailored blazer over her ample figure, the teacher's ID badge pinned prominently on her chest. Her lower body was encased in a black pencil skirt that hugged her curves perfectly, revealing a pair of long, shapely legs clad in black stockings. Chapter 39, Ranking Tournament. Clack. Gong Yingting slammed her lesson plan onto the lectern. The sound snapped the male students, who had been staring intently, back to attention. "I am your homeroom teacher, Gong Yingting. I look forward to your continued cooperation for the remaining year. There's only one rule in my class, no rules. As long as you guarantee your grades won't drop, you can come to class or not, it's up to you," Gong Yingting declared, her gaze sweeping across the classroom before settling on Li Ming, seated by the window. Li Ming was also looking at her. From the moment he heard her name, he knew she was the one Ji Chun had arranged to find Shin Xiaoyue. But why did she choose to be this homeroom teacher? Doesn't she find it troublesome? Or are all the big shots in their unknown organization this idle? Li Ming turned his gaze back to Shin Xiaoyue, only to find her eyes locked on him at that very moment. Then another question popped into his mind: where was Lin Chang? What Li Ming didn't know was that due to an error in artifact grading, Lin Chang, who had originally been on the borderline for Class 1 based on his ranking, had been bumped down to Class 2 after someone with a higher artifact grade was detected later. Ahem. Gong Yingting cleared her throat twice, signaling the students who had begun whispering among themselves to quiet down. She then continued. "The principal will address you shortly. For now, please get acquainted with each other quietly. Now, Li Ming and Shin Xiaoyue, please step forward." With that, Gong Yingting turned and walked toward the door. Li Ming and Shin Xiaoyue rose and followed her out, sparking another wave of murmurs. A genius who had awakened a Grade A artifact in the school beauty of Xiucheng No. 1 High School. There was certainly plenty to gossip about between them. Outside the door, Gong Yingting stood arms crossed, her ample figure even more pronounced as she watched them. Li Ming turned his head, forcing himself not to linger on her figure lest he lose his composure. "Shin Xiaoyue, right? Old Ji mentioned you'll be my apprentice from now on. If you have nothing else to do, stick with me. That way, those Lin family people won't dare cause trouble for me." As she spoke, Gong Yingting pulled her phone from her pocket. After adding Shin Xiaoyue as a friend, she sent her a file and said, "You'll use this cultivation method from now on. Your previous one only reached a 6th grade limit, far too low. Plus, the cultivation speed is slow. If you want to keep the title of my disciple, your strength simply can't be this weak." Upon hearing this, Shin Xiaoyue bowed repeatedly to Gong Yingting until Gong reached out to help her up. Following her gesture, Shin returned to the classroom. After Shin Xiaoyue departed, Gong Yingting finally turned her gaze toward Li Ming, who had been staring off into space, and said, "So you're Li Ming? You don't seem particularly remarkable to me. Why does old Ji care so much about you, even going so far as to expose his connection to the authorities?" Li Ming's heart skipped a beat at Gong Yingting's final remark. After hearing Ji Chun's story, he knew full well that Ji Chun's connection to the authorities was not something to be revealed lightly. What Ji Chun did might be tolerated within the unknown, but to the authorities, he was a criminal, one with solid evidence against him. If this connection were exposed, Ji Chun's life would undoubtedly be threatened. At that point, the authorities would likely have no choice but to eliminate him for the greater good. Li Ming looked into Gong Yingting's eyes and asked, "What can I do?" Gong Yingting scoffed dismissively. "What can you do? What can an 8th rank official possibly accomplish? Can you slaughter the entire Lu family?" Li Ming lowered his head, silent for a moment. Seeing his expression, Gong Yingting realized her tone had been a bit harsh. She shook her head and said, "I mean no offense. I called you out just to remind you Ji Chun has invested heavily in you. Don't let him down. As for what I said earlier, just pretend I let out a fart." After a moment, Li Ming lifted his head and said to Gong Yingting, "I will." Gong Yingting nodded and was about to head back into the classroom when the loudspeaker began broadcasting again. All students are requested to assemble immediately on the playground for the opening ceremony. At that moment, on the spectator stands bordering the playground, Wei Changqing sat at the center of a long table formed by several joined desks, with Feng Tianyang seated to his left. Wei Changqing was silently grumbling to himself. The observation period had long passed. Why hadn't Feng Tianyang left yet? Could it be he was shamelessly trying to poach a promising recruit from his own ranks? After a while, the students on the playground slowly gathered. After testing the microphone in front of him, Wei Changqing launched into his classic, long-winded, repetitive motivational speech, the same few platitudes repeated over and over. Finally, with the words, "May you all have a bright future," Wei Changqing concluded his speech. Then came the main event of the day. A man in military uniform rose, picked up the microphone before him, and announced, "Please hold your positions for a moment, everyone. A ranking tournament for the red name list will soon commence at the trial grounds. Interested students may proceed there to assemble." With that, he led the way out. The students below slowly dispersed, heading in different directions. Wei Changqing glanced to his left and noticed that Feng Tianyang had vanished without a trace. "That bastard. He's not actually going to poach people, is he?" Wei Changqing muttered under his breath before heading toward Class 1. After all, the school's top prospects were all gathered there. Li Ming couldn't care less about these ranking matches. Since he wasn't on the red list, as long as he stayed away, it had nothing to do with him. But before he could take 2 steps, someone shouted to stop him. "Li Ming! You think you can just run off?" It was Lin Chang. Class 2 was right next to Class 1, so Lin Chang, who was in Class 2, naturally spotted Li Ming. Seeing Li Ming not head toward the trial grounds after the dismissal, Lin Chang assumed he was scared. Recalling how Li Ming had humiliated him twice before, he wasn't about to let this chance to humiliate him slip away. "Running away isn't impossible. Just kneel down, kowtow to me twice, and crawl between my legs. Then I'll overlook your previous offenses." Li Ming's eye twitched as he looked at Lin Chang and said, "Are you even human? There must be limits to your ignorance. Forget my sister, just look at the person standing beside me yesterday. Do you really think you or your Lin family could provoke either of them? Setting that aside, we've crossed swords twice now. When did you ever beat me? Forget beating me, did you even injure me either time?" Like a child caught in a lie, Lin Chang's face flushed crimson, yet his mouth kept spewing defiance. "I wasn't using my full strength back then. I was holding back because you're a body tempering practitioner. Prove yourself on the trial grounds if you think you've got what it takes." Chapter 40, The Severed Path. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively, making to leave. He couldn't be bothered conversing with such a big kid, it would lower his IQ. But the moment he turned, Lin Chang's voice echoed again. "Ha! A worthless coward who hides behind others. My Lin family isn't intimidated. It's just a whore and a bum. Even if they begged on their knees to be my Lin family's lapdogs, I wouldn't take them." Li Ming nodded, turned to face Lin Chang, and smiled before saying, "I've got an idea. Suddenly, I really want to have a fight with you. You in?" Because of his eyes, everything he saw seemed smaller than himself, so he dared to provoke anything, completely unaware of the disaster this might bring upon him. The two arrived at the trial ground. At the signal of the man in military uniform, they walked to a table holding 2 agreements. He picked one up. It was the usual stuff: safety first, competition second, no lethal blows allowed. After reading them, Lin Chang didn't rush to sign. Instead, he turned to Li Ming and said, "How about adding one more clause? Like, you can't stop until you say surrender. Li Ming whipped his head around, staring at Lin Chang in utter shock. He had been plotting how to cripple Lin Chang before the military man could react. He never expected the opportunity to present itself so readily. Li Ming nodded, then turned to the military uniformed man and asked, "Is that acceptable?" "What do you mean okay?" "I say it's okay, and it's okay." Assuming Li Ming was hesitating, Lin Chang shot the uniformed man a threatening glance before snatching the agreement from Li Ming's desk. He added the clause and handed it over. Seeing no reaction from the man in uniform, Li Ming signed his name on the agreement. Lin Chang, having already signed his part, strode toward the trial grounds, eager to teach Li Ming a lesson. Li Ming turned to Gong Yingting, who had appeared beside him, and asked, "If I cripple him outright later, can you help me fend off the Lin family?" Gong Yingting was puzzled by Li Ming's confidence. Over the past month, Li Ming hadn't had time to cultivate, so in Gong Yingting's perception, he remained merely an 8th grade, 5th-tier spirit tamer. Lin Chang, however, possessed an 8th grade, 2nd-tier cultivation. Within the 8th grade, the gap between these two tiers wasn't large enough to prevent Lin Chang from even uttering a single word of surrender. Though puzzled, Gong Yingting nodded. Even if Li Ming killed Lin Chang, let alone crippling him, she would only pay a minuscule price. Seeing her nod, Li Ming abandoned his plan to break 5 of his fingers. Circling around the table, Li Ming saw Lin Chang standing on the trial ground, his hand gripping his magical artifact, clearly unable to wait any longer. But that was fine by him, he was eager too. Climbing the stairs to the trial ground, Li Ming waited tensely for the military uniformed man slowly pacing the center to announce the start. At the military man's command, Li Ming vanished from his spot. Since it was a trial, students were naturally allowed to watch. As one of only 2 students in the school who had awakened a great magical artifact, Li Ming naturally drew considerable attention. Ever since Lin Chang's provocation on the playground, most students had gathered to watch. Hearing they were heading to the trial ground, the spectators, always eager for a spectacle, naturally followed along. After all, they too were eager to witness the unique capabilities of a grade A artifact. After Li Ming vanished from sight, the audience's gaze slowly shifted to Lin Chang with a thunderous crash. Lin Chang lay sprawled on the ground in a spread eagle position, with a hand still pressed against his head. Li Ming's hand. With a single strike, Li Ming had pinned Lin Chang to the ground. Gong Yingting, seated among the spectators, felt her pupils contract. This was absolutely not something an 8th rank, 5th-tier practitioner could achieve. Judging by the speed and force, even some newly ascended 7th rank spirit masters might not be capable of such a feat. Pulling his hand away, Li Ming looked down at the unconscious Lin Chang and delivered 2 swift slaps across his face. The man in military uniform assumed Li Ming intended to rouse him for surrender, so he made no move to intervene. Little did he know this would be his final chance to intervene. Lin Chang's eyes gradually regained their focus. His expression was dazed, as if he saw Li Ming standing right before him. Still confused about the situation, he raised his lifeless arm and struck Li Ming's chest lightly, as if flirting. Li Ming turned to the military man and stated, "He still has the strength to fight back. That doesn't count as surrender." The man nodded. Li Ming rose to his feet, walked to the other side of Lin Chang, and picked up the magical artifact that had fallen beside him. In this state, Lin Chang was utterly powerless to stop any of Li Ming's actions. However, Li Ming made no move to take it. Even though absorbing it would elevate his cultivation by a minor realm, he disdained to claim Lin Chang's artifact. He tossed the broadsword upward. Watching the light reflect off its blade, he summoned his own slashing blade. With a casual flick of his wrist, the blade sliced through the air. Yet immediately afterward, the broadsword vanished into the void. After sustaining damage, a treasure could be partially repaired by nurturing it within the spirit master's body. However, this process inevitably caused some loss to the spirit master's own foundational cultivation. Therefore, in Gong Yingting's view, Li Ming's strike merely inflicted damage on Lin Chang's artifact, indirectly undermining his foundation and making his future path more difficult. She could easily suppress such an incident. But Gong Yingting was mistaken. She did not understand the true nature of the slash blade. Li Ming's blade had not merely damaged Lin Chang's artifact, nor had it merely made his future path more difficult. It had severed his future path entirely. The shattering of his treasure sent a wave of excruciating pain through Lin Chang, instantly jolting him awake. Yet what terrified him more than the physical agony was the realization that he could no longer sense his treasure. Yet the agony was impossible to ignore. Lin Chang rolled on the ground, hoping to ease the searing pain coursing through his body. Li Ming watched, dispelling the blade in his hand. He exhaled and declared, "Considering you were merely insolent with your words, I've only crippled one of your future paths. Whether you choose to cultivate your body or live as a wealthy man, your Lin family can still support you. Still, I hope you learn your lesson. After all, there's a limit to everything. If you utter one more filthy word about my sister, I won't just disable your artifact, it won't be that simple." With that, Li Ming turned and strode toward the exit, leaving behind Lin Chang, still wailing in agony, and the military uniformed man, who hadn't yet regained his composure. Upon exiting the trial ground, Li Ming didn't encounter Gong Yingting first. Instead, he saw Feng Tianyang, whom he hadn't seen in ages, alongside an unfamiliar man standing beside him. "Mr. Li, might you be interested in developing your career at the provincial headquarters?" No sooner had Feng Tianyang spoken than Li Ming spotted Wei Changqing rushing over from afar. He barged between Li Ming and Feng Tianyang, raising his foot to kick Feng Tianyang. "Go to hell." Chapter 41, A Place One Shouldn't Stay. Whoever's father he was cursing at, Feng Tianyang unusually didn't dodge, letting Wei Changqing's kick land squarely on his body. It was then that Wei Changqing noticed the man standing beside Feng Tianyang. "Gu Zhua? What are you doing here?" Wei Changqing looked at Gu Zhua, then glanced at Feng Tianyang, and suddenly understood what was going on. "You're planning to develop in the provincial capital?" Gu Zhua nodded, perhaps too embarrassed to speak. "Fair enough. The education and resources there are indeed better. What about you? After speaking, Wei Changqing turned his gaze to Li Ming. Li Ming, I observed your trial with Lin Chang earlier. You possess immense talent. Wasting it here is a shame. Why not join me at Jiangbei No. 1 High School? I can guarantee you the best resources and secure you a spot in the top class. Feng Tianyang also chimed in at the right moment. What he hadn't anticipated was that Li Ming shook his head without a moment's hesitation. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Feng, but my home is here. I have no plans to leave for now. Are you worried about housing? Don't fret, I'll arrange it for you. Feng Tianyang inquired, but seeing Li Ming shake his head again, a hint of anxiety flashed across his face. Mr. Li, I'm giving you serious advice. The college entrance exam is no game. There's no room for complacency, everyone is striving with all their might to secure better opportunities. Don't let trivial, illusory things hold you back from moving forward. After Feng Tianyang finished speaking, he saw Li Ming nod. Just as a hint of relief appeared on his face, he heard Li Ming say, I know that, Teacher Feng. But this isn't some trivial matter. This is my home, my only home. Feng Tianyang was momentarily speechless. He could only angrily brush his sleeve aside and lead Gu Zhuo away. Gu Zhuo, however, looked at Li Ming with eyes full of confusion, tinged with a hint of mockery. To abandon better resources and a brighter future for the sake of some so-called home, such people were truly beyond foolish. Wei Changqing patted Li Ming on the shoulder and said, I'll do my best to resolve the resource issues. The school will provide you with resources no less than what Jiangbei No. 1 High School offers. With that, he too departed. Li Ming shook his head. Truthfully, he wasn't lacking in resources. His undefinable gun still held a mountain of unnamed, yet undeniably extraordinary, medicinal herbs and crystals. As he walked toward the classroom, the phone in Li Ming's pocket suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out to see a call from Li Yueming. Hello? The voice on the other end trembled for some reason, tinged with cautious uncertainty and a faint hint of tears. Did your seclusion fail? Why does your voice sound so strange? Outside the chamber, Li Yueming, clutching her phone in both hands, heard the familiar voice on the line. Tears as big as beans rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. Li Ming was baffled. He couldn't have misdialed Li Yueming's number. What was going on? Are you exhausted? Should you come back and rest? Li Ming asked. He wouldn't say something like, I'll wait for you to come find me. Such words, before he had true strength, sounded as laughable as a con artist's promise. Hearing this, Li Yueming wiped the tears from her eyes and replied. Nothing's wrong. I just suddenly feel so happy. So happy, so happy. Her tone didn't sound fake, so Li Ming added. Glad you're happy. Will you be coming home for the new year this year? Li Yueming thought for a moment before replying. Not sure. The school happens to be organizing a big event during the holiday, and everyone has to participate. If it's not too long, I should be able to make it back. Li Ming hummed in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few more trivial remarks, he ended the call. Back in the classroom, upon learning that classes were cancelled all day due to the Red Name Rankings tournament, Li Ming immediately decided to head home to train. Meanwhile, in the director's office of the Starlight Trial Hall, Gong Yingting barged straight in. Oh, isn't this teacher Gong? I thought today was the first day of school? As homeroom teacher, shouldn't you be swamped? Ji Chan asked with a smile. Gong Yingting shot him a disapproving look before getting straight to the point. Lin Chang sparred with Li Ming and ended up hospitalized. According to the 7th-rank spirit tamer treating him, Lin Chang will never be able to pursue the path of a spirit tamer again. So you're here to lay blame? Ji Chun pressed. No, I'm not. I've already suppressed the situation on the Lin family's side, and this incident won't be leaked. But what I'm more interested in now is what kind of power Li Ming's blade possesses that it could sever someone's path so completely. This isn't something any so-called Class A artifact could accomplish. Its threat level even surpasses some large-scale weapons. Ji Chun shook his head, leaning back in his chair with an exasperated expression. I do know a bit about it, but this specific incident is news to me too. That kid Li Ming is crafty as hell, he wouldn't tell me everything. Though I can probably guess the gist. He shouldn't be staying here. The sheer uniqueness of his abilities alone makes him someone we need to keep a close eye on. Ji Chun's eyes darkened momentarily before he spoke. Not stay here? Then where should he be? In the cozy little bubble you've specially crafted for him? To be safely caged and raised by you? And this close monitoring you mentioned, does that mean using gentle methods to fabricate a perfect world for him to strive toward? Or employing harsher tactics to forge him into a weapon? Gong Yingting's gaze shifted evasively as she countered. His strength is still low now, and he doesn't attract much attention. But he'll inevitably rise. When that happens, he'll inevitably enter the sights of those prestigious clans and sections. When that happens, faced with the temptations offered by those clans and sects, we won't have absolute certainty we can keep him. This also means that those prestigious clans and sects will wield an incredibly sharp blade, one that cannot be held legally accountable. The Eastern Kingdom's legal system is highly sophisticated, yet it cannot hold anyone legally accountable for actions that do not harm the victim directly but merely eliminate their future potential. Ji Chun smiled and said. That's precisely why I instructed you to seal off his information. You never know beyond official channels, those people have plenty of ways to turn Li Ming into a powerful spirit artifact without killing him. And such a spirit artifact is worth the risk they'd take for it. Then he requires even greater vigilance. Even if we can't secure him, we must prevent him from repeating Li Wenchu's tragedy. Especially since the artifacts created through him aren't harmless spatial rings. Gong Yingting said. Chapter 42, Anomaly. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Li Ming's cultivation had only advanced one tier, reaching the 6th stage of the 8th rank slightly slower than his previous progress. Taking advantage of the weekend break, Li Ming finally found a mission within the city walls among the countless tasks listed on the unknown mission platform. He then set off toward the city gates. For some reason, however, the checks for the necessary exit documents seemed much stricter than before. Had Li Ming not prepared thoroughly, he might have made the trip for nothing. After walking a while through the forest outside the city, Li Ming shook the blood of spirits clinging to the tip of his wandering spear. Yet, a sense of unease crept into his mind. Why had the spirits outside the city suddenly grown more violent? Unlike the previous 2 times when they had remained motionless within their own territories, now they began to wander aimlessly. Just moments ago, Li Ming had already dealt with his 5th spirit creature. And this was after deliberately choosing the path with the fewest spirits. Yet at the same time, Li Ming discovered another ability of the wandering spear. Not only did its spear's shadow shift unpredictably, but it could also draw its wielder into this state. On several occasions, he had slipped behind creatures only to remain undetected by their keen senses of smell and hearing. Following the quest's guidance, Li Ming continued forward and discovered a flame explosion bear drinking water by a small stream. This was precisely the target of his expedition. Flame Burst Bear, Grade 8, Tier 7. Capable of accumulating explosive flames in its palms, unleashing devastating power. Awakened spirit masters below Grade 7 wielding non-defensive artifacts are advised against direct confrontation. Li Ming studied the intelligence on his phone, hoping this time he wouldn't make another mistake. Using the wandering spear to mask his aura, Li Ming circled behind the flame blast bear as a blade materialized in his hand. 2 flashes of blade light sliced through the air, severing the flame blast bear's paws clean off. Blood spattered everywhere. The intense pain instantly sobered the flaming explosion bear, which whipped its head around to look toward the source of the attack. But something unexpected happened. Instead of attacking him out of its instinctive craving for human flesh, the flame blast bear turned and fled. An 8th grade spirit beast, especially a bear type with low intelligence, completely failed to meet the 2 conditions necessary to suppress its instincts. But just as Li Ming gave chase, the flaming explosion bear abruptly spun around, snapping its gaping maw wide open toward him. Within its maw, a dense, human head-sized red and yellow glow rapidly coalesced. Then, the crimson-yellow light shot forth, enveloping Li Ming's entire body. As the light dissipated, Li Ming's body, previously engulfed by the glow, now shimmered with intermittent flashes of golden light. Beneath the golden glow, even his black cloak remained completely intact. Li Ming looked toward the direction the light had come from. The flaming bear had vanished, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Severely wounded, the fireblast bear had been found not far away. As he severed its head, Li Ming noticed faint scales growing on the bear's body. Their pattern seemed strikingly similar to the scales that had sprouted on his own body after his mutation. Pushing his confusion aside, Li Ming stowed the bear's head and headed toward the city gates. He intended to discuss this matter with Ji Chun first. But the moment he stepped through the gate, Li Ming encountered some most unwelcome guests. As for why they were unwelcome, that was evident from the presence of Lin Chang and Lin Hongtu among the group. Seeing this, Li Ming finally understood how the Yun family had managed to ambush him last time. It turned out that among these city guards, there were informants and not just from one family. The man who appeared to be their leader, upon hearing Li Ming's voice from afar, quickened his pace and approached. Before Li Ming could speak, the man shot a glance at Lin Hongtu. Lin Hongtu caught it and immediately kicked Lin Chang to his knees. The man then spoke. Mr. Li, my family failed to raise him properly, and he offended your family. I've brought him here specifically to apologize in person, hoping for your forgiveness. The man's tone and demeanor placed him in an extremely low position, which felt somewhat unfamiliar to Li Ming. But Li Ming merely glanced at Lin Chang and said, "There's no need for apologies. I'm not that petty." After that day, the matter was settled. You don't need to go to such lengths. Hearing this, the man added, Mr. Li, you truly possess the magnanimity of a great man. Your future accomplishments will surely be remarkable. But whether you need to be magnanimous is one thing, whether we choose to make a statement is another." With that, the man pulled an invitation from his pocket and said, "In a few days, it'll be Lin Hong's birthday. We're hosting a dinner party then. We'd be honored if you'd grace us with your presence. It'd be a way to put this whole thing behind us. What do you say?" Li Ming frowned, about to refuse, when he saw the man shove the invitation straight into his own pocket. He reached out to stop him, only to discover the man possessed surprising strength. He couldn't prevent it. Then, the man smoothed out Li Ming's collar, which had become slightly disheveled during the mission, and asked, Though the Yin family holds sway over the entire city, our Lin family has planted several capable operatives within the unknown sectors of this metropolis. Might Mr. Li be interested in meeting to discuss this further? With that, he turned and walked away. Watching their receding figures, Li Ming first placed the flaming explosion bear's head at the designated location specified in the mission. He then hailed a taxi and headed to the Starlight Trial Hall. Come to think of it, he still hadn't handed in his last mission report. Perhaps they assumed he was dead, which explained why they hadn't pursued the matter of his performance from last month. Arriving at the Starlight Trial Hall, Li Ming walked straight to the hall master's office. Pushing open the door, he saw Gong Yingting was also there, and the two seemed to be discussing something. After greeting Gong Yingting, Li Ming handed her the invitation from his pocket. Ji Chun glanced at it before turning his gaze to Gong Yingting. See? I told you this wasn't straightforward. They couldn't host the banquet there, so they insisted on moving it to Xiu City. And they invited all those other third-rate families just like theirs. They've definitely got something shady up their sleeves. Then, turning to Li Ming, Ji Chun added. Don't worry about it. Keep it for now. I'll have teacher Gong accompany you. With her there, those families won't dare do anything to you. Li Ming turned to look at Gong Yingting. Seeing her nod, he continued. There's one more thing, today. He then recounted what he had observed outside the city walls to Ji Chun. He summoned the wooding spear, channeled spiritual energy into it, and partially mutated his arm. This was a discovery he'd made while researching his artifact over the past month. Gazing at the scales covering Li Ming's arm, Gong Yingting instantly recognized the animal they belonged to. Her voice was eerily calm as she addressed Ji Chun. How many more secrets are you keeping from me? Chapter 43, Enhancement. In the director's office of the Xiu City Spiritual Energy Bureau, Hao Mo stared blankly at the message on his phone. Logically, he should have been spending the next 2 days outside Xiuqing City due to the recent breach of the formation. However, a transfer order from above had forced him to abandon those plans. The order stated that supernatural disturbances had been detected among the sea creatures in the East Sea, requiring a high-grade spirit master proficient in perception-type artifacts to investigate. Hao Mo certainly fit the bill, otherwise, this order wouldn't have been issued to him. He had indeed heard rumors about the Eastern Sea disturbances long ago, but the timing of this order was peculiar. It arrived precisely a few days after the formation had been breached. Yet the order was issued directly by the authorities. Not only was it impossible to forge, but no one would be foolish enough to attempt such a thing. After Jia Fanqi came in to brief him on some matters, Hao Mo packed his belongings and boarded the vehicle bound for the East Sea. Meanwhile, at Ji Chun's gesture, Li Ming also entered a trial chamber. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Jin. His artifact is the Qingshan necklace, a piece that keeps one's mind clear and alert. Ji Chun turned sideways and began introducing him to Li Ming. Lu Jin was a man with an extremely shy appearance, yet his physique was wildly disproportionate to his face, a body of exaggerated, explosive muscles. It was hard to imagine that such a burly man would awaken a treasure unrelated to combat a mere necklace. There exists a special drug called soul-controlling powder. Its effect is simple and brutal. It controls a person's mind and even has addictive properties. Our family possesses this drug, but Lu Jin's artifact happens to counteract it. It allows you to summon your artifact while maintaining complete mental clarity at all times. This is the safeguard I've provided for you. I recall you still have one slot left for replication. Use it to replicate his artifact, just in case something unexpected happens at the banquet. I've been swamped these past few days and can't keep a constant eye on your end. One more thing, Lu Jin is a physical cultivator. You can learn some combat techniques from him. Don't rely solely on brute strength. That approach won't work against anyone stronger than you. Li Ming nodded, then raised his hand to summon the book without words. Lu Jin followed suit, summoning his own artifact, a necklace shimmering with a faint purple glow. Stepping forward, Li Ming took the necklace from Lu Jin's hand. As spiritual energy flowed from his body into it, the book without words in Li Ming's hands began to turn. It stopped on a page, where the outline of a necklace slowly materialized. Once the necklace was fully formed, a faint outline materialized around Li Ming's own neck. Mingxing chain clarifies the mind and enlightens wisdom. Rating B lower. Standing close by, Lu Jin naturally saw the description on Li Ming's blank book. He examined the necklace Li Ming handed back, then glanced at the one around his own neck. Finally, he confirmed one thing: the artifact Li Ming had replicated was superior to his own. Lu Jin walked over to Ji Chun and shared his discovery. Ji Chun followed suit, examining the necklace around Li Ming's neck and the inscription in the wordless book, confirming the truth of the matter. Only then did Li Ming slowly open his eyes. The instant his recording succeeded, he had felt a surge of restless spiritual energy within his body. Though he hadn't achieved a breakthrough yet, his cultivation had advanced significantly compared to before. This meant the amount of feedback the Book of the Wordless provided when recording artifacts was determined by the artifact's rating. However, the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes were the two large faces of Ji Chun and Gong Yingting pressed close together, examining his Book of the Wordless. A black line flashed across his forehead as Li Ming swiftly tucked the wordless book away. What are you two doing? Ji Chun and Gong Yingting didn't answer, merely exchanging a knowing glance. Did you see it? Yeah, I saw it. Seems like it worked even better, right? Yeah. I don't recall the Senra mirror having this capability, did it? No, it didn't. Then isn't the armor a bit insufficient? Not enough. Seeing Ji Chun merely going through the motions, Gong Yingting shot him a withering glance, ending their eye contact. Immediately, she turned to Li Ming and asked, "Did you know your artifact had this ability?" "What ability?" Li Ming inquired. So far, he had only recorded 3 magical treasures. Aside from enhancing his cultivation realm through a certain level of feedback, he hadn't discovered any other abilities. Could they have figured it out? But he hadn't broken through this time either? It's the ability to enhance the power of the artifacts you replicate to a certain extent. Didn't you know? Li Ming shook his head. He hadn't discussed this with anyone he'd recorded, so how could he know? Gong Yingting clicked her tongue, then turned to Ji Chun and said, "I'm starting to regret agreeing to this. I still think he should go to the capital." Ji Chun didn't respond, merely spreading his hands and nodding toward Li Ming. Seeing this, Gong Yingting turned to Li Ming again. "Would you be willing to go to the capital with me? I can promise you the best resources and the finest educational environment. I could even personally vouch for your admission to the Imperial University." Without hesitation, Li Ming shook his head, declining Gong Yingting's offer. "I'm not planning to leave here yet. As for university, I think I'll probably go to Shanghai University." Gong Yingting scratched her head in frustration. Realizing she couldn't persuade Li Ming, she angrily kicked Ji Chun, who was watching the scene unfold nearby. It was all this guy's fault for being so useless. After staying in Xiuqing for so long, he hadn't spotted such a promising prospect. If it were her, she would have snatched him up ages ago. Gong Yingting stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Ji Chun gave Li Ming a final reminder to train diligently before leaving the training chamber as well, leaving only Li Ming and Lu Jin to stare at each other. I'm pretty strong. You might want to be careful." Li Ming spoke first, and Lu Jin merely nodded before gesturing for Li Ming to go first. His gaze sharpening, Li Ming planted his feet and charged straight at Lu Jin. Lu Jin merely raised his right hand slightly, catching Li Ming's punch aimed squarely at his face. He even gripped it firmly, trapping Li Ming's arm so he couldn't break free. Raising his hand, the wandering spear materialized as Li Ming entered his altered state. Using Lu Jin's palm as leverage, Li Ming lashed out with a kick aimed squarely at Lu Jin's face. Lu Jin raised another hand to block the kick, but underestimated the power of the transformed Li Ming. His palm went numb, and he stumbled back 2 steps. Li Ming landed on the ground and declared, "In my current state, I still need to rely on this weapon. If you think it's unacceptable, then I'll put it away." No trace of displeasure crossed Lu Jin's shy face. He merely smiled and shook his head. In the next instant, his entire body flushed crimson, his features contorting into a savage grimace. "In that case, I suppose I'll have to get a little more serious. I hope you'll keep me company for a while longer." Chapter 44, The Banquet. 3 days later, Li Ming was packing up to leave after class when Gong Yingting called out to him. "You plan to go to the Lin family like this?" Gong Yingting asked with a hint of confusion. Hearing this, Li Ming recalled that today was indeed the day the Lin family was hosting their dinner party. He'd been so engrossed in sparring with that freak Lu Jin these past few days that he'd completely forgotten about it. "What's wrong with the school uniform? It's the best looking outfit there is." Li Ming insisted stubbornly. Forget it. I doubt you have anything decent to wear anyway. I'll take you to buy a few pieces first." Saying this, she dragged Li Ming toward the car parked outside the school. From what she'd seen online, this car was no cheaper than Yun Xiuran's. They drove to the largest mall in Xiu City. Once inside, Gong Yingting practically tossed Li Ming into a clothing store before turning to the salesperson and saying, "Pick out a suitable outfit for him. Price is no object." After a grueling hour of trying on clothes, the exhausted Li Ming finally donned an outfit that satisfied Gong Yingting. "Not bad. He looks a lot more handsome than Ji Chun did back then," Gong Yingting remarked after adjusting Li Ming's collar. As dusk fell, the pair soon arrived at the Lin family estate. Stepping out of the carriage, Gong Yingting naturally slipped her arm through Li Ming's and announced, "I don't have an invitation, so today I'm your date." With that, Li Ming nodded. He handed the invitation to the doorman stationed at the entrance before walking toward the interior. The opulent mansion shimmered brilliantly beneath the night sky. Inside, people dressed in various haute couture gowns mingled and socialized. The moment Li Ming and Gong Yingting entered, they drew attention. Li Ming, once appearing slightly immature due to his age, now possessed an even more striking appearance after undergoing the blood pool's transformation. That trace of youthfulness had been washed away by the pool. As for Gong Yingting by his side, her beauty was beyond question. As the eldest daughter of the prestigious Gong family in the capital, she was naturally no less stunning than anyone else present. Li Ming scanned the room but failed to spot the person who had handed him the invitation earlier. Instead, a group of young nobles and ladies surrounded him. Fortunately, Gong Yingting excelled at navigating such social situations. With just a few words, she had them all chatting animatedly. After a long while, a familiar voice echoed from the second floor. "Welcome, friends, to my nephew Lin Hong's birthday banquet. Your presence truly graces this humble abode." Li Ming turned his head to see the man slowly descending the stairs. At that moment, a woman's voice chimed in from the side. "Lin Qingze, spare us the pleasantries. I'm here for the show today, just wondering when your act will begin?" Lin Qingze chuckled lightly before replying. "Miss Xue, please be patient. Since this is my nephew's birthday celebration, surely you'll want to wait for our guest of honor to make his entrance?" With that, Lin Qingze clapped his hands. Lin Hong emerged from the upstairs room, dressed in an expensive suit. Behind him walked a visibly delighted Lin Hongtu and a dazed-looking Lin Chang. Lin Hong greeted the group below with impeccable courtesy, his gaze lingering briefly only when it fell upon Li Ming. Once everyone had descended the stairs, Lin Qingze spoke again. "Though this banquet is hosted by the Lin family, we should respect our guests' wishes. Since you're all so eager, let's begin tonight's first event." After training at the Jiangbei main house for over a month, my nephew Lin Hong recently broke through to the 7th rank, first tier, becoming a rising star of our Lin family. But before we could celebrate, we received the devastating news that his younger brother would never be able to cultivate. After some investigation, we finally found the culprit responsible for this tragedy. At the same time, he learned that his younger brother had provoked the situation verbally first, placing the blame squarely on himself. After careful consideration, both parties reached a reconciliation, and the other party has now arrived at the scene. The moment the words left his mouth, the lights throughout the mansion dimmed, eliciting a gasp from the crowd. Immediately, a spotlight fell upon Li Ming, drawing the gaze of everyone present. "Though we've reconciled, this matter still weighs heavily on my nephew's heart," Lin Qingze added. "As you all know, such emotional burdens can hinder the progress of a spirit tamer's cultivation. Therefore, my nephew, Lin Hong, hereby extends a friendly challenge to Mr. Li Ming. Victory or defeat is irrelevant." Before he could finish, the impatient Miss Xue spoke up again. "Lin Qingze, your nephew is already a 7th rank spirit tamer. He's bullying a student who's at most an 8th rank. If you don't find it shameful, he certainly does." Her words instantly ignited a flurry of discussion. No matter how noble Lin Qingze's words sounded, a 7th rank facing an 8th rank was pure bullying. Lin Qingze raised his index finger, placing it lightly against his lips to signal for silence. Once the murmurs subsided, Lin Qingze continued. "Since we agreed on a friendly spar, my nephew naturally won't use his cultivation level to overwhelm his opponent. That's why he specifically asked me to intervene and suppress his cultivation to match Mr. Li Ming's level, ensuring fairness." He pulled a bracelet from his pocket and tossed it toward Lin Hong. The bracelet seemed to have built-in navigation, landing directly on Lin Hong's wrist. In the next instant, Lin Hong's 7th grade aura was suppressed to 8th grade, 6th tier. "I wonder if Mr. Li Ming would agree to my nephew's request for a friendly spar." Lin Qingze turned to ask Li Ming. At that moment, Gong Yingting tugged at Li Ming's sleeve and whispered, "Don't agree. This is clearly a trap. I suspect that during the so-called sparring session, the bracelet could become deactivated for any number of reasons." Li Ming pondered, but heard Lin Qingze speak up. "How's your discussion going, gentlemen?" A faint smile touched Li Ming's lips. He didn't need to soften his tone with those 2 words. He hadn't forgotten the threat made that day. "Fine. I accept." The moment Li Ming finished speaking, he felt his sleeve tugged sharply again. "Do you realize that even if you win, it won't benefit you in the slightest?" Gong Yingting's expression betrayed panic, as if she hadn't expected Li Ming to agree. She hurriedly warned. "If you lose, you'll lose all face and risk your life. If you win, the true power of that blade will be exposed. Word will spread through everyone here, and when those hyenas catch wind of it, a mere necklace of B-grade quality won't protect you. Even we might be pulled away for various reasons and unable to protect you every moment." Listening to these words brimming with concern, Li Ming smiled and said, "Who said my abilities are limited to that knife? I possess many magical artifacts." Chapter 45, Outbreak. Inside the Starlight Trial Hall, Ji Chun felt inexplicably restless, as if something terrible was about to happen, something he couldn't prevent. He turned his gaze to Lu Jin, seated nearby, and asked, "How's your training with Li Ming been these past few days? Has he made any progress?" As if triggered by a keyword, Lu Jin's body jerked violently. Panic flashed across his face as he shouted at Ji Chun. "That kid is inhuman, Ji Chun. On the first day, I could still hold my own against him. By the second day, we were trading blows evenly. But by the third day, I was the one getting pushed back. Don't call me for this kind of thing in the future." As he spoke, Lu Jin slowly bent his knees and wrapped his arms around himself, looking like a little wife who'd been badly bullied. Seeing this, Ji Chun's eye twitched. He had seriously underestimated that kid's talent. Just look at the state he'd been beaten into. Inside the mansion, Li Ming smoothed his collar, not a single wrinkle in sight, then stepped forward and addressed Lin Qingze. "I'll grant his request, but must we truly begin here? I fear I cannot afford the consequences." Lin Qingze smiled, then raised his hand, signaling everyone to head toward the door. Watching Li Ming's retreating figure, a flicker of conflict crossed Gong Yingting's eyes. In the front courtyard of the mansion, a stage had been erected at some unknown hour. Hanging at the very center of the stage's edge was a massive projection screen. Projections illuminated the screen, revealing a flawless, seamless view of every corner of the arena captured by cameras. Lin Hong and Li Ming stepped onto the platform. Flames slowly enveloped the former's palm. Upon closer inspection, they formed a pair of gauntlets made entirely of fire. Honestly, even now, Lin Hong found it hard to believe Li Ming was merely an 8th grade, 6th tier spirit tamer. He had witnessed him tear apart a 7th grade spirit beast with his bare hands just over a month ago. I know my brother's temper. He speaks without thinking sometimes. If it were just breaking his limbs, I wouldn't mind. But you shattered his entire future. That's too cruel for anyone. Li Ming offered no defense. Lin Chang had provoked him repeatedly and had made his intent to kill clear. Li Ming saw no wrong in his actions. Raising his hand, the red dust sword materialized, its tip pointing toward Lin Hong. The characters red dust etched upon the blade were clearly captured by high-definition cameras. This scene ignited heated discussions among the crowd below. Some secretly messaged their clan members to investigate Li Ming's background, while others gathered around Gong Yingting, openly and covertly probing for information about him. On the stage, Lin Hong's gaze sharpened. Lin Xingze had already informed him about the red dust sword and prepared countermeasures for him. Though he didn't know how Lin Xingze had obtained this knowledge, he felt no fear now. Lin Hong drew his fists close to his chest, lowered his body, and in the blink of an eye, charged forward. Li Ming casually blocked the attack, the blade of the red dust sword landing squarely on Lin Hong's swinging fist. Such speed was too slow for Li Ming. With a flick of his wrist, Li Ming sent Lin Hong reeling back several steps. He then lunged forward, delivering another flurry of sword strikes that landed on Lin Hong's body. Before Lin Hong could react, the tip of the red dust sword pressed against his forehead. But what Li Ming had anticipated did not occur. No flicker of emotion crossed Lin Hong's eyes, they remained as clear as ever. Suddenly, seizing the moment when Li Ming's guard was completely down, Lin Hong delivered a straight punch to his chest. The sheer force of the blow sent Li Ming flying high into the air. Watching the broadcast on the screen, Gong Yingting didn't gasp like those around her. Her sharp eyes caught a wisp of golden light appearing on Lin Hong's fist and Li Ming's chest. Recalling what he had told her earlier, Gong Yingting instantly realized that Li Ming had also reported false intelligence back then. He could replicate far more than just 3 magical artifacts. But it made sense. A book that thick couldn't possibly only replicate 3. Back on the stage, Lin Hong seized the moment Li Ming was knocked back. He sprinted ahead to the spot where Li Ming would land and delivered another punch, sending him flying once more. This happened several times in succession until Lin Hong began to pant. Then, he leapt high into the air, clenched both fists into hammer shapes, and drove them directly into Li Ming's abdomen, slamming him hard onto the arena floor. Dust billowed from the impact. Lin Hong's gaze locked onto Li Ming's landing spot, where dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from the cloud of dust. Your strength isn't up to par either. Li Ming emerged from the dust, smoothing out his slightly wrinkled clothes as he spoke. Ah! Another wave of gasps erupted. On the giant screen, Li Ming's body was enveloped in golden light like fireworks, yet beneath that radiance, his clothes remained completely intact. Shall we try 7th rank? I want to see just how big the gap is between me and 7th rank. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire mansion fell deathly silent. Even Gong Yingting stared at Li Ming in disbelief. If he were to propose ending the spar now, no one would stop him. One was slightly exhausted, the other unscathed. Anyone present who wasn't a fool could see the outcome. Simultaneously, this meant Lin Xingze's scheme had failed, leaving him no justification to continue hounding Li Ming. Clunk! The bracelet on Lin Hong's wrist fell to the ground. Lin Xingze followed suit with a feigned expression of concern. Since Student Li has made this request, as the host, I must certainly comply. But Lin Hong, no lethal blows, understand? Lin Xingze smiled warmly at Lin Hong, his eyes filled with venom. What no lethal force? The only force needed was lethal force. Instantly, the fiery gauntlets on Lin Hong's hands slowly dissipated. Yet immediately after, an intense blaze erupted from his body. As you wish. With that, Lin Hong vanished once more, reappearing beside Li Ming in an instant. Hum. A sound like a bell tolling echoed. Lin Hong's fist slammed directly toward Li Ming's face, yet the golden light prevented it from making full contact. He stumbled back a few steps. Though the blow hadn't shattered his golden light, the searing heat radiating from that fist was painfully real. The next moment, Lin Hong vanished from Li Ming's sight once more. Buzz. Another punch landed squarely on Li Ming's back. Having reached the 7th rank, Lin Hong had undergone a qualitative leap in both speed and strength, reaching a level Li Ming could no longer casually disregard. But he wasn't limited to just the golden light incantation and the red dust sword. Dissolving the red dust sword, what appeared in Li Ming's hand instead was the wandering spear. Gripping the long spear, Li Ming swung it around and thrust it backward, colliding head-on with the fist that had suddenly appeared behind him. In that single exchange, both men stumbled back several paces. Shaking the spear in his hand, Li Ming tilted his head at Lin Hong and said, "Again?" In the next instant, both figures vanished simultaneously. Chapter 46, The Real Deal. Over the past few days, Li Ming had maintained his altered state while sparring with Lu Jin, allowing him to grow increasingly adept at controlling this condition. He could now fully regulate the extent of his transformation, preventing himself from instantly morphing into that dragon-like state. Take now, for instance. Li Ming had only partially altered his flesh and blood, appearing outwardly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Immediately, a crimson and a silver figure collided. They clashed repeatedly, evenly matched, with the silver light even gaining the upper hand on several occasions. For a 7th-rank spirit tamer facing an 8th-rank opponent, this situation was nothing short of humiliating. Witnessing this, Lin Qing's expression darkened as he watched from the sidelines. His purpose in targeting Li Ming was straightforward, to demonstrate that members of the Lin family weren't to be trifled with. Tonight's main event wasn't about Li Ming. But to start off on the wrong foot was deeply unsettling. Useless. Lin Qing's cursed under his breath. Most of his efforts were focused elsewhere, and he hadn't prepared for this particular situation. As time passed, Lin Hong began to show signs of exhaustion. The crimson flames enveloping him gradually dimmed, and his body bore several cuts and punctures from the wandering spear. In contrast, Li Ming remained largely unscathed, though the sections of his clothing not shielded by golden light inevitably bore several scorched holes. Glancing at his tattered clothes, a pang of regret flashed through Li Ming's eyes. He remembered clearly when Gong Yingting bought them, this outfit had cost tens of thousands of yuan. Had he known Lin Hong's 7th-rank cultivation was so weak, he would have spared the effort to shield the clothes with the golden light spell. Tilting the spear tip toward the ground, Li Ming sheathed it on his back. Raising his left hand, the book of spell words materialized. Better to end this quickly. This time would be better spent going back and sparring a few more rounds with Lu Jin. Li Ming thought to himself, then pressed his palm against the book. I command, bind. As his palm withdrew, a dozen pitch-black chains burst forth from the pages, writhing wildly through the air before shooting toward Lin Hong. Their speed was so swift that Lin Hong was tightly bound before he could even react. Immediately, Lin Hong roared in fury. Flames erupted from his body like a final burst of light, blazing fiercely. Yet no matter how fiercely the flames scorched, the chains merely glowed red-hot without yielding an inch. In the next instant, the tip of the wandering spear pierced Lin Hong's forehead, drawing a vivid drop of blood. Li Ming turned to face Lin Qingze, whose expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and asked, "Mr. Lin, I wonder if this counts as my victory?" Hearing this, Lin Qingze took a deep breath and forced a smile. Of course it does. The situation is so obvious now. Not just me, but everyone here has keen eyesight. How could they not see it? But you truly are a hidden gem, Li. I wonder were those things you used earlier spirit artifacts or magical treasures? Lin Qingze inquired further. This question instantly captured the attention of everyone below the stage. If they were spirit artifacts, then Li Ming's background was likely formidable. Perhaps he was a key figure secretly cultivated by some prominent family or sect. But that mattered little. Such clandestine rivalries wouldn't spill into the open, nor would they concern him much. But if it was the latter, then Li Ming himself would become a figure worthy of close scrutiny and investigation. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed as Gong Yingting strolled over to Li Ming's side. She slipped her arm through his and asked, "Mr. Lin, isn't it a bit inappropriate to pry into someone's private affairs like this?" Lin Qingze watched Gong Yingting's gesture, feigning shock before addressing him. "Oh dear, what a memory I have. I completely forgot you were also in Xiucheng. My apologies for not inviting you. Though I wonder, should I address you as Miss Gong or Minister Gong now?" Lin Qingze's seemingly casual remark indirectly revealed Gong Yingting's identity while also probing her current position. Truth be told, Gong Yingting was something of an anomaly within her prominent family. Born into the capital's most prominent clan, the Gong family, she maintained ambiguous ties with other aristocratic houses yet managed to gain entry into the official organization through her own merits. It was no secret that the relationship between the government and these clans was far from harmonious, though it certainly wasn't as calm as it appeared on the surface. Yet, even in such circumstances, Gong Yingting had risen to the position of Minister of the Ministry of External Operations through her exceptional personal abilities. This was no ceremonial post, it was a position wielding genuine, substantial power. None of that is necessary. Just call me Teacher Gong. Gong Yingting said calmly. She was merely here to fulfill a favor for a certain bastard to take on a disciple. Curiosity about someone else had kept her around, and teaching was simply a convenient cover for observation. Nothing more. Whether those below the stage believed her or not was their business, not hers. The crowd below the stage certainly didn't believe her words. But through Lin Qingze, they'd learned about Gong Yingting's background, and naturally, they'd also come to understand the power behind Li Ming. This provided a piece of the puzzle to their earlier conjecture. As Lin Hong stowed away the book of words and the wandering spear, the chains binding him dissolved into scattered starlight. As Li Ming and Gong Yingting descended from the stage, Miss Jua called out, "Lin Qingze, is this all you prepared for us?" While it was indeed unexpected, as the sole performance, isn't it a bit underwhelming? Lin Qingze smiled again and addressed her. Miss Xue, please be patient. The real show is just beginning. As he spoke, the projection screen which had gone dark after the sparring match lit up once more. Upon closer inspection, the screen was divided into countless small sections, each displaying different parts of Xiu City. The largest segment depicted the city walls standing tall at the edge of Xiu City, having stood firm for countless years. Outside the walls, amidst the thickets, pairs of crimson lanterns began to appear one after another. As the projection illuminated the arena, a cylindrical glass container slowly rose from the center of the stage. Through the transparent glass, Lin Chang lay inside, eyes closed in slumber. Simultaneously, intricate patterns began to manifest on the stage, radiating outward from the central cylinder. What follows may be excessively violent. Those with sensitive dispositions are advised to leave now. Lin Qingce's voice echoed. As he gestured for everyone to follow him, the original hall revealed strange patterns nearly identical to those on the stage. Since no one has left, I hereby declare tonight's grand finale officially begins. Chapter 47, Both Sides. Formation's a method of spiritual energy utilization where one condenses spiritual energy outside the body through specific techniques. This condensed energy is then inscribed into particular patterns and characters, assembled into specific shapes to achieve designated effects. Having browsed through Lai Yan's memories, Li Ming naturally recognized these as the so-called arrays. But those were memories from 500 years ago. While he recognized the teleportation formation in the living room, he knew nothing about the formations on the stage. The purpose of a teleportation array was self-evident, but what puzzled Li Ming was why those present, none of whom appeared physically incapacitated, would require such an array to depart. The next moment, Li Ming's confusion was answered. From the area facing the city wall at the center of the screen, pairs of lanterns emerged from the thicket, revealing their true forms. Monsters! They're all monsters! Someone shouted, triggering a wave of gasps. All eyes turned to Lin Qingze, who wore a faint smile. As young masters and ladies raised in the sheltered environments of noble families, how many of them had ever faced spirits in combat? How many had ever witnessed such a multitude of spirits at once? Lin Qingze, what exactly are you trying to do? Gong Yingting demanded in a low voice. Though lacking concrete evidence, Gong Yingting was certain the events unfolding on the screen were undoubtedly connected to Lin Qingze, or rather, the Lin family. She just couldn't fathom his purpose. Those terrifying-looking spirits? Truth be told, even a high-ranking spirit tamer could suppress them with ease, even one not skilled in combat. Even if not, the soldiers guarding the city walls and the engraved formations weren't pushovers either. Those monsters alone could never breach the city wall's defenses, nor could they inflict any significant damage. Moreover, the various sections of the city walls shown on the screen didn't appear to have many noteworthy features. Yet it was precisely these details that puzzled Gong Yingting. She couldn't fathom the connection between them, nor what they might signify. Esteemed guest, please observe the ceremony quietly and refrain from making unnecessary noise. Lin Qingze made a shushing gesture toward Gong Yingting. Behind him, two elderly men clad in black emerged. Simultaneously, two fifth-grade auras emerged, slowly spreading outward without overwhelming the crowd. A faint, indistinct beastly roar echoed from the distance as the creatures began their assault on the city. As anticipated, these creatures behaved like moths drawn to flames, charging tirelessly only to perish under the soldiers' and formations' attacks. Yet death did not halt their advance nor instill fear in them, they continued their relentless charge. Soon, the group witnessed the light of an array on the city wall dim. In an instant, casualties appeared among the defenders. But before the situation could worsen, a streak of green light shot out from within the city walls. It was Ji Chun. He slightly clenched his fist, then unleashed a simple yet devastating strike at the horde of monsters. With that single blow, the monsters suffered heavy casualties, far exceeding the combined losses inflicted by the soldiers and formations earlier. The crowd watched the screen, their voices filled with unstoppable praise, completely oblivious to the faint glow that had just flickered on the formation of the arena. Li Ming's gaze remained fixed on the screen, but his peripheral vision caught Lin Qingze turning his head to whisper something to an elderly man in black robes beside him. He subconsciously sensed that something bad was about to happen. And indeed, it did. New developments began unfolding across the countless small sections displaying the city walls. In one section projecting a narrow alleyway, a woman's voice emerged from the darkness. She moved slowly toward a drunken man leaning against a nearby wall. As if completely oblivious to her approach, the drunkard continued to pour cheap beer into his mouth. Only when the woman reached out to gently stroke his cheek, then wrenched his head off, did the drunkard's movements cease. It was a spirit. Li Ming murmured, a chill running down his spine. For on that screen, countless similar scenes unfolded one after another. Li Ming suddenly recalled the abnormal volume of tasks he'd noticed when accepting assignments a few days prior. At the time, he hadn't paid it much mind, assuming it was merely a backlog caused by labor shortages. After all, such situations were common in underdeveloped cities and had been discussed countless times on forums. Immediately after, the light emanating from the formation on the stage grew brighter, catching the attention of many. Gong Yingting turned her gaze toward Lin Qingze once more and demanded. Lin Qingze, as the current Minister of Combat Operations, I demand to know what exactly you're trying to accomplish. Hearing this, Lin Qingze's face twisted into a look of genuine distress as he replied. Minister Gong, even with your high position and authority, you cannot slander someone's integrity out of thin air. I've been here the entire time. What have I done? What could I possibly do? Fine. Then explain to me what this formation you inscribed on the arena is all about. Why does it require the deaths of soldiers and civilians to activate? Gong Yingting was both shocked and furious. Though she still didn't know the purpose behind it, she couldn't stand by and watch innocent people die like this. Adopting Gong Yingting's earlier tone, Lin Qingze said. Minister Gong, isn't it a bit inappropriate to pry into someone's private affairs like this? Before Gong Yingting could erupt, Lin Qingze continued. But since you asked, Minister Gong, I'll answer. First, this formation was discovered by the Lin family in an ancient site. Its sole purpose is to enhance the physical prowess of those within it, making them stronger. That's all. As for your subsequent question, please observe. As he spoke, a faint blue glow emanated from Lin Qingze's fingertips. With each stroke of his writing, a spirit array gradually took shape. Minister Gong, this spirit array also materialized after their deaths. Surely you can't claim it's connected to them either? Gong Yingting was momentarily speechless, shifting her gaze to the formation on the arena. Though she herself was only a 5th-rank spirit master, at this distance, the two individuals beside Lin Qingze couldn't stop her. Before Gong Yingting could make a move, Lin Qingze spoke again, deliberately emphasizing the first 3 words. Minister Gong, since our Lin family fought valiantly 500 years ago, our descendants have faced a severe shortage of talent. Now, after enduring such hardship, we finally have a legitimate, proper method to enhance the talents of our younger generation. Surely you would strongly support this, Minister Gong? Gong Yingting's clenched fist froze. She was now an official representative, not a member of the unknown. From any perspective, she had no reason to intervene. Such an absurd justification was not even worth mentioning. Chapter 48, Combat Power Reinforcement. The images on the screen continued to unfold. Aside from faint flashes of green light flickering across a few scattered areas signaling Ji Chun's interventions, the rest of the footage was saturated with bloodshed. Someone let out a dry retch, triggering a chain reaction. One after another, more people departed through the teleportation array in the living room. They now understood why a teleportation array had been set up here. Within the current show city, elites lurked within and monsters roamed without. Blindly venturing out would only lead to death. As time passed, Gong Yingting turned to look at Li Ming, only to find him staring impassively at the screen. You, don't feel anything? Li Ming's gaze drifted, as if looking through the screen into the distance, as he replied. The rule of survival of the fittest is something that will never disappear, no matter how society evolves. And they? They are the weak. Their only fate is to become nourishment. If you refuse to accept it, then become strong. But on your path to strength, how many weak ones must you devour? Just as I feel no pity for the chickens, ducks, and fish on my dinner plate, I feel no pity for them. All I can do is minimize their share in the nourishment that fuels my own strength. That's all I need for peace of mind. Gong Yingting was momentarily stunned. She couldn't reconcile these words with those of a high school senior. Yet she also grasped one thing: the person before her possessed clear goals and a nearly mature mindset. When faced with certain matters, he formed his own judgments. Gong Yingting's thoughts became tangled. Li Ming's intellect, far surpassing that of his peers, meant he couldn't be swayed by others' words. It also meant his future path was impossible to predict. Are you leaving? Li Ming tilted his head to ask, as most of the people present had already left. Gong Yingting snapped back to reality, shook her head, and replied. Let's wait and see. If this succeeds, it will draw significant attention. The authorities must secure as much detailed information as possible immediately. Li Ming nodded, then returned his gaze to the screen. On the screen now, Ji Chun had nearly wiped out all the spirits within the designated areas of the city. Only a handful remained, still committing atrocities, while the horde of monsters outside the city walls had retreated. In contrast, the light emanating from the formation on the arena had grown so bright it was impossible to ignore. At the array's center, Lin Chang, slumbering within the glass container, showed signs of change. Judging by the extent of the changes, the transformation had likely begun long ago. However, everyone's attention had been fixed on the screen, and no one had noticed this detail. Numerous crimson scales now covered Lin Chang's body, while his limbs had completely transformed into those of a beast. Seeing this strange transformation, Li Ming felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity wash over him. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within him, as if someone he deeply disliked had done something to provoke his disgust. The projection on the screen ended, and the array's glow gradually dimmed. Yet the irritation in Li Ming's heart only swelled. Look! All of you, look! Look closely at him, how perfect he is! Lin Qingze declared, his face aglow with excitement. As his voice fell, iron pillars slowly rose from the edges of the arena, forming a fence that enclosed the entire platform. Inside the ring, a flicker of panic crossed Lin Hong's face. He rushed to the barrier and shouted at Lin Qingze. Uncle! Uncle! I'm still inside. You haven't let me out yet. You haven't let me out. Lin Qingze chuckled softly, shaking his head as he replied. A 7th rank spirit tamer who can't defeat an 8th rank? You're unworthy of being my nephew. So now, use what little warmth you have left as a member of the Lin family to add your final brick to this perfect structure. As he spoke, a series of thuds began emanating from the glass container behind Lin Chang, sounding as if something were pounding against it. Amidst Lin Hong's horrified and disbelieving expression, the glass container shattered. Lin Chang rose from the viscous solution pooling on the floor, letting out a roar to the heavens. Lin Hong's body trembled violently before bursting into blazing flames. He raised his fist and smashed it against the iron pillars. Lin Hong was a 7th grade spirit tamer that was beyond dispute. The destructive power wielded by a 7th rank spirit tamer was formidable indeed. Yet, despite his might, Lin Hong's fists left not a single mark on the iron pillars. Instead, it was the flames that caught Lin Chang's attention. Instantly, Lin Hong's punching motion froze. He looked down to see a beast-like claw piercing through his chest. Before Lin Hong could react, he felt something tearing at his throat. The ensuing dizziness from blood loss assaulted his brain, freezing his raised arm mid-air. Like a desiccated corpse, Lin Hong's body was casually tossed aside by Lin Chang. Its eyes remained tightly shut, while faint flickers of fire danced across its form. Instantly, Lin Chang opened its eyes, and blazing flames erupted from its body, identical to those that had consumed Lin Hong. Witnessing this, Lin Qingze leapt up in excitement like an exam candidate who had waited decades to finally pass the imperial examinations, shouting phrases like "I did it! I did it!" After a long moment, Lin Qingze finally reined in his excitement and addressed the assembled crowd. Friends, allow me to proudly present tonight's grand finale, the formation on the platform. As you've witnessed, this entity, the very creation of the formation, possesses the combat prowess of a 7th rank spirit tamer the instant it materializes. Now look at the flames burning on its body. Those are clearly the effects of Lin Hong's magical artifact. What does this mean? It means it can still evolve. It can become even stronger. But before this, it was nothing more than a worthless piece of trash destined never to walk the path of a spirit tamer in this lifetime. Lin Qingze paused to steady his breath before continuing. Understand this, such individuals are destined to be discarded by the world. This formation grants those discarded souls a brand new life. Friends, let me kindly remind you, this world is teeming with countless ordinary people. All we need to do is offer them a fair price and a chance at rebirth, granting them a brand new future. Therefore, I name this the Human Combat Potential Enhancement Project. And by brand new future, you mean becoming monsters capable of slaughtering and devouring their own brothers? Miss Chua asked. She was one of the few remaining members of the aristocratic families. Her words immediately sparked a heated debate. Chapter 49, Dragon Blood. No, Miss Chua, I think you've misunderstood. Lin Qingze hurriedly interjected, launching into an explanation. Lin Chang's condition is exceptional. Due to certain reasons that cannot be disclosed, his mental development has always been incomplete. Thus, under the array's impact, he exhibited behavior akin to a beast. But anyone with a strong and sound will would not be affected by this formation to the point of acting so contrary to reason. Hearing this, the murmurs of discussion gradually subsided. At that moment, a young master from the Su family stepped forward and asked Lin Qingze, "Might my Su family have the honor of participating in this endeavor?" Lin Qingze smiled and nodded, then gestured for a waiting servant to escort him to the meeting hall within the residence. Where there's one, there's two. After the Su young master departed, several other noble families requested collaboration, and Lin Qingze declined none. Only a handful of young masters chose to step into the teleportation array in the reception hall and depart. Gong Yingting tugged at Li Ming's sleeve and said, "Let's go. I've gathered all the information I need here. The repercussions of this matter are immense. I must depart immediately to report it." But Gong Yingting noticed Li Ming hadn't followed her pace. He stood rooted to the spot. Li Ming smacked his lips twice. He had a habit of wanting to choose something whenever he encountered troublesome matters. Usually, he kept a pack of gum in his pocket for such moments, but today he'd changed clothes in a hurry and forgotten to pack it. "Teacher Gong, please call Brother Chun. Tell him I can't hold it in much longer. He needs to come quickly and figure out how to seal it." As he spoke, the red dust sword materialized in Li Ming's hand. He spun around and swung it backward, the blade tangling with the tongue shooting from Lin Chang's mouth. A series of shrill, grating sounds filled the air. Seeing this, Gong Yingting produced a jade flute in her hand, poised to strike the tongue. But faster than her were the two elders who had been standing behind Lin Qingze. One of them caught the jade flute midair with his withered arm, while the other appeared beside Gong Yingting, using a deft force to knock her back several steps. "Minister Gong, I implore you to spare my precious experimental subject," Lin Qingze said, then turned his gaze to Li Ming, who was locked in a standoff with Lin Chang. "Come to think of it, I should thank you, Li. Had you not severed Lin Chang's path as a spirit tamer, my plan might not have achieved such broad reach. However, my test subject seems quite interested in you. Would you be so kind as to grace it with another spar?" Though Lin Qingze phrased it as a question, the iron pillar at the edge of the arena slowly descended as he spoke. With the barrier gone, Lin Chang didn't immediately attack. Instead, he maintained this stalemate like a tug of war. Li Ming, however, grew impatient. The saliva dripping incessantly from that tongue filled him with revulsion, utter, sickening revulsion. Dismissing the red dust sword, Li Ming twisted his wrist, summoning the unstable spear to thrust directly at the rapidly retracting tongue. Eat! As the wandering spear pierced a hole through the tongue, Lin Chang immediately let out a shrill, low growl of pain. Meanwhile, surrounded by the two elders, Gong Yingting reached into the side pocket of her skirt and pulled out her phone, dialing Ji Chun's number. The two elders made no move to stop her. Given both her official standing and the weight of the Gong family behind her, they dared not take any unnecessary action against her as long as she didn't cross any lines. Li Ming wants you to come seal the lips. There was no further response on the other end of the line. A single hum was heard before the call ended abruptly. Afterward, Gong Yingting nodded toward Li Ming, who was watching her, signaling that the message had been delivered. Only then did Li Ming turn his attention back to Lin Chang. Escape was impossible. While Lin Qingze wouldn't physically stop her from leaving, he certainly wouldn't prevent Lin Chang from harassing her. And with Gong Yingting tied up by those two elders, safely passing through the teleportation array was impossible. Thus, only one path remained for Li Ming, to engage in a sparring match with Lin Chang. However, the spiritual energy he had expended in their last sparring session had yet to recover. To win another battle now would be impossible without resorting to some special means. This was precisely why Li Ming needed Ji Chun to rush over and seal the entrance. He didn't want to draw any more attention than necessary. Golden light flared around him. Li Ming gripped his spear with one hand, then crouched slightly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. Instantly, Li Ming's voice echoed beside Lin Chang. With a sweeping motion of his gun, he sent it flying, crashing into a distant wall and leaving a large dent. Shaking its dizzy head, Lin Chang turned to stare at the wandering gun in Li Ming's hand, its eyes instantly filling with greed. This was it. This was what it had sensed earlier. Consume it. Consume it and it would become stronger. The next moment, Li Ming's voice vanished from its field of vision only to reappear directly before it. The very wooding spear it had coveted moments ago now thrust straight toward its own head. Clang! A metallic clang echoed as Li Ming's wooding spear pierced the skin at Lin Chang's brow but failed to penetrate the brow bone, posing no threat to its life. Instantly, flames erupted from Lin Chang's body like detonated explosives, unleashing immense force that sent the close-range Li Ming flying backward. Despite the golden light shielding him, the fabric on Li Ming's chest was reduced to scattered ashes by the impact. Fortunately, his body had been fortified by the blood pool, otherwise, he would have suffered at least minor burns. Even so, the extraordinary power of this flame was undeniable. It was worth noting that the flames Lin Hong had unleashed earlier hadn't even managed to achieve this much. No sooner had Li Ming regained his footing than a thick, foul stench assaulted his nostrils. It was Lin Chang, lunging directly at him with claws extended and jaws snapping. He thrust his spear forward, its shaft gleaming with golden light as it blocked Lin Chang's outstretched claws and gaping maw. He bore not a shred of human resemblance now, clearly nothing but a living, breathing beast. But if we're talking about beasts, let's see who truly resembles one more. Spiritual energy surged into the formless spear, triggering its full metamorphosis. Silver-white dragon scales erupted across his body. Feeling the surging power within, Li Ming thrust his knee upward, striking Lin Chang squarely in the jaw. The force was so immense it stunned Lin Chang momentarily. Seizing that instant, Li Ming delivered another kick, sending him flying backward. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, Lin Qingze's voice bellowed from the sidelines. No! Impossible! How could you be more perfect than the dragon-blooded I created? Chapter 50, The Line. Ignoring Lin Qingze's cries, Li Ming maintained his altered state and charged toward Lin Chang once more. In this state, the unstable spear in Li Ming's hand could effortlessly pierce its skin, and even its bones shattered with minimal force. Yet Lin Chang's regenerative speed was extraordinary, and with its vital organs constantly shielded, Li Ming couldn't finish it off immediately. Roar! Once again, flames erupted like an explosion. This time, however, Li Ming merely took 2 steps back before steadying himself. With the golden light incantation and his mutated state, his defenses were now formidable enough to frustrate even a 7th-rank spirit tamer renowned for lethal prowess. Before Li Ming could make his next move, Lin Qingze turned his head and shouted at the 2 elders guarding Gong Yingting. Seize him! Quickly seize him! I must study him! I must study him! At this command, one elder drew his treacherous scimitar and charged toward Gong Yingting, while the other, following Lin Qingze's instructions, sprinted toward Li Ming's position. But before he could take 2 steps, his body suddenly glowed with several blue points of light, and he froze in place. Honestly, you old fools, why do you all love bullying people just because you're higher in cultivation? Have you no shame? Upon the wall surrounding the mansion, a figure clad in black robes sat perched. A single finger protruding from the robes glowed with a light matching the color emanating from the old man. Lin Qingze stared at the black robes the figure wore, recognizing the patterns embroidered upon them. He immediately took 2 steps back and said, Senior Chun. This is a private matter of the Lin family. I implore you not to interfere. Ji Chun chuckled lightly before replying. You aristocratic families always with this nonsense. This is our family's private matter, that's someone else's private matter. I'm sick of hearing it. Besides, I'm from the unknown. Interfering in your noble family's private affairs is precisely our business. Don't you all know that full well? Lin Chengze was furious, but dared not react in any way. The man before him possessed formidable power. 2 months prior, for reasons unknown, he had suddenly gone berserk, achieving the staggering feat of ambushing and slaughtering dozens of fourth-rank spirit masters within mere days. Later, as if to humiliate them, he had stuffed all the spirit masters' heads into a single sack. Such a man was not someone the Lin family could afford to provoke. While they argued, Li Ming's work was nearing completion. Before him, Lin Chang was covered in wounds of every kind. Li Ming hadn't spared even vital areas like the brain and heart. Yet it still managed to slowly heal, unable to be killed. Moreover, Li Ming had already depleted over half of his spiritual energy. Continuing this high-intensity battle, he had no guarantee he could finish it off before his energy completely drained. Li Ming. Seeing this, Lin Chengze felt a slight sense of relief. He turned his head and shouted at Li Ming. It's merely an experimental specimen. I can create another if I lose this one. But your next move will directly determine how the Lin family treats you from now on. Li Ming offered no reply, merely ending his transformation as the golden light faded from his body and the wooding spear vanished from his grasp. Just as Lin Chengze breathed a sigh of relief, he saw a broadsword materialize in Li Ming's hand. The very blade that had severed Lin Cheng's path to becoming a spirit master. But regardless of how you look at it, letting you live on would leave my conscience uneasy. Closing his eyes, Li Ming slowly channeled his spiritual energy into the Dao/blade. He had once pondered a question: the blade could sever tangible things, but what about the intangible? Could it do that too? If not, could it truly live up to its reputation as a blade that cuts through all things? Holding this question, he had tested it the moment he created the blade. The instant the thought formed, a powerful suction emanated from the blade, pulling him into a profoundly mystical state. It was precisely this action that revealed to Li Ming the truth behind the blade's claim to cut through anything. However, due to insufficient spiritual energy at the time, Li Ming only gained a fleeting understanding before fainting. Over a month ago, he attempted to wield this power again, deliberately inducing that state and successfully employing it during a sparring session with Lin Chang. His dwindling spiritual energy was consumed at an alarming rate. When Li Ming opened his eyes, he saw countless threads dancing wildly within his field of vision. In Li Ming's world now, everything was composed of these threads. People and objects were connected by varying degrees of these threads. The most typical example of the connection between people and objects was that between a spirit master and their magical artifact. During his sparring match with Lin Chang, Li Ming had used his blade to sever the thread connecting Lin Chang to his artifact, cutting off Lin Chang's path to becoming a spirit master. Now, he intended to do the same as before. Only this time, he wouldn't sever the threads connecting Lin Chang to the outside world. Instead, he would cut one of the threads on Lin Chang's own body. Stepping forward, Li Ming's gaze locked onto Lin Chang. Countless threads now erupted from Lin Chang's body, shooting skyward and spreading endlessly into the boundless night. Among them was a thicker strand, anchored to the desiccated corpse of Lin Hon lying nearby. Li Ming knew this was the thread connecting him to those who had died tonight. It was a thread of causality that bound two beings together, forged by their shared connection. You truly are deeply sinful. Li Ming sighed inwardly, but his search wasn't for this thread. He sought a special one. A thread with no beginning or end, forming a complete circle, the lifeline. He sought Lin Chang's lifeline. Lifting his hand, Li Ming carefully parted the tangled threads of causality until he found the one hidden deep within Lin Chang's body. It glowed a vivid red, faintly pulsing with the essence of life. Taking a deep breath, Li Ming gripped the blade in both hands and slowly raised it. Lin Chengze, watching from the side, felt a sudden wave of foreboding wash over him. He opened his mouth to speak, only to find himself unable to move. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Chengze noticed Ji Chun had silently approached his side. Without a single movement, the sheer pressure radiating from him was enough to paralyze Lin Chengze. Ji Chun's cultivation was profound, and due to certain special circumstances, he could perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary fourth-rank cultivators. Like the situation unfolding before him. In his vision, Li Ming had entered a profound state one countless fourth-rank spirit masters desperately sought. Then, the blade in Li Ming's hand came down. Though it merely grazed the front of Lin Chang, inflicting no tangible harm, Lin Chengze felt it. It was dead. Completely and utterly dead. Ji Chun licked his parched lips, muttering as if furious. Fine, damn it all. If you had this ability, why the hell did you keep it hidden from me? Did you think I'd harm you or something? Chapter 51, Evidence. In an instant, Ji Chun's form shifted, returning him to the top of the wall before vanishing into the night. Behind him, the two fifth-rank spirit masters lay decapitated. Dong Yingting felt a powerful gust brush past her, Ji Chun's voice still echoing in her ears. Forget whether that kid wants to or not, call for help immediately. He can't get hurt. Absolutely not. Gong Yingting hurried to Li Ming's side, supporting his body, which swayed precariously from spiritual energy depletion. She reached into her ring and retrieved a vial of Qianqiu elixir, slowly pouring it into his mouth. What just happened? Please keep it confidential. With that, Gong Yingting unleashed the imposing aura of her 5th grade, 7th tier spiritual energy, crushing down upon the clan disciples who had emerged to investigate the commotion. Though they were clan disciples, most possessed relatively low cultivation levels, generally hovering around the 7th or 8th rank. Facing a 5th rank cultivator, they all froze in place, unable to move. At that moment, Lin Qingze, the host of tonight's banquet, stepped forward and addressed Gong Yingting. Minister Gong, might you be overstepping your authority? Current official laws do not prohibit ordinary citizens from privately discussing matters that neither break the law nor violate regulations, do they? Gong Yingting did not look at him, instead carefully observing Li Ming's condition as she replied. Please address me as Miss Gong. Hearing this, Lin Qingze's eye twitched slightly. If it were the government, they truly couldn't interfere after all, there'd be no justification. But when it came to the Gong family, no justification was needed. The question was whether it was worth it, whether the cost outweighed the gain. Judging by Li Ming's earlier display, however, it was clearly worth it. Moreover, should conflict erupt over this, the authorities would welcome it, perhaps even accelerate the situation. They could then wait until the fighting had raged sufficiently before stepping in to sweep up the remnants. Since Miss Gong has spoken, the Lin family will naturally comply. However, the other clans are beyond my control. Lin Qingze clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to Gong Yingting. Following his lead, the disciples of the other clans also declared their willingness to keep the matter confidential. Gong Yingting paid no heed to their declarations. After all, her family's authority remained a potent tool. Yet a pang of frustration lingered in her heart. The fact that she'd invoked her family's authority would inevitably reach the ears of those old fossils back home. And if they found out about this, who knew how delighted they might be? More importantly, their attention would inevitably turn to Li Ming. They would become interested in this man who had compelled their young mistress to risk association with their family just to protect him. After all, Gong Yingting had previously severed ties with the Gong family to join an official organization. Forget it, forget it. Gong Yingting pushed these thoughts aside for now. If push came to shove, she'd make Ji Chun take responsibility. It was all his fault anyway, the one who stirred this up. Following Lin Qingze's gesture, the young aristocrats returned to the conference hall to discuss the details of their future combat reinforcement plan. Although the test subject had ultimately been killed by Li Ming, its demonstrated combat effectiveness had earned their recognition. A moment later, a streak of azure light streaked across the night sky, then gently descended beside Gong Yingting. How is he? Ji Chun inquired. He's fine, just spirit energy depleted. A few vials of Qianqiu elixir should restore him. Gong Yingting replied, then turned her gaze toward the conference hall where the banquet was in full swing and asked. Tonight's events couldn't possibly be unrelated to the Lin family. Do you have any ideas? Ji Chun lit a cigarette with a hint of irritation, hoisted Li Ming onto his back, and headed toward the exit as he spoke. Sure. We could just storm in and kill them all. Simple, quick, and straightforward. And then get hunted down by the United Clans backing these guys? Have your black cloak permanently sewn onto your skin? Gong Yingting chimed in with a sarcastic retort. Then what should we do? How about I just call the police? Let those useless fools at the Psionic Bureau corrupted by the clans arrest them, lock them up for a day or two, and then release them without charges? Gong Yingting was at a loss for words. As an official, she was naturally aware of certain internal matters within the government. Except for criminals, anyone could take the exam to join the official organization. This was a regulation issued by the official body itself. Therefore, the offspring of prominent families were naturally eligible to participate. The authorities had no grounds to reject anyone who joined through legitimate channels. Over time, many aristocratic families had already established their own networks within the official organizations. This was especially true within the Psionic Bureau, which held the authority to arrest, adjudicate, and sentence. Even some key positions were occupied by individuals placed there by these families. Had this not been the case, the authorities would never have secretly established unknown. So evidence is all that's needed? Li Ming, who had been lying on Ji Chun's back, spoke up. He hadn't been unconscious, he'd merely been resting his eyes due to psychic energy depletion. Thus, he had overheard their entire conversation. Reaching his car, Ji Chun tossed Li Ming into the back seat before settling into his own seat. Exactly. It really is just a matter of having evidence. But it's easier said than done. If what they're doing were truly that easy to catch them red-handed, tonight's events wouldn't have happened. As the car started moving, Li Ming retrieved a spirit-repelling stone from his ring and clutched it in his hand, quietly absorbing the spiritual energy within. Earlier, when he had entered that special state through the slash blade to locate Lin Cheng's lifeline, his own spiritual energy had been nearly depleted. The slash he had delivered had once again drained his spiritual energy dry while also siphoning off a portion of his mental energy, leaving his head feeling foggy and dazed. What if I say I have evidence? Squeak! The car screeched to a halt. The sudden inertia sent Li Ming's face crashing into the driver's seat back. Before Li Ming could utter a word of complaint, Ji Chun twisted his body around and shouted at him. Evidence. You say you have evidence. Ji Chun spoke, then noticed the object in Li Ming's hand and asked uncertainly. Wait, what exactly are you holding there? Gong Yingting, sitting in the passenger seat, also turned her head and saw what Li Ming was holding. Li Ming raised his hand to rub his face, then asked back matter-of-factly. The demon-repelling stone. You're all at this level and haven't seen one? That's impossible, right? Ji Chun was fine. He knew Li Ming had had a strange encounter below the cliff, so he immediately understood. But Gong Yingting didn't know. She asked. Of course I've seen it. Not only have I seen it, I've used it myself. But why are you using it? You can't tell me that you, an 8th grade spirit tamer, have opened your sea of consciousness and condensed a soul body, right? Hearing this, Ji Chun also snapped back to reality. That made sense. Chapter 52, Rank. Only now did Ji Chun realize that Li Ming was apparently still just an 8th rank spirit tamer. It was just that Li Ming's various actions had made him forget this fact. Is that so strange? Li Ming was puzzled. After all, everyone possessed spiritual energy, so he'd assumed the sea of consciousness was universal. Isn't it strange? Why would an 8th rank spirit tamer cultivate techniques meant for 6th rank practitioners? Hearing this, Ji Chun suddenly recalled Li Ming's earlier mystical state. Right, and that rule state you were in earlier, what was that about? How did you manage that? Great, another term he'd never heard in class. But before Li Ming could respond, a shrill female voice pierced the confined space. What? Rules. Rules. Ji Chun raised his hand to cover one ear, gesturing for her to quiet down. But Gong Yingting paid no heed, grabbing Ji Chun by the collar and demanding loudly. Explain it to me clearly. What rules? Whose rules? Ji Chun raised his hands in surrender, then pointed toward Li Ming sitting in the back row. As both pairs of eyes turned to him, Li Ming meekly replied. Can I say I don't know? Throughout his cultivation journey, he'd never received guidance from anyone. His understanding of the spirit tamer path was limited to what he'd learned in the classroom. Forget about rules or states, he didn't even know that opening a spiritual sea was something a 6th rank spirit tamer was supposed to do. So, to sum it up, Li Ming was basically just a slightly more powerful newbie. After adjusting Ji Chun's slightly distorted collar, Gong Yingting composed herself a bit before explaining to Li Ming. It's normal that you don't know. After all, these things aren't covered until your 2nd semester of senior year. Gong Yingting was always a conscientious person. Having taken on the role of teacher, she would fulfill her obligations by thoroughly cramming all the senior year knowledge points. I'll go over it once. Listen carefully. Gong Yingting cleared her throat before beginning. You should already know what a spirit tamer is, but what I'm about to explain are the key cultivation points for each rank of spirit tamer. The cultivation stages progress from the 9 paths and 2 dependencies, sequentially known as recognition, mastery, fusion, sea clearing, spirit awakening, self, rules, and path. As the names suggest, the first 3 tiers focus on recognizing, mastering, and integrating magical artifacts. Because spirit masters at these 3 ranks can still be suppressed by heavy conventional weapons, they are collectively referred to as the mortal realm. Next come the middle 3 tiers. Spirit masters who enter these tiers are no longer vulnerable to most conventional thermal weapons, save for missiles and higher tier armaments. The cultivation focuses for these 3 tiers are, in sequence, opening the sea of consciousness, awakening the spirit intelligence of magical artifacts, and maintaining self-awareness while communicating with them. In essence, it boils down to a test of one's mental fortitude. As for the 2 tiers above that, their cultivation focuses on concepts that can only be grasped intuitively, things beyond words. I don't know much about them either. The only thing I can say for certain is that their cultivation methods are tied to the names of their cultivation realms, though that's hardly revealing anything new. As for why I was so agitated earlier, it was because of your rule state. This state is one that only some 3rd grade spirit masters can master and enter. The promotion assessment from 4th to 3rd grade tests precisely this ability. But your ability to enter this state now means that, barring untimely death, you will undoubtedly reach the 3rd rank and become one of this clan's elite combat forces. After speaking, Gong Yingting took the water Ji Chun had bought during her lecture break and waited for Li Ming's questions. There's one more rank, isn't there? The 1st rank? Li Ming inquired. Spirit masters were ranked into 9 tiers, yet Gong Yingting had only mentioned 8. The highest rank remained unmentioned, leaving Li Ming's curiosity sharply piqued. But in the next moment, Li Ming saw Gong Yingting spread her hands helplessly, then say with a slightly coy air, I don't know either. In the past 500 years, not a single 1st rank spirit tamer has ever appeared. If it weren't for the consensus reached by some old-timers who reached 2nd rank, this rank might not even be recognized. But enough about that. The main topic now is you. Why did you start cultivating your spiritual power so early? And what's the deal with that rule state of yours? I know the answer to the first part. Ji Chun interjected. Back then, he was forced off a cliff outside the city by the Yun family. After narrowly escaping death, he turned misfortune into fortune by absorbing the dragon's shed skin. I suspect his spiritual sea was passively opened when he was flooded by the immense spiritual energy within that dragon's remains. And that gun? That's also a relic left behind by that dragon. Though that dragon was pretty cunning, leaving its soul within the remains. Still, it's best that kid killed it off. Gong Yingting's hand froze mid-sip. She took several deep breaths before finally calming her racing heart. Bull. Compared to all the previous information, this was the most explosive revelation. What was Lai Yan? A dragon. A third-grade dragon. Even if it had been dead for nearly 500 years, it wasn't something a mere 8th-grade spirit tamer could handle. Do you even know what a third-grade spirit soul body means? Gong Yingting crushed the bottle in her hand into a ball, then grabbed Ji Chun by the collar again and demanded. Ji Chun, however, wore a sheepish grin as he replied. Ah, young people always have their own tricks up their sleeves. I've checked him thoroughly. This kid has remained human from start to finish. There's no chance of soul possession occurring. Truthfully, the moment Li Ming had fully transformed, Ji Chun had deliberately failed to control his aura and thoroughly examined him from head to toe. Apart from that artifact, he hadn't detected anything unusual. Since magical artifacts were exclusive to humans, he dismissed it as irrelevant, naturally assuming it was Li Ming's trump card for defeating Lai Yanhuan's soul body. Hearing this, Gong Yingting's breathing gradually steadied. She released Ji Chun's completely distorted collar and turned to ask Li Ming. So, one last question. How did you break through those two formations? If it's related to your trump card, you don't have to answer. Li Ming shook his head and replied. Nothing I can't share. It relates to that so-called rule state you mentioned, just another manifestation of my blade's capabilities. As he spoke, Li Ming raised his hand to summon the slash blade and continued. I mentioned to Brother Chun before that this artifact's power lies in its ability to cleave through anything. At the time, I wondered if it could sever intangible things. Then I tried it out, and then it entered the rule state. Chapter 53, The Competition. After another round of conversation, Ji Chun drove Li Ming back home. Standing on the balcony, watching the receding headlights on the distant street, Li Ming returned to his room. Gong Yingting's guidance proved immensely beneficial, revealing to Li Ming the root cause of his slow progress. Previously, he had merely drilled relentlessly, never considering the core principles of cultivation. Beyond endlessly circulating his cultivation technique, he had done nothing but circulate his cultivation technique, using it to continuously expand the spiritual energy within his body in hopes of breaking through to the next realm. But this was merely a method for consolidating one's cultivation level after breaking through, not the approach for achieving breakthroughs themselves. Cross-legged on his bed, Li Ming began attempting to cultivate according to the method Gong Yingting had described. Closing his eyes, the wordless book slowly separated from his chest and hovered in midair. Then, Li Ming found himself at a loss. Though he understood what he needed to do now, he had no idea how to do it. After all, his magical artifact was a book, not a weapon like a sword, spear, or staff. The latter could be mastered through prolonged training, but a book? Mastering a book. That sounded a bit strange just to hear. Taking the blank book in his hands, Li Ming began flipping through its pages purposefully, his mind constantly pondering how to master it. Soon, Li Ming turned to the page detailing the formless spear. Following this page, the next two pages recorded the dragon blood spear and dragon scale spear respectively. Staring at these 3 pages, Li Ming seemed to recall something and suddenly laughed aloud. Right. How could he have forgotten what happened back when he was advancing from the 8th to the 9th rank? The sole purpose of this book's existence was to record and pass down knowledge. And recording the inheritance meant he had to collect the magical treasures himself. Realizing this, Li Ming suddenly understood why his cultivation level rose whenever he collected magical treasures. It was the very process of mastering the book itself. The instant this thought flashed through his mind, the bottleneck in Li Ming's cultivation suddenly eased. He had reached the 8th rank, 7th tier. He regulated his breath, slowly calming the spiritual energy within his body. Then, all of Li Ming's treasures materialized around him. Just as he had surmised, as his mastery over the wordless book deepened, so too did his command over all the treasures it had created and recorded. Having learned from the lesson of the slashing blade, Li Ming deeply realized that his understanding of his treasures remained superficial. He immediately began researching and developing his other magical treasures. Time passed. After Gong Yingting hinted at her intentions, Li Ming spent several months living the life of a normal student. Before he knew it, winter break was approaching. That morning, during a history class he had already completed in advance, Gong Yingting appeared outside the classroom. After greeting the teacher in charge of the class, Li Ming walked toward the classroom exit. Teacher Gong, did you need me for something? Gong Yingting led him to her office, retrieved an application form for a certain competition from beneath her desk, and handed it to Li Ming. Recently, every province has hosted a competition funded by nationally renowned universities, inviting outstanding students from all high schools within their province to participate. And at our school, you're the only one we can truly put forward. Li Ming nodded and asked. Are there any prizes? I knew you'd ask that. Gong Yingting replied, adding. Of course there are rewards. The top student from each province will receive a custom-made spirit artifact provided by the Academy of Sciences, along with a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. Hearing this, Li Ming shook his head. He had no interest in spirit artifacts, and the 100,000 yuan prize was of little value to him. Just as he was about to refuse, Gong Yingting continued. Hear me out first. After this competition concludes, the top 3 students from each province will also receive admission to visit the university of their choice. As you know, since the appearance of spirits, many universities have implemented closed campus management to ensure student safety. Under normal circumstances, visits are not permitted. But since you don't want to participate, then don't. This competition doesn't have any mandatory requirements anyway. With that, Gong Yingting made a move to take the form from Li Ming's hand. But Li Ming raised his hand and said, I never said I wouldn't participate. He picked up a pen from Gong Yingting's desk and signed his name in the participant field. Please fill in the rest of the details for me, Teacher Gong. And if you can, just give me a heads up during the competition. With that, Li Ming dashed out of the office, leaving Gong Yingting staring at the blank form save for his name, her eyes twitching. After their conversation that night, Li Ming had shared some details with them. His artifact could indeed replicate numerous other artifacts. However, considering the sheer audacity of infinite replication, Li Ming decided to make some adjustments. As Li Ming himself explained, for every rank he advanced in cultivation, the wordless book could replicate 3 additional artifacts. He was currently at the 8th rank, meaning he could replicate 6. The moment he finished speaking, Gong Yingting turned and ordered Ji-chun to get out of the car. She would drive herself. No matter what it took, she was determined to get Li Ming to the capital that very day. With the rule state guaranteeing his future, Li Ming had the potential to reach the 3rd rank. This meant he could replicate as many as 21 magical artifacts. At that point, his personal combat prowess would far surpass that of a 3rd-rank spirit tamer, and he might even be able to hold his own against some 2nd-rank spirit tamers. What did this signify? It signified that Li Ming's future had been elevated to an entirely new level. Finally, after intense persuasion from Ji-chun and Li Ming, Gong Yingting relented and abandoned her plan to kidnap Li Ming to the capital. However, they did make an agreement. As a condition for preserving his freedom, until he possessed absolute self-defense capabilities, any abilities Li Ming displayed in public must be approved by both of them. Otherwise, if Li Ming were to reveal his full capabilities now, she and Ji-chun truly had no confidence they could protect him from the covetous eyes of a pack of wolves. After all, the principle of if you can't have it, destroy it was all too common among the aristocratic families. But Gong Yingting was now torn. Based on Li Ming's current public information, he could only replicate 3 magical artifacts. To avoid drawing excessive attention, Gong Yingting could only permit Li Ming to use 3 abilities. During that night's candid conversation, Li Ming had already demonstrated all his current abilities. The mysteriously glowing golden orb, the blade that allowed him to enter a state of rule manipulation, the formless spear forged from the corpse of a deceased 3rd-grade spatial dragon, the illusory form of the Yun family's ancestral treasure, the red dust sword, an enhanced book of word spirits, and the mind-illuminating chain. It feels like none of these things should be exposed carelessly. Gong Yingting sighed, utterly disheartened. Chapter 54, Country Folk. In the end, Gong Yingting chose the golden light bead, the wandering spear, and the book of word spirits. Though their powers were somewhat outrageous, they should still be within acceptable limits. Besides, as long as Li Ming didn't mention it himself, who would know the wandering spear was forged from Lai Yan's corpse? After filling in the rest of the trivial details, Gong Yingting picked up the form and headed toward the principal's office. Several days later, Li Ming boarded the bus bound for the competition venue, the provincial capital of Jiangbei Province, Kanzhou, under Gong Yingting's guidance. Although Shou City had only a dozen or so high schools, this 50-seat bus was packed to capacity, mostly with accompanying friends and teachers. Even so, there was little conversation among the passengers. Most sat with their eyes closed, resting. After all, anyone on this bus could potentially be a future opponent, making friendly conversation unnecessary. After nearly another day of travel, Li Ming and the others finally arrived in Kangzhou. Guided by the welcoming party, they checked into the hotel that had been prepared in advance. Their rooms were on the 5th floor, with Gong Yingting's room right next to Li Ming's. After putting away his luggage, Li Ming turned and knocked on Gong Yingting's door. Upon receiving her reply that she wasn't hungry at the moment, he headed alone to the restaurant on the 2nd floor. The moment he entered the dining hall, Li Ming heard what sounded like an argument. But that was none of his concern. After sitting in the car all day, his stomach was growling with hunger. After using the meal voucher provided by the hotel to get some food, Li Ming found an empty spot to sit. Before he could take 2 bites, the sound of shattered tableware echoed nearby. Immediately after, a man's figure was knocked flying and landed at his feet. Out of the corner of his eye, he recognized one of the men from his bus. Then, a voice dripping with insolence reached his ears. Look at that, this so-called genius from the sticks can't even take a slap from me. I told you so. Birds of a feather flock together. How could a golden phoenix ever fly out of a grass nest? Thinking it best to mind his own business, Li Ming picked up his food and prepared to move to another spot. The man, hearing this, rose to his feet and, enraged by shame, charged forward once more. Unsurprisingly, he was knocked flying back once more, this time hurtling straight toward Li Ming. With both hands occupied by his food, Li Ming could only sidestep as the flying figure approached. Another clatter erupted as the man crashed into the table where Li Ming had been sitting, sending cutlery flying and shattering it into pieces on the floor. The man himself slumped backward, unconscious. Immediately, 2 or 3 people rushed over. Some helped the man up, others cleaned up the mess, and still others tended to his injuries. Just as Li Ming turned to leave, one of the women supporting the man suddenly whipped her head around and shouted at him. "What's wrong with you? They're cursing us out, and you won't even step up to help? Can't you at least lend a hand?" She seemed to recognize him, likely one of the unconscious man's companions. "Ime, ignore him. People like him are just cowards. Not everyone in this world can be like Brother Hai, bold and decisive." Another man nearby, busy cleaning the filth off the unconscious man's body, said to Ime. Li Ming rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to argue with someone so obviously dim-witted. But just as Li Ming turned to leave again, the group that had clashed with Brother Hai earlier surrounded him. "Hey, country bumpkin, are you some starving ghost reincarnated? Why are you lugging all that food by yourself? Brother Bao, you wouldn't understand. Folks from small towns like this have never seen such good food. If they get wiped out tomorrow and sent back home, they'll never get another chance to eat like this." The remark drew a burst of laughter from the crowd. Li Ming's spiritual energy stirred slightly as he scanned the group with a glance. Among them, most were around the 4th or 5th tier of the 8th rank. The strongest was the one called Brother Leopard, who was at the 6th tier of the 8th rank. Seeing this, Li Ming immediately abandoned any thought of attacking. He had no interest in bullying the weak just because of his higher cultivation level. Taking a step forward, Li Ming released the fluctuations of his 8th grade 7th tier spiritual energy while softly uttering, "Step aside." Pushing aside the human wall blocking his path, Li Ming scanned the area, his gaze searching for any available space nearby. Due to his physical condition, his appetite far exceeded that of ordinary people. The meager portion he had just eaten wouldn't even fill the gap between his teeth. But before he could take 2 steps, a dark shadow shot toward his eyes at breakneck speed. Clink! A sound like chopsticks striking a porcelain bowl echoed as the dark object struck Li Ming's eyelid before being flung away. Li Ming focused his eyes. The flying object was indeed a chopstick. Dual cultivation of spirit and body? At that moment, a man rose from a nearby dining table and slowly approached him. Seeing only one chopstick left before him, Li Ming realized this was the man who had ambushed him. The others seated before him snapped out of their daze as if waking from a dream. Like loyal underlings, they retreated behind the man, bowing their heads without a word. Li Ming set his food aside, chewing thoughtfully as he asked. "Bro, what's your deal? I didn't provoke you, did I? Judging by the force you used, you were aiming to blind me." As he spoke, the 8th grade, 7th class spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Li Ming no longer dispersed around him. Instead, they surged toward the man, bearing down on him. Immediately, a surge no weaker than Li Ming's erupted from the man's body, pressing back toward Li Ming. The collision of the 2 waves instantly created a tense, standoff situation. However, this stalemate lasted only a moment. The man's spiritual energy fluctuations began to show signs of exhaustion, gradually being forced back toward his own side. "Li Ming! What are you doing?" Gong Yingting's voice rang out. Li Ming turned his head to look at her, then dispersed the fluctuations emanating from his own body. At the same time, Shan Yan let out a muffled groan. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he took 2 steps back. Extending his hand, he addressed Li Ming. "Shan Yan, one of the contestants from Kanzhou No. 3 High School. Let's be friends." Ignoring Shan Yan's overture, Li Ming turned, picked up his plate piled high with food, and headed toward Gong Yingting. Behind him, Shan Yan awkwardly withdrew his outstretched hand and began scolding the underlings standing behind him. "I told you guys time and time again not to stir up trouble. Not once did you listen. Now look what happens, you run into a tough nut to crack. Lucky he's magnanimous enough not to bother with you lot. Otherwise, with your half-baked skills, you wouldn't even be enough for one of his hands to handle." Chapter 55, The Gong Family. After finding a relatively empty spot to sit with Gong Yingting, she asked. "What happened earlier? Why did it suddenly look like you were about to fight?" Li Ming picked up a piece of meat from his plate and stuffed it into his mouth before replying. "Nothing much, just a minor disagreement. Not worth mentioning. But speaking of which, weren't you saying you weren't hungry? Why did you suddenly come down?" Gong Yingting reached across and picked up a small cake from Li Ming's plate, saying, "The detailed rules and some information for the competition have been released, so I came to let you know." Li Ming nodded, then stood up and brought over another plate of food, gesturing for her to begin explaining. "The tournament format is simple, just basic 1-on-1 elimination rounds. That should work in your favor as a solo player. At least you won't have to worry about teammates." "That's it?" Li Ming asked with his mouth full. If that was all, a text message would have sufficed. It hardly warranted Gong Yingting coming in person to inform him. Gong Yingting took small bites of her cake as she continued. "Of course there's more. My main purpose in coming was to warn you to be careful. From what I know, there are at least 3 7th-rank participants in this tournament. 3? That competitive? Li Ming asked in surprise. In previous years' college entrance exams, even regions teeming with prestigious families and sects had produced candidates reaching the 7th rank. But that was the college entrance exam. Now, there was still nearly half a year until the exam, and Kanjo wasn't exactly known for powerful clans or sections. The strongest one here was the Wu family, ranked among the second-tier clans. Gong Yingting nodded and continued. It's not entirely unexpected. After all, the caliber of students keeps rising with each cohort. Last year's Jiangbei Province college entrance exams also saw quite a few candidates advancing to the 7th rank. Still, it's rare to see someone reach the 7th rank this early. I've only seen a few such cases in the capital city before. Speaking of which, why hasn't your strength improved much these past few months? I recall you reached 8th rank, 7th tier quite some time ago, didn't you? Li Ming patted his nearly full belly and replied. I've been researching my own magical artifact lately, so I haven't had time to cultivate. Besides, mastering an artifact isn't something you can just grow into overnight. Gong Yingting's eye twitched slightly. Ever since this kid had laid his cards on the table with her and Ji Chun, whether out of genuine trust or mere pretense, his demeanor around them had grown increasingly casual. That cautious, guarded demeanor from before was nowhere to be seen. Alright, take your time eating. I'm heading back to my room to rest. We've got a match tomorrow. With that, Li Ming rose and headed toward the distant elevator. Back in his room, Li Ming flopped onto the hotel's plush bed. After a moment, he sat cross-legged and silently began circulating the Great Adjustment cultivation method. Though the gains from this cultivation method were minimal, they were better than nothing. After all, his security was too tight now, and he had little chance to enhance his strength by absorbing others' magical treasures. This situation made Li Ming somewhat uncomfortable. But upon seeing Ji Chun once again playing with the relic left behind by a fortunate 5th-rank spirit tamer, he let it go. Human greed truly knew no bounds. Not only Li Ming, but even Ji Chun and Gong Yingting couldn't fathom why anyone would dare to reach out, despite Gong Yingting having hinted that Li Ming was backed by the Gong family. Moreover, with his own magical artifact abilities now reaching 6, Li Ming couldn't very well mention his desire to collect more artifacts to Ji Chun and the others. Wouldn't that just mean he was lying again? His mind gradually immersed itself in cultivation techniques. When he opened his eyes again, it was the next morning. A knock sounded at the door. Li Ming rose and opened it, but the figure before him wasn't Gong Yingting, it was an elderly man. Judging by his attire, a traditional Chinese robe embroidered with dark-colored birds and beasts, and his meticulously groomed beard, he didn't seem like a hotel service attendant or janitor. Sir, what brings you here? The old man didn't answer, merely smiling warmly at Li Ming. He uttered a strange syllable before extending a finger toward him. His withered, bony finger moving slowly yet resolutely toward Li Ming's chest. Li Ming's eyes narrowed sharply. As he tried to step back to dodge, he suddenly felt his body go limp, as if it had lost all control. Just as the finger was about to touch his chest, Li Ming heard Gong Yingting's voice ringing in his ears. "Fourth uncle, stop." The finger halted less than an inch from Li Ming's chest, then withdrew as Gong Yingting strode forward. Before the old man could react, Gong Yingting darted forward, standing directly in front of Li Ming. Seeing the uncontrollable anger in Gong Yingting's eyes, the old man hurriedly spoke. "Oh dear, my dear granddaughter, fourth grandfather meant no harm. I just wanted to see what sort of fellow could charm my precious granddaughter so she wouldn't want to come home. Please forgive me, forgive me." Upon hearing this, Gong Yingting rolled her eyes at him and said, "Fourth uncle, stop trying to play matchmaker. At his age, I could be his mother if I were a few years older." The old man stepped forward, took Gong Yingting's hand, and said, "Ah, what does age matter? If my eldest princess truly loves him, let anyone in this world dare call you a sugar baby, your fourth grandfather will deal with them personally." Gong Yingting pulled her hand away and replied, "I truly have no such intentions. I plan to dedicate my life to the nation and have no desire to marry. Please stop worrying about such things." Hearing this, the old man replied, "I see. You still can't forget that Ji Chun lad, can you?" Suddenly, the old man stumbled back 2 steps. His gaze darted between Li Ming and Gong Yingting's faces before he shouted, "I see. This child is yours and that good-for-nothing Ji Chun's, isn't it?" Taking 2 more steps back, the old man exclaimed furiously, "Ah! That rotten bastard. I knew he was no good. First he kidnapped that girl from the Hu family, and now he's reached into the Gong family and even had a child. And it's already this big." Even though she was well aware of her great-uncle's irreverent nature, seeing him get more and more out of hand now, Gong Yingting couldn't help but feel a slight flush on her cheeks. Li Ming tugged at the hem of Gong Yingting's robe and flashed his phone screen at her, signaling the match was about to begin. Seeing this, Gong Yingting hurriedly pulled Li Ming toward the competition venue. Only after the two had departed did the old man finally rein in his exaggerated expression. Gazing in the direction Li Ming and Gong Yingting had departed, he rubbed his fingertips repeatedly, a faint gleam flickering in his eyes. "That kid's aura, it's so chaotic. And there's something familiar about it. Chapter 56, The Opening Match. Naka Stadium, Kangzhou City's largest sports venue, spanned a full 15 hectares and could accommodate over 70,000 people at once. This very arena served as the venue for the upcoming tournament. After presenting his student ID for verification, Li Ming led Gong Yingting through the student entrance into the stadium. As a public event, spectators were naturally permitted. Following the instructions sent to his phone last night, Li Ming led Gong Yingting to the pre-arranged lounge. Through the lounge's glass windows, Li Ming observed the stadium now divided into 10 circular rings. On either side of the spectator stands, 2 massive electronic screens faced each other. Since it was only a provincial-level event, the number of participants was relatively small, so the competition would last only 5 days. The preliminary rounds concluded within the first 3 days, followed by a day of rest before the finals commenced. During the initial 3 days, advancement results were tallied after each match, with notifications such as match times and venues issued to competitors before the following day. Li Ming's match was scheduled for 10 a.m. on Platform 7. Li Ming glanced at his phone again. With nearly 2 hours left before his match, he decided to find a spot to sit, close his eyes, and meditate, waiting for his turn to begin. A moment later, Gong Yingting, seated beside Li Ming, received a call. After listening to the message, she abruptly stood up. Seeing the look of urgency on Gong Yingting's face, Li Ming spoke up. "If it's something urgent, you can go ahead. Nothing major can happen to me here in public." Hearing this, Gong Yingting hesitated for a moment. After a brief pause, she nodded at Li Ming, muttered, "I'll be back soon," and left. However, she still hadn't returned by the time his match began. This left Li Ming with a vague sense of unease. "Contestants for Ring 7, please prepare to enter." Listening to the repeated announcements echoing through the rest area, Li Ming rose and headed toward Platform 7. Upon stepping onto the stage, he faced his opponent, the man named Brother Hai, whom he had met briefly the previous day. To prevent unscrupulous individuals from analyzing the matchups for gambling purposes or using underhanded tactics to influence competitors, even the contestants themselves wouldn't know who they'd be facing until their match began. However, if a participant chose to disclose their own information, the organizers would not intervene, though they would bear the consequences themselves. Returning to the matter at hand, once both combatants had ascended the stage, their profiles appeared on the 2 electronic screens. Xinghu Middle School, Zhenhai, Artifact, Wolfbone Knuckles, Grade 8, Tier 5. Li Ming of Xiuqing First High School, Artifact, Illusion Book, 8th Grade, 7th Tier. On the stage, Zhenhai watched Li Ming approach from the opposite side. A flicker of apprehension stirred within him. Through his friend's account last night, Zhenhai had learned what had transpired after he lost consciousness. Even so, he refused to concede defeat. To do so would be utterly humiliating. "Prepare." The referee's voice rang out. Zhenhai revealed his artifact, a bone-white knuckle duster adorned with sharp, bone spike-like protrusions. Li Ming, however, stood empty-handed, holding nothing. As the referee's gaze fell upon him, Li Ming shook his head. For some reason, the unease that had settled in his heart after Gong Yingting's departure refused to dissipate, leaving him with little heart for this match. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the official start of the match. Zhenhai clenched the knuckle duster in his hand and charged toward Li Ming, bellowing as he ran. "Li Ming, I know you're strong, but if you underestimate me, you'll pay the price." Li Ming remained unresponsive until Zhenhai charged directly at him. Only then did he raise his hand to catch the punch aimed at his face. Despite the sharp protrusions, Li Ming caught it with steady precision, not even breaking the skin on his palm. As Li Ming's fingers tightened, Zhenhai immediately began wailing in agony, repeatedly signaling surrender to Li Ming. Only when the referee approached did Li Ming release Zhenhai's fist and turn to walk off the stage. The spectator stands, which had been watching this ring, fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. Through the information on the screens, they could roughly guess that Li Ming had secured the final victory, but they never imagined the win would be so effortless and swift. Back in the locker room, Li Ming waited quietly for Gong Yingting's return. Shortly after, the locker room door was knocked upon. Sensing 4 or 5 distinct spiritual energy fluctuations outside, Li Ming opened the door. "You're one lucky bastard, Li Ming." Seeing that familiar face outside the door, the unease in Li Ming's heart was finally confirmed. "I knew it. What other aristocratic family would be so reckless as to send someone to probe under the pressure of the Gong family? If it were the Yun family, another top-tier clan, it wouldn't be surprising. But it seems the third-rate families at that banquet still couldn't keep their mouths shut." Li Ming thought to himself. Stepping aside, Li Ming gestured for the figures outside to enter. Seeing this, Yun Xiuran snorted coldly before leading his entourage inside. "Speak. Why did you come to see me?" Li Ming sat cross-legged on the lounge sofa, addressing Yun Xiuran. "Li Ming, do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you?" Hearing this, Li Ming chuckled lightly, ignoring the threat. His life was the last thing he worried about now. If they truly came for his life, he would have been torn to pieces long ago. Judging by the spiritual energy fluctuations they had emitted earlier, even the weakest among the three was a 6th-rank spirit tamer. If they attacked together, killing him would be as easy as turning their hands. After several deep breaths, Yun Xiuran finally calmed himself and addressed Li Ming. The terms remain the same, 5 million in cash plus resources sufficient for your advancement to 5th rank. However, this time we're easing the restrictions. We only require you to publicly declare that you will sever all ties with Yun Yueming for life. This is the Yun family's final concession to you and your last chance. If you refuse, prepare to face the full wrath of the Yun family. As the words fell, the three figures behind Yun Xiuran assumed a poised, ready stance. Li Ming watched as he leaned back against the sofa. Before he could speak, Yun Xiuran continued. Don't even think about stalling. Ji-chan is still in Xiuqing City and won't make it here before you die. Gong Yingting has also been distracted by us. Besides, I doubt the Gong family would risk tearing apart relations with our Yun family over a mere ant like you. Li Ming exhaled, pulled a piece of gum from his pocket, popped it into his mouth, and challenged Yun Xiuran. Yun Xiuran, dare you come any closer? Chapter 57, Escape. Before Li Ming could finish speaking, Yun Xiuran and the others felt his aura blur. Immediately, a flash of silver and white light erupted, like a streak of lightning darting toward the nearby window. Over the past few months, unable to advance his cultivation realm, Li Ming had poured all his focus into researching other magical artifacts. Even if he couldn't develop something as powerful as the rule state like the slash blade, he couldn't remain stuck at the most basic level of application. To date, aside from the Book of Spell Words and the Soul Cleansing Chain, Li Ming had made significant progress in developing his other magical treasures. Take the Golden Light Incantation, for instance. Early on, it had shown subtle signs of leaning toward thunder magic, but lacking the subsequent incantation techniques, it remained just an ordinary thunder spell. There is also the Unstable Spear. The current Li Ming has perfected the spear's inherent unpredictability to its utmost limit, enabling him to summon it silently at any moment without detection while simultaneously concealing his own aura. His current state was the culmination of both the Golden Light Incantation and the undetermined spear's developmental achievements. Leaning back on the sofa, he summoned the wooding spear behind him. Then, capitalizing on the momentary distraction caused by his spoken words, he exploited the spear's aura concealment and the thunder technique's massive speed boost to make his escape. Once he reached the public area beyond the lounge, the Yun family would hesitate to act. He refused to believe they'd dare kill him outright in broad daylight. Li Ming's reasoning proved correct. The Yun family dared not kill an unprovoked individual in public. Such an act transcended mere breaking of ties. It would be tantamount to trampling official laws and the government's dignity underfoot. Moreover, Li Ming was a figure of official importance. Such an act would be tantamount to handing the authorities a sharpened blade, then presenting them with one's own clean-shaven neck. Yun Xiuran could not bear the consequences such an act would bring. What Li Ming hadn't anticipated, however, was that among the 3 6th-rank spirit masters behind Yun Xiuran, one specialized in countering speed. The Mind Spirit Orb, a grade B artifact, granted its awakened user psychic powers. The strength of these powers, however, depended entirely on the user's mental fortitude. Speed was indeed formidable, but no matter how swift one was, could it truly outpace thought? Perhaps someone could, but at least in Li Ming's case, he refused to believe it. Yet, when he was but a step away from the glass, Li Ming distinctly felt his body sink as if trapped in a muddy swamp. His limbs felt as if bound by sacks weighing thousands of pounds each, making every lift and movement an agonizing struggle. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Ming noticed one of the 6th-rank spirit masters behind Yun Xiuran raising his hand toward him. A Mind Spirit Orb hovered above his head. Phew, thank goodness you chose to refuse. Otherwise, if I really let you live on, I'd feel worse than eating. Coming to his senses, Yun Xiuran watched Li Ming struggling toward the window. After a moment of shock, he patted his chest in relief and exhaled slowly. He drew a broadsword from his ring and walked slowly toward Li Ming, continuing. Li Ming, when you threatened me with that knife in the car last time, did you ever imagine you'd end up like this today? Now I ask you again, do you see the gap between us? Li Ming remained silent, only managing to turn his head with great effort under the grip of telekinesis to look at Yun Xiuran and the broadsword raised high in his hand. Last time you slashed me once. Now I slash you once. Fair enough, right? But I'm not very skilled with blades. If I cut too deep and accidentally kill you, you'll have to forgive me. Yun Xiuran grinned savagely, then brought the broadsword down with lightning speed. Yet in the next instant, the blade struck something as hard as solid iron. With a sharp snap, the blade snapped clean in two, sending a fragment flying high into the air. From his perspective, where the blade had aimed Li Ming's throat, a layer of tightly packed dragon scales had suddenly appeared. Seizing the moment when the blade entered and psychic energy relaxed, Li Ming's slashing blade materialized in his hand. He gripped it tightly, channeling his spiritual energy into it as it entered a state of alignment with the rules. In the blink of an eye, Li Ming watched as countless threads emanated from the man's body, tightly coiling around him. He exhaled a long breath. The blade swept across his entire body, causing a frantic depletion of spiritual energy within Li Ming. With a muffled groan from his opponent, some of the threads surrounding Li Ming began to unravel. Simultaneously, Li Ming exited his rule state. Faced with the choice between raising his blade to kill Yun Xiuran and breaking through the encirclement, he chose the latter. Trading his life for Yun Xiuran's? That was a deal so bad it would make his grandmother roll over in her grave. But Yun Xiu-ran would still pay a price. His wrist flickered, dispelling the blade while revealing a vein. Instantly, the wandering spear and the book of spell words materialized in his hands. Placing the wandering spear atop the book of spell spirits, Li Ming declared, "I command, teleport." The moment the words left his lips, Li Ming vanished from his spot before the hands of the two remaining figures behind Yun Xiu-ran could reach him. That's spatial ability. The 6th rank spirit tamer closest to Li Ming exclaimed, shock evident in his eyes. Immediately afterward, two powerful spiritual energy ripples spread outward. The two exchanged glances, neither detecting any trace of Li Ming within 100 meters. This meant that an 8th rank spirit tamer had escaped within 10 meters of 3 6th rank spirit tamers. Clang! The hilt of Yun Xiu-ran's broadsword clattered to the ground. He staggered back 2 steps before collapsing onto his backside, clutching the gaping wound on his ear and wailing in agony. Li Ming's earlier strike had severed one of his ears. Now, the 3 words Li Ming had uttered before vanishing from sight kept echoing in his mind. Wait for me. Yun Xiu-ran's body began to shake violently. He twisted and crawled toward the 3 figures, grabbing the hem of one of their trousers and cried out. Kill that monster. Kill him. Kill him. If you don't kill him, I'll die. I'll die. Yun Xiu-ran screamed hoarsely, seemingly terrified out of his wits by Li Ming. Watching Yun Xiu-ran, who was on the verge of madness, the 3 exchanged another glance, yet none made a move. Locating a single person within a stadium packed with tens of thousands of spectators was no different than searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, with Li Ming's uncanny ability to mask his aura, he could vanish from the stadium entirely by merely concealing his face. Add to that his spatial abilities, even if they found him now, they'd only be able to watch helplessly as he escaped once more. Chapter 58, Convergence. Meanwhile, in another locker room less than 100 meters from Li Ming's original one, his body suddenly materialized. Glancing around, he found himself in an empty lounge, a stroke of luck. Gripping the wandering spear tightly, Li Ming retrieved several bottles of healing pills from his ring preparations Ji Chun and the others had made for him long ago. He poured them out and swallowed them whole. The pills dissolved slowly in his stomach as their potency began to take effect. The wounds torn open by the spatial rift slowly began to heal on Li Ming's body. Crossing his legs, Li Ming assumed a meditation posture. Though his physical injuries were slowly repairing themselves, the void in his spiritual energy couldn't be filled in a short time. Moreover, he knew his own limits. His teleportation ability could only carry him 100 meters at most. If those 3 6th rank spirit masters conducted a thorough search, he wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, his immediate priority was to restore his condition as quickly as possible. At the very least, he needed to regain the ability to use teleportation here before those individuals found him. Speaking of which, Li Ming owed a debt of gratitude to his past self for that sudden inspiration. By combining the ability to materialize the Book of Word Spirits with other magical artifacts, he had unlocked powers beyond his current mastery prematurely. Take teleportation, for instance. It was a power he wouldn't have been able to grasp even in its rudimentary form until reaching at least the 7th rank. Pushing these thoughts aside, Li Ming had just begun to focus his mind when a knock sounded at the door. Exhaling deeply, Li Ming placed the wandering spear back upon the Book of Word Spirits. The spiritual energy he had infused into the wandering spear to maintain its unstable state had not yet dissipated. Moreover, since he hadn't entered through the main door and the room was empty, who would knock on the door of a room that was clearly unoccupied? Li Ming opened his mouth, but before any sound escaped, the door to the lounge swung open. As the visitor uttered a strange syllable, Li Ming felt as though his brain had been struck by a fully insured semi-truck. He instantly lost consciousness. Simultaneously, the flow of spiritual energy into his hands halted. Not only did his hands stop, but the spiritual energy sustaining his unstable state dissipated as well. In an instant, Li Ming's presence reappeared within the senses of the 3 Yin family members. Found him. The trio, who had been searching every room one by one, exchanged glances. One of them scooped up Yun Xiu-ran and rushed directly toward the direction indicated by their senses. On the other side, Gong Goen, the 4th grandfather of Gong Yingting, blinked into existence beside him, reaching out to steady Li Ming as he stumbled backward. You nearly let that kid slip away again. After laying the unconscious Li Ming on a nearby sofa, Gong Goen produced a jade-carved tobacco pipe. He strolled to the lounge door, observing the 4 men rushing in. With a swift motion, he tapped one of them on the head with his pipe. The next moment, the man's body suddenly stiffened. With the sound of shattering jade, countless cracks spread across his body. A faint breeze swept in from nowhere, and the man's body shattered into fragments of jade, scattering across the floor. Gazing into the stunned eyes of the remaining 3, Gong Goen declared, I'll take responsibility for this man. If there's nothing else, you may turn around and leave now. Without hesitation, the 2 remaining 6th rank spirit masters turned and departed with Yun Xiu-ran. Gong Goen, a 4th rank spirit tamer rumored to be on the verge of advancing to 3rd rank, was one of the pillars of the Gong family's foundation. Even if the head of the Yun family himself came here, he would have to give him some face. Now, it's time to deal with your situation. Turning back, Gong Goen addressed Li Ming, who lay on the sofa feigning sleep. Approaching Li Ming's side, Gong Goen picked up his jade pipe, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke before saying, "Stop pretending. I'm a third-rank spirit tamer, after all. Even if I'm not skilled in mental projection, I can tell you're faking sleep. But you're really something else, kid. Not only did an 8th-rank spirit tamer open your sea of consciousness, but you've got all these bizarre abilities too. If I hadn't left something on you, old man here, you probably would have slipped away without a second thought." Hearing this, Li Ming opened his eyes and slowly sat up. He knew that now, in front of Gong Goen, there was no way he could escape. "Why, old Master Gong? I need to know why you did this." Gong Goen stared at Li Ming with clouded eyes before replying. "Nothing much. I just wanted to see what kind of rascal could make my dear granddaughter lose her mind." "You've been watching me all along?" Li Ming frowned and asked. Gong Goen nodded with complete candor, showing not a trace of shame. Ever since graduating from university, that girl gradually distanced herself from the Gong family. She fought her way into government service on her own merits. Except for holidays, she rarely comes back. This went on for nearly a decade. But just a few months ago, word suddenly reached me that she'd started leveraging her status as a Miss Gong to get things done. That's when we old fools started paying attention. Out of concern for my granddaughter, I, the one with the lowest cultivation level, came to investigate. That's how I found you. As for why I protected you? I simply felt you were capable and of good character, so I intervened. That's all there is to it." Hearing this, Li Ming shook his head and countered. "Old Master Gong, do you even believe your own words?" I don't." Gong Goen placed his pipe back to his lips, drew a deep drag, and said, "But whether I believe it or not is one thing, whether you believe it is another." As he spoke, a cloud of smoke gathered from his mouth, lingering before slowly drifting toward Li Ming. "Now, you really are going to sleep for a while." These were the last words Li Ming heard before losing consciousness. Li Ming's body slumped onto the sofa. Gong Goen pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The call connected, and before the other party could speak, Gong Goen declared, "This is Gong Goen. Release my precious granddaughter immediately. If I don't see her within half an hour, I'll tear this entire Connecticut Psychic Bureau to shreds." With that, Gong Goen hung up and reached out toward Li Ming. A pale blue glow appeared at his fingertips, slowly coalescing into a needle-like form. Before the spirit energy needle could pierce Li Ming's chest, the wandering spear beside him suddenly lunged toward Gong Goen. Lifting his hand to block the spearhead with his pipe, Gong Goen felt an even greater surge of astonishment. He began to doubt the reality of what he was experiencing. Was this kid really just an 8th-rank spirit tamer? Chapter 59, Inherited Artifact. With his pipe pressing down the wandering spear, Gong Goen's fingertip touched Li Ming's body, effortlessly piercing the fine dragon scales that had appeared on his chest. Lifting his hand, a crimson droplet of blood appeared at his fingertip. After scrutinizing it closely, Gong Goen murmured in puzzlement. How could that be? Returning to the sofa beside him, he retrieved his phone as the droplet vanished into thin air. Nearly half an hour later, the door to the lounge burst open. Gong Ying-ting, her hair slightly disheveled, scanned the room. Spotting Gong Goen sitting idly nearby, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though her 4th grandfather was disrespectful for his age, as long as he was present, Li Ming wouldn't get into serious trouble. Seeing her approach quickly, Gong Goen shifted aside to make room for her to sit. Seeing the worry etched on Gong Ying-ting's face, Gong Goen reassured her. "Don't worry, girl. He's fine. He just fainted from overexerting his spiritual energy. It's nothing serious." Gong Ying-ting didn't respond. She simply placed her hand on Li Ming's chest, channeling her spiritual energy to carefully assess his physical condition. Seeing this, Gong Goen held his tongue, though inwardly he was surprised by Li Ming standing in his granddaughter's heart. He recalled that even that good-for-nothing Ji-chun hadn't received such treatment before. Rising, Gong Goen walked toward the door. There was nothing left for him to do here. Having already made his presence known to the Yun family, his stance was clear. As for whether this stance represented his personal views or those of the Gong family, he'd leave that for the Yun family to speculate. Either way, the Yun family would have to weigh their options carefully. But before Gong Goen reached the doorway, he heard Gong Ying-ting call out to him. "Fourth uncle, I need to know why you intervened." Before Gong Goen could answer, Gong Ying-ting added, "I want the truth. Please don't lie to me." Gong Goen halted, turning to look at Gong Ying-ting with a troubled expression. He paused to consider. Faced with such a request from his beloved granddaughter, Gong Goen felt torn. The matter at hand wasn't huge, but it wasn't insignificant either. If this girl were wholeheartedly devoted to the Gong family, he could simply tell her the truth, and no one would dare gossip behind his back. But she was a member of the Gong family, yet her heart was wholly devoted to the imperial court. If anyone else had asked about these hidden matters within the aristocratic families, Gong Goen would have long since sent them to join the pile of broken jade by the door. As if reading the hesitation on Gong Goen's face, Gong Yingting said, "If it's impossible, then forget it. I'm not really a member of the Gong family anyway." Hearing this, a twitch flashed across Gong Goen's eye. He hurriedly protested. "Oh my goodness, my dear. How could you not be a member of the Gong family? Who said you weren't? Gong Yingting held a unique position within the Gong family. She was the only child born to the youngest and most cherished sister of Gong Goen's generation, the sole heir of their branch. Add to that her being the most gifted among her generation, and that's why she hadn't been kicked out despite all her outrageous actions. In any other noble family, she would likely have been erased from the family registry entirely. Returning to Gong Yingting's side, Gong Goen placed the pipe between his lips, drew a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke that enveloped the entire room. Only then did he speak. Young lady, do you know about the inheritance artifact? Gong Yingting nodded and summoned her artifact, a jade flute. Gong Goen nodded and continued. Then do you know how these heirloom artifacts came to be? A flicker of thought crossed Gong Yingting's eyes. Her knowledge held no trace of such information. Gong Goen clicked his tongue and explained. The ancestral artifact is the very foundation upon which noble families stand. For our Gong family, it manifests as various jade objects. But have you ever heard of anyone outside our family awakening this type of artifact? At this, Gong Yingting's eyes widened instantly before she shook her head stiffly. No, I haven't. Do you know why? Before Gong Yingting could ask, Gong Goen tilted his head back to gaze at the smoke-filled ceiling, answering his own question. Because of bloodline. Do you remember that ancient well on the back mountain of our estate? Gong Goen asked again. This time, Gong Yingting nodded. As a child, she had been so cherished that there was nowhere in the Gong household she couldn't go. Even the treasure vault where most of the family's wealth was stored was open to her. Yet there was one place even she was forbidden to approach. That was the ancient well Gong Goen had mentioned. After she was reported for approaching it once, her four grandfathers who doted on her to the point of indulgence had, exceptionally, reprimanded her. This left a deep impression on her. Every noble house possesses one such ancient well, regardless of its standing. And there's a saying you've surely heard, while not every member of a clan may awaken an inherited artifact, those who do awaken such artifacts must come from a clan. The reason lies within that ancient well. Simply by drinking the water from that ancient well, the descendants have a high probability of awakening an inherited artifact. This. Gong Yingting was about to speak up in denial when she realized Gong Goen's words weren't entirely without merit and she herself had no rebuttal. The artifacts awakened during the ritual were random for everyone. This had been the only consensus since artifacts first appeared. It wasn't until the emergence of inherited artifacts that this consensus was shattered. However, at that time, people's understanding of magical artifacts was still in its infancy. Coupled with the fact that few possessed hereditary artifacts, researchers treated this as a special anomaly and did not pay it much attention. But Gong Yingting still couldn't believe that mere water from an ancient well could influence the artifact one awakened to, thereby determining one's future. Moreover, according to Gong Goen, such ancient wells weren't cultivated from natural treasures but were artificially constructed. Spirit masters of 5th grade or higher have a chance to leave behind a treasure after death. Yet with sufficient preparation and the master's own will, this probability can be transformed into certainty. Then, through certain secret techniques, the relic was infused into that ancient well. When later generations drank from it, they had a high probability of awakening and inheriting the same magical artifact as the relic's original owner. Approximately 350 years ago, the second-rank spirit tamer of the Gong family, Gong Cheng, passed away. She left behind her magical artifact, a jade flute, to be fused into the ancient well. Watching Gong Yingting make a face as if about to vomit, Gong Goen sighed. This is what is known as the inheritance artifact. Chapter 60, Lineage. Corpse water. This thought suddenly flashed through Gong Yingting's mind. Though she couldn't approach the ancient well, she had drunk its water more than once, despite her elders' warnings. Their solemn expressions at the time remained vivid in her memory. A dry retch escaped her as Gong Yingting bent over, pressing her head against the nearby trash can. Nothing came up. After a moment, she regained her composure, suppressing the nausea within her. She then asked Gong Goen, "But what does this have to do with Li Ming? He's not from a clan. His artifact is just a book with copying abilities. It has nothing to do with any clan's inherited treasures." Gong Goen clicked his tongue again and replied, "I wasn't looking at his book. I was looking at his gun. That gun possesses spatial abilities. You're still young, girl. You don't know about the messes we used to stir up, so you're not attuned to the concept of spatial abilities. Just remember one thing, when he wakes up, tell him never to use spatial abilities unless absolutely necessary. And if he must use it, it must be concealed under the cover of the book of spell words." With that, Gong Goen waved his hand to disperse the smoke and walked out of the lounge without looking back. Seeing her great uncle like this, Gong Yingting understood that he had revealed everything he could. What remained was beyond her grasp. Her gaze then settled on Li Ming's face as her mind began to ponder. From her great-grandfather's sparse remarks, she deduced he likely mistook the wandering spear for Li Ming's artifact, and consequently assumed the spatial ability was an awakened power of that artifact. This spatial ability must be a unique power of some clan's inherited artifact. But a family possessing such a powerful heirloom artifact should not be completely unknown to me. That left only one possibility: the clan had vanished from this world, likely due to the mess he had just mentioned. Only Ji Chun and himself knew that the wandering spear and spatial ability weren't innate to Li Ming at his awakening, but were obtained later through Lai Yan. If that were the case, Li Ming and that vanished clan should have no connection whatsoever. I actually thought you had some impressive lineage. Gong Yingting murmured. Putting those matters aside, Gong Yingting now found herself intrigued by the mess Gong Goen had mentioned. She was now intensely curious about what could cause a potentially immensely powerful noble house to vanish from the world. Time passed, and before they knew it, it was afternoon. Li Ming slowly opened his eyes and instantly sucked in a sharp breath. His mind felt incredibly cool, as if someone had poured concentrated mint juice directly into his skull. He slapped his head hard. As the icy sensation gradually faded, Li Ming realized his mental energy seemed significantly stronger, and even his spiritual sea had expanded slightly. Li Ming's movements naturally caught Gong Yingting's attention. She reached out to shut down the computer which had appeared from nowhere and stowed it into her ring. Turning to Li Ming, she asked, "How do you feel now? Any discomfort?" Li Ming shook his head. "No, probably because I inhaled that smoke Master Gong exhaled. I feel like my current state is even better than before." Gong Yingting nodded. She had inhaled that smoke too and knew it wasn't something simple. It could bring considerable benefits to a spirit tamer. But the question was, wasn't that only effective for spirit masters above the 6th rank who had condensed their soul bodies? Why use it on Li Ming now? "You've condensed your soul essence?" Gong Yingting asked uncertainly. She knew Li Ming had begun cultivating his spiritual energy early on and had even opened his sea of consciousness. But opening a sea of consciousness and forming a soul body were two entirely different matters. Seeing the disbelief in Gong Yingting's eyes, Li Ming nodded and explained. "Yes. It happened automatically during the process of opening my sea of consciousness last time, down at the cliff." Hearing this, the corner of Gong Yingting's mouth twitched slightly, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. The cultivation path of a 6th-rank spirit tamer generally divided into 3 stages. The first 3 stages focused on cultivating spiritual power, the middle 3 stages on opening the sea of consciousness, and the final 3 stages on condensing the soul body. Li Ming's premature opening of his sea of consciousness was already outrageous enough, but given the circumstances achieved through extraordinary encounters, it still fell within Gong Yingting's realm of acceptance. But the soul body was different. This wasn't something that could be naturally condensed, it was something that relied entirely on the spirit tamer's own efforts to achieve. Yet now, a living being who had only reached the 8th rank had already condensed a soul body, standing right before her eyes. Recalling the agonizing struggle she endured when forming her own soul essence, the frustration welling up inside Gong Yingting grew even more intense. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Human nature can genuinely drive one to despair. Based on what she knew now, Li Ming had already paved a significant portion of his future path. At the very least, until he reached the 5th rank, he wouldn't have to worry about hitting bottlenecks or similar issues during his cultivation. What Li Ming lacked most now was time. After calming her emotions and exchanging a few trivial remarks, the two headed toward the hotel. After all, there was another match tomorrow. Upon reaching the lobby on the 1st floor, Li Ming spotted a familiar figure seated on a nearby sofa. It was Ji Chun. "What brings you here?" Before Li Ming could speak, Gong Yingting beside him piped up. Ji Chun shrugged and replied. "Found something, so I came to take a look. Besides, the trial hall runs smoothly with or without me." With that, he gestured upstairs, signaling for them to head to their room to talk. The three returned to Li Ming's room. Gong Yingting sat on the sofa, arms crossed, watching Ji Chun flick 2 array discs out of his ring as she said, "If you're saying that 5th-grade cultivator you caught last time was from the Yun family, you don't need to say anything. They've already come looking for us today." Glancing at Li Ming, who was perfectly unharmed, Ji Chun turned to Gong Yingting and asked, "So? What were they here for? Negotiations?" Gong Yingting shook her head solemnly. "I don't know. After being sent away today, I was confined at the Spiritual Energy Bureau. I only learned about the Yun family's visit after being released. But don't worry about anything else. My 4th grandfather has been keeping a close watch on Li Ming for certain reasons." Gong Yingting wasn't one to speak out of turn. She knew better than to reveal the secrets of these prominent families. Ji Chun frowned, nodded, then turned to Li Ming and asked, "With Elder Gong present, there's indeed little to worry about. Still, I'd like to know what exactly the Yun family said to you. Would you mind sharing?" Chapter 61, Before. Li Ming didn't refuse, repeating exactly what Yun Sharan had said. After listening, Ji Chun stroked his chin thoughtfully. He couldn't quite grasp why the Yun family would go to such extraordinary lengths. Logically speaking, even if Li Yueming truly was a prodigy among prodigies, it shouldn't warrant this level of intensity. Unless Li Yueming possessed some undisclosed value unknown to others, and Li Ming's presence threatened to compromise that value. As he pondered, Ji Chun turned his gaze toward Gong Yingting, hoping to discern if she knew anything. Meeting Ji Chun's gaze, Gong Yingting merely shook her head. She knew nothing about it. The Yun family itself was an unusual clan. As a lineage that passed down directional artifacts as their hereditary treasures, they should have been ranked among the second-tier clans. Yet, through sheer formidable strength, they had forcibly squeezed their way into the ranks of the first-tier clans, holding their own among the strongest. It was worth noting that the classification of clans was generally determined by their inherited magical artifact. Among them, those with heirlooms that did not specify a particular attribute were considered third tier, those with specific artifacts were second tier, and those with specific properties were first tier. The Yin family also possessed another peculiar trait. For reasons unknown, any member who awakened the red dust sword beyond the 7th rank would become exceptionally aloof and indifferent to everything. Within the Yin clan, awakening the red dust sword automatically grants one direct lineage status, while those who fail to awaken it are relegated to collateral branches. As direct descendants who have awakened the red dust sword, they almost never participate in the Yin family's interactions with the outside world, leaving the collateral branches to act freely. Except for necessary appearances, they spent their days in seclusion, devoted solely to rigorous cultivation. Suddenly, Dong Yingting seemed to think of something, but before she could speak, she shook her head, dismissing the thought. Seeing this, the other three fell silent as well, and the room grew suddenly quiet. Finally, after telling Li Ming to rest well, Ji Chun led Gong Yingting out of the room. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the demon capital, within a secret chamber of the Yun family, several imposing figures sat around a long table. Today marked their weekly deliberation session. Though the direct descendants remained detached from external affairs, the ultimate authority to decide many matters still rested in their hands. Among them were men and women, young and old, strong and frail, yet they all shared one common trait: their faces bore no expression whatsoever. "What's the outcome of the matter with Yun Yueming?" A woman with striking almond-shaped eyes spoke up. Hearing this, the gaze of a man seated at the end of the table flickered before he replied. Negotiations failed. The attempted execution on the spot was thwarted. During the subsequent pursuit, we were intercepted by Gong Goen, resulting in the loss of a 6th-rank collateral branch member. The woman with the almond-shaped eyes showed no change in expression. Her tone remained flat as she uttered the words "accept punishment," then continued slowly. Negotiations with Gong Goen must proceed with reduced covert tactics and increased overt coercion. This is of paramount importance. Our plan cannot tolerate any flaws. Her words were immediately met with murmurs of agreement. Then, they began a new round of discussions. The scene shifted back to the hotel in Kanzhou. After Ji Chun and Gong Yingting departed, Li Ming lay sprawled on the hotel bed. Uncharacteristically, he neither practiced cultivation nor summoned his magical artifact for study. In truth, the moment Gong Goen blew that cloud of smoke toward him, Li Ming's consciousness had instantly retreated into his sea of consciousness. At that moment, his consciousness sea was filled entirely with that smoke. However, compared to his own sea of consciousness, the amount of smoke was still relatively sparse, and Li Ming soon emerged from it. The moment he emerged, he realized he seemed to have entered a vegetative state, able to hear and sense the outside world, yet unable to fully awaken. Thus, Li Ming was forced to eavesdrop on the conversation between Gong Goen and Gong Yingting. At the start of their conversation, Li Ming heard Gong Goen say something that echoed Gong Yingting's thoughts. His spatial abilities were acquired later in life, unlike the inherited treasures of the noble families. Therefore, he had no connection to those families. Moreover, Li Ming didn't really care about his origins. After all, the first face he saw when he opened his eyes was the wrinkled face of the orphanage director who raised him. If he were to acknowledge a father, he'd rather call the director dad. But good people don't live long. When he was just over 10, the orphanage director passed away. Without funding or anyone willing to take over the mess, the orphanage closed down. Li Ming and Li Yueming found themselves living hand to mouth. Compared to all that, the method of inheriting the magical artifact captured his attention far more. Hearing that inheriting the artifact required drinking corpse water made Li Ming feel a bit queasy, but it also sparked his curiosity about how Li Yueming had awakened the red dust sword. From childhood until the moment Li Yueming's artifact awakened, Li Ming was certain she had never had any contact with the Yun family. The notion that she had received any gifts from them was utterly preposterous. Therefore, it was possible that the red dust sword awakened by Li Yueming wasn't left behind by any of the Yun family's ancestors. But all red dust swords looked identical, making any such claim impossible to verify. Pushing these thoughts aside, Li Ming let the soft bed envelop him, drifting into a comfortable slumber. Oh my, whose little bundle is this? So handsome, yet no one wants him? Under the bright sunshine, a hunched figure stood before an orphanage named Sunshine, gazing at a swaddled infant abandoned at its entrance. Little one, are you hungry? If you are, just cry out. Cry, and I'll feed you. The man picked up the bundle, pressing his wrinkled face close and poking the infant's cheek with his finger. The infant opened its beautiful eyes, seemingly disgusted by the man's appearance, and burst into a loud wail. Hearing the piercing cry, the man smiled instead of panicking. He carried the infant toward the orphanage. Spring gave way to autumn, and in the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 years passed. The infant once swaddled in those clothes had grown tall, his features bearing a maturity beyond his years. Why don't you go out and play with them? The director asked the somewhat lonely child. Childish. Boring. The child retorted, earning a firm but not overly harsh kick to the rear from the headmaster. Fine. You're so mature. I'll go find you a book more suited to your age, okay? The headmaster said to him, then turned and walked away. After he left, a little girl with pigtails and a chubby face peeked her head around the door. So you're the one who disobeyed the headmaster? He shot her a withering look but didn't answer. Then he got beaten, the kind where he couldn't fight back. Chapter 62, The Yun Family. Early morning. Amidst the chirping of birds outside the window and the ringing of his phone alarm, Li Ming opened his eyes. Stretching lazily after rising, he quickly washed up, sent a message to Gong Yingting, and headed to the second-floor dining room. A short while later, Gong Yingting came downstairs. After finishing breakfast, the two headed toward the gymnasium. After a tedious wait, Li Ming finally heard his name announced over the loudspeaker. Contestant for Ring 8, please prepare to enter the ring. Teacher Gong, I'll go up first. After exchanging greetings with Gong Yingting, Li Ming headed toward his assigned ring. Walking through the competition area, before even stepping onto the stage, he saw his opponent on the platform where his match would take place. His opponent was looking straight at him. For some reason, he felt a faint sense of familiarity emanating from the man. As he stepped onto the stage, both fighters' information appeared on the electronic display. Li Ming, Xiaocheng No. 1 High School. Artifact, Phantom Book. Grade 8, Tier 7. Yunlu of Kangzhou No. 2 High School. Artifact, Red Dust Sword. Grade 7, Tier 1. Reading the information on the screen, the principal of Kangzhou No. 3 High School on the podium smiled and asked the principal of Kangzhou No. 2 High School beside him. Old Chi, when did someone from the Yun family start attending your school? I've never heard of this before. Principal Chi chuckled twice before replying. Principal Su, you jest. It's quite a coincidence. We had a student named Chai Xian at our school, but it wasn't until recently when the Yun family came knocking that I learned he was actually one of theirs. When he first awakened his abilities, he possessed dual magical artifacts. But being young and inexperienced, he hid the red dust sword away. It wasn't until yesterday, when the Yun family came looking for him, that he reconnected with his roots and changed his name to Yun Lu. Well, I've heard of swapping a prince for a raccoon cat, but swapping a prince for a raccoon cat? That's a first. Thanks for broadening my horizons, Principal Chi. Principal Su and Principal Chi had never gotten along. Hearing such an absurd explanation, Principal Su naturally couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Standing nearby, Principal He Yuan of Kangzhou First High School remained uninvolved in their quarrel. His gaze fixed on Li Ming atop the stage as he recalled Feng Tianyang's appraisal of the boy. A prodigy. That day when he brought Guzhua back, he kept repeating this to me. And when he mentioned his regret at not being able to bring Li Ming back as well, his tone was filled with sorrow. He had kept an eye on that kid Guzhua afterward. While Guzhua possessed exceptional talent and might reach the 7th rank before the college entrance exams, his mindset was lacking. He Yuan could guess the reason. In Guzhua's heart, the disparity in Feng Tianyang's treatment of himself versus Li Ming had inevitably bred some resentment. Unfortunately, Guzhua was in seclusion recently. Otherwise, he could have come to see him. Regardless of whether the gap was large or small, it could at least slightly ease that resentment in his heart. Then let me see. Let me see just how extraordinary your natural talent truly is. Returning to the arena, neither fighter made a move immediately after the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. Yun Lu raised his hand, summoning the red dust sword. Its tip pointed directly at Li Ming. Jump down yourself, or die. With identical movements and identical artifacts, the red dust sword materialized in Li Ming's hand. Seeing this, the VIP box erupted in fresh murmurs. That kid, is he also from the Yun family? Could this be an internal Yun family conflict? Then why did they come all the way here? Principal Su De of Kangzhou No. 3 High School voiced his confusion. He Yuan shook his head and offered an explanation. He's not from the Yun family. That's his artifact ability. If you observe closely, you'll notice his red dust sword isn't a physical object, it's more like a phantom-like projection. Hearing this, Su De looked at He Yuan and continued. Principal He, you seem to know quite a lot about this. Could this be some secret weapon your school has been hiding? Before He Yuan could answer, Principal Chi Xia of No. 2 High School interjected. Principal Su, you're underestimating us. A mere 8th grade artifact? It's hardly worthy of being our Kangzhou First High secret weapon. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she exclaimed. Oh dear. I just remembered, hasn't First High produced any 7th rank cultivators this year? If that's the case, it might just be true after all. Looks like your school might not be able to hold on to that Kangzhou No. 1 High School reputation after all. He Yuan paid no heed, keeping his gaze fixed on Li Ming. On the stage, after summoning the afterglow sword, Li Ming flicked its tip toward Yun Lu and said, I genuinely don't understand where people like you get this sense of superiority from. Or is it something that comes with awakening the red dust sword? I don't see Li Yueming acting like this. Before the words had even left his mouth, Yun Lu's figure charged toward Li Ming. Blocking the sudden downward strike with a horizontal sword thrust, Li Ming felt a faint ripple stir within his consciousness as the red dust sword clashed with the red dust sword. After a brief struggle with Yun Lu, Li Ming applied a little more force to his wrist and swept him back. Before he could close the distance, Yunlu swiftly regained his footing and charged forward once more. With the grace of a leisurely stroll, Li Ming evaded the Cloud Deer's successive slashes with deliberate ease, barely shifting his position. Though he'd immersed himself in artifact research these past months, his sparring sessions with Lu Jin had continued uninterrupted. Through these ongoing exchanges, Li Ming had grown capable of trading several blows with Lu Jin without entering his altered state, while his speed and strength had also seen noticeable improvement. Muscles taut on his arms, Li Ming swung his sword in a diagonal slash across Yunlu's chest. The immense force sent him flying backward. Feeling an unusual sensation on the blade, Li Ming narrowed his eyes and looked down. Beneath the torn fabric on Yunlu's chest, a chainmail shirt glowed with a faint blue light. Li Ming turned to the referee, signaling that the outcome was clear and the match could be declared. To his surprise, the referee ignored his gaze and instead chose to close his eyes and meditate right there on the stage. Li Ming's eye twitched. Simultaneously, he sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from Yunlu's vicinity. On the VIP platform, the three principals watched the ring with surprise. They couldn't believe Li Ming had won, and so easily at that. But as the images on the arena screen shifted, their expressions darkened. Tisk, TSK, TSK. These aristocratic families are getting more and more arrogant. Not only do they seize others' spots with flimsy excuses, but they bribe referees too. Now they're openly cheating in broad daylight. Suda watched the referee resting his eyes on stage and Yunlu, who had been sent flying by a sword strike before pulling a small red pill from his ring and popping it into his mouth. He clicked his tongue in disapproval. But seriously, old he, your family's trump card seems to have crossed paths with the Yun family somewhere. Things might get rough for you in the future. Chapter 63, Complete Defeat. Swoosh. The sound of fabric being sliced by a sharp blade rang in Li Ming's ears. Li Ming turned his head to see the fabric on his shoulder slashed open, revealing a small cut on his skin. Ignoring the rapidly healing wound, Li Ming fixed his gaze on Yunlu, whose psychic fluctuations were abnormal and whose eyes glowed crimson. And you call yourself a disciple of a prestigious family? Bribing the referee, resorting to drugs when you can't win, you've truly lost all dignity. Clang. The red dust sword in Yunlu's hand struck again, its speed and force seemingly doubled, yet it was still blocked by the sword in Li Ming's hand. Clang, 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 clang. The clanging of clashing blades echoed repeatedly. Yunlu's speed grew ever faster, his force intensifying with each strike, his eyes gradually shrouded by the crimson hue spreading from the corners. Yet to Yunlu, Li Ming felt like a bottomless pit. No matter how fast she moved or how hard she struck, he always matched her speed and force in the clash. Simultaneously, the irritable restlessness born from the pill's effects intensified within him. Yet precisely because of this, the pill's potency was fully unleashed. The force emanating from the pill, saturating his body, swelled ever larger. Finally, the swirling sword shadows enveloped both their bodies entirely. Clang! A clang louder than before echoed as the dense swirl of swords dispersed, briefly separating their figures. That isn't the red dust sword. Yunlu's chest heaved violently as he gasped out the words. Then, Yunlu grasped the hilt of the red dust sword. As crimson blood trickled down the blade, his ragged breathing gradually steadied, and the blood-red glint in his eyes slowly faded. Then, he retrieved a small green pill from his ring and tossed it into his mouth. Immediately, the wounds Yunlu had sustained during the clash began to heal slowly, and his spiritual energy was fully restored. Earlier, due to camera angles, many spectators in the stands hadn't noticed this. The few who had began questioning their own eyesight under that Yun character. But now, Yunlu made no attempt to conceal his actions. Under the gaze of all spectators, he began openly popping pills. It was well known that spiritual artifacts and medicinal items were strictly prohibited in this match. A faint murmur of boos rippled through the stands, but Yunlu seemed oblivious, charging toward Li Ming once more, sword raised. On the VIP platform, Suda shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes as he remarked. What a pity for such a prodigy. If the red dust sword wounds his spirit next, his life will be ruined. In his estimation, after their earlier high-intensity clash, both combatants had likely depleted most of their spiritual energy reserves. Especially Li Ming, whose cultivation base was weaker, his spiritual energy might already be completely depleted. Facing Yunlu, who had reached peak condition through drugs, under these circumstances would be like a lamb led to slaughter. Li Ming would be utterly powerless to resist his assault. Combined with the red dust sword's unique ability to target the mind, he suspected Li Ming wouldn't be leaving the stage unscathed today. As he spoke, the two combatants on the stage clashed once more. This time, however, Suda had no intention of watching any further. Yet, as gasps erupted from the audience, Suda's gaze shifted back to the ring. A flash of golden light erupted as Li Ming's palm seized the red dust sword, which had been slashing toward his throat, halting its advance completely. Seeing this, Yunlu's eyes filled with disbelief, which quickly turned to contempt. The disbelief stemmed from the fact that Li Ming still possessed enough spiritual energy to mount a defense, and his defensive capabilities seemed surprisingly strong. The contempt stemmed from Li Ming's apparent stupidity in choosing to block the red dust sword's attack instead of dodging it. A smirk crossed Yunlu's lips as he prepared to draw his sword for another strike. Yet he discovered Li Ming possessed surprising strength. His red dust sword felt as if welded to Li Ming's hand, impossible to pull free. Twisting his body, Yunlu's red dust sword vanished from Li Ming's grasp only to reappear in his palm, its edge slicing into Li Ming's thigh. Clang! The red dust sword was repelled by the golden light emanating from Li Ming's body. Seizing the momentum from the recoil, Yunlu's movements in his hand shifted rapidly. The clanging and clattering filled the air. Within mere seconds, Yunlu's red dust sword had struck Li Ming's body over 100 times. Throughout this assault, Li Ming offered no resistance whatsoever, frozen in place like a puppet stripped of consciousness. The principals on the podium knew this was the red dust sword's power taking effect. Next, Yunlu would command Li Ming to dispel that astonishingly resilient golden light, thereby concluding the match. Whether to release her control over Li Ming, however, was beyond their authority to interfere. When the moment felt ripe, Yunlu shifted her grip, channeling all her spiritual energy into the red dust sword. Its tip touched Li Ming's forehead. Though still blocked by that turtle shell-like golden light, a flicker of satisfaction flickered in Yunlu's eyes. Dissolve! Yunlu shouted at the motionless Li Ming. Yet as seconds ticked by, the golden light enveloping Li Ming remained unchanged. Then, Yunlu saw Li Ming raise his arm and clench his fist slightly. Just as Yunlu thought this was the prelude to Li Ming dispelling the golden light, that fist came crashing toward him. Yunlu was sent flying by the immense force of the punch. After tumbling awkwardly twice on the ground, he slowly got to his feet, a distinct fist mark still visible on his face. Glancing toward the direction he'd been thrown, Yunlu realized Li Ming was no longer where he'd been standing. The next instant, that golden fist struck him once more. 117 swords. I'll round it down to 100 punches in return. Li Ming said calmly as his fist descended rapidly. The solid floor of the arena shattered under the immense force of the blows, sending waves of dust into the air as the punching wind, sharp enough to sting an ordinary person, swept through the air. Out of consideration for Yunlu's vitality, Li Ming refrained from entering his altered state. In full view of the crowd, it wouldn't be right to take his life so directly. After all, the unknown backing him was an official organization. He still had to abide by the law and such. Boom! A tremendous force struck, sending Li Ming staggering back 2 steps. The attacker was none other than the referee who had been resting his eyes moments before. Shaking his slightly numb fist, Li Ming stepped aside to await the referee's announcement of the match result. After all, he had already delivered his 100 punches, and Yunlu remained under his control with no life-threatening injuries. Everything was within reasonable bounds. Li Ming, winner. Only after the referee declared the outcome did Li Ming step down from the ring. After meeting up with Gong Yingting in the rest area, the two rested briefly before heading back toward the hotel. Chapter 64, A Wooden Sword. That afternoon, Li Ming was resting in his hotel room when he suddenly heard a knock on his door. With yesterday's events still vivid in his mind, Li Ming immediately pulled out his phone and called Gong Yingting. Soon after, he heard Gong Yingting calling from outside the door, asking him to open it. Opening the door, he found not only Gong Yingting but also 2 men and a woman outside. They appeared to be older and looked somewhat familiar. Then, Gong Yingting began the introductions. The taller man was Yi Yuan, principal of Kangzhou First High School. The shorter one was Su De, principal of Third High School, and the woman was Qixia, principal of Second High School. With all 3 principals present, Li Ming momentarily lost his words. After greeting them politely one by one, he led them into the room. They took their seats, skipping small talk. Yi Yuan spoke directly. Mr. Li, your time is valuable, so we won't beat around the bush. We've come today to ask if you have any interest in transferring schools? With the college entrance exams approaching, we hope you can access a better environment and resources to achieve outstanding results. We envision you making a remarkable mark in the history of Jiangbei province. Immediately after the competition concluded, Qixia and Su De received the profile of Li Ming they had been seeking. Upon learning he attended Xiuqing No. 1 High School, they both independently arrived at the same conclusion. That was to recruit Li Ming to their respective schools. With the idea formed, action followed. On their way to the hotel, the two met up and coincidentally encountered Yi Yuan, who shared the same intention. After some tentative discussion, all 3 confirmed their shared goal and decided to approach the matter together, competing fairly. And that led to the current situation. Li Ming shook his head and said, "Thank you all for your kind consideration, principals, but I truly have no intention of transferring schools. Moreover, I am confident that I can achieve excellent results wherever I am. One must repay kindness." During these months of cultivation, Wei Changqing had repeatedly provided resources far exceeding the standard allocation and had also relaxed certain regulations. Although he possessed the items accumulated by Lai Yan, their grade was too high for his current needs. The resources provided by Wei Changqing, combined with those from Ji Chun and Gong Yingting, perfectly filled the gaps in his needs. Having received such kindness, he felt compelled to repay it. He was not the sort to feast at one table only to turn around and betray the other, forgetting kindness in an instant. The 3 exchanged glances before Qixia spoke up. "May we ask, Li, are you worried about the Yun family? If that's the case, the three of us can guarantee that no matter which of our 3 high schools you transfer to, we will provide you with protection. We will absolutely prevent today's incident from happening again. Li Ming glanced at them and continued. Once again, thank you for your kindness, principals, but that's not what concerns me. Pointing to the silent figure standing nearby, Li Ming introduced. Horror. Gong Yingting. Current head of the External Operations Department. 5th rank cultivation. As long as I don't break any laws or violate any rules, the Yun family can only resort to dirty tricks against me. Otherwise, Junlu wouldn't have made it off that stage today. Moreover, lurking in the shadows nearby is a 4th rank high-tier expert tasked with handling those dirty tactics. Unless things truly escalate to the point of irreparable conflict, my safety remains reasonably assured. The 3 principals nodded. He Yuan then said. In that case, we shan't disturb student Li's precious rest any further. Yet our promise remains binding. Should you agree, we shall ensure all such matters are kept entirely outside the campus grounds. With that, the trio rose to depart. After seeing the principals off, Gong Yingting returned to her room. As evening approached, Li Yueming's call came through. Due to his cultivation and studies, Li Ming rarely called Li Yueming. It was almost always her who reached out. Their conversations were usually brief, mostly covering daily topics or, at most, sharing amusing anecdotes from their cultivation practices. Other topics, such as matters concerning the Yun family, were tacitly avoided by both. After exchanging pleasantries and some trivial chatter, Li Ming ended the call. During the call, Li Ming mentioned the competition he was currently participating in and said he should visit her school sometime soon. Li Yueming gladly agreed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed once more, Li Ming closed his eyes and began his cultivation practice. When he opened his eyes, it was the next morning. After repeating a routine nearly identical to the previous days, Li Ming once again stepped onto the competition stage. Kangzhou First High School, Wuntai. Artifact, Wooden Sword. Grade 7, Tier 3. Li Ming from Xiuqing First High School, Magical Artifact, Illusion Book, Grade 8, Tier 7. On the Presidium platform, Su De glanced at He Yuan with some surprise. Old He, this must be your trump card for this year. How could you bring yourself to play it already? He Yuan nodded with a smile, a hint of resignation playing at the corners of his mouth. Wuntai wasn't participating in this competition. According to He Yuan's plan, he intended to let Wuntai focus solely on cultivation until the college entrance exams, where he would make a stunning debut. Thus, Wuntai's whereabouts had been kept strictly confidential. But someone had leaked Wuntai's whereabouts, and members of the Yun family had tracked down his elderly grandmother. As Wuntai's only living relative, this move undoubtedly held his Achilles heel. Thus, under duress, Wuntai took the stage in place of Li Ming's true opponent today. Old Su, do you really think our school is safe? Can it truly protect those students? Su De might be a bit rough around the edges, but that didn't mean he was stupid. Putting recent events together, he figured out exactly what was going on. I don't know. Su De rubbed his temples in irritation, then sighed heavily, his voice tinged with resignation. On the stage, after the referee blew the whistle signaling the start of the match, Wuntai was the first to summon his artifact. It bore no special markings and had no unusual shape, just a plain wooden sword so simple that even in a marketplace, few would give it a second glance. Mr. Li, due to certain unavoidable circumstances, I must stop you here. I ask for your understanding. Li Ming shook his head, quickly understanding the situation. Hiring a proxy when you can't win, this so-called noble family sure knows how to embarrass themselves. Raising his hand, the red dust sword materialized. Li Ming gestured with a flick of his palm, signaling Wuntai to attack first. In the blink of an eye, Wuntai's figure materialized behind Li Ming. A gash tore through the fabric on Li Ming's chest. Chapter 65, A True 7th Rank? Mr. Li, I've reviewed your previous combat footage. I know your true strength far surpasses what you've shown. Please take this match seriously, treat me with the respect I deserve. Placing a hand over his chest, Li Ming knew that sword strike could have easily pierced his flesh, making him pay for his carelessness. But Wuntai hadn't intended to kill. That strike was more of a warning. As the red dust sword dissipated, the wandering spear materialized in Li Ming's grasp. Simultaneously, ripples of golden light began to emanate. In the next instant, Li Ming's golden figure surged forward, enveloped in silvery white sparks as he collided head-on with Wuntai. Thud! Li Ming's powerful, heavy spear thrust struck Wuntai's wooden sword, dragging it across the stage and leaving 2 deep gashes. With a twist of his wrist, Wuntai raised his sword sideways. The wandering spear whizzed past his temple, snatching a lock of hair. Yet the sword in his own hand now pressed against Li Ming's chest. This time, Wuntai held nothing back. The wooden sword sliced straight through the golden light, striking Li Ming's chest before the 2 weapons separated instantly. Immediately, Li Ming's figure flew backward. A cross-shaped gash, carved by the wooden sword, opened in the fabric of his chest, though no blood flowed. Feeling the long-forgotten sting of pain, Li Ming's expression shifted to one of excitement. Had he not instinctively entered his altered state earlier, covering his chest with dragon scales, the sensation he felt now would have been far more than mere pain. But this was how a 7th rank should feel. Those fakes he'd faced before, Lin Hong and Yun Lu, had been nothing but watered-down versions, lacking any real pressure. Immediately, Li Ming bent slightly at the waist, channeling his spiritual energy into the wandering spear as the full metamorphosis commenced. The golden light enveloping his body gradually shifted toward a brilliant white glow. Hey, hey, hey! This damn timing is off, right? This isn't the college entrance exam site, is it? Su De shouted at the two on the stage. He'd seen plenty of released exam footage and knew the caliber of past candidates. The level of combat right before his eyes? If this were a few years ago, it would have been easily top tier. The transformation completed in an instant, while Li Ming's body now faintly flickered with blue-white electrical currents. Wen Tai, I'm getting serious now. Watch out. This was the first time Li Ming had ever addressed an opponent with such a tone. Before his words faded, accompanied by a crackling electrical hum, Li Ming's figure appeared before Wen Tai, his wooding spear thrust directly at his opponent's chest. But Wen Tai was no slouch either. Before the tip of the wooding spear could land on his chest, the blade of his wooden sword met the shaft of the spear. The force from the wooden sword caused the wooding spear's trajectory to curve upward slightly, grazing Wen Tai's shoulder as it thrust past. It seemed Li Ming possessed such defensive prowess that the wooding spear, encountering no resistance, tore away a chunk of flesh from his shoulder. But at the same time, the wooden sword slid along the barrel and slashed across Li Ming's ribs. The silver-white figure flew sideways, adjusted his stance mid-air, and landed steadily. Before Li Ming could react, Wen Tai's figure surged forward, landing on top of him once more. Li Ming looked into Wen Tai's eyes and saw the same excitement burning there as his own. He took it seriously. The wooden sword struck with even greater force than before, shattering the dragon scales covering his body and drawing a thin trail of blood. Seizing this opening, Wen Tai unleashed an assault as fierce as a raging storm. Stream after stream of blood flew from his body. Li Ming twisted his body as much as possible, trying to prevent Wen Tai from striking his vital points directly. Finally, amidst the relentless flurry of swordlight, Li Ming found that elusive opening. The wandering spear swept out, striking Wen Tai squarely in the abdomen and sending him staggering back several steps. This granted Li Ming a precious moment to catch his breath. His wounds slowly healed under the influence of his altered state. Though his spiritual energy was being consumed at an alarming rate, so was Wen Tai's. After a brief pause, the two clashed once more. Exchanging blows, they left numerous marks upon each other's bodies. Perhaps due to the artifact's power, the blade of the wooden sword in Wen Tai's hand grew increasingly sharp. It no longer merely sliced through scales and drew blood, but could now inflict serious wounds. Take, for instance, the deep gash on his left upper arm, exposing bone. But Wen Tai wasn't faring much better. His clothes were now riddled with holes matching the shape of the wooding spear's tip, and blood continued to seep from various parts of his body. The two separated once more, panting heavily as they stared at each other. Admit defeat. My wounds can heal, but yours cannot. If we keep fighting like this, you'll die. And that would be a shame. Hearing Li Ming's words, Wen Tai shook his head. He then staggered upright, raising his hand to touch the wooden sword that had been pitted and scarred by the wooding spear's attacks. I first grasped a sword at 3, achieved minor mastery by 10, and by 15, I had no equal in all the sword dojos of Kangzhou. Even some 9th-rank spirit masters couldn't defeat me back then. At my awakening ceremony at 18, I awakened my artifact, a wooden sword. A mere 3rd-grade wooden sword. Everyone except my grandmother, who raised me, laughed at me. They said this was the best I could ever hope for. But what they didn't know was that this was precisely the treasure I'd always desired. I never craved an unparalleled sword that cuts through iron like mud, nor a masterfully crafted heavy blade of mystical iron. All I ever wanted was a simple wooden sword. From that point onward, I faced few equals in school. Within my cultivation realm, scarcely anyone could withstand 3 strikes from my blade, not even spirits and demons were exceptions. But you're different. You're the only one below my realm who can actually suppress me. At first, I was furious. Furious that the so-called Yun family would dare use my grandmother's name as leverage, forcing me to fight someone a full realm below me. It was disrespectful, humiliating. But now I find myself grateful they found me such an opponent, one who makes me feel genuine peril. I've trained in swordsmanship for many years, so my senses are sharper than most. I can feel you're still holding something back. But that's fine, I'm holding something back too. So come on. Let's see if what you're hiding is more formidable than what I have. Wen Tai spoke these mad words with a calm expression. But Li Ming felt no unease, only exhilaration. He dismissed the wandering spear and golden light incantation, raising his hand to summon a similarly plain and unadorned broadsword, the cleaving blade. Seeing this, Gong Yingting's pupils contracted in the lounge. She almost instinctively lunged forward to end the match. He Yun, standing on the chairman's platform, mirrored her movement. He knew exactly what Wen Tai concealed, and could only guess that the only thing capable of clashing with such an object was another of its kind. Chapter 66, Victory or Defeat. In an instant, an ethereal fluctuation emanated from Wen Tai, slowly enveloping the entire arena. The hazy moonlight, the deserted children's park, the sweat-drenched youth before him. Amidst this scene, Li Ming felt as though he had become a tree, rooted to the spot. Countless sword scars, some shallow, some deep, marked his body. This is a sword technique I created myself, called Child's Dream Knot. As the principal mentioned, it's a matter of rules. From my own exploration, this strike can inflict damage on both the body and the spirit simultaneously. Therefore, Mr. Lee, please exercise utmost caution. Wen Tai slowly approached, sword in hand, explaining as he walked. As spiritual energy surged within him, equally mysterious fluctuations radiated from Li Ming's body. Unlike Wen Tai's, however, it did not radiate outward but remained contained within Li Ming's body. Also entering the rule state, Li Ming swung the blade in his hand, severing the threads tightly binding him in place, preventing his movement. Gripping his blade tightly, Li Ming first severed the threads attempting to re-entangle him, then charged toward Wen Tai. Seeing this, Wen Tai shifted from a slow walk to a sprint, his face contorted with excitement. The blade and wooden sword clashed directly, yet never truly touched. Between them, it felt as though an extremely thin yet incredibly resilient membrane of air separated them. Two mysterious waves collided, and the scattered energy left the stage scarred and battered. Below the platform, He Yuan and the other two principals, along with Gong Yingting, arrived just in time. After exchanging nods of greeting, they were about to ascend the platform to halt the match. The referee, whose presence had been almost imperceptible, suddenly materialized before them. Gentlemen, the match is not yet concluded. Unrelated parties are requested to refrain from interfering with the proceedings. The spiritual energy pressure of 4 5th-rank spirit masters surged forth in succession, converging uniformly upon the referee before them. The referee took 2 steps back, forcing himself to speak. If you insist on intervening, then I shall have no choice but to determine the outcome based on the higher cultivation level and declare the result prematurely. Hearing this, Gong Yingting's brows furrowed slightly, and the aura radiating from her faltered. She knew Li Ming's primary goal in entering this competition was to secure first place and gain admission to Magic Capital University. Although the Yun family also resided in the city, for certain reasons, their influence did not extend into the university. This was precisely why Gong Yingting felt no concern about Li Ming's university prospects. The 3 principals, however, hadn't considered such nuances. In their eyes, the outcome of this match was predetermined. Although Li Ming had also grasped the rules, the gap in cultivation between him and Wen Tai, who had likewise understood them, was not easily bridged. On the stage, events unfolded exactly as the 3 principals had predicted. During their clash, Li Ming's spiritual energy depleted first, and a faint sign of fatigue appeared on his blade. As they separated, Li Ming stumbled back 3 steps, while Wen Tai retreated only 1. Li, I admit you're truly formidable. If we were at the same cultivation level, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. With a flick of his wrist, Wen Tai guided the wooden sword to trace a graceful arc through the air, then pointed it directly at Li Ming. Though it feels somewhat unfair, you've lost, Li. With that, Wen Tai's figure surged forward once more. Li Ming gripped his blade tightly with both hands and met the attack head-on. Thud! With an almost imperceptible shift in their positions, the 2 figures passed each other in a flash. Li Ming staggered, his blade slowly dissipating as his psychic energy drained. Wen Tai stood frozen in place, as if deep in thought. Witnessing this, the 3 principals and Gong Yingting ignored the referee's attempts to stop him, rushing directly onto the stage toward Li Ming, who appeared to be the most severely injured. Gong Yingting pulled various pills and potions from her ring, shoving them into Li Ming's mouth without a second thought. When it came to rules, no matter one's cultivation level, one could never be too careful. Meanwhile, the referee stepped to the center of the ring and began announcing the final outcome of the match. I declare the outcome of this match to be 1. Hold on. Suddenly, a voice cut off the referee's words. Several pairs of eyes turned to see Wen Tai as the speaker. Gazing at the tiny nick that had appeared on the tip of his wooden sword, Wen Tai dismissed the sword and addressed the referee. I concede this match. According to the rules, during a match, a contestant could surrender immediately if they felt their opponent was vastly superior or if they realized they were outmatched. After all, not everyone could defeat a 7th-rank spirit tamer while only holding an 8th rank, like some kind of monster. 1. Please refrain from disrupting the match outcome with malicious actions. Think of your family. The moment the referee's words fell, a hand weathered by time rested on Wen Tai's shoulder. He Yuan stepped out from behind Wen Tai and addressed the referee. This is my student's own decision. It's not your place to offer opinions. And as for how his family views him, I don't think you need to relay that for me. After sending the referee reeling back several steps, He Yuan then shouted aloud. Li Ming wins. With that, He Yuan led Wen Tai toward the locker room. On the way, before He Yuan could ask, Wen Tai summoned his wooden sword. The pitted surface of the blade, scarred by the wooding spear, had fully healed. Yet at the very tip, a faint, knife-like gash remained. Wen Tai raised his hand to trace the notch, murmuring softly. He injured me and damaged my artifact despite being weaker than me. Yet I failed to harm him. His collapse stemmed from his depleted spiritual energy. It had nothing to do with my strike. But you still had spiritual energy left, didn't you? Why did you concede defeat? He Yuan asked. Wen Tai chuckled and countered. Who said I still have spiritual energy? Seeing He Yuan's puzzled expression, Wen Tai added. I was just putting on a show earlier. Otherwise, if I collapsed on the spot like him, what would become of my undefeated reputation at school? He Yuan fell silent, then shook his head with a helpless smile. He retrieved several bottles of pills from his ring that aided spirit energy recovery and handed them over. Wen Tai accepted them without hesitation and poured them into his mouth. He didn't ask about his grandmother's situation. The moment He Yuan stepped forward, he knew the school had already handled it. He had nothing to worry about. Gotta get back to training. Otherwise, next time we meet, I might not even be able to put on a show. Watching Wen Tai's hastening retreat, He Yuan felt both joy and worry. He was glad the kid had finally found his drive to move forward, but worried about the students in his school's graduating class taking the college entrance exam. With these two prodigies around, they were destined to play supporting roles. Chapter 67, Courting. When Li Ming awoke, it was already noon the next day. Opening his eyes, Li Ming pulled out his phone. Upon seeing the notification about his next match and confirming his successful advancement, he set the phone aside. Truthfully, he didn't have to go to the magic capital. He could have conceded defeat back when Wen Tai entered the rule state. But he'd gotten carried away in the heat of battle, and since he'd promised Li Yueming he'd go, he'd just pulled out the blade of severance without a second thought for the consequences. He picked up his phone again to call Gong Yingting. Before the call connected, his door burst open. Gong Yingting walked in and placed her hand directly on Li Ming's chest. After sensing nothing unusual, she asked why he had called her. Then Li Ming asked if summoning the Zanren would have any repercussions. Gong Yingting rolled her eyes at him impatiently and said, "Don't worry about that. Nothing is more explosive right now than an 8th rank cultivator and a 7th rank cultivator comprehending the rules. I've explained before what this signifies. Compared to future 3rd rank cultivators, everything else is utterly insignificant. Because of this, the higher-ups are paying extraordinary attention to you too. They even sent people down to ask if you'd like to pursue advanced studies at a school in the capital. But I turned them down outright. At the same time, with hints from me and the principal of First Middle School, they've also investigated the circumstances surrounding your match. With concrete evidence in hand, the Yun family's collateral branches, those who fled were caught, those who resisted were apprehended. While none died, those whose ties were thoroughly exposed might as well be dead. Because of this incident, the Yun family won't dare to take direct action against you. After all, certain things can still be uncovered if investigated." Gong Yingting rose to pour herself a glass of water before continuing. "But precisely because of this incident, your identity with unknown needs to be concealed. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives obtains evidence of your involvement with an illegal organization, your public persona would be compromised." Li Ming nodded, signaling his understanding. Although the finals weren't until tomorrow, Li Ming had already defeated the strongest competitor among all participants. Barring another unexpected incident like the one in Wentao, victory was already a foregone conclusion. Therefore, Gong Yingting went on to brief Li Ming on precautions for their trip to the Magic City. "Aren't you coming with me?" Li Ming asked. "If it were 2 days ago, I would definitely go with you, but now it's unnecessary. Given the official attention you're receiving now, the aristocratic families wouldn't dare target you directly. As for the other factions they could bribe, they'd have to weigh the consequences they couldn't afford to bear after killing you. Even if someone were truly swayed by money, Ji Chun is watching your back from the shadows. By the way, Ji Chun's primary role now is as your personal bodyguard. With him around, unless they deploy a 3rd-rank assassin, no one should be able to kill you." Shortly after finishing, just as Gong Yingting was about to leave, a knock sounded at the door. Gong Yingting went to open it, and the person outside froze upon seeing her. "Gong? Minister Gong." The visitor nodded and inquired. "Director Gong, has Li woken up yet?" Gong Yingting hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside, gesturing for them to come in and talk. She led the visitor to a nearby table, and Li Ming also got up and sat down beside them. Gong Yingting then approached Li Ming and whispered in his ear. "Nanxiu, steward of the Nan family, the only 2nd-tier clan in Jiangbei." Before she could finish, Nanxiu extended his hand toward Li Ming. "Hello, Mr. Li. Even through the video, your presence was remarkable. Meeting you in person, I see your online demeanor was actually quite reserved." Hearing such flattery for the first time, Li Ming felt both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. He quickly stood up, grasped Nanxiu's outstretched hand, and exchanged several polite greetings. The flattery continued until a hint of impatience flashed across Gong Yingting's face, prompting Nanxiu to finally get to the point. "So, Li, I was wondering where you plan to attend university after the college entrance exams?" "Shanghai." Li Ming replied calmly. But Nanxiu seemed entirely unsurprised. He continued. "Shanghai is indeed a great place, but as far as I know, you've had some friction with people there. Doesn't that bother you? The security at Magic City University is pretty tight. Not just anyone can get in." Gong Yingting interjected from the side. "If that's all Mr. Nan came to ask, please feel free to leave. Even if Li Ming doesn't go to the Demon City, he has plenty of other options. He doesn't have to stay here." Nanxiu nodded repeatedly before finally saying, Yes, I understand a top scholar like Mr. Li wouldn't settle for a place like this. But I still wanted to ask MODU University's tuition is expensive, and living costs in MODU aren't cheap either. I wonder about Mr. Lee's financial situation. Li Ming furrowed his brow slightly. His grades had always been excellent, and the money Li Yueming sent him periodically, combined with his scholarships, was more than enough to cover tuition and still afford a decent lifestyle. So he hadn't really given this matter much thought. Before Gong Yingting could speak, Nanqiu continued. Of course, as the most prominent family in Jiangbei, I take immense pride in having such a prodigy emerge from our region. Therefore, regarding all of student Li's expenses during his university years, my Nan family can cover them. Conditions? Li Ming asked. Nanqiu chuckled and replied. I know it's impossible for Mr. Li to join the Nan family, so all we ask is that he remember this favor. With that, Nanqiu extended his hand toward Li Ming once more. That's it? Li Ming was puzzled. He couldn't understand why the Nan family would settle for such an intangible thing. Did they really trust his character that much? That's it. Nanqiu nodded in affirmation. They had, of course, investigated Li Ming's background thoroughly. The connections between Li Ming and the Yun family were impossible to conceal. Moreover, he believed that Gong Yingting, who had been by Li Ming's side for so long, had surely advised him both from an official standpoint and as a member of the Gong family. Yet despite all this, Li Ming remained determined to go to the Demon City. This alone proved that Li Ming was undoubtedly someone who placed immense value on relationships. Exchanging some money for the favor of a future third-rank powerhouse was a deal that couldn't be considered a loss. Li Ming pondered for a moment before turning his gaze toward Gong Yingting. Upon sensing his gaze, Gong Yingting immediately turned her head away. She saw no hidden schemes in this matter and thus had no intention of interfering with Li Ming's choice. Li Ming then looked at Nanqiu. With sincerity in his eyes, he rose and extended his hand to grasp Nanqiu's. Then I thank the Nan family in advance for their assistance. Given time, I shall repay this favor. Chapter 68, Spiritual Techniques. After Nanqiu left, Gong Yingting followed suit. Cross-legged on the bed, Li Ming began reviewing today's battle. There was no denying that Wen Tai was truly formidable. Had that final strike not been aimed solely at his blade but instead sought to inflict mutual wounds, he would likely have met his end here in regret. At the same time, his self-created sword technique had opened a door to a new world for him. By entering the rule state to gain vision, Li Ming could see through the ability that transformed everything into threads. For instance, he could observe the connection between Wen Tai and his magical artifact when he unleashed his sword technique, as well as the flow of spiritual energy within his body. Immersing his mind, Li Ming began attempting to replicate everything he had observed faithfully. Moments later, Li Ming's eyes suddenly widened, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Damn, this spiritual energy backlash is brutal. Wiping the blood from his lips, Li Ming muttered under his breath before plunging back into his meditative state. Though he had failed, this outcome was entirely within Li Ming's expectations. Everything's tough at first, no one succeeds on their first try. He wasn't some kind of genius, after all. So it wasn't until the next morning when Gong Yingting opened the door that she saw Li Ming's face, pale as a ghost from blood loss. She was so frightened she thought the Yun family had indeed gone so far as to hire assassins to poison Li Ming. So, while she released a wave of spiritual energy pressure to alert Ji Chun, she also pulled out a large pile of pills from her ring antidotes, spiritual energy restoratives, wound treatments, and shoved them all into Li Ming's mouth. Finally, she even poured the 1,000 cultivation elixir down his throat like water. When Li Ming emerged from his cultivation state, he was met with the worried expressions of Ji Chun and Gong Yingting, along with the sensation of his stomach churning violently. Only after Ji Chun used his spiritual energy to fully dissipate the potion's effects within Li Ming, ensuring he was unharmed, did he ask what had happened the previous night. Li Ming truthfully recounted what he had seen and his attempts from the previous night. Then he received a pair of rolling eyes from both of them. Then, Ji Chun said with a worried look, "Oh my goodness, my dear, do you think spirit techniques are something you can just pick up on your own? Self-learning is one thing, but creating your own? What on earth were you thinking? Spiritual techniques, what exactly are those?" Li Ming asked. Hearing this, Ji Chun shot Gong Yingting a look, as if puzzled that Li Ming didn't know. Gong Yingting kicked him irritably and retorted. "What do you think spirit techniques are? Something you only learn in college? They're not in high school textbooks." Ji Chun let out an "oh" before realizing that Li Ming was just a high school freshman who had just entered his senior year. How could he possibly know about such things? Then, under Li Ming's eager gaze, Ji Chun began his explanation. First off, magical artifacts are broadly categorized by function, combat-oriented and utility-oriented. Spiritual techniques, in essence, are the collective term for methods spirit masters use to channel spiritual energy in special ways, unlocking additional capabilities within their artifacts. Take a simple example, a spirit master who awakens the ability to spew fire. After learning spirit techniques, they can greatly enhance the offensive power of the flames emitted by their magical artifact. For instance, transforming a finger-thick stream of fire into an arm-thick pillar of flame, or even projecting a fireball. Of course, this is merely a relatively simple spirit technique. Take that kid Wen Tai, for instance. He uses a more complex spirit technique, enabling him to unleash far more powerful and extraordinary abilities. And I've heard this spirit technique was actually created by that demon itself, truly terrifying. At this point, Gong Yingting interjected. Just a reminder, it took that person a lot of time to create their own spirit technique. I don't know exactly how long, but it definitely wasn't overnight. If you're serious about creating your own spirit technique, I'd advise you to study existing ones first before considering original creation. With that, Gong Yingting pulled out her phone and sent Li Ming several videos. These are just the basics. The more complex ones can't be shared directly due to confidentiality agreements. But if you figure them out on your own and come back to ask me, I might be able to give you some hints. After exchanging a few more details, the two departed. Watching them depart, Li Ming immediately pulled out his phone to review the videos. Judging by the titles, the techniques in the videos seem to focus on enhancing the potency of offensive artifacts and amplifying the effects of functional artifacts. They didn't appear particularly difficult to learn. He then watched one video repeatedly, committing its content to memory before sitting cross-legged on his bed. Summoning the Wandering Spear, he began his practice. About an hour later, Li Ming opened his eyes, this time without coughing up blood like before. A cold gleam flickered at the tip of the Wandering Spear resting on his leg. He thrust the spear casually, instantly piercing a large hole in the wall beside the window. The video Li Ming had watched introduced a spiritual technique designed to enhance the potency of killing weapons and magical artifacts. Looking at the hole in the wall, roughly the size of a fist, Li Ming nodded. He was quite satisfied with this result. Next, Li Ming began flipping through the other videos sent by Gong Yingting. Beyond some strange noises, the night passed without incident. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Li Ming stepped onto the arena stage, his face pale and ringed with dark circles. In this semi-final match, his opponent was a student from Dian Academy, a 7th rank, 2nd-tier cultivator wielding a mask with mutating abilities as his artifact. Though novel in function and undeniably potent, it proved no match for Li Ming. Within 10 exchanges, the referee declared Li Ming the victor. Back in the lounge, Gong Yingting, observing Li Ming's state, launched into another round of admonishment, essentially reminding him not to bite off more than he could chew. The spiritual techniques she had sent him were all very basic, with limited potential for backlash. That didn't mean they could be mastered casually, though. So when she saw Li Ming like this that morning, she assumed he'd casually watched some videos and started experimenting, treating her warnings as nothing more than background noise. And after suffering backlash, he stubbornly persisted. If the strongest opponent hadn't already been taken care of by Li Ming, the final match scheduled for 6 o'clock this afternoon might very well have ended in disaster. Teacher Gong, I've mastered everything you sent me. Of course I had to start experimenting on my own. Li Ming defended himself with a hint of grievance. Just a few videos, he'd mastered everything in no time. And with the long night stretching ahead, he had to find something to occupy himself, right? Hearing this, Gong Yingting's rebuke caught in her throat. She paused, then asked with a hint of confusion. Say that again? You've mastered it all? Chapter 69, the competition concludes. Yeah, what's the problem? Li Ming countered, then raised his hand to summon the corresponding magical artifacts for each spirit technique he'd mastered. Watching the light symbolizing the spiritual techniques flicker on the artifacts, Gong Yingting was momentarily at a loss for words. She simply waved her hand dismissively, deciding to let him develop freely. After all, her role was only to clarify doubts, the rest was none of her concern. Li Ming then crossed his legs on the sofa, dismissing the other artifacts and leaving only the slashing blade resting on his lap. Seeing this, Gong Yingting sighed again. A naturally gifted prodigy isn't frightening. What's truly terrifying is someone with demonic talent who also works incredibly hard. Pushing open the door to leave the rest area, she stood guard outside, creating a quiet environment for Li Ming to cultivate. Time flew by, and soon the announcer called out Li Ming's name over the loudspeaker. Since it was the finals, the contestants' information couldn't be concealed. The organizers didn't bother with those futile attempts to hide the truth anymore. Moreover, Li Ming's performance had been so dazzling that after a detailed analysis of his match against Wen Tai, the betting odds that should have been set for the finals were never opened. Needless to say, when it came to betting on the outcome, 9 out of 10 people would wager on Li Ming. No fool would take such a surefire losing bet. Yet after the announcement, Gong Yingting waited several minutes without seeing Li Ming emerge. Just as she was wondering why he hadn't appeared yet, the door opened. Seeing Li Ming's face looking even paler, Gong Yingting sighed. With the match about to start, she hadn't given him any pills to help restore his chi and blood. Amidst the roaring cheers from the stands, Li Ming stepped onto the stage. The screen displayed his opponent's information. Hu Quan of Kangzhou No. 3 High School, wielding the treasure weapon, heavy sword of military conquest, grade 7, tier 2. Hu Quan bowed his fist toward Li Ming and said before the referee announced the match. Mr. Li, I have an uninvited request. Li Ming returned the gesture, then extended his palm in invitation. Seeing no refusal, a flicker of fervor lit Hu Quan's eyes as he declared. I've sparred with Wen Tai many times before. Each match was fiercely contested, deadlocked until the very end. It wasn't until I witnessed your match the day before yesterday that I realized he had been holding back, merely going through the motions against me all along. But I still want to see just how great the gap is between us. So, when the time comes, I beg you spare no mercy. Defeat me with the very technique you used against Wen Tai. Then why not challenge Wen Taiki himself? Li Ming countered. I did ask him, but he said that move also targets the mind, and he still can't control its power. If he accidentally knocked me out cold, that wouldn't be good. Oh, and he asked me to tell you he's still developing a few sword techniques. He hopes you can discuss them with him thoroughly during the college entrance exams. Li Ming nodded, replied that he understood, then turned to look at the lounge. He waved toward Gong Yingting inside and mouthed a message. Come down and get me. Then, he raised his hand and summoned his blade. Simultaneously, Hu Quan summoned his artifact, a massive sword as thick as a door panel, glowing with an earthy yellow radiance. Defend with all your might. Otherwise, I'm afraid something might happen to you too. Li Ming said before closing his eyes and slowly channeling spiritual energy into the blade of severance. But Hu Quan ignored Li Ming's instructions. Instead, he charged forward, gripping the heavy sword whose earthen glow had grown even brighter. In his dictionary, the word defense had long been replaced by offense. Li Ming exhaled and opened his eyes, surveying the world woven from threads before him. He channeled the spiritual energy within his body according to his own conception. Instantly, the profound fluctuations contained within Li Ming's body slowly dispersed, enveloping a 10-meter radius around him. Simultaneously, Li Ming felt the blade in his hand grow incredibly heavy. This technique is my own creation, I call it descent. Indeed, after a day of experimentation and countless mouthfuls of blood, Li Ming had finally created a spirit technique unique to his blade. However, he had only figured out the method of channeling spiritual energy. This was the first time he would actually use it in combat. As Hu Quan stepped within his 10-meter radius, Li Ming gripped his blade with both hands and swept it slowly across his front. Feels like a lot of pressure. Seated in the spectator stands, Wen Tai murmured softly as he watched Li Ming execute the strike, then rose and left his seat. On stage, Hu Quan's charging body halted with a faint thud. The fervor in his eyes faded as blood spilled from his abdomen, gradually transforming into a look of longing. Finally, Hu Quan closed his eyes and collapsed, a look of satisfaction on his face. In his final moments of vision, he saw it. He saw that blade, obscuring the sky and sun, inescapable. The instant he stepped into that mysterious range, that blade struck. It shattered his most powerful strike, cleaved his magical artifact, and split his flesh. Li Ming had held back. Had that strike been delivered just a moment later, as he drew nearer, he might have been cleaved in two. Hu Quan thought this as he slipped into unconsciousness. Seeing the satisfied expression still frozen on Hu Quan's face even in unconsciousness, Li Ming began to feel a twinge of regret for defeating both him and Wen Tai, those two freaks. But that was precisely the thrill of it. If no one pursued him relentlessly, the path of cultivation would be utterly dull. Exhausted, Li Ming slumped to the ground, his gaze falling on the torn fabric of his abdomen. Had he been within the 10-meter radius too? This was the effect of Li Ming's self-created spirit technique, a sweeping slash within a 10-meter radius, addressing the limitations of his blade's single-target focus and lack of ranged capabilities. Just as he pondered this, the referee's eyes hardened. A metal rod appeared in his hand as he charged straight toward Li Ming. But before he could take 2 steps, Li Ming heard a whistle sound near his ear. Instantly, the referee's body jerked to a halt. Visibly stiffening, a jade-like glow began to emanate from his form. By the time Gong Yingting reached the platform, the referee had completely transformed into a jade statue. Gong Yingting gently tapped the jade flute against the statue, reducing it to scattered fragments of jade. She walked over to Li Ming, reached out to help him up, and handed him some pills beneficial for restoring qi, blood, and spiritual energy. On the VIP platform, He Yuan finally exhaled in relief upon witnessing this scene. Earlier, everyone's attention had been focused on Li Ming, completely oblivious to the referee who had approached stealthily. Moreover, had it not been for the formidable power of Li Ming's spirit technique strike, coupled with Gong Yingting's timely arrival near the arena, an unknown noble family might well have succeeded in their scheme. I declare the champion of this match to be Li Ming. As He Yuan announced the result, the cheers that had stalled in the stands reignited, growing even more fervent. Chapter 70, Rest and Recovery. Amidst He Yuan's long-winded speech, Gong Yingting helped Li Ming back to the rest area. At this moment, she no longer knew how to look at Li Ming. Genius? Monster? Demon? She now felt all these adjectives fell far too short. A person who had never encountered spirit techniques before, after just one day of learning, not only mastered some basic spirit techniques but also created one entirely on his own. Such talent defied description with mere words. Recalling how she had struggled for 3 solid days just to learn those basic spirit techniques, she felt an overwhelming urge to crack open Li Ming's skull and see what his brain was made of. Then, a knock sounded at the door and Ji Chun entered. A faint scent of blood lingered on him. The Yun family? Gong Yingting asked. Ji Chun shrugged and countered. Who else could it be? I really don't know what that kid Li Ming did. Maybe he dug up their ancestral graves or something. The Yun family is dead serious about killing him. They even pulled out several 5th and 6th rankers who'd been hiding for years, all just to take his life. Too bad the Yun family still can't bring themselves to kill him. None of these agents are high-ranking or direct descendants. Without evidence, I reckon this time they've only scratched the surface. After speaking, Ji-chun poured himself a glass of water before turning to Li Ming, who sat cross-legged on the sofa, regulating his breath. What formidable foe has this kid encountered now? How else could he be so drained? He then turned to look at Gong Yingting and said, "Honestly, I don't believe you're helping him stockpile more 1,000 cultivation elixir. He's practically drinking the stuff like water. My meager salary might not be able to keep up." Gong Yingting nodded, a faint smile curving her lips as she asked Ji-chun, "How long did it take you to master the basic spirit techniques back then? Some things are better shared willingly." Ji-chun took a sip of water and replied without hesitation. "Me? I was super fast back then. Learned a basic spirit technique in just one day? What's up? Why the sudden question? So, does that mean you're a genius?" Gong Yingting pressed further. Hearing this, Ji-chun patted his chest confidently and declared, "Of course. Back in my university, my speed put me among the top students. How could I not be considered a genius?" A smile spread across Gong Yingting's lips as she pointed to Li Ming, who was meditating nearby, and asked again, "Do you know how long it took him?" Ji-chun smacked his lips, pondered for a moment, then tentatively replied, 2 days? Gong Yingting shook her head. 3? Gong Yingting shook her head again. He couldn't have learned them all, could he? Gong Yingting still shook her head. Ji-chun furrowed his brow and asked, "You mean he hasn't mastered a single one? That doesn't make sense. He's incredibly talented, there's no way he hasn't learned any of them." Turning to see the corners of Gong Yingting's mouth twitching upward in suppressed amusement, Ji-chun's own lips twitched as he asked, "He learned them all?" Gong Yingting seemed to nod, then shook her head. Seeing this, Ji-chun was momentarily bewildered. He simply couldn't grasp what Gong Yingting meant now. Not only did he finish everything, he even created his own spirit technique, and it's no slouch either. Gong Yingting said, watching Ji-chun's expression mirror her own, first frozen in shock, then deep in contemplation, and she couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, human joy is built upon the suffering of others. After a long while, Li Ming finished his meditation. Spotting Ji-chun lying on his back, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle while contemplating life, he shot Gong Yingting a puzzled look. Li Ming had been in deep meditation, a process requiring complete mental immersion, so he hadn't noticed what had transpired between them. Nothing. Some people get withdrawn after a setback. Don't worry about him. Only then did Ji-chun snap back to reality, giving Gong Yingting a thumbs up. Since both the awards ceremony and the prestigious school selection were scheduled for tomorrow, the three of them got up and headed straight back to the hotel. After finishing dinner at the second-floor restaurant, Gong Yingting suggested taking a stroll around the neighborhood. After all, Connecticut had its share of prosperity, and they couldn't let the trip go to waste. The suggestion was accepted. After finishing their meal, the three hailed a cab and headed toward Connecticut's largest shopping mall. Even at dinner time, the mall remained bustling with people. As if igniting a woman's shopping instinct, Gong Yingting, full of energy, led her two little followers into the mall, paying no mind to whether they could keep up. Once they were a safe distance behind Gong Yingting, Li Ming leaned toward Ji-chun and finally voiced the question that had been on his mind, the nature of his relationship with Gong Yingting. He couldn't shake the feeling that theirs wasn't just an ordinary friendship. An ordinary friend couldn't possibly persuade someone in such a high position to drop everything and come to a remote area to work as a simple teacher. Even with his own involvement later, the fact that Ji-chun could summon Gong Yingting with a single phone call was absurd enough. Ji-chun scratched his head and said, "It's a tangled mess. If you really want to know, you'd better get her permission first. After all, it involves her personal privacy." Hearing this, Li Ming wisely dropped the subject and quickened his pace to keep up with Gong Yingting. After turning Ji-chun and Li Ming into walking trees laden with shopping bags, Gong Yingting finally halted her frenzied shopping spree when she ran out of places to hang things. She spotted a bubble tea shop and sat down. While waiting for their drinks, Gong Yingting turned to Li Ming and said, "You're that eager to know about my past?" Li Ming's body trembled slightly. He didn't speak, only shifting his gaze toward Ji-chun. "Don't look at him. He's a 5th-rank spirit master whose artifact is an instrument. Even without using spiritual energy, if you were 100 meters away, I could still clearly hear your normal voice. Even though you deliberately lowered your voice, you were less than 50 meters away from me back then. Plus, I was paying close attention to you too. If I couldn't hear that, I might as well just go ahead and bang my head against a wall." Perhaps caught up in this rare moment of relaxation, Gong Yingting suddenly became quite talkative. The stern teacher aura she usually carried transformed into that of a gentle, neighborly older sister. "Yingting, I think." "Shut up. I decide what I say about my own business. It's none of your damn business to butt in." Ji-chun was about to say something when Gong Yingting cut him off. Perhaps because of this, Ji-chun's expression instantly turned awkward. Li Ming rarely saw this kind of emotion on Ji-chun's face. After taking a sip of her milk tea, Gong Yingting picked up the skewered meat she'd ordered on a whim and pointed at Ji Chun. This guy? He's a total jerk. Chapter 71, Another Story. Catching a crucial word, Li Ming's earlier awkwardness at being exposed was instantly replaced by pure gossip-fueled curiosity. Ji Chun promptly turned his head away. You know the story about him and the Hu sisters, right? Gong Yingting asked. Seeing Li Ming nod, she continued. I met him around the time he was being hunted by the Hu family. He had just joined Unknown then, the same batch as me, and we even had the same superior. Then, over the course of several missions, we gradually got to know each other better. He learned I was the eldest daughter of the Gong family, and I discovered he was the mastermind behind that farce involving the Hu family. He was terrifying back then, looking like he was going to silence me permanently. It was absolutely terrifying. Too bad he couldn't beat me back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here telling you this story now. Ji Chun cleared her throat twice, then excused herself to use the restroom before walking away. Gong Yingting paid no heed and continued. After that, he only reluctantly trusted me once I promised I'd never report him. I must have been out of my mind, obsessing over how to win his trust. Looking back, it was completely unnecessary. If I'd known what would happen later, I should have just knocked him out and delivered him to the Hu family. Not only would I have earned a reward, but I'd have gained the Hu family's favor, though the favor of a second-rate clan meant as much to me as nothing. Gong Yingting took another sip of her milk tea but paused, leaving Li Ming's curiosity hanging high. He dared not press her further. After complaining about how awful the skewers tasted, Gong Yingting finally continued. After that, things settled down for a while. Combined with my ruthless execution of several missions targeting noble families, Ji Chun gradually let down his guard toward me. Our relationship returned to what it had been before. But you can't hide the truth forever. While we were traveling all over the country on missions, he was eventually spotted by some Hu family informants, and a new round of pursuit began. That dragged me into a terrible mess. They hunted me down as his accomplice. It wasn't just about splitting up. Even when I hinted I was family of the Gong clan, it didn't work. They immediately assumed I was his girlfriend, saying that if they caught me, Ji Chun would naturally turn himself in. So I had no choice but to flee with him. After all, two targets weren't too conspicuous, and at least we could look out for each other while healing. I was stubborn back then. Even when I was near death, I didn't tell my family. They had no idea I was being hunted. We just kept running and running until Hushiruwa, who had heard the news, rescued us. Maybe because we seemed too close back then, Hushiruwa, that jealous little thing, just exploded. After getting us settled, she started a huge scene, accusing him of being too timing and all that. We were badly injured from the chase and had no energy to explain those baseless accusations. But somehow, in that girl's eyes, it became proof we were admitting to the relationship. She flew into a rage, shouting, "Why can't it be me?" while preparing a potent aphrodisiac. But as luck would have it, the Hu family's pursuers caught up with us. That bottle of aphrodisiac was mistaken for healing medicine and stashed away. Later, during the chase, all three of us sustained injuries of varying severity. Hushiruwa was the worst off, having taken the fatal blow for Ji Chun. Fortunately, we managed to reach the safe house prepared for us by Unknown Not. We then distributed the available healing potions based on the severity of our injuries. That bottle of potent aphrodisiac, labeled for treating superficial wounds, ended up in Ji Chun's hands, and he consumed it. At that point, our psychic energy was nearly depleted, leaving none to counteract the drug's effects. Compounding that, the dosage that girl used was enough to knock out an elephant, so it was only natural he lost control. And since the instigator was unconscious, some scumbag set his sights on me instead. Maybe because I'd taken a bit of that healing potion too, my brain went blank. I forgot to finish him off right then and there, letting that scumbag get his way. What followed was one person venting, another regretting their outburst, and yet another apologizing while declaring their vengeance unfulfilled, swearing to be that person's slave in the next life. But who do you think I am? I'm the eldest daughter of the Gong family. How could I put up with that nonsense? I just called my fourth grandfather, and he came and took me away immediately. Maybe because my fourth grandfather was in a foul mood that day, he casually slaughtered every last one of those who had been hunting me down. Too bad he forgot to kill that scumbag too, leaving him alive like a dog. After that, I left Unknown and got accepted into the official external operations department. Because of this incident, he caught Unknown's attention and became their surgical ghost. We both have bright futures ahead. After finishing her story, Gong Yingting took another bite of the unappetizing skewered meat and turned her head, seemingly lost in thought. Did you two ever stay in touch afterward? Li Ming asked. Gong Yingting snorted coldly and said, "How could we not stay in touch? I could pretend I was crushed by a pig all night, but he couldn't." That's what I told him back then. I don't believe in reincarnation. What I want is this life. Since both Hu Lianfeng and I saved his life, I must claim half of his life in this lifetime. So whenever I need him, as long as it doesn't endanger his life, he must obey me. Serve me like a beast of burden for the rest of his days. With that, Gong Yingling tossed the divination stick aside, her eyes brimming with pride and a barely perceptible hint of grievance as she fixed them on Li Ming. Or rather, at Ji-chun, who was slowly approaching from behind Li Ming. After Ji-chun took his seat, Gong Yingting announced, "I'll be right back," before rising and leaving. Li Ming turned to Ji-chun, his lips forming two words slowly. "Scumbag." Ji-chun gave a wry smile, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it. After taking two deep drags, Ji-chun finally spoke. "That's exactly what I mean, it's a tangled mess. We were just ordinary friends getting along fine, but because of something that shouldn't have happened, it all got so complicated." Ordinary friends? Did you really think you were just simple, ordinary friends before that incident happened? Li Ming stared at Ji-chun in surprise, unable to fathom how those words had come out of his mouth. Ji-chun took another drag, his head bowed so Li Ming couldn't see his expression. "Just friends. Only friends. Nothing else. Ha! Just what I expected from a scumbag." Li Ming sneered coldly before speaking. Chapter 72, Departure. The next day, Gong Yingting left before the award ceremony, claiming urgent matters awaited her in the capital. After that, Li Ming attended the entire ceremony alone. Only after delivering the obligatory pleasantries from the speech secretly passed to him by He Yuan could he finally take a break. Moreover, as the champion, Li Ming couldn't simply leave after receiving his award. He waited until noon before finally departing the ceremony with the crowd and heading to He Yuan's office. "Principal He, you requested to see me?" He Yuan nodded and handed him a form. Most of the other information had already been filled in, leaving only the designated university field blank. After picking up the pen and writing Magic City University in the blank space, Li Ming handed the form back. After a quick glance, He Yuan said, "We'll arrange a special vehicle to take you back shortly. Departure is scheduled for approximately 3 days from now. University representatives will pick you up at your residence then. Make sure you're on time." Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement to his advisor before stepping out of the principal's office. Outside the office, Wen Tai was leaning against the wall, as if waiting for him. "So you're going to that university?" Wen Tai asked directly. "Shanghai. Alright, I'll go there too. What are you going there for?" Li Ming was puzzled. His talent was only slightly weaker than his own, and with that rule state, getting into Peking University's Tsinghua College shouldn't be difficult. "To find you. Our fight isn't over yet. What else do you think I'm going there for?" Seeing Wen Tai's matter-of-fact expression, Li Ming's eye twitched. No need to guess, once Hu Quan found out both of them were heading to Shanghai, he'd surely follow. Then it'd be like having two pieces of gum stuck to him. "Fine, whatever. Just don't end up getting beaten so badly you can't get into college." With that, Wen Tai laughed heartily, slapped Li Ming on the shoulder, and turned to leave. Back at the hotel, Ji-chun had already packed his luggage and was now following Li Ming onto the chartered bus back to Xiucheng. Perhaps because Ji-chun was present, the journey passed without incident. 3 days flew by. After receiving a call informing him that the pickup from Magic City University would arrive in half an hour, Li Ming called Ji-chun again. After gathering his belongings and heading downstairs, he found Ji-chun had arrived slightly earlier than the university's designated escort. Almost exactly half an hour later, a stretched black sedan pulled up in front of them. The driver's door opened and the chauffeur stepped out, extending his hand toward Li Ming. After shaking hands, Li Ming produced his relevant documents. After carefully examining them, the driver turned to open the door for him and said, "Welcome aboard, Mr. Li. My name is Yun Tianyu. I'm a professor at Magic City University. You may call me Professor Yun." Hearing his introduction, Li Ming paused before getting in, then looked at Yun Tianyu with some wariness. As if anticipating this reaction, Yun Tianyu continued, "Don't worry. Since I've become a professor at Magic City University, it means I've essentially severed ties with the family. I won't interfere with the matters between you and the Yun family." Li Ming said nothing, silently withdrawing his outstretched foot and shifting closer to Ji-chun. He's telling the truth. Due to the university's unique nature, anyone aspiring to become a professor must sever all ties with any existing organizations. This requirement is especially stringent for professors at top-tier universities. Hearing Ji-chun's explanation, Li Ming felt his heart settle slightly before climbing back into the car. Only after Ji-chun closed the door did Li Ming turn his attention to the interior. The interior was surprisingly spacious, and besides him and Ji-chun, several others were seated, likely provincial champions from different regions. Perhaps it was the mutual distrust among geniuses, but none of them exchanged greetings. Only a girl dressed in simple attire nodded at him. Li Ming politely returned the nod, and that served as their greeting. After finding an empty seat, the bus started moving. Within just a couple of hours, the city of Xiucheng vanished completely from Li Ming's view. "Hello, my name is Ho Xian. What's yours?" The girl, Ho Xian, was seated directly in front of him. She turned around, resting one hand on the seat's backrest while extending the other toward him. Li Ming was somewhat surprised by her outgoing nature, but he still took her hand, though he released it almost immediately. "Li Ming. Oh, Li, may I call you that?" Li Ming nodded, then heard her continue. "So, Li, may I ask, is the person sitting next to you your brother?" Li Ming glanced at Ji-chun and nodded again. "Ah, that's great. You have someone to keep you company. My parents refused to come with me. They said something about needing more practice and just dumped me in the car. Oh, right. Can I ask what cultivation realm you're at now? I'm actually pretty curious. The car wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. Hosian's unlowered voice naturally reached the ears of the others. Despite their mutual disdain, it didn't stop them from probing each other's strength. 8th rank, 8th tier. Li Ming replied. He had broken through just 2 days after comprehending descent, and he saw no reason to hide it. At this remark, a young man dressed in designer clothes in the car couldn't help but snort derisively. He then looked at Li Ming with contempt and said, "What a backwater place. The people who come from here are so useless. Who knew some random nobody could become the champion? If the second-ranked 7th grade, 3rd tier from my province found out an 8th grade could qualify, he'd probably turn green with rage." Li Ming shot him a glance but ignored him, turning his attention back to Hosien. In her eyes, there was none of the contempt shared by the others. "Hey, that makes us pretty similar then. I'm only at 8th rank, 9th tier myself. I thought I was the lowest ranked one here," Hosien added. Hearing this, the man snorted derisively again and said, "Humph, a country bumpkin and a country girl, no wonder you two hit it off." Li Ming frowned. Before he could react, the vehicle screeched to a halt, sending him lurching forward uncontrollably. Hosien, however, seemed unaffected, her body still leaning steadily against the seat, not shifting an inch. Looking out the window, Li Ming realized his car seemed to be surrounded. "This mountain is mine to open, this tree is mine to plant. If you wish to pass this way, leave your toll." A classic folk rhyme blared through a cheap loudspeaker. It was clear they had encountered bandits. Chapter 73, Bandits? Bang! The driver's door swung open and slammed shut. Yun Tianyu stepped out, his 5th grade spiritual energy aura surging toward the bandits. Immediately, 3 equally powerful 5th grade spiritual energy auras erupted from within the bandits, pushing back Yun Tianyu's aura. Yun Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Setting aside whether bandits even existed in this era, 3 5th rank spirit masters, where couldn't they make money? Why would they sink so low as to become bandits? Even if they had no other choice and turned to banditry, they wouldn't be foolish enough to rob travelers on the official road, would they? Clearly, they were targeting him, or rather, the entire carriage. The passenger door swung open, and another figure stepped out. An aura even more formidable than Yun Tianyu's erupted from him, instantly overpowering the bandit's presence once more. "Brother, just say what you want. Want money? Want something else? Lay your cards on the table first." The man shot Yun Tianyu a look that said, "Stay calm," before addressing the bandits. Though the two of them were confident they could take down the 3 5th rank opponents, being outnumbered meant it would take considerable time. During that time, they couldn't spare attention to protect the people in the cart behind them. At his words, the bandits parted, revealing 3 women dressed in provocatively simple attire. One bore a gruesome scar across her abdominal muscles. She stepped forward and asked Mu Xing, "What's your name, brother?" "My humble name is Mu, with the single character Xing. May I ask your honorable name, sister? Have you surrounded us today seeking treasure or seeking a person?" Mu Xing said, bowing slightly with clasped hands. The woman pointed to her abdomen and declared, "Call me Scar. We're here on someone else's orders to take the life of one of your group. Nothing to discuss? No deal." With that, the woman and the 2 others behind her shifted sideways, watching the 2 men before them warily. They knew full well that if they actually fought these 2, death was almost certain. But there was no choice. The reward offered was simply too great, and a substantial portion had already been paid up front to the 3 of them. If their hired men proved capable enough to capture all the students before the others could eliminate them, they could use that leverage to force the other side into a difficult position. Then, they could seize an opportunity to eliminate their target and flee with the hostages. With hostages in hand, they'd hold all the cards. The others would be powerless to stop them, forced to watch helplessly as the trio made their escape. Then, once the 3 of them had made their escape, they'd find a safe place to hide until the dust settled before going back to collect the final payment from that person. Sigh. Mu Xing sighed, then shouted toward the car behind them. "Kid, come out and see the world." As the words fell, the occupants inside exchanged glances. They'd overheard the conversation outside. This gang of bandits seemed to be targeting one of them, they just didn't know who. Under these circumstances, staying inside the vehicle seemed safer. Then, the man who had spoken sarcastically earlier stood up, smoothed his clothes, and addressed the others. "Out of the rare kindness of my heart, let me give you a friendly heads up. This is most likely a test the school has set for us. There's no real danger here. Our actions might even be caught on some hidden camera. Whether we leave a good impression on those teachers? Well, that depends on each of us." With that, he stepped out of the car first, and the others followed closely behind. Li Ming, however, shook his head, showing no intention of getting out. Even without hearing that familiar line, he could tell with his feet that this group was most likely after him. Rather than get off with them, he'd rather stay put in the car alone and avoid dragging others into trouble. Just then, Hosien, who had already stepped off, noticed Li Ming hadn't followed. She immediately returned to the bus and sat down beside him. "Aren't you getting off?" Li Ming asked. Ho Xian chuckled softly before replying. "I saw you were scared, so I came up to keep you company." "Aren't you worried this might actually be a test? Worried your performance might disappoint the teachers watching us?" Ho Xian raised her arm, flexing her modestly developed biceps, and declared. "No worries. I'm pretty awesome. Even if I fail this test, I'm confident I'll get into Magic City straight through the college entrance exam." Li Ming chuckled and said nothing more. With Ji Chun here, these bandits none higher than 5th rank couldn't stir up much trouble. His greatest concern now lay with those who might be lurking in the shadows. Outside the vehicle, Mu Xing's gaze swept over the group, immediately noticing 2 missing figures. Though this wasn't a test, he still felt a pang of disappointment. If they couldn't even face something of this magnitude, then in the future, those 2 would most likely become deserters. Turning, Mu Xing rolled up his sleeves before the 3 women, revealing arms densely covered in intricate tattoos. The tattoos glowed brightly, then began to twist and writhe eerily, as if they had come to life. "I'll take care of one instantly. The remaining 2 are yours. I'll do my best to hold off those 6th rank opponents. The 7th and 8th rank ones? Let these kids get some practice in. Sound good?" Mu Xing addressed Yun Tianyu beside him. Yun Tianyu nodded, muttered a quick "stay safe," then summoned his magical artifact, the graceful light ruler. He immediately charged toward the trio. Mu Xing raised his arm high, from which black smoke billowed incessantly. As his expression contorted with agony, the swirling smoke coalesced above him. The shape formed was an enlarged version of the tattoos covering his arm. The largest was a humanoid figure, a leopard-headed, ring-eyed being with an iron mask and curled sideburns, clutching a pair of golden whips in its hands. The others depicted fierce-looking birds and beasts. Suddenly, the humanoid figure seemed to gain sentience. It glared at Mu Xing, who was pale but still trying to appease it, let out a muffled growl, and then hurled the golden whips in its hands toward the 3 women. The trio scattered like startled birds, yet the golden whip seemed guided by navigation, flying straight toward one of them and piercing clean through her skull. No blood spattered, nor did her head explode like a watermelon. Yet the woman collapsed instantly, lifeless. Third sister. The eldest sister, the one with the scar, screamed, her eyes turning bloodshot as she charged toward Mu Xing. The next instant, she was halted by Yun Tianyu, who gripped the enlightenment ruler in his hand. His second sister was stopped alongside her. "Get them!" With Scarface's battle cry, the rest of the bandits charged forward. Chapter 74, Bravery? The swarm of bandits surged forward. The 6th rank spirit masters were entangled by the black mist beasts conjured by Mu Xing, while the rest collided with the group of students. As champions of their respective provinces, fighting opponents several ranks above them or facing multiple adversaries simultaneously posed no real challenge. Moreover, having been stirred up by that man earlier, they felt little fear about engaging in bandit combat. After all, it was just a test. No one would die. Look at that 5th rank spirit tamer from earlier. He was lying motionless on the ground playing dead, just as scripted. They weren't fooled. Armed with this mindset, the students grew increasingly fearless, their attacks increasingly focused on trading blows for injuries, embodying nothing but fearless bravery. Inside the vehicle, Li Ming propped his head up with his arm, silently watching the chaotic scene outside the window. Li, aren't you scared?" Ho Xian asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. She had initially assumed Li Ming hadn't gotten off the bus because he was scared, and had prepared all sorts of ways to comfort him. But from start to finish, Li Ming had watched the outside scene without showing the slightest hint of fear. Hearing this, Li Ming shook his head. Though he hadn't personally experienced such a scene before, having already taken a life, he wasn't about to be scared. "Since you're not afraid, I won't stay with you. I'll go down and help." Ho Xian stood up, but Li Ming stopped her with a word. "Wait. Wait a moment before you go." Ho Xian looked at Li Ming. Though she didn't understand why he was stopping her, her instincts told her this man was trustworthy, so she obediently sat back down. Outside the vehicle, the student's previously fearless resolve shattered with a piercing scream. Perhaps because the scream was so piercing, both the bandits and the students froze simultaneously, turning their gaze toward its source. They saw the man in the designer clothes, his face covered in blood, staring in terror at the headless corpse lying before him. This headless corpse was none other than the man who had been seated beside him in the car. Trembling, he raised his hand to touch the blood on his own face. The warm sensation felt like a stab of pain, causing him to jerk his arm back. He then plopped down onto the ground, scrambling backward on all fours. "Dead. Dead. He's really dead." He stammered, then whipped his head toward Mu Xing, his face contorted in fury as he bellowed. "What kind of test is this? Why did someone die? Someone died, do you understand? Are you responsible for this?" Listening to the man's screams, Mu Xing finally understood why this year's students were acting so brave, more so than those who'd served in the military for months. So it was all an act. When did I ever say this was a test? The man's rebuke caught in his throat, the anger in his eyes freezing momentarily. Right. When had he ever said this was a test? Hadn't this so-called trial been his own idea? The realization brought a fleeting look of embarrassment to his eyes. He scrambled to his feet and headed straight for the car behind him. The farce ended, and the fighting resumed. This time, however, without the courage boost, the students began retreating steadily, gradually pulling back toward the position of the vehicle. Inside the vehicle, the blood-soaked Big Shot also spotted Li Ming and Ho Xian sitting together, gazing out the window. Why didn't you get out? The man was puzzled, then suddenly understood. I know. You're the ones those bandits were looking for, right? They came for you, didn't they? So that's why you didn't get out. You were trying to hide, weren't you? But I won't let you get away with it. The man grinned savagely, then stepped out of the vehicle and shouted at the people outside. Stop! Stop! His voice quickly drew attention again, not because he commanded any real authority, but because most were eager to see what kind of spectacle he would put on next. Listen to me. The target you seek is inside this vehicle. We're willing to hand him over. So stop fighting. Human life is precious. There's no need for us to fight to the death. With that, he raised both hands in surrender and slowly backed away from the vehicle. Li Ming, watching the scene unfold from inside the car, exhaled slowly and turned to ask Ji Chun. If I go down and kill him now, are there any consequences I can't handle? Ji Chun stroked his chin and replied. That's hard to say. He may not be from a prominent family, but he is a champion after all. He still attracts attention. Of course, if those two teachers vouch for him and his students don't press charges, he could just be written off as a heroic casualty of this ambush. Li Ming clicked his tongue. He desperately wanted to kill that idiot, but neither of those conditions was easy to achieve. Is this really okay? A woman's voice rang out, reminding Li Ming that someone was sitting beside him. Ho Xian, right? You should get off now. I reckon those bandits will storm up any minute. If you wait until then, it'll be too late to run. After speaking, Li Ming saw a flicker of hesitation cross Ho Xian's eyes before she shook her head. No. I can't. You're my friend. I can't just stand by and watch you die. I told you, I'm pretty good at this. TSK. Ji Chun shook his head at Ho Xian's expression, then shot Li Ming a lecherous look. My brother Li Ming has quite the scoundrel vibe going on. Li Ming shot him a withering glare in response. I'll go down next. Keep an eye out for those hidden things. I reckon they'll pop out once I'm exhausted. With that, Li Ming stood up and walked toward the car door, while Ho Xian trailed behind him like a shadow. The car door swung open again as Li Ming and Ho Xian stepped out one after the other. Seeing Mu Xing's dark expression, Li Ming spoke up. Sorry for the trouble. Mu Xing took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions churning within him, and replied. Rescue will arrive in half an hour. Hold on as best you can. I'll try my best to persuade some students to assist you. Li Ming shook his head, then summoned the wandering spear. In an instant, his body was enveloped in golden light. In the next instant, his figure plunged into the bandit crowd. Behind him, Ho Xian followed suit. Meanwhile, Mu Xing shouted at the students who were gradually retreating. You're supposed to be champions, yet you're so cowardly? Scared to death over one casualty? Besides, do you think running away will save you? Given your talent and status, I'm sure your school would pay a hefty ransom to rescue you. Mu Xing's words carried a double meaning, awakening the students' fighting spirit while subtly highlighting their value. No one ever complains about making too much money, especially bandits. Chapter 75, The Barbarian Maiden. Truthfully, the students weren't incapable of holding off the bandits. Fear had simply clouded their minds, leaving no room for resistance. Yet in this predicament, surrender meant nothing but death. Hearing this, the bandits who hadn't managed to break through Li Ming's encirclement slowly turned, fixing their gaze on the students. Guys, easy money. A shout rang out from somewhere among the bandits. All but those surrounding Li Ming and Ho Xian surged forward once more, closing in on the students. The slaughter resumed. On the other side, a barrage of magical artifacts rained down upon the golden light enveloping Li Ming, yet they only caused it to shimmer and sway. In contrast, Li Ming's wandering spear stabbed and swept through the bandit horde. Unlike their attacks, which only drained Li Ming's spiritual energy, each of his strikes inflicted massive damage. Some bandits were even killed outright by a single blow. But the bandits, blinded by greed, didn't think twice. They charged forward relentlessly, each desperate to be the first to sever Li Ming's head. Only when the wandering spear struck them did they realize they might not be strong enough to take his head. Though Li Ming possessed considerable combat experience, this scenario was entirely new to him. Inevitably, he soon revealed an opening. Thud! Li Ming's wooden spear pierced the chest of the man before him, but the shaft was gripped tightly, preventing him from pulling it out immediately. Ah! At that moment, a person wielding a wolf tooth club-like artifact attacked from behind Li Ming, raising it to smash down on his head. Li Ming sensed it but dismissed the threat. After all, it was merely an 8th-rank spirit tamer. Breaking through the defense of the golden light spell enveloping him was utterly impossible. Thud! Instead of the expected impact, a familiar figure appeared. Muscles bulged in his arms as Li Ming yanked the wandering spear from its sheath, spinning to face behind him. Behind him, Ho Xian slowly retracted her fist, its surface now stained with a faint pinkish substance. Seeing the headless corpse before her and the wolf tooth club in his hand, slowly fading with a sunken fist imprint, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Ming's eyes. He turned his head to look behind her. The bandits' encircling formation had been torn open by her charging path, littered with bandits sprawled haphazardly across the ground. Before Li Ming could ponder further, the bandits charged once more. Seeing this, Ho Xian raised her right hand, extending her index and middle fingers to smear something across her face. Only then did Li Ming notice that beyond the serious expression, Ho Xian's round, delicate face was adorned with strange, multicolored patterns. As her fingers moved across her skin, the patterns that had faded began to reappear, vibrant and vivid once more. Simultaneously, Li Ming sensed a fluctuation akin to a spiritual technique emanating from her body. Rip! The sound of fabric tearing echoed as Ho Xian's body began to expand, gradually transforming into a female giant over 3 meters tall. Fortunately, her form-fitting undergarments seemed made of special material. They didn't tear apart as her muscles strained against her clothing, sparing any embarrassing glimpses. Ha! Ho Xian let out a playful, teasing cry. Her voice remained unchanged despite her drastic transformation. Then, her massive fist swung toward the bandits, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Damn it! Isn't that the ancestral spirit technique from the barbarian tribes? How does that girl know it? Mu Xing, who kept a close eye on his students, witnessed the scene. His eye twitched, then he voiced a possibility, shouting at Yun Tianyu. Yun Tiango, hurry up! Hurry up! There's a big shot among these students. Far away, Yun Tianyu, engaged in a fierce struggle with 2 5th-rank spirit masters driven mad by grief over their lost loved ones, heard the shout. His face darkened as he bellowed back. Shut the hell up! If you think you can do better, come at me. If you can handle this in 10 minutes, I'll call you dad. He swung the grace light ruler horizontally, striking Scarface's midsection, while simultaneously kicking the second man back. Seizing the moment the three were separated, Yun Tianyu braced both palms against the ends of the grace light ruler. Damn monkey, I should never have agreed to this trip with you. As he spoke, Yun Tianyu's hands snapped together rapidly, then spread apart again. Instantly, several phantom enlightenment light rulers appeared in his hands, each one continuously splitting into more. Then, as Yun Tianyu clasped his palms together once more, the countless fragments coalesced before him, forming a colossal ruler of pure light. As the two sisters charged toward him, Yun Tianyu thrust his clasped palms forward, declaring, "Measure." The moment the words left his lips, the luminous divine light ruler before him extended to his younger sister, piercing her heart with pinpoint accuracy. Yun Tianyu's palms shifted into a horizontal thrust, guiding the divine light ruler's movement. However, it lacked the power of the previous strike. It merely knocked scarred into the nearby woods before dissipating into scattered points of light. Yun Tianyu staggered slightly, as if drained of energy. A monster formed of black smoke charged forward, snatched Yun Tianyu by the collar of his shirt, flung him onto its back, and then turned, racing toward Mu Xing's direction. Damn celestial dog! Is that dead yet? The black smoke monster opened its mouth, and from within came Mu Xing's voice. Yun Tianyu shook his head and replied, "No, but she's definitely critically injured. She probably won't dare come back." The black smoke monster reached Mu Xing, flung Yun Tianyu off its back, and sprinted back toward the bandits. Damn monkey, what do you mean by big shot? Why did you tell me to hurry? Dragging this out would only cost us a few more students. The school can afford the compensation. Mu Xing shot him a glance before cupping his head with both hands and slamming it toward Li Ming's direction. See that giant woman? If you weren't daydreaming during your spiritual technique class, you should recognize what she is. Yun Tianyu pondered. Yun Tianyu was stunned. Yun Tianyu swallowed hard. An ancestral spirit technique of the barbarians? A direct descendant of the barbarian lineage? Why wasn't this mentioned in the records? Mu Xing shook his head and said, "Then you'll have to ask the admissions office. Information gathering is their job." Then, his gaze shifted back to the group of students being chased by bandits, scrambling about frantically. Wait a minute, could there be an elder among those students too? As Mu Xing pondered this, Yun Tianyu's startled cry drew his attention back toward Li Ming. After Ho Xian launched wave after wave of attacks, wisps of white steam began to rise from her entire body. As the vapor appeared, her body steadily shrank until she returned to her original form. Chapter 76, Descent. Golden light dispersed, enveloping Ho Xian and shielding her from the subsequent attacks that descended around her. With his cultivation advancing and his mastery of magical artifacts deepening, Li Ming had long since achieved complete fluency in wielding the Golden Light Mantra. Extending it slightly beyond his body to shield other objects was now effortless for him. Before Li Ming could speak, Ho Xian turned to him and said, "Give me 10 minutes to rest. Once my spiritual energy recovers, I can try again. Then we'll see if I can get you out of here." With that, she closed her eyes and began to meditate. Li Ming sighed, watching the bandits slowly approach. Then, under Ho Xian's puzzled gaze, he reached out, grabbed the thin fabric on her back, and lifted her up. She seemed to have shrunk a bit. I don't recall her being this petite before. Li Ming weighed Ho Xian in his arms, pondering this thought. Then, he suddenly flung Ho Xian upward with all his strength. Psionic energy surged into the wandering spear, initiating its mutation. Bending his knees, he looked upward. As the ground cracked and groaned beneath him, Li Ming leapt into the air. After locating Yun Tianyu's position, his right leg struck Ho Xian's abdomen, propelling her forward with a deft force that wouldn't harm her. As his body began to fall, Li Ming saw Mu Xing catch Ho Xian. He then dispersed the wandering spear in his hand and the golden light enveloping his body. In its place appeared the slash blade. So eager to surround me? Then come a little closer and try it. Li Ming murmured, channeling his spiritual energy into the slash blade. At the same time, Mu Xing, who was holding Ho Xian down to prevent her from rushing toward Li Ming again, seemed to sense something. Her eyes widened as she watched Li Ming's mouth gradually open wider. This can't be. Mu Xing murmured, then turned to look at Yun Tianyu. In his eyes, she saw the same shock mirroring her own. He knew he hadn't misread it. It was the fluctuation of the rules. So this guy is the real deal after all. Mu Xing added. Hardly anyone paid attention to high school competitions after entering university, and Mu Xing and Yun Tianyu were no exception. They couldn't care less about those so-called provincial tournaments. Compounded by official information blackouts, those in the know kept quiet. Thus, they remained unaware that within the tournaments they ignored, someone had begun to grasp the rules. Moreover, the sheer absurdity of the matter meant that even if rumors did surface, they wouldn't believe them without concrete evidence, not even if you killed them. The scene shifted back to Li Ming. Facing the bandits' attacks launched from below, he neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the strikes to slice through his skin. Gazing at the bandits poised above his landing spot, their magical weapons raised high to pierce him, Li Ming murmured two words in midair. Descent. Swish. A mystical ripple flickered and vanished. The bandits within 10 meters of Li Ming seemed suddenly controlled by some force, the light slowly fading from their eyes. Simultaneously, the magical artifacts in their hands began to dissipate. As Li Ming touched down, barely catching his breath, a tremendous force slammed into his chest. The force was so immense it sent him flying dozens of meters away, crashing into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Near where Li Ming had originally landed, a figure clad in black robes suddenly materialized, the very one who had sent him flying. Immediately after, countless green specks of light began to appear on the figure's black robe. The bandits not covered by the divine light were similarly adorned with scattered points of green light. Ji Chun stepped out of the vehicle and walked slowly toward the cloaked figure. Along the way, the bandits he brushed past fell like dominoes, one after another. And upon hitting the ground, their bodies split apart. No matter how many times I see it, it still amazes me. Ji Chun murmured to himself before turning his gaze toward the direction Li Ming had been knocked flying and shouted. Hey, kid! You okay? The dust settled, revealing Li Ming's body. At his chest, a golden light that had nearly solidified slowly dissipated, along with the dragon scales covering his skin. Coughing, he struggled to his feet, rubbing his chest repeatedly with his right hand. His ribs were probably broken. Li Ming thought to himself as he slowly walked over to Ji Chun and held out his hand. Ji Chun saw this, retrieved 2 bottles of healing pills from his ring, and handed them over. He whistled twice and remarked. Not bad. Surviving a full power strike from a 6th rank, 9th tier spirit tamer. That's something you can brag about for a while. Li Ming rolled his eyes, swallowed the pills handed to him, and took several deep breaths before turning to the cloaked figure and asking Ji Chun. Only 6th grade? Ji Chun waved dismissively. He couldn't fathom why it was only 6th rank. He'd assumed it would be at least 4th rank at the very least. Only now did he understand why he hadn't sensed any intense spiritual energy fluctuations earlier. There simply hadn't been any. Then, the green light on each of those people's bodies flared up, completely engulfing them. Before him, the green light dissipated, and the figure in black robes vanished, leaving only an object resembling a token to fall to the ground. As Ji Chun clearly saw the token's form, his pupils contracted slightly, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. So that was the plan? They're incredibly bold. Li Ming, standing beside Ji Chun, naturally heard the remark. Before he could ask, a mysterious fluctuation emerged from the iron token. In the next instant, the intricate ripples coalesced, forming the shape of an eye in the blink of an eye. Instantly, Li Ming felt that eye sweep over him. The sensation of being scrutinized made him instinctively uncomfortable. Then, the eye dissipated, and the mysterious fluctuations on the token faded away. The token floated up into Ji Chun's hand, where he crushed it into a lump of scrap metal. Well. Now you dare collude with foreign powers. Are you really that clean about it? Or have you finally gained the confidence to show your true colors? Noticing the anger in Ji Chun's eyes, Li Ming temporarily suppressed his own questions and turned to walk toward Mu Xing and the others. You're so amazing. Ho Xian, tucked under Mu Xing's arm, gazed at Li Ming with wide-eyed wonder. Li Ming nodded, plopped down beside them, and watched the students still being chased around by that small band of bandits. He had no intention of helping. Soon after, the reinforcements Mu Xing had mentioned arrived. An elderly man and woman appeared, their hair streaked with gray. They wore martial arts training attire reminiscent of the outfits worn by the elderly practicing Tai Chi in the square, yet their complexions seemed healthier than many younger people's. Chapter 77, Arrival. The old man merely pressed his palm down, instantly killing both the black smoke monsters still battling and the bandits chasing the students. It was no wonder they didn't flee. While the former had witnessed Li Ming and Ji Chun's actions and realized their mission was doomed to fail, the black smoke monsters they were battling showed no intention of sparing them. Even if they wanted to flee, they had no chance. As for the latter group, their minds and bodies were utterly clouded by greed. Obsessed with earning extra cash, they hadn't even noticed what was happening behind them. It was likely that even in their final moments, they were still scheming about how to spend that ill-gotten gain. The students, witnessing this sudden turn of events, collectively exhaled in relief. Some even collapsed onto the ground. Master Feng, Master Chang. Mu Xing stepped forward and greeted the two. Among them, old Master Feng was the elderly man, while old Master Chang was the elderly woman. Master Feng nodded in response, then glanced at Ji Chun before turning to Mu Xing and saying, "Recount what just happened." Mu Xing nodded and began recounting the events that had just transpired. Meanwhile, old Chang stepped aside to observe the group. She flipped her hand, summoning her magical artifact, a miniature emerald green sapling. Plucking a leaf the size of a fingernail from the tree, she flicked it with her finger. The leaf shot forward, shattering midair into streaks of green light that entered the bodies of everyone present except herself and old Master Feng. Within mere breaths of the green light entering their bodies, Li Ming discovered his wounds had completely healed. Even his nearly depleted spiritual energy had fully restored. Li Ming gazed at the sapling in old Master Chang's hand, overcome by an urge to document it immediately. He was developing comprehensively in nearly every aspect now, yet his spiritual energy recovery remained his sole weakness, still reliant on cultivation methods. If he could rely on a treasure that restored spiritual energy, he could finally shed the nickname One-Cut Man that Ji Chun had given him. After a while, Mu Xing finished recounting everything that had just happened, and the students followed him back. Master Feng looked at the group of students, still shaken and timid, sighing inwardly at their lack of resolve. He opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He had witnessed it himself. During their struggle with the bandits, these students had sustained only superficial wounds that barely stung. Yet these very injuries, far from igniting their fighting spirit, only made their movements more timid. They even refrained from attacking, focusing solely on defense. It was laughable and infuriating at the same time. These champions, nurtured by top universities and victorious in competitions against other prodigies. Yet they couldn't even defeat these mud-legged peasants whose cultivation levels were barely on par with their own. Shaking his head, old Feng finally fixed his gaze on Li Ming, the man Mu Xing had praised so highly. If Mu Xing hadn't deceived him, then having that kid Chun around him shouldn't be a problem either. "Li Kid, and Spring Kid, come here." Upon hearing old Master Feng call him, Li Ming immediately stood up and walked toward the old man, greeting him politely with old Master Feng. Ji Chun, however, was less courteous. Though he approached as well, he offered no greeting to old Master Feng. "Li, would you mind demonstrating that thing of yours again?" Old Feng inquired. Li Ming turned to look at Ji Chun, only to find him not looking at either himself or old Feng, but instead gazing off in another direction. "Of course." Li Ming replied, then summoned his blade and channeled spiritual energy into it, entering the state of rules. "Here it is." Master Feng sensed the unique, profound fluctuations of the rules. Rolling up his sleeves, he extended his hand and said, "Come on, swing at me with all your might. Let's see how powerful it is." Hearing this, Li Ming hesitated at first. But Ji Chun placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned in close to whisper. "It's fine. Go ahead and swing freely. This old man is far stronger than me. He can take your blow." Li Ming nodded and then said, "Then, old Feng, could you have these people step back 10 meters? I've only recently created this spirit technique and haven't mastered its control yet." Old Feng paused for a moment before replying. "Certainly. Of course." He then nudged the somewhat dazed Mu Xing, instructing him to lead the equally dazed Yun Tianyu and the other students 10 meters away. Once they were all 10 meters away, Li Ming turned to old Chang. She, however, smiled and said, "No need to look at me. This old woman's defenses are still a bit better than this decrepit old man's." Li Ming nodded, then slowly exhaled. Gripping her blade tightly, she channeled her spiritual energy. Waves rippled out as she opened her eyes and swung her blade. Immediately, Mu Xing, standing 10 meters away, withdrew his finger, now gouged open by the blade. Staring at the wound on his fingertip, blood seeping from the cut, Mu Xing muttered, "This is insane." Meanwhile, before Li Ming, old Feng stared at the distinct white mark on his arm, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. That strike had sliced through the defense he'd carefully laid down, the blade's edge landing squarely on his own arm. And the one who had delivered that strike was merely an 8th-rank spirit tamer. Then, another green light shot from Elder Cheng's fingertip into Li Ming's body, restoring his depleted spirit energy. "Come find me directly after school starts. I'll be your teacher." With that, Master Feng turned and flew away without a moment's hesitation. Master Chang now gazed at him with a benevolent expression, reaching up to pluck a thumb-sized leaf from his small tree. He handed it to Li Ming, instructing him, "This should sustain 3 spiritual energy recoveries. Just hold it in your mouth." If you encounter any unsolvable problems, try flashing this leaf. This old woman still carries some weight. Li Ming didn't take it immediately, instead looking toward Ji Chun. At that moment, Ji Chun was nodding frantically, practically begging Li Ming to agree. Are you kidding? Who was this man? This was none other than Chang Jin, the renowned healer of Donghua, famed for her ability to revive the dead and restore the broken. Some paid fortunes just for a glimpse of her, yet never got the chance. Li Ming reached out to take it, about to express his gratitude, when he heard old Master Chang add, "No need to thank me. Consider this a reward for your performance this time. You've earned it." With that, she flew off in the direction of old Master Feng. Only after the two elders departed did Mu Xing and Yun Tianyu approach with the students. After exchanging greetings, Li Ming and Ji Chun reboarded the vehicle, completely oblivious to the glances of envy and resentment mingled with the students' fearful stares. The vehicle started moving again, and Ho Xian resumed her casual conversation with Li Ming as if nothing had happened. Amidst the chatter, Li Ming finally arrived at the Magic City. Chapter 78, The Unmarked Gate. Hearing this familiar phrase, Li Ming hesitated slightly. Just then, Ji Chun placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned in close to whisper. Don't worry, go ahead and swing freely. This old man's strength far surpasses mine. One swing from you probably wouldn't even break his skin. Li Ming nodded and said. Then, old Feng, could you have them step back 10 meters? I just created this spirit technique not long ago and haven't mastered its control yet. Old Feng froze. What the hell? A self-created spirit technique? Wasn't he just a high school senior? But with his vast experience, he'd seen plenty of absurd things. He snapped out of it and replied. Certainly. Of course. He then shot a glance at the dazed Mu Xing, signaling him to lead the equally stunned Yun Tianyu and the other students 10 meters away. Once they were all 10 meters away, Li Ming turned to old Chang. But she smiled and said. No need to look at me. This old woman's defenses are still a bit better than that geezer's. Li Ming nodded, then slowly exhaled. Gripping her blade tightly, she channeled her spiritual energy. Waves rippled out as Li Ming opened her eyes and swung her blade. Immediately, 3 powerful spiritual energy ripples exploded outward. At the same moment, Mu Xing, standing 10 meters away, silently withdrew the finger that had been sliced open. Staring at the wound on her fingertip, blood seeping from the cut, Mu Xing murmured. This is insane. Earlier, when Li Ming had unleashed his descent, the distance had prevented clear observation. Coupled with the rule fluctuations being too conspicuous, he hadn't noticed the peculiar manner of spiritual energy circulation within Li Ming's body. Now that his power had returned, he could clearly see it was indeed a unique method of channeling spiritual energy, one belonging to a spiritual technique. And judging by his proficiency, it seemed he was on par with himself. Tianyu, I feel like I've been living like a dog these past few years. Mu Xing sighed dejectedly to Yun Tianyu. Yun Tianyu nodded in agreement. The scene shifted back to Li Ming. Before him, old Feng stared at the distinct white mark on his arm, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Li Ming's earlier slash had cut through the defense he had previously set up, the blade's edge landing squarely on his arm. Though it was casually erected, that didn't mean it was something easily breached. Moreover, the one who delivered this strike was merely an 8th-grade spirit tamer. Behind old Feng, old Chang watched the emerald sapling tremble momentarily in his grasp, a similar flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. But the one reacting more strongly than either of them was Ji Chun. He now had one arm hooked around Li Ming's neck, his other hand vigorously rubbing the back of his head. The reason for this gesture? A distinct white mark now stood out on his neck. You little brat, you're trying to kill me, aren't you? Ji Chun said with a hint of annoyance, tightening his grip. Thankfully, he'd been cautious enough to strengthen his defenses. Otherwise, if Li Ming had actually cut him open, where would his pride be? Watching this, old Master Chang smiled and shook his head. A green light shot from his fingertip, piercing Li Ming's chest to restore his depleted spiritual energy. Pulling down his sleeve, old Feng looked at Li Ming and said, Do well on your college entrance exams. Once you get to university, just mention my name Feng Pan. With that, old Feng turned and flew away, looking as if he had urgent business to attend to. Old Master Chang watched this unfold, a look of helplessness spreading across his face. He then turned to Li Ming and said, That technique drains your spiritual energy too much. Your current reserves aren't sufficient, and using it repeatedly will severely damage your foundation. As she spoke, she reached out and plucked a thumb-sized leaf from her own sapling. Turning toward Li Ming, she handed it to him and said, Here, take this. It should support 3 spirit energy recoveries. Simply hold it in your mouth to use it. If you encounter any unsolvable problems in the Demon City, you can also try flashing this leaf. I still have some standing there. Li Ming didn't take it immediately but looked toward Ji Chun instead. At that moment, Ji Chun was nodding frantically, practically begging Li Ming to agree. Are you kidding? Who was this man? This was none other than Chang Jin, the renowned healer of the Eastern Kingdom, famed for her ability to revive the dead and restore the broken. Some would pay a fortune just for a glimpse of her, yet never get the chance. Li Ming reached out to take it, just as he was about to thank him, when he heard old Cheng say, "No need to thank me. Consider this a reward for your performance this time, it's what you deserve." With that, he flew off in the direction of Old Feng. Only after the two elders departed did Mu Xing and Yun Tianyu approach with the students. After exchanging greetings, Li Ming and Ji Chun climbed back into the vehicle, completely oblivious to the glances of envy and resentment mingled with the students' fearful stares. The vehicle started moving again, and Ho Xian resumed her casual conversation with Li Ming as if nothing had happened. But before long, at Ji Chun's signal, Ho Xian returned to her seat. Then, a blue light appeared beside Li Ming's ear, carrying Ji Chun's voice. "You're curious about that token, aren't you?" Li Ming nodded. "It's not really a secret. I just didn't want you to get upset about it, so I didn't explain right away. I planned to wait until you reached a higher realm. But then I thought, with your fearless attitude, you probably wouldn't be scared anyway. So I figured I might as well tell you. At the very least, it might add some pressure to motivate you." Li Ming rolled his eyes. Hearing this, he suddenly didn't want to know anymore. Ji Chun ignored him and continued. "The power distribution in this world is fairly straightforward, divided into two main factions, the Eastern Kingdom, which prioritizes alliances, and the Western Kingdom, which focuses on conquest. Beyond that, there are factions operating independently of both nations, collectively known as the Third Party. Their strength varies wildly. The stronger ones are backed by second-rank powerhouses, while the weaker ones are just a rabble whose highest-ranked members are 5th or 6th rank, like the group you saw earlier. That token, you see, is proof of identity for a faction protected by a second-rank power." Ji Chun finished speaking, then looked at Li Ming with a faint, ambiguous smile, hoping to catch a flicker of panic on his face. He was disappointed. Li Ming's expression remained utterly unchanged, simply waiting for him to continue. "That faction is called the Wuhan sect. Within our country, they have a branch known as the Dark Pavilion. You'll inevitably have dealings with both in the future." "Why?" Li Ming asked. He was puzzled. Aside from today, he hadn't come into contact with anyone connected to them. Why would he inevitably have dealings with them in the future? "Do you remember that eye? The one that appeared on the token." Chapter 79, Arrival. Seeing Li Ming nod, Ji Chun continued. "That was the method of that second-rank powerhouse. Its sole purpose is to record the person who kills the token holder, then announce it within the sect and place a bounty on your head." After speaking, Ji Chun fixed his gaze intently on Li Ming's expression, as if searching for a trace of fear. But Li Ming remained utterly expressionless, not a flicker of change. Waving his hand dismissively, Ji Chun abandoned his twisted amusement at intimidating Li Ming and continued. "While I'm shocked and furious that the Yun family dared collude with foreign forces, the fact remains you were caught by that eye. Discussing it further is pointless. But don't worry about that second-rank powerhouse coming to crush you personally, he's not that idle. Besides, it's no simple matter for him and his faction to infiltrate Dongwu territory. So your main threats now are domestic shadow factions and a few stragglers who slipped in through special means. At the same time, I must remind you of one thing." Ji Chun's expression suddenly turned serious as he said sternly. "The talent the government seeks isn't some delicate flower cultivated in a greenhouse. Aside from threats you can't handle, you must resolve all other matters and confront all other individuals yourself. This is the directive I received from above, and it's also why I didn't intervene directly at the outset today, beyond guarding against those who might be lurking in the shadows. I'm merely a guardian figure, tasked with resolving issues beyond your capacity, not your enforcer, and certainly not your subordinate." Upon hearing this, Li Ming nodded in understanding before slumping back into his seat and closing his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Ji Chun said no more and sank back into his own seat. When Ho Xian finally turned around after a long while, this was the scene she witnessed. She sensed the mood and wisely chose not to disturb them. About 2 days later, the car finally arrived at their destination, Magic City University. "What's going on? Why are there so many people gathered at the school entrance today? Are they all that idle?" Mu Xing, who had taken over driving midway when Yun Tianyu needed to rest, remarked as he looked at the students blocking the entrance. He recalled that it wasn't even a holiday yet. "Hey, Tianyu, pull out your phone and check if the school has any events near the main gate lately. If there is, call the admissions office and ask us to enter through the side gate. Who knows how long this traffic jam will last." Yun Tianyu pulled out his phone, scrolled through it, and then said to Mu Xing. "Nope, no events scheduled. If I had to guess, it's probably that kid Su Qing's planning to confess his feelings at the school gate today." "Confession? Who's he confessing to?" Yun Tianyu swiped his phone again and replied. "Oh, her? That explains it." "Who?" Mu Xing asked. Yun Tianyu put away his phone and answered matter-of-factly. "Who else could it be? Yun Yueming, of course. Who else could cause such a commotion? Her? That does make sense, but why at the school gate? That's hardly a suitable place for a confession." Yun Tianyu spread his hands and replied. "How should I know? According to the comments, our campus beauty stood at the school gate all day today, seemingly waiting for someone. Then Su Qingza assumed she was waiting for him, so he went to confess. TSK. He really has some nerve. Doesn't he realize Yun Yueming would never give him the time of day? Mu Xing said, then parked the car in a spot near the entrance. He addressed the students behind the partition through the speaker. Hey, everyone, we're at Magic City University. Follow me first for group registration and ID badge pickup. Hearing this, Li Ming, who had been resting his eyes in the van, opened them, a hint of regret flashing through his gaze. So it wasn't meant to be after all. Li Ming sighed softly, then stored the leaf in his ring. Over the past 2 days of travel, Li Ming had attempted to use this leaf to complete the recording of that verdant sapling, but he had, of course, failed. Only a few faint lines had appeared on the pages of the Book of No Words before all activity ceased. Seems I'll need to find an opportunity to speak with old Chang. With that thought, Li Ming straightened his clothes and got out of the car. After disembarking, the group followed quietly behind Mu Xing toward the main gate. The moment they stepped through the school gates, a man's voice rang out beside them. Yun Yueming, I like you. Be my girlfriend. I'll treat you well. The man's voice boomed out loud. After he finished speaking, a wave of jeering erupted from the crowd. Say yes. Say yes. Li Ming turned his head and met a pair of clear, autumn-like eyes. Standing rooted to the spot, Li Ming spread his arms wide. This move not only broke Li Ming's defenses but also proved to be a devastatingly powerful tactic for Li Yueming. Seeing Yun Yueming's sudden smile, Su Qing's face lit up with excitement. Could it be that his relentless pursuit over the past 2 years was finally about to pay off? A fragrant breeze swept past, but instead of entering his embrace, it brushed past his side like a young swallow returning to its nest, plunging into the arms of another man he didn't recognize. The soft, fragrant body pressed against him. It took Li Ming a moment to react before he wrapped his arms around Li Yueming. I'm here. Li Yueming nestled her head against Li Ming's chest, murmuring softly like a lazy kitten. Beside them, Mu Xing's expression momentarily lost control. Grabbing Yun Tianyu's arm, she stammered incoherently. You, she. I, he. But even more unhinged than his own expression was Su Qing's, who stood frozen in shock at the scene before him. Ah! You beast! A heart-wrenching cry erupted from him before he lunged toward Li Ming. In Li Ming's arms, Li Yueming turned her head, frowned, and looked at the charging Su Qing's. She raised her hand, summoned the red dust sword, and swung it at him. Su Qing's, unable to react in time, took the blow head-on and was sent flying several meters away. Feeling the spiritual energy fluctuations within his embrace, Li Ming lowered his head and asked, You've reached 6th grade? Li Yueming gave a soft nod, her cheeks flushing slightly as if she just realized her actions might have been a bit excessive. Rising from Li Ming's embrace, Li Yueming addressed Mu Xing. Teacher Mu, please take them to get their passes first. I'll take care of Li Ming. Mu Xing remained silent, but Yun Tianyu beside him nodded and dragged the still-dazed Mu Xing away. Then, Li Yueming took Li Ming's hand and walked toward the campus. Upon reaching a deserted spot, Li Yueming threw herself into Li Ming's arms once more, but this time she pulled away the instant their bodies touched. At the same time, a short blade was still lodged in Li Ming's chest. Farewell, classmate Li.